No good. Rebound, Anderson, 22 seconds. All the Warriors have to do is get it across the timeline. They do it via Steph Curry, who almost fumbled it out of bounds. Recovers, and Golden State with a workmanlike 125-112 win as the seconds wind down. The two head coaches meet at center court. And the Warriors will face the Wizards one more time out in the Bay. But
oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Tim Roy on the call. Let's start right there in that final possession. That Keyshawn George attempted a three and Steph Curry almost fumbled the ball out of bounds. There's big-time ramifications there. The Warriors were 11-point favorites. 11-point favorites. Which means if George hits that three, the Warriors are no longer covering. However, up 125-112, you're covering by 2 points, and Steph Curry almost fumbles the ball out of bounds. Now, how many gamblers are sweating that through? That was the game within the game for the gamblers out there. But anyway, Warriors improved to 6-1. They're 2-0 in this 5-game road trip, 4-0 overall away from home, and the competition steps up on Wednesday against the Boston Celtics. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Everybody in traffic, all the cops, firefighters, teachers, students, you know the drill. Everybody getting ready for the playoffs in high school football. That's coming up in a couple weeks. Good morning to all the Dub Nation. Niner fans, Christian McCaffrey's back. We'll get into that a little bit later in the program as we shout out our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. Shasky, good morning. And I guess Tim Roy put it well. That was just a workmanlike victory. Wasn't pretty. Was a bit clunky at times. Shooting was on both sides of the floor, but a win is a win, and you move on to take on the Boston Celtics.
Bonte, are you familiar with the debut album of 3 Times Crazy?
Stacking chips?
That's what that was. That was a stack and chips kind of a game. All right? You just got to beat the opponent and move on because you're facing 3 teams in a row here that are 22-1 combined, right? So you're looking at 2 of the undefeated teams in the league, and then you're looking at Boston that only has 1 loss, and, they're the defending champion. Yep. So are the real tests coming? Of course they're coming. But to get Steph Curry back and to integrate him and to continue to just play good, connected basketball, it's not going to be perfect every single night. But, stack chips, right?
Stack chips.
Get victories, stack chips. And dare I say, we're halfway there. We're halfway to the point of what I would say that I'm allowing myself to believe.
And what?
That the Warriors could make a deep run.
Calm down.
We're
saying out loud. Jasky and I, calm down. That we both believe this team could make a deep run in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
Calm down.
We're 5 games over 500 currently, and if we can get to 10, I'll start believing.
Let's relax just a little bit. I love the way they're playing. I do. But it's not lost on me that they beat the Wizards. They beat the Jazz. They beat the Blazers. They beat the Pelicans, who lost to the Blazers last night. But I will say 4 matters.
Pelicans just 1 second. Are they just awful?
Dude, they may be trying to get Willie Green fired or something. I have no idea.
They have talent.
Dude, they lost to the Blazers last night. Zion didn't play. They got lost by 18 points last night. Zion didn't play.
Chauncey's cooking something up there in Portland.
CJ McCollum didn't play. Trey Murphy's out.
McCollum's done.
Yeah, I don't know. The Blazers, man, don't break them up. They're 3-5 right now. They beat the Pelicans twice this year.
Don't break them up.
Don't break them up.
A sentence that might not be uttered all year.
Don't break them up, baby, or break up the Blazers. You may want to do something.
Chauncey's found something.
No, but
you're playing hard for Chauncey.
The NBA season, there's only a handful. Even when the Warriors were at their height, right? We all would agree. We could look at the schedule and it'd be like I'm going 2018 Warriors.
Lakers lost to the Pistons.
There's 7 games in a 60-game stretch that would matter. You know what I mean? For the most part, there are a lot of bad teams in the league. And I know that some of the good ones do reside in the West. I would say the majority of the good ones, just because it feels a little jumbled, right? The best team, I believe, is Boston, but neither here nor there. Point being is that you're going to have these games against the good teams, but to me, they're playing a good brand of basketball. And you said it in the green room, and I'm just going to bring it up now, not to steal your thunder. But if Draymond Green is going to hit corner threes and hit a couple of layups and throw those alleys to Kuminga, because you have to honor the jump shot of Draymond, which is something I didn't think we would have happen at this age, it does change the dynamic in the half court for this team. You can play combinations of other players like GP2 with Trace Jackson-Davis and get away with it.
Well, Steph, he said it on our postgame show. We had Steph on. We were lucky to get Steph on, and he feels good with the left ankle as he made his return after a 3-game absence. But I asked him, I threw the little useless stats in there. He kind of chuckled. And I was just like, what does it mean? Can you discuss Draymond being aggressive off? He goes, look, man, I don't care if he goes 0 for 20. If he's aggressive offensively, it gives them another dimension. And you look at 18 points is great from Draymond. But the 5 of 7 and 3 for 4 from the 3-point line, he's grabbing rebounds, he's dropping dimes, 5 dimes, 8 rebounds. He's playing and I do believe that this is sustainable for Draymond Green as he ages into the league. Look, there's no doubt he's a smart basketball player. His IQ's off the charts. Defensively, we know what he does. He's an all-world defender. There's no doubt one of the best defensive players we've ever seen in this league. But if he's aggressive offensively and he works on that shot and he stays aggressive with that shot, his career can age gracefully. It really can. When you get double digits from number 23, that's a whole new dimension now. Now Wiggins can have an off night shooting. All of a sudden, Kuminga, you can shift him to the bench and he's giving you instant productivity. Buddy Hield, if he's allowed an off night, you can survive that because Draymond Green is adding something offensively. Right now, he's playing some very, very good basketball, and I love where his game is at. And the fact is that Steph, no setbacks, 24 points in 24 minutes. He got cooking in the third quarter with 15 points. The 2 leaders in his team, the 2 pillars that are left on the court, alongside Kevon Looney. This is a great development that we're seeing from Draymond Green offensively. This is an awesome, and it's something that, we go back and forth with this. And I said, man, Draymond just needs to let it fly. Let it fly. Been thinking about this for 3 years. Just let it fly. And now he's as confident as ever as shooting that shot. I can't wait to talk to him like, man, how much did you work on that in the offseason? Because it looks good right now. He's playing it. And by the way, he did shoot 39.5% from three last year. So I do think he has it in there to shoot 35 to 40% from three.
The shot just doesn't look as flat as it has in years past. Look, this is going to go down the rabbit hole here. I always thought that Draymond, when he hurt his shoulder, I don't know if it was 18 or 17, he never got the proper shoulder surgery. And I believe he played in the Olympics or FIBA or something that summer. He wanted to play, which I'm not knocking him for that. Like, he wanted to play. And he never got that shoulder right. Remember when he hurt it?
Yeah, I do remember.
I felt like his shooting form kind of changed
when was
a little.
Was that 18? Was that with KD or without KD?
I think
that was with KD. Maybe in 18. I got to look that up. I remember the shoulder injury. You're right about that. Shoulder injury,
and this is just Joe's wild conspiracy theories. But like, if you've ever hurt your shoulder, it compromises being able to lift, right? And there's two things. Number one, you need rest, and sometimes it can scar over or whatever. I know the real doctors are going to call in and tell me I'm a moron, but like, when I didn't have health care, I remember I separated my shoulder, and it took a long time for my shoulder to be right. Like a long time. And I think about Draymond Green, like, okay, physically it changes how you shoot, and then it takes time. And then now there's the psychological part of it, because shooting is psychological, I believe, to a degree, especially for the guys like Draymond, not the Steph Currys and whatnot. Those guys are just amazing, and they have so much confidence, but confidence is a big part of it. And I think it was like a twofold. I think he was reluctant to shoot because of the shoulder. His shot got changed, and then I think he lost confidence in it. And when you play alongside a lot of great great shooters, you're more liable to pass the ball, and you take a backseat. Well, now they need him, and I think him hitting some buckets has enabled the team to be able to play defensive personnel alongside of him and kind of get away with it. I'm looking at their defensive rating right now. Clearly, Oklahoma City, number 1 in the league in defensive rating. Number 2, it's the Golden State Warriors. No, it's a tenth of the way through the season. You played bad teams. But we know when the Warriors are the Warriors, they're bombing threes. They're playing great defense. So this is a huge development.
He had Ron Adams back in 2016-17. It's KD's first year. I remember they're in Salt Lake City. And Ron had joined. This was my first year here at 95.7 The Game. And Ron Adams, he had noticed that Draymond's, and this is, I think, before the shoulder, but he had kind of subtly said, because remember the whole backpack hoodies were coming out by Warriors World. They had the backpack hoodies. Oh, he shoots with a backpack on. Well, Ron Adams had told him, gave him a subtle adjustment, say, hey, just keep your back. He move your back a little bit this way. It was a little subtle adjustment. I wanted to ask Ron about it yesterday, but we only had 10 minutes about it. And from that point, Draymond's shot was really rolling. Then Kevin Durant, as he gets acclimated to the Bay Area, and Draymond, and I get it. There's KD, there's Clay in his prime, there's Steph in his prime. And it's like, oh, I don't really need to shoot. I've got KD, Clay, and Steph and Curry. So you don't work on it. And so that's what made 2019 a little disappointing when they opened up Chase Center. It was Dre and a bunch of rooks, right? Jordan Poole and Pascal, and you're not winning many games. I thought that was the year, and Draymond admitted that, hey, man, I kind of melted in that season. I wanted him that year to just work on his game, knowing that Steph is going to be back, Clay's going to be back. They ended up trading for Andrew Wiggins midway through the year and just work on the threes. Just shoot them. Forget the percentages. Just shoot them. Get your game right. Well, that didn't happen. But now, as we fast forward to 2024, and there's no Clay, there's no CP3, and you're acclimating Buddy Hield and Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Podziemski, you got this new crop of Warriors right now. His shot does look really, really good. He's being aggressive offensively. He's hitting big shots, too. It's not just first quarter threes. He's hitting big fourth quarter threes, which is a very, very welcome sight for Draymond Green. So we got to give him some love because he's playing very, very well. Let's go down to South Beach. We got some calls from South Beach. South Beach, Miami.
Before you go to the call, they're like a top 5 offensive rated team, and they're a top 5 defensive rated team. Now, I know they're playing weaker opponents, but to me, that's the recipe. If they want to go somewhere this year, that is the recipe. Let's do this. Let's
go to Mo in Miami. Hey, Mo, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte. Hey, guys. Hope you guys are having a great day, great morning. To pretty much tail off of talking about a Draymond Green, everyone talks about how the Warriors need a number 2 option. Curry doesn't have a number 2 beside him, but I feel like Draymond Green is just enough. I feel like Draymond Green is really all Curry needs for this team to be very successful, especially this season, I feel like, honestly.
You know,
October.
What else do you like about this team? Because, I mean, it's the bench, too. I mean, they scored 60 points, Mo. The bench so far in 6 of the 7 games have scored at least 50 points. The NBA record is 2018-2019 when the LA Clippers bench scored 53 points a game. This bench, Mo, alongside Buddy Hield and Jonathan Kuminga and Brendan Podziemski and company, they're averaging 61 points a game.
The craziest thing about it, Bonte, I'm not even surprised. October 4th, I was telling my friends, Buddy Hield will be the reason because he gives us another dynamic.
Wow.
He gives us, like, remember what Jordan Poole is giving us? He pretty much gives us the same type of dimension because of how well he could shoot. And the way he heats up so fast in a couple of minutes, those are flurries that the defense has to look up and look down, and the lead is already blown up because Buddy just came in the game. So that's what teams are going to have to deal with. And the teams that can respond, maybe like the Celtics, the Thunder, like pretty much the 3-game test that we're about to have right now.
Yeah.
This is going to give us some real data and really tell us what this team is about. And if we run away with confidence from this 3-game span, we're going to go somewhere.
Yeah,
Sure.
it's these 3 games are very important.
Oh, they're huge.
I mean, the Buddy Hield, he talked about the flurries. First quarter games is kind of blah, blah, blah. And then so you know it's 29-20 because Buddy explodes for a quick 8 points. And he's just and he's going to the rim. What? Again, I'm at the NBC Sports studio, and all the Kings fans were there because the Kings were playing Miami, so they're all in studio, and Draper was talking his talk, and you know, Bibby was talking his talk, and Mo was down there.
After driving 2 hours down from Sacramento.
And so, hey, they get to come to the big city. But they're all saying, Bonte, don't fall for the okie doke. Buddy will turn back into Buddy. You just wait. And I don't think that's happening. This isn't Sacramento.
But, like, isn't this the same market where, you know, we find out, like, for example, like Josh Donaldson can switch positions and become, am I wrong? Like, and become a really good player? Or Steve Young kind of flamed out in one spot and came here and was good. And Andrew Wiggins kind of, you know, hit a plateau in one spot. Yeah. And Jim Plunkett, like, aren't there enough stories in the league? And I'm not even saying that he's some all-star. What?
Reclamation projects.
Yeah, I'm not even saying he's an all-star. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But like, we see it all the time. And Bunty, you and I were literally just talking about Baker Mayfield. Yeah. And I said I go, you know, B, I think I was a little too hard on Baker Mayfield. But to be fair, Baker's matured a lot. And I look up and I think the player that I see right now, I'm like, he's a really good player.
Well,
I don't think he's a top 5 player in the league at the position. But I'll tell you this, I go to war with Baker Mayfield. That guy was doing it with nobody. And if you asked me 2 years ago when he was in Carolina or he's throwing that pass for the Rams, I'm like, give me a break.
Well, not only that, though, but it's fit and it's culture and it's fit and it's culture. The fit, the situation in sports may be just as important as your talent. If you go to the right spot, you could really, really thrive. I mean, seriously, right play, like Jared Goff out there in Detroit, right place, right situation, right spot. And now look at how we felt about Jared Goff when he got traded from the Rams to how we feel about Jared Goff right now.
I completely agree.
Kyler Murray's still in Arizona, but the culture shifted. And now you got a good fit with the good coach in Gannon and a good culture with the GM. Buddy Hield's fit. Again, I don't know what happened in Indiana. They were playing at the fastest pace. They played no defense whatsoever. But they traded Buddy. He goes to Philadelphia. You're telling me Philadelphia? I'm watching them last night against Phoenix, and they blow that game late. But I'm thinking they couldn't use a shooter. They had Buddy Hield right in their head. And Nick Nurse is, I think, a solid coach. Not the greatest coach in the world, but I think he's solid.
He is solid.
So I just wondered, how the hell is it going to fit here if it didn't work in all these other places? Well, read and react. It's Steve Kerr. Ron Adams said something yesterday. Steve Kerr empowers his shooters. They feel as free as anything out there on the floor. And that's why it makes sense on why Buddy's coming in and letting it fly. Letting it fly because he feels free and he feels at ease in this culture, in this fit. So fit matters just as much as anything in pro sports, man.
Do you also think that, like, not a level of acceptance, because that seems like, oh, you're admitting you're not as good as you were, no, but like, more like feeling empowered by the role that you have and not trying to shoot for the stars and just kind of playing within yourself. Because I'm watching Buddy play defense and I'm watching Buddy like actually be active on loose balls, which, again, my interpretation of him via the various stops that he's had is He's not going to get on the floor for a loose ball.
Right.
He's not going to like box anyone out and try to deflect passes. He's
changed.
Yeah. Like I call them campers, guys that camp on the 3-point line and just go 3-point line to 3-point line and wait till they touch the ball. I could not be more wrong.
No, I think we're all wrong about it, but it's great to see here with Buddy Hield. It's great to see J.K. take another growth moment. He's crashing the glass, too. Everybody wants him to rebound. Remember, we discussed this before the road trip. Let's see how he rebounds. Let's see his positioning. Well, that's back-to-back solid nights on the glass for Jonathan Kuminga. Last night, he grabbed 6 rebounds. I believe it was 7 Saturday night in Houston. So we're picking up on the other side. We got a break. 888-957-9570. Lucky. We'll get to you on the other side. I want to hear from you, Lucky. 888-957-9570 is the number, Dub Nation. We'll get to the Niners at some point today, but the Warriors are 6-1 heading to a big-time showdown against the Boston Celtics. This 3-game stretch, this 3-game gauntlet, going to be fascinating to see. Where are the Warriors at right now? How good do you feel about them? That's coming up here, brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of LifeSource Water. With a LifeSource whole house system,
Dub Nation, it's Ron Adams. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7, The Game.
Ron Adams joined the roast yesterday. Gave us a lot of good insight, man. We always get smarter when we talk to Ron. Warriors 6-1, 4-0 on the road. Dating back to last season, they've won 21 of 25 on the road here. They're playing some good team basketball. They get 29 assists yesterday. They're limiting the turnovers quietly. They're holding on to the ball. Just 7 turnovers yesterday. 7 turnovers. That's a good thing, man. You get shots up. And at one point, at halftime, the Wizards started chucking in the second half, trying to get back in the game. But in the first half, the Warriors were plus 11 when it came to field goal attempts, and they were plus 11 on the glass. So offensive rebounds in the first half alone were 11-1 Warriors. So they're doing a great job on the offensive glass. They're top 5 there. They're top 10 in rebounding. They're top 3 in deflections in the half court. They're top 3 in steals per game. Hell, they went into last night number 1 in steals. So they're doing all the little things here. But there's no doubt we are anticipating these next 3 games. We all want these next 3 games, Shasky, to just see how good this is. And if, oh Lord knows, they go 3-1, or 3-0, or 2-0, 2-1. Holy smokes, we're going to come back in here Monday flying.
Oh, no doubt. Steph Curry was back and obviously hits that 3 to start the game. But that pocket pass he had to TJD coming downhill, it's like, man, look at the space TJD has in the lane as 3 different guys are turning towards Steph Curry as he's coming up with the ball. And there was other ones. I think he had a nice pass to GP2 for a
nice
dunk
little dime,
later on.
Yep.
But there are just moments in the game where even the least sophisticated basketball eye can see that 4 or 5 guys have their eyes on Curry, and guys are just able to cut back door with no one in the lane. And it's, you forget. I mean, it's not that you don't know, but you forget, and then you immediately are reminded, oh my God, not only is Steph one of the greatest shooters of all time, but the way he's defended makes the game so much easier for all your bigs.
TJD shooting 73% from the floor to start the season. They actually, percentage-wise, it dipped because he was shooting 80% entering last night's game. He was 6 of 11 last night, but his hands are really good. He's an underrated passer, 12.6 rebounds, and then Looney off the bench with 10 rebounds, including another 5 offensively. And Looney's offseason, you have to credit him. Last year was a lost season for Looney. Came in, probably wasn't in the best shape. Well, he took his offseason very seriously. He shed about 35 to 40 pounds, and he looks great. And this is the perfect role for him. Anchoring that bench unit, solidifying the 5 spot. You can move him and TJD around. Looney and TJD, that combination. That's a combined 16 rebounds and 16 points from the 5 spot yesterday.
He clearly looks physically quicker, and leaner. But he hasn't lost that strength because he's still been able to box out. I mean, Valanciunas is a monster. That guy's a monster, and I thought that him and TJD did a really good job, and Draymond and Kyle Anderson. And Kyle Anderson I love too. But there were multiple times over the last 4 or 5 games where I've seen Kevon Looney at the top of the key, where in times past he'd just take a couple of dribbles and hand it to a wing guy on a little ball screen.
A little dribble handoff.
Yeah, but instead he fakes it and then starts going into the lane as a ball handler. And I'm like, oh, this is the spry Looney that we all saw, 10 years ago coming out. And it does feel like he's made a point of emphasis to be more aggressive when he has a one-on-one with a guy he thinks he can go by. And
yeah, no doubt.
I thought maybe last year was is this the beginning and end of Looney? And, credit to him to come back and look completely different.
No, yeah, he changed his whole body. He changed his entire body around him. He looks like he's in phenomenal shape. Let's go to Lucky in the city. Lucky, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Man, top of the morning to you guys. How you doing this morning?
Doing pretty good, Lucky.
Shasky, I just wanted to give you some love, man. That little drop you just did, man, that was pretty smooth, man.
Which one?
The one, the musical one, as far as the...
Stacking Chips?
Stacking Chips. That's old school for real, man. I have one for you, too. Gangstar, man.
Let's go. I like it. Let's go.
Yeah. I had Gangstar. No more Mr. Nice Guy. That's what I'm feeling with these Warriors and these Niners coming up, man.
Love it.
It's going to be a different season, man.
Yeah, I love it.
What makes you feel so good about the Dubs right now?
Well, I haven't been able to watch the games fully, Vontae, but what I've seen on clips and what I've been reading, man, it seems like the bench and the whole team is just it's like a well-connected puzzle. You got different pieces that you put in there, like, Buddy Hield, which I have to apologize to the young man because I kind of ripped him on social media because I was like, how are we going to bring him in to replace Klay Thompson, an all-star? But look what he's been doing. He fits.
Yep.
Slow-mo. He fits. Melton, I was kind of, okay, good defensive. He fits. This is what I like, and we have the perfect coach. I'm tired of people bashing him. He's the best coach. Same way I feel about Kyle. He's one of the best coaches, and we have one of the best teams on football and basketball. Let's enjoy this ride, Bay Area. Let's enjoy what we're seeing right now because we might not see it again once it's over. So let's enjoy it now.
Good call, Lucky. And I want to look at it like this, these free agent moves. You should try to replace not just players, but you try to build the best team possible. And with the way the Warriors were moving, they had to say, all right, we still have Jonathan Kuminga, and we still have Moses Moody. We still have GP too. Now, if we don't trade these guys, they need to get more playing time. And there's a lot of minutes here from Chris Paul and Klay Thompson, and even Dario Saric for that matter. We forget Dario Saric was on fire the first couple months, and he just fell off the cliff. He couldn't hit a three, and it coincided with Chris Paul getting hurt last year against the Detroit Pistons on a Friday night in early January. And Saric was just never the same. So you bring in these assets to complete a team. Okay, do we need more shooting? Well, let's take a flyer on Buddy Hield to see if we can execute, what was it, a 5-6 team trade to even bring in Buddy Hield? And then you bring in slow-mo part of the package as well. And then you get D'Anthony Melton on a veteran. Now, he may not play this entire road trip with the back injury. Hell, I don't know when we're going to see D'Anthony Melton. But getting these assets here to buy into their defined roles. And that's the one thing last year we didn't have, defined roles. Everybody's role is now defined. Kuminga's role is starting to be defined. Moody's role is starting to be defined. Buddy Hield's role is defined. Looney and TJD, they know what they need to do. And that makes everything better. So this has been starting since training camp, man. The vibe is real. There's a good vibe. Now let's see what it looks like the next 3 games. I can't wait for this Boston game, man. I driving home from the studio last night, Shasky, I said, all right, now we get to see some big boys. Boston, Cleveland, OKC. Let me see how good these Warriors are right now.
Well, Oklahoma City clearly is the future and the present of the league, right? That's the way you view them. You view them, however you view Detroit currently in the NFL, you probably feel the same way about Oklahoma City. Like they've got talent amongst talent. They even have more draft capital going forward than even the Detroit Lions. And then I look at Boston and, Boston feels a lot like those early version of the Warriors, where they just play a comprehensive, unbelievably connected, deep brand of basketball on both ends of the floor. And then they have high-end elite talent across the board. And I want to see defensively, okay, is Wiggs going to go straight up with Jason Tatum? And is he going to guard Wiggs? Is he going to try to, guard Draymond? Like, are they going to try to hide him? Because in the finals, they threw him on Biggs. They did a lot of different stuff. And I'm sure Drew's going to try to go up on Steph.
Him or Derek White. You can interchange those guys.
So you think,
Derek White's a really good defender, and he's a lot longer, a lot bigger. So it'd be Drew. It'd be Derek White. Probably mostly Drew, but don't sleep on Derek White trying to defend Steph and Curry. And then if Jaylen Brown plays, he's missed the last 2 games with the left hip flexor strain. So it didn't matter last night. He beat the Hawks by 30. But if he does play, Jaylen Brown, who's been defending Steph since he's a rookie. I mean, I remember his rookie year, Boston came in and beat the Warriors with Isaiah Thomas and Jaylen Brown and Avery Bradley. And Jaylen Brown, remember he got into it with Steph as a rookie at the end of the third quarter at Old Oracle Arena. So he's been guarding Steph for a long, long time. So the matchups will be great. We'll dive more into it tomorrow. But here's what Draymond Green had to say about the 6-1 start.
I think we're establishing who it is that we want to be. We want to be a great defensive team. We want to get out and push the tempo, and we want to keep our turnovers down. Historically, we've been a team that has turned the ball over a lot, and that has fallen on the shoulders of me and Steph. And, coaches challenged us to change from a team that turned the ball over a lot, and the decisions that, we may make that's kind of tested pushing the line a little bit to not make those decisions, and be solid. And, that's the mindset that we're coming out with. And, so as far as an assessment, I'm not really assessing. Our 6-1 doesn't mean anything, just like their 2-4 doesn't mean anything. You're just trying to get better each and every day. Winning a championship or competing for a championship is a year-long process, and we're just trying to embrace that process and hopefully give ourselves a chance at the end.
There it is. Warriors averaging 14 turnovers a game, in the top 10 of the league for fewest turnovers per game, and just 7 last night. So not turning the ball over, points in the paint, rebounding, the deflections, the steals. They're doing all the little things to win basketball games right now.
Yeah, I mean, when you go basically 29 assists, I had 6 turnovers, but 7, I'll take your word on that.
Team turnover, total turnovers, 6 really. They had a team turnover, so counts, I guess, as a turnover.
No, that's fine. So let's say, like, if you're at like a 30-7 ratio, I mean, that's like 4-1. You're like Hall of Fame point guard level of protection when it comes to assist to turnover ratio. Now, that's probably not realistic, all year. But like we know, 25 to 35 assists, right? A zillion passes, but limiting the careless live ball turnovers. That's where it's really crushed the Warriors. And I do believe that their athleticism and their ability to move without the ball, and then now to be able to kind of take guys off the dribble a little better this year. All these things are in part why they're playing better. It's not just connectivity. There's a lot of things.
They're faster.
Absolutely.
And it just feels more athletic. So
got so many dunks at the lane.
So many dunks, but they're just moving faster. They feel more athletic. They're getting the 50-50 balls that they didn't get to last year, they're getting to this year. They're like number 3 in the league in terms of loose ball recoveries. It's really amazing how they have this stat.
I didn't know
the little hustles points, little hustle stats. So they're doing all that very, very well as they move on to Boston. And this will be a very, very big time game. Something we'll dive into at nauseum tomorrow. We'll continue to talk some Warriors. 888-957-9570. Then we'll shift the Niners as we have Brian Baldinger on at 7:30 to look around the NFL. Brian Baldinger, 7:30. Cam Inman, 8:30 on the River Islands guest line. And all guests appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? That's all coming up here on The Game. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking. No compromises.
Boxer and Gerson. Up Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Monte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Monte.
0 for 2 today, Steve. 0 for 2. 0 for 2. We'll get better. We'll get better. We'll get better. As the segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Next 3 games, how big are they? Well, let's hear from Draymond Green on what the Warriors need to do to improve over the next 3 games.
I think we just got to continue to get better at our execution. Our offensive execution takes some time. We got a fairly new group, a lot of new guys playing together. And so I think, as this continue to go, we're doing a great job of playing well and winning games. And on the defensive end, offensive execution, I think we can continue to get better at, and we will. That usually takes the most time, but if I could pinpoint one thing, it'll be that.
Offensive execution. They're keeping the turnovers down. I think the shot selection is good, Shask. I guess one knock is they miss 18 free throws Saturday night. They missed another 9 yesterday. That's got to get better, 73.5%. Don't want to shoot that as a team from the charity stripe.
No, but it does feel like they're getting to the line this year just a little more than they have in years past. I think that was one of my big bugaboos. They'd go long stretches, and they'd shoot like 5 free throws in a game. You know what I mean? It did. I don't know if the numbers back that up, but that's just what my eyes used to tell me. The other thing is I do believe at some point the bigs are going to get tested because we're going to see a lot more potent bigs. There are some elite ones. Sabonis, Anthony Davis, Jokic. I guess we'll see Porzingis. So we'll get a look at him. Obviously, Chet Holmgren coming up.
Porzingis is hurt.
Is he hurt? Okay,
yeah, he's hurt. He's not going to be back till January. He's out
okay.
for a long time.
I know he hadn't played lately.
Yeah, no, he hasn't played at all.
Out.
He's out.
Okay, there you
he's
go.
out.
Scratch him. But you're going to get a look at some bigs, and those guys staying out of foul trouble and staying in front of some of these guys. I mean, those are some dynamic players I referenced, and so you're gonna have a test. And then obviously there's a whole litany of elite wings that now that you've got Kuminga and GP2 and Andrew Wiggins, like how are you going to match up against those guys? So I think there's some interesting tests over the next couple of weeks, but this 3-game stretch is going to be amazing.
No, it will be. It will be fun for the fans. 888-957-9570. Boston 7-1. They blew out the Hawks yesterday by 30. Tatum at 26 in the first half. No Jaylen Brown. He's been out for the last 2 games with the left hip flexor strain. So Porzingis is out for he'll probably be back around, I want to say mid-December maybe. That's what I'm hearing about Porzingis, but we'll check in. I think we're going to get Gary Washburn off from the Boston Globe tomorrow, so we'll check in on the Celtics to see what's going on there. Let's go to Vince in the city. Vince, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I just wanted to call and check back in with you guys. I called a couple weeks ago. I said I think the team's going to be under the radar, and we're going to catch a lot of teams off guard. And I think that's happened so far. I want to say Draymond even mentioned it himself, that he kind of felt like the players that they picked up and the team that they have is similar to the feelings that they had back in 2015. I'm really excited about this team. I think their defense is also underrated because they're playing a lot better defense than they have recently, past seasons. But you guys have talked about it. There's only one gripe, really. We complained about not getting to the free throw line for like 3 seasons, and now you're getting there. Like, you missed 19 free throws on Saturday, or so, it was some crazy
18
number.
free throws,
like, you got to be better at the line.
Yeah.
Got to be better at the line, but as far as offensive pressure, getting to the lane when there's that stagnant time where buckets aren't falling, I really like that. That's something that's going to be important because we really had that.
It's a good point, Vince. Got to hit your free throws. They were bottom 5 last year. They barely got to the line 20 times last year, a game. I mean, so that is a welcome sight. That's where Kuminga comes into play. Steph's getting to the line. So that is one little bugaboo here as we move forward. You got to hit your free throws, especially when you get these opportunities as a good shooting team. But Draymond got to the free throw line 7 times yesterday, 5 of 7. Steph was 6 for 6. Kuminga was 1 of 4 yesterday, so he didn't have it rolling from the free throw line. Andrew Wiggins had an off night, 1 for 9, 0 for 6. He only played 18 minutes. I think the back is bothering him. I think the back is, he looked like he re-aggravated it Saturday night in Houston, late in the basketball game, but he did play in overtime, and the shot just wasn't rolling for him. He had some open looks early on, just clanking off the back rim. You need Andrew Wiggins for Boston on Wednesday.
How are you feeling about Jonathan Kuminga's floor game, just in general? Obviously, his attacking the rim. I mean, he's gone some sick offhand, wrong foot layups around the rim. But in terms of spacing, passing, not forcing it, how are you feeling about him currently?
I feel really good. I feel like he's playing the best basketball of his career, to be honest with you. He only took 2 threes yesterday. He was 0 for 2. He was going to the lane, trying to draw fouls. Gets to the free throw line 4 times, as I just mentioned, 1 of 4. But I thought his floor game he's getting better and better by the game. And he's building something with Buddy Hield in that second unit. That's a hell of a dynamic duo now that you got to worry about. You got to worry about Buddy shooting, so you can't leave him up on the 3-point line. But if you leave the lane open, Jonathan Kuminga will come in and dunk on your head. So I feel really good about his floor game. What about you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm noticing a guy who's playing the appropriate pace, knowing when to hit the turbo button, knowing when to drive, when to kind of like make the extra pass. There was a simple play as he's coming down, and I think normally Kuminga would head down, let me plow through 2 or 3 guys, and he like sees Steph floating to the corner and just kicks it out to the corner before he even flared out that way, and Steph had a wide open 3. And it's like, those are the little subtleties of playing alongside Steph Curry that some guys pick it up right away and some guys it takes some time. Yeah. And I feel like Kuminga's kind of coming into his own in terms of that element.
No, he is. He is. Now, Brendan Pajewski, he was out yesterday. He left early in the third quarter. He was sick. I don't anticipate him missing the game in Boston. Just didn't feel right. They didn't need him yesterday as they held on to beat the Washington Wizards. But no, Kuminga's floor game has been solid. I thought Moody had some moments yesterday in 14 minutes and 59 seconds. I'm sure when he hit a couple shots, I could feel Dub Nation. Moody needs to play more. Moody needs to play more. He was fine. He's got a nice role for him right now. So we'll see how this shakes out moving ahead to Boston. But I do want to shift gears and talk a little football because the trade deadline is at 1 p.m. today Pacific time. And we see some teams early willing and dealing. Zadarius Smith goes from the Cleveland Browns to the Detroit Lions. Lions will pick up the remaining $600,000 on his contract. Cleveland's already paid him over $11 million this season. The Lions give the Browns a 2025 fifth-round pick and the 2026 sixth-round pick. The Browns send Zadarius Smith and a seventh-round pick to the Detroit Lions. What do you think about the move?
I think it's a great move. I mean, Zadarius Smith was one of about 4 or 5 guys I had wrote down on a piece of paper a couple weeks back. And, the fact that they got him, he knows the division, very well, playing in Green Bay.
And Minnesota.
He is a guy who I think fits a lot of different schemes. And I think he's, solid against the run and a really good player. And I think that they just need bodies right now. And that's a move for that team that I believe is win-win now. It's pretty low risk. I mean, if you were to take a 6-round pick, most 6-round picks in the league aren't going to give you the production over the next 8 or 9 weeks that you hope Smith will give you.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. The Cowboys also make a deal. They just made a trade. They're trading for a new wide receiver.
Who?
Panthers second rounder Jonathan Mingo. Jonathan Mingo goes from the Panthers to the Dallas Cowboys.
This year's second-round pick?
So he was a former second-round pick. Cowboys get Jonathan Mingo in a 7th-round pick. Panthers get a 4th-round pick.
Yeah, I don't even know who that is. I play fantasy.
You don't remember Jonathan Mingo?
You got to Google it.
Good. No, Jonathan Mingo,
Carolina's offensive weapons are not on my radar.
I think Jonathan Mingo, if I'm not mistaken, is an LSU guy. Let me double-check that. Could be an LSU. Is he an LSU guy?
Ole Miss.
Jonathan Mingo, SEC. Second-round pick, 39th overall, 6'2", 220. They drafted him in the second round. He's done nothing with the Panthers. Maybe that's an indictment on the Panthers, but last year he played 15 games, 43 catches, 418 yards on 85 targets as a rookie. This year, just 12 catches on 26 targets, so he goes from Carolina to Dallas to play with Cooper Rush as Dak Prescott's on IR. He'll miss at least 4 games.
He's seeking second opinions. I don't know. Dallas' season feels like it's circling the drains. The biggest injury thing that I've noticed is CMC returning to practice, huh?
Makes you happy?
Well, I mean, he's like one of the best players the Niners have had in the last 20 years, so yeah.
Really? Just the last 20? Maybe the last 30?
I mean, okay, pick whatever amount of time you want to go with. CMC, he had one of the greatest seasons in a Niner uniform you could have.
I understand. No, I'm kidding. No, he was back at practice. We'll talk to Cam Inman at 8:30 about it. How's this going to work?
As in?
How's it going to just snaps, workload? Can he cut? Bilateral Achilles tendonitis.
Well, I want to know.
He made the trip to Germany. So he got something out there in Germany. How's it going to work?
All I know is that he was back at practice. But to that question, I want to ask him is like, hey, was he actually practicing with the rest of the team or working on the side individually? Because I've seen other guys return to practice, quote unquote, and they're still not necessarily getting involved with the full 11-on-11 or 11-man drills or things like that. Like they're just kind of like working with trainers and whatnot. So I don't know. Like, is he a week away? Is he on track to play against Tampa? I heard John Lynch on with the TK show, Tim Kawakami's podcast, and he asked him directly, like, do you think he's going to play this weekend against Tampa Bay? Now, this was yesterday they recorded, and he was like, that's what I hope, but I can't guarantee anything.
So a little gamesmanship.
Yeah.
I hear that Ray may be in the forecast on Sunday in Tampa.
Okay. Is that good? Is that bad?
No, well, the conspiracies about rain.
What are the conspiracies about rain?
Brock Purdy can't throw into rain.
I mean, it's not a conspiracy. It's just truth, reality. He just hasn't been good in cold and wet weather.
Oh, Brock? Oh, yeah. I thought we were talking about CMC or something.
No, Brock. I mean, he's got to throw the football. It's rated.
And they're going to be in Lambeau. They're going to be Lambeau soon. They're going to be in Buffalo. I mean, these cold weather games, I don't know.
Can your hands grow over time?
I think he's done growing.
The Alex Smith hand gate was one of the stupidest and funniest things of all time. Remember that? He's got small hands.
Hey. I mean, in terms of height, hands.
No, I know. It's just funny how you said that. I was like, yeah, he's like 25. However, of course he's done great. He's a late bloomer. It was just funny how he said it.
It was a joke.
Hey, man. It's just.
Well, your fingers could definitely get fatter.
Well, they have those surgeries where you can like break your legs and get taller. Can you like break your fingers to make them longer?
It's a lengthy recovery time. I don't know if you have time for that.
Do that.
No? You can't do that?
Every time I see people who have that extension, like it looks so painful. Everything, the whole thing.
But is it worth it?
No, it's not worth it.
You can get like a whole 3 inches added to your head.
Hey, 3 inches is a lot.
Some dudes do it, man. Some dudes do it because they feel like they could secure the bag. They could go out there and it gives them a better chance at courting a lady or whatnot. I don't know. That's what I was told. I did a deep dive into this a couple years ago. It's like, wait, dudes are breaking their legs, the girls like that's weak.
And what?
That's weak.
What was the deep dive? I'm kind of curious now. What was your conclusion after said?
Well, they're doing it to help their chances in terms of like most of these guys that I was watching on his YouTube video. I forget where I found it. This was a couple years ago. I was watching it with Anna because I was like, what is this? And she's like, oh, these guys are breaking their legs to get taller because they say they can't get girls because they got the short man. They're too short, so they want to get taller to compete with other guys and try to get women. And so most of these guys were doing it just because they could have a better chance, so they could have a better chance at maybe getting a phone number or getting a date or trying to find romance or whatnot, which was,
kind of sad.
Doesn't
your torso look a little disproportionate to the legs if they're like, you add like 5 or 6 inches to your legs and like you got this tiny little torso? You almost look like a cartoon character.
I guess so, but I mean, look, man, you got to do what you got to do, right? Got to do what you got to do. I mean, not everybody has game, Not everybody knows. That's the problem with this new generation. I'm very curious with everything being online.
Okay, what's that?
I want to know.
There's probably the Casanova of texting or Snapchatting or whatever.
But the voice-to-voice is what gets you going. The voice-to-voice is where it works. So does any guys call girls anymore? Do girls take phone calls anymore?
Time for the legal.
I mean, seriously. I remember I was dating this chick back in the day, and I called her. She was like, oh, it was so weird you were calling me. Like, all I do is text. And I was like, nah, I'm a voice-to-voice guy. I need to have a conversation with you.
He's too old.
I have to whisper sweet nothings to you.
Yeah, well, I just need to know. Am I talking?
Baby,
am I talking to a dummy or not? Am I talking to a girl who's born under? Am I talking to a bag of rocks or am I talking to somebody who's educated? I want to know. It's just me. I'm old school. Call me old school if you want to, but all this texting and oh my God. I got game with my thumbs. I'm going to just text something. Like, come on. And then you get on a date, and then you can't even hold a conversation. That's the new, like Michael Irvin said, man. People they're losing recipes, man. They need to learn how to cook.
What's worse? Getting the leg extension surgery or lying about your age to play 14U baseball when you're 19 years old? Did you hear about this?
No, hold on.
Multiple prospects were claiming that they were 5 years younger. They were playing in 12U tournaments at 17 years old.
All right.
It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and HG1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. No, that's pathetic.
He's too old.
The coaches, the players, I mean, I would strip their... No, you can't do that. What are you doing? You're in college. What are you doing playing in 14U? Where was this at?
I'm looking it up. It was in
Dominican.
The Dominican at one point.
Padres. Yeah.
There's multiple guys, though, that got in trouble for it. What happens is you have these, like, academies, and people show up at, like, I don't know, 10, 11, 12 years old to play in these academies, and they were just lying about their ages. So that instead of being a 16-year-old and now you hit international free agency and you can sign with one of these teams, you're really 21. I mean, that's ridiculous.
It's kind of ridiculous.
It's all over MLB. Passon was tweeting about it. It's one of the most ridiculous things you can do. But when millions are on the line, I'm not surprised.
I'm not going to lie, I've been a little checked out of baseball, so I haven't been paying attention to everything. I did see Garrett Cole get re-upped by the New York Yankees, so that's good for them. But, yeah, I don't know. Breaking your legs to get taller because you got no game and you don't know how to, like, it's sad. I'm worried for a lot of people, man. Like the Spadonis of the world who don't know how to hold a conversation with a late, like, oh my gosh.
The Spadonis of the world?
Oh, sorry, I just threw you. Yeah, I meant to say love it, but
I'd speak for an hour by myself every morning. So other than that.
On my own.
No, I don't feel like that about the text liners. The text liners is all good. It's all good.
Prospect's name was Cesar Alton Garcia, and he's currently 19 years old. And the documents that he had were claiming that he was just 14. And the Dominican Baseball Federation is viewing this right now. And come on. If you're 19 going up against 14-year-olds, like what are we doing here?
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing. Now, 650 Comcast Business text line is saying that, when we talk about weather, because that's how this conversation started, apparently Shanahan, is this true? Shanahan admitted that he doesn't believe in prepping his team for bad weather?
Well, how do you prep for bad weather?
I guess you throw a lot of water on the football.
Chip Kelly did that.
Yeah, I mean, bring in fake rain, fake water. I don't know how you do that. Maybe you get the fans, you get the water, and you start blowing it towards the field. I mean, right? You get what I'm saying, London? You know what I mean?
I would say like that you bring like a fire truck and just like shoot a hose over the practice field with a bunch of fans to simulate a wind. Like,
I would do that.
Make it a total cartoon show out there. That would be kind of funny.
That would be kind of funny. You're right, 408. They don't even exchange numbers anymore. It's what's your IG or what's your Snap. That's sad. I'm so disappointed. Like, baby, little LJ, I'm a school LJ. Like, hey, man, don't be like this new generation. You go talk to that young lady. Find you a nice little icebreaker. Game her up, man. Let's go. Hey, what's your IG? Oh, my gosh. 209. Sources on anything people say about Shanahan. Like, come on. They were prepared for bad weather. Like that's
no, I know, but just possibly. How do I think people say like you got to prepare for bad weather, and it's like, well, how do you prepare for the humidity and the warm rain in Tampa Bay when you're living in Santa Clara?
That's a question for Baldy. That sounds like it's a question for Baldy.
I don't know. I think it's more of a mindset than it is an actual like prepping, like my personal belief, because even the teams that live up in the Northeast when it's snowing and stuff, they practice indoors 9 times out of 10.
They do go indoors.
Like I think Cincinnati's the only team without an indoor facility.
Yeah, they're outdoors because Mike Brown is so damn cheap. Yeah. The Cincinnati Bengals owner.
I could be wrong on that, but was my interpretation. Look, you get CMC back. I have no idea if this guy is going to be, 5 snaps, 20 snaps, 60 snaps. That would feel aggressive, playing about 50 snaps. Steph Curry yesterday, I guess they had a game plan of about 25 minutes.
25 minutes. Played the first 5.5, sat the next 12, and then finished the first half. Didn't start the third quarter, played the back end of the third quarter. So They're going to lift that restriction for Wednesday, but yeah, they had the minutes restriction.
So, like, if you have CMC, like, I want to know where is Jordan Mason at, and that's what I want to ask him, Inman. Like, is he a full go? Because he said he was a full go last time. He ran a little tentative. He got hit, and he re-injured himself. You know, is it Garendo as the number 2 if CMC's number 1? Are they splitting carries? Like, how's this going to work for fantasy implications?
Yeah. Big Trent was talking yesterday about Christian McCaffrey. We'll bring some of that sound up on the other side here. So, Christian McCaffrey looks like he's back on the practice field. No, we're not doing that, 209. We're not going to do that. Look at that text right there, 209. It's a funny text because this is right up your alley, Shasky. It's right up your alley. 888-957-9570. Let's get some grades out before we talk to Brian Baldinger on the other side. Niners back on the field this week playing the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's get to Monday Night Football, what you took away from Tampa Bay yesterday as they lost in overtime to Kansas City. We'll do that coming up. Brought to you by the Los Altos Village Association. Downtown Los Altos presents the 21st Holiday Stroll, November 8th. A sparkling opportunity to get in the holiday spirit early. Sponsored by the agency and V-Line Cosmetic Clinic. Find out more at downtownlosaltos.org.
Do you have a car or truck sitting in your driveway that doesn't run? It costs too much.
City remains unbeaten. 8-0.
I thought the entire drive that if they scored, they would go for two. I approach it. I'm not saying Tampa Bay should look at it and say they're not as good as Kansas City, but, when you're on the road against the defending world champs and you've got them on the ropes and you get a chance to win a game, on one play, I think you got to do that.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that's Troy Aikman, Joe Buck on the call. Monday Night Football. Chiefs beat the Bucks in overtime, 30-24. Here's Todd Bowles, real quick, 7 seconds on why he chose not to go for two.
We wanted to get it to overtime with the wet conditions on the field. We felt like we had to go in overtime instead of go for two. So we had our shots. We lost the game.
That is one hell of an explanation, or a non-explanation, by Todd Bowles. It's tough. Download the Odyssey app. 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and great podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys are all available. Follow your favorite teams like the Niners and Warriors, stations and radio shows like Steiny and Goo, or The Morning Roast. Catch amazing interviews you missed, too, like when Ryan Hollins actually joined Steiny and Guru last week. Not Willard Dibs. He joined Steiny and Goo. I was listening to that live on Friday afternoon.
So, I'm a big believer in know the personnel. Know the personnel on your own team. Know the personnel that you're going up against. I don't treat the Colorado Rocky lineup the way I treat the Dodger lineup, right? And I don't treat within that Dodger lineup Mookie Betts with Freddie Freeman on deck or Shohei, in front of him the same way that I would treat Tommy Edman, for example, coming up as the 8-hitter, right? Depending on who's in front, who's behind. So in this game, I'm watching Tampa Bay march down the field, and I felt very Niner-ish in the sense of I was like, two things have to happen here. Number one, you cannot give Mahomes any time to get into field goal range. So this needs to be the final possession. Number two, I'm not even going to the coin flip in overtime. I'm winning or losing right then, right there. So if you were watching the broadcast, and I know you were doing post-game, so I'm not sure how much of it you heard or saw, but like Troy Aikman is going kind of crazy that they called the timeout when they did with 33 seconds left. You could have ticked it down to ensure that Mahomes never touches it at the end of regulation. Simultaneously, he's saying you got to go for two no matter what here because you don't want to give the ball back to them because then you're subject to the coin flip and you might not touch it again.
Yep.
And it's not the same as the Super Bowl, but when you're going against that team, and that guy in Patrick Mahomes, I do believe you need to be a little different.
Well, also, when you think about where your team is at right now, your team doesn't have Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. You're currently on a 2-game losing streak. You don't want to fall 2 games behind the Atlanta Falcons because also you're really 3 games behind the Falcons because you got swept by them. So they own the tiebreaker. It's imperative that you get to 5-4 instead of 4-5 with the Niners coming up on deck on a short week. So all those variables plus playing Kansas City, just a terrible, terrible decision here. But this may be a terrible decision. I don't know where this is going to go. But Rick in Oakland has an outside-the-box phone call to make here on the Morning Roast. Hey, Rick, I'm all ears. You like me.
What's up? What's up, fellas? Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm a first-time caller, long-time listener. But your boy and Bonte, love you guys, man.
Thank you.
Just wanted to go back a little bit about when you're talking about phone calls and ladies and text messages had me cracking up. It's a lot different talking to the ladies in person. You coming with that off the top of the head. But Butcher Boy, you were talking about the text Casanovas. They got a lot of time to think about that text before they send it. So, that just had me laughing and just want to say hello. And let's go Dubs and let's go Niners.
Let's go.
Now, back in the day, you guys were a little too young, but back in the day, Bonte and I would have to sit, depending on where the house phone was in your house, you would have to sit in front of everyone in your house, because at one point we only had one phone. And you would sit there while everyone's eavesdropping on your call. And then you would call over to a girl's house, and their brother or their dad would answer the phone. And you'd be like, oh, hello, could I speak to Kimberly or whatever, right, Bonte? And then the dad or the brother, if they were tough enough, who's this? And you'd be like, this is Joe, right? And yeah, that's how it used to go, all right? Now, as things got a little more sophisticated.
That just sounds awful. I'm not going to lie.
It was horrible. Am I wrong, B?
Well, it showed how much gall you had. I don't know, Joe. But you know how you had to call at a certain time.
Exactly.
You knew the parents' schedule, the work schedule. So get the call in maybe right after school because the late night stuff wasn't happening. Now, within your own household, if there was 2 phones in there, you know, I had little brothers and sisters.
Would they hop on the phone like my sister would?
And you're hoping it's a cordless, too, at that point.
No, there are no. There were no cordless. Long cords.
Oh, no. You're the rotary. See? Yeah.
No, it's not rotary. It wasn't rotary. We weren't that old.
Right,
you guys are pretty old.
Dial tones, man.
They don't even know.
They don't even know.
It's like rotary, like we're in the 70s.
These guys, you know, it explains a lot.
It does.
It explains a lot
Rotary,
on why things are going the way things are going in society.
Messenger birds back then.
We didn't even have voicemail.
You guys had pen pals then, too?
It was a literal answering machine. It was a separate machine, right, B?
Yep.
And people would leave messages.
But this is why you go to these clubs and you go to these parties, and it's like we're back in middle school. Guys are on one side of the room, girls on the other side of the room. Yet we're all adults. It's like, dude, mingle, talk, do something. Instead, you guys want to just look at your phones. Oh, you saw this on IG? Hey, oh, look at this little cool meme that I got. Oh, hey, look at this. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, you got Snapchat, blah, 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 blah. It's no wonder society is the way it is. It's embarrassing. You guys need to go back to the old school. You need to go back to pre-internet, pre-cell phone type of days because it builds character. You have to go through adversity to make these phone calls. You know how nerve-wracking it was when you first got a number to make that call? It's like, oh, do I call her? Do I not call her? Do I call her? Do I not call her? You're trying to come right. You're all nervous and stuff like that. Then you got the whole three-way dynamic. The three-way dynamic is a game changer. It's a whole nother level.
Don't forget caller ID changing the game.
Oh, my gosh.
Caller ID, handful of people had caller ID. It changed the game. Then you knew who was calling prior to it going in. But also, like when guys would call to our house to talk to my sister, we would do the classic scream into the phone. So they would call over, hi, this is Bob or whatever. And we'd be like, Kelly, the phone's for you. And then my little brother would try to eavesdrop and talk smack on the other line on the second phone. You guys, I can't believe you guys don't know what they're looking at us like we're old.
Well, Dublin Marge, no, they're just.
Well, I mean,
Dublin Marge.
All of us.
Dublin Marge says this. These kids, Dublin Marge, Comcast Business Text Line, these kids don't know what a busy tone is. What's that weird sound, Mom? And bam, bam. We're like, damn, she's on the phone.
Some people didn't have call waiting.
Yeah.
So like you would call and it would have the busy tone like he's talking about. And then all of a sudden, we can afford call waiting. And you can click over.
These kids.
They have no idea.
No, but it's sad. It's actually sad. They should have an idea.
No, we kind of do.
It doesn't piss me
off.
off.
No idea. When my parents bought their house.
I do. I remember calling someone and no one else could use the phone because I was
on your cordless phone with
but it's the same. But it's one line. It's the one line. That's it. And then we had dial-up internet too. We had the AOL. So if someone was doing that, you couldn't do that.
I know. I understand Anna's still asleep right now, 7:24, so I could get these get these takes off right now. Once 8 o'clock turns around, play Boo Boo full. I went to college. I went to college a little later in life. And I'll just say,
it's a wrap.
I see why this generation was struggling. You guys had no clue.
No clue.
No clue.
No hustle.
And the game, ask Worldwide Half, the game was just, for us being older and knowing the game, it's like, oh, man.
Bro, once we got voicemail,
you know what I mean.
Right? You had your own voicemail. You would have to curate. You had to find a song that you like, and you would put the phone next to the speaker to record and they'd be like, leave a message.
At the end of the song. I remember my first ever voicemail with music. You want to know what it was?
What was it?
Honest to God.
What?
Girls, I do adore. I swear to God, that was
you had
my
the
first
ringback tone, so when people call, they listen to that? Is that what it was?
That was the voicemail. When you went to voicemail, it was girls.
No, you're
it was
talking about something else.
Because I didn't have any girls. I was faking the funk.
Girls.
Fake bravado. That was my first ever one. I swear to God. This was my first ever one. You remember your first one?
I don't remember my first one, but I remember calling popcorn all the time.
Dude,
you guys don't even know what that is.
Great.
Huh?
This is great. Ask a kid to hold a phone 925. They act like they're holding an iPhone versus extending their thumb and pinky. That's the franchise. You're so right. Oh, man. They look so lost right now, loving this Spitoni. But it explains so much with this generation. I'm trying to help you guys out. You youngsters
guys
out
are
there.
telling me because I didn't speak on a wired phone.
Yeah, there was an anonymous cowardice to whatever you guys were doing. You weren't built up the old school way where you had to take your lumps. I'm with Bonte on
You do realize we had to ask girls for their phone numbers still. They're just cell phone numbers.
Yeah, but you didn't have to go through the security line of the dad or the uncle or the brother or whatever. Like there was a courage you had to have.
You had to have courage
back in the day.
You had to have
courage. It wasn't like a direct line to the individual you were talking to.
It was.
Totally
you had to have courage, and then talking within your family. You didn't want to sound like because you got little brother or sister sitting there around the corner laughing, telling everybody, "Do you know what Bonte said about this? Oh my God, his game is so weak," and then you get made fun of in front of the whole family. Now, you guys, and I'm trying to tell this young generation. Forget the texting. Get the phone number and make the phone call. Little Johnny in high school, little Jesse at Washington High, or little Roger at Galileo, or little Trevor at Sacred Heart, or little Max at SI.
Sliding the DMs to say hi.
No sliding in the DMs to say hi. You walk up and say, "Hey, girl." You don't say, "Hey, girl." You don't say, "Hey, girl." You don't say, "Hey, girl."
Hey, girl.
You don't say, "Hey, girl."
Oh, baby. I'm going to be giving you a call later.
No, but you get what I'm saying. Hey, you walk up to this young fine lady, walk up to this young lady, and you have a conversation. You don't slide to a DM to say hi, okay? You don't say, "Hey, girl," either. But to walk up to somebody, go talk to them, have a conversation. Don't sit there on your cell phone.
I remember when we used to make plans. Somebody, hey, you got to call the movie line, right? So you have to find out where the movies are playing, and you'd pick the number, like, hey, I want to go to West Portal or Kabuki or wherever, and then they would roll through every single movie with every single time, and you'd have to wait for. See, you guys are looking at me like
I used to look at the newspaper for the movie times because they would have them in the newspaper.
No, they did. Yeah, but you could call this line to find out where everything was.
But I did actually read the newspaper for the movie, so I'll ride with Spinoni on that one. I love the newspaper. Okay, it's showtime. Boom, 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 boom. 415. The best about the phone calls was when the homie would put you on three-way with the girl and gas you up, and you could hear what she thinks about you, so you know if you had a shot or not.
I'm not going to admit. I'm not going to admit to that.
Hey, I've been on both ends of that call.
I'm not going to
Can't do that today.
When my parents got their house on London, and they had linoleum floors, and my dad was like, "Look at the scuff marks on the ground," and I was like. And then I was a young kid. I was like, I don't get it. He's like, they had 3 daughters. Yeah. And back then you used to wear high heels all the time because it was a different culture. You know, this got the house in the early 80s. And the girls in the house, because the phone was in the middle of the house, would sit on the phone and click their heels on the linoleum floor. And they dug like a huge divot in the linoleum floor because it was 3 girls talking on the phone in the middle of the house. That's how it used to be. There was one central spot to talk on the phone. And you'd like hide from your family, like, hey, you don't understand. You guys think I'm looking at me like I'm nuts.
I'm just looking at Oreo Cookie. We had to memorize phone numbers.
So
and if you were off by 1 digit, you were devastated. You'd be like, damn it, I thought it was a 7. And then you're trying every number in the phone. You're like, I don't know the number. I blew it.
Bro, we would be at a payphone when it was 2 dimes. We'd be at a payphone and you'd have all the phone numbers in your head memorized, and you knew if I could hit the end of the call before it actually hit the answer machine, I'd get my 2 dimes back. You guys know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're
talking about. I remember when
it
went up to 35 cents, I was pissed.
Yeah, well, that's what happened when the beauty bus went up to 35 cents. I was pissed about that. So anyway, we're going to bring Brian Baldinger. That's our spit there. You young pucks, man, learn how to talk. Converse. Ladies want to hear your voice. What happened to old school ethics, morals? I asked Baldy about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this dude.
You can do both now, Bonte. You know, there's this thing called like voice to text or like voice memos. You can just record your voice in like messages, and it's literally just conversing that way throughout someone's day.
How about just dialing the number and just say, hey, how you doing?
People are working, Bonte, but you can record something. I'm sure Anna would appreciate you recording messages like, hey,
she
I
likes
know you're asleep
calls.
right now, but I'm thinking of you. And you send that, and she wakes up to that. She would love that.
That's lame. I just call, hey, that's lame. That's taking the easy way out.
Now, I will admit, FaceTime is a game changer with the kid. Because now he has face recognition of all his cousins, of all his family members. That I will admit, FaceTime has been a big hit in the Shasky household.
FaceTime's been a big hit since the pandemic.
Well, no doubt. But I'm just saying, like, for him to know who his cousins are that he maybe doesn't see every single week.
All right, we got Shark. I got some questions to ask Baldy, man. Let's go. All right, joining us on the River Islands guest line, Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Before we get into football, Baldy, and good morning to you. Looking dapper in that NFL Network polo. I got to ask you, you're from the old school, too. And we're just for the last 10 minutes spitballing how this younger generation, they sat me, especially the guys, because all they want to do is text and DM girls. What happened to just having a conversation, dial a phone number, and just talking on the phone for an hour instead of just doing the text and stuff, Baldy? What kind of game is that? They've got no hope, Baldy. It disappoints me.
Not only that, I can go back a generation before that, Bonte, where I called my girl, because we only had one phone in the house, right? Yep. So we went to the payphone. We went to the payphone where we're dropping dimes in the payphone to talk to our girl at night, and check in on things. There was no text. It wasn't even forget the phone call. It was a payphone phone call, where you could have some privacy with your girl. It was yeah, I'm from that school, man. I believe in In fact, even my girlfriend right now, I honestly, I call her. I'll send a text in a moment, but I call her. I want to hear her voice. She wants to hear my voice. I don't know. You miss a lot when you're doing it like the kids are doing it right now.
Thank you, Baldy. You're the man for that. I love it so much. Real quick on Monday Night Football, you agree with the decision by Tampa Bay before we get to the Niners and CMC? Go for 2 or not go for 2? I felt like in my heart, Arrowhead Stadium, you're on the road, you're desperate, you've lost 2 in a row, you have to keep pace with the Falcons who have swept you within that division. Do you go for 2 or not? Did you agree with the decision to not go for 2, Baldy?
I see that happen obviously before, and maybe analytics, for whatever that's worth, maybe that's the decision. I had no problem of going into overtime because you might get to coin flip, you might be able to go down and score, but then I think Todd Bowles believes in his defense. I know it's Mahomes, I know it's Kansas City, you're in Arrowhead, but make a stop, force a field goal. I mean, they ran the ball, from third and 1 at the 2. A lot of teams can't gain a yard. Now, Kansas City is a little different than most teams. A lot of teams can't gain a yard down there. I see it every week. And so you got Vita Vea in there. Go stop the run. But I didn't think it was a bad decision on that situation by Todd Bowles not to go for 2.
So how big of an advantage do the Niners have? They've had 2 weeks to prepare for Tampa Bay. Tampa's on a short week. Now they're going to be at home. Just in terms of preparation and being ready to go, it feels like this is a perfect spot for the Niners right now. And I'm not trying to overlook Tampa. I'm just saying they got a lot of built-in advantages here.
There's no doubt about it. And I'm going to be at that game this weekend in Tampa. I'm excited to go down there. It's also going to be 88 degrees down there. It's going to be a lot like what you went through with Arizona. But it is. I mean, when that schedule came out, I'm sure Todd Bowles is saying, okay, we're doing Monday night in Kansas City because the country wants to see the Chiefs and Mahomes. Okay, but we got to be on the road, and we got to come back and host the 49ers, who, oh, by the way, are coming off a 10-day, layoff here of being fresh. So there is a huge advantage at this time of the year to get a mini bye like San Francisco has, and then for Tampa to have to turn around, and probably play another game without Mike Evans. That's a real challenge right now.
The weather, you said 88 degrees. Is rain in the forecast for Sunday, Baldy?
I don't know about that. I know. Okay. I just know that it's going to be hot and Florida humid down there. And
yeah.
Anybody that, I have a place in Florida. I'm down there a lot. That humidity is just different than everywhere else, even this time of the year. So, you got to hydrate. You got to do all those things because you'll cramp up down there if you're not careful.
Real quick, Baldy, on the weather, though, in case it is inclement weather, we were just spitballing last hour. How do teams prepare for bad weather games? Like we saw the rain in the fall yesterday, Kansas City. Green Bay was nasty. Detroit goes out there and punks them and smashes them, just runs the ball right down their throat and just control the football game. How does a team prepare for inclement weather type of games? Do they just go indoors and throw water over the footballs? How does that work there?
Well, I would say, it's the irony is that, Jordan Love must have fumbled 3 snaps. Now, you had a new center in there, Elton Jenkins was in there, but they had some bad snaps. And I'm not saying it lost the game for them, but, they were constantly, dropping the ball and falling on it and losing yards. I mean, look, every team has a wet ball drill. I remember one time being in Green Bay when Favre was there, and I think it was preseason. I went in, they had an indoor practice, and literally they had one of their trainers, whoever, ball boy, like just taking these footballs and just dunking them in a pail of water. And Favre was just throwing wet balls. Teams prepare for it. I mean, you have to. And, whether you wear gloves, not wear gloves, you're checking out your spikes before the game. Last thing you want to do is slipping on the field. Short spikes, long spikes. Like, you got to, there's a great deal of preparation when you're getting ready for a game that can be inclement.
What are the reasonable expectations for CMC? I mean, he's one of the best players in the league when he's healthy, but this isn't a normal ankle sprain or a knee sprain or something like that. And if you told me he played 3 snaps, I'd believe you. If you told me he played the rest of the season, I might believe that too. What are you expecting from CMC?
I don't know, Joe. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if he knows. I see where the window's open to start practicing because his whole game, any running back, but especially him, his whole game is explosion, whether it's 2-foot cuts, explosive cuts out of your off your zone cuts, in traffic. His whole game is explosion. And so can he get the explosive feel back in his legs? Can he do what we saw him do the last 2.5 years in San Francisco, where he's the most dynamic player in the league? Like, if he loses that, what does he have? Is he just a good back, or is he still an elite back? I don't know if he knows. Like, I remember talking to Aaron Rodgers this summer, and we were just asking about his Achilles and coming back from it. And he said, like, every day something new would happen in practice. Like, defense lineman, wins the down, he's chasing him, he's got to get out of harm's way, and he's got to explode without thinking about it. And the day that I talked to him in practice and training camp, he was able to get out of harm's way. And he said that was a big deal to him. And so I think a little bit is, okay, you take it easy, kind of start running through some plays, and then you gradually add speed to it. But I don't know if he's going to know if he's got his explosion back until he's actually on the field, whenever that is. Hopefully it's, when he's really ready to come back, if he's going to be able to dart and make people miss the way he's been doing.
If he does tear it, how devastating would that be for his career, a running back? Now, we see Rodgers come back. Doesn't quite look the same, but he is playing. He can still spin it. I thought he played well last Thursday against the Houston Texans. But if he does aggravate something, how detrimental could that be for Chris McCaffrey's career, Baldy?
Well, I think it could be doomsday. I'm not here to, put a black cloud over this thing, but it could be doomsday if he can't get that. It's like every running back. I'm watching Dalvin Cook in Dallas. Like it's been done. It's been done for Dalvin. He's been a great player in this league, but it's over for him. So Ezekiel Elliott, it's over. Like, these guys lose their explosion. Like, if McCaffrey can't get that elite stop-start quickness of his game, if he can't get that back, is he going to be just another back that, we just talk about the old days?
Wow.
Or, that's how I feel about it. It's just that critical. Because every running back has X amount of hits in them before they just start to fade. Sometimes you don't know. Derrick Henry still has it. Emmitt Smith had it for a long time, but his game wasn't built on stop and start and quickness. Dorsett's went after 10 years. Like, everybody's a little bit different. I played with Eric Dickerson. He was the best back in the league for 6 straight years in a row. He tears his hamstring in Cincinnati one day. He had a hard time getting 4 yards to carry the rest of his career. Although he went to Atlanta and he went to the Raiders, but he wasn't the same after that hamstring tear.
Wow. I mean, that's sobering. Sobering to even to contemplate. Just looking at the Niners as a whole, they're 4-4 right now. Obviously, they've got a huge stretch of games ahead of them. To this point, what's the thing that they can hang their hat on as a team on either side of the ball?
Well, they run the ball very well. I mean, you lose McCaffrey, and here comes Jordan Mason, and, the last couple games, Garendo comes in. They have consistently run the ball very well. That's the one thing I think that you can hang. And I think they have, and every team needs this. I think they have an outstanding rookie class. And those kids bring juice. They don't really know what they don't know. They're still learning. But, they've got interceptions, big hits. You're looking at, maybe Pearsall has a great second half of the season with Ayuk out. You're looking at, Dominic Pooney at right guard has been a mainstay basically every play this whole season. Like the rookie class has been outstanding, and their ability to continue to be able to run the ball is two things I think you can hang your hat on.
Talking to Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Don't forget about the Best Football Show podcast that he hosts. It's really, really good. NFL Network, at Baldy NFL on X/Twitter. And he's here on the River Islands Guest Line, of course, on the Morning Roast. Baldy, what is one thing the Niners absolutely have to clean up if they do want to make a run at this thing and threaten the Lions and the Packers and the Eagles and these powers in the NFC? What is the one thing they absolutely have to flip?
I like to see the passing game, pick up. They've thrown 10 touchdown passes in 8 games. I think that has to improve. I mean, pace to throw 20. They need, but I think if they're really going to make a run in the playoffs, like they got to finish the season after 17 games at 30 touchdown passes. Like their passing game has to pick up, especially the way the run game has been and their play action passes off it. I think the passing game and finishing these drives, we talked about it all year, red zone, whatever. Like it has to result in touchdowns. And, if touchdown passes, I believe you got to be up around 30. I think if you're going to be in the playoffs and if you're going to make a playoff push, because you're going to have to throw the ball. You're going to go and see better defenses. Last year, of course, they're down 17 to Detroit. If they can't throw the ball as well as they did, they're not winning that football game, being down 17 in the third quarter. So I believe that, touchdown passes have got to go up and red zone efficiency has got to improve.
I'm gonna say it on the front end. I'll give you some time to think about it. I'll give you who I believe to be it, because we're gonna ask the audience here. Pick either side of the ball. Team MVP on offense, team MVP on defense for the 49ers, just through 8 games, obviously. It's not the full season. I like Fred Warner on defense, 66 tackles, sack, interception, 4 forced fumbles, and George Kittle has just been awesome. The guy is still as great as ever, and I think that he is a tone setter for this team, and when he's out there, they're just a different team altogether. So if you had to pick on both sides of the ball, who are you going with in terms of MVP through 8 games?
That's hard to argue with either one of those, honestly, Joe. I mean, Fred on defense for sure, because I still think after these 10 days, the way he comes back from these 10 days, and what he's doing to take the ball away right now, I mean, he's a legitimate candidate still for Defensive Player of the Year. So I would say Fred and George have no problem with what George has done. I might say Jordan Mason just to change up with you a little bit, just because he's been that good and that unexpectedly good. So I don't know how his shoulder is right now after these 10 days. Hopefully he's back to close to 100%. But I would say that the only other guy I would consider is Mason at this point.
This is the best you see George Kittle play football. I can make the argument that this may be his best season thus far. I mean, the 500 yards receiving, what he does in the run game, the leadership that he's showing on this football team, stepping up when guys are out like Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. Is this best version of George Kittle that you've seen on film, Baldy?
Yeah. I mean, he's always brought juice to this organization, always. The way he plays the game, the way he attacks. But I think he's getting better. I mean, he still has breakaway speed. We've seen it after the catch this year. His ability to just go up, the one touchdown catch, in the corner of the end zone is just an elite play. So we've seen the elite plays, but the blocking is just as good. Mason and Garendo aren't running the way they are right now without George Kittle's blocking. And just the pure joy and pleasure that he takes in good blocks is still pretty much unparalleled. There was Gronk for a long time in this league that I think felt like that, but I would say the torch has been passed to George. Like, he loves throwing a great block, and sometimes if he can get two, like a good Macy's Day sale, he can get 2 for 1. He'll celebrate those just as much.
Halfway through the year, how are you assessing Kyle Shanahan and his coaching job this year? On him as the head guy, him as the play caller, hiring defensive coordinators, all that stuff. Like, what would your assessment be of the first half?
Well, I mean, I think it's been a stressful year, Joe. I mean, you come off a disappointing playoff loss. You have a number of holdouts. And then worse than, Ayuk and Trent being out all off season and really unknowing and knowing that there's real legit trade talk for Ayuk. You're going to lose your best receiver. And then this injury to McCaffrey, where he's not available. I just think it's been really tough on him. You make the change at defense coordinator, but the defense line isn't what it once was as far as just talent. And now you want this defense coordinator just to fix things, and you're playing all these rookies in the secondary right now. I think it's been a tough year on them. And so what you have to do is, when they came off the bye week last year, they weren't playing good football. They'd lost 3 in a row, and then they came back from the bye, and they hit their stride. They won 6 in a row, whatever it was. But, that's what I'm looking for right now. I think they're in a position right here. The schedule is going to remain tough. Obviously, the division is only going to get tougher the way Arizona's playing and the way the Rams are playing right now. So you're going to have a lot of tough division games. But I just think it's been stressful for Kyle. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams just go in the tank and just basically fall apart after Super Bowl losses. They're still right in the middle of it, probably not with the record that you expect the 49ers to have. But considering all the stuff that has happened, the fact that they're still relevant, big game this weekend on the road, you got a lot of work yet to do, I'd say that.
Couple more minutes with Brian Baldinger, the smartest man in football, in my opinion, in modern day, or poor man's John Madden, we could say here. John Madden 2.0, whatever it is. But, Baldy, the deadline today is 1 p.m., the trade deadline. And we see the lines as Darius Smith. I want to get your thoughts on that in just a second. But do the Niners need to make a deal today? And if they do, what position should they trade for? Any names we should keep an eye out on?
Well, it's the arms race. Baltimore went and got a receiver. Detroit's getting a defensive end in Za'Darius, who's a good player and a great teammate. We're seeing moves made. Like, honestly, if I was John Lynch, I would pick up the phone and call Dan Morgan in Carolina and just see what it would take to get Jadeveon Clowney. Like, Jadeveon Clowney's better than Chase Young. He plays the game harder. He is an elite athlete. He just brings juice to your team. He's not a great pass rusher. Chase wasn't either. But he brings a ton of energy. He has incredible length. He's excellent against the run. And when you get into space and you need athletes to close space up, to chase people down, like, he can still run and chase with the best of them. He's sitting there in Carolina. He just had a great game last week. But I feel like Jadeveon is the guy that I would want on my team. He was part of Baltimore's defense last year. He had 9.5 sacks. They were the number 1 defense in football. They led the league in takeaways. They gave up the fewest points, and he was a big part of that. I just think he's the right attitude, experience. I think Nick would love to have him in the room. I feel like that's the guy that if I was John Lynch, I would try to get.
Baldy, who are we not talking about on the 49ers, just as a fan base? Like, I know Purdy's the easy one, and maybe it is someone who's as obvious as Purdy, but who's the guy that's just – he's got to just play better football for them in November and December, for them to be considered a threat to a team like Detroit, who clearly feels like the juggernaut of the NFC?
Well, I feel like almost the most important position in football right now is your nickel corner. Like, I remember when Charles Woodson left the Raiders and went to the Packers. He was the nickel corner. He played safety, but he was the most dominant nickel corner of all time. He led the team in tackles from that position. And, all the things that he did to take the ball away. He loved playing in that spot because he was a big factor in the run game, and he was a great tackler. Like, I think Deommodore Lenoir is a guy nationally we don't talk about enough. I think he has a chance to be a great nickel because of his willingness to stick his nose in there and be a factor in the run game. If you look at the best teams in football right now, if you're looking at the Eagles, you're looking at the Ravens, you're looking at the Lions, you're looking at the Chiefs, all these teams are running the ball more than they're throwing it. Buffalo.
Yep.
They're all running it more than they're throwing it. Like, you're going to have to stop good running teams if you get to the playoffs. If you play the Rams, you got to stop Kyron Williams. If you play the Cardinals, you got to stop Connor. So, and that's a big part of that position. I feel like that's a guy that is only because he's kind of new to it. I feel like he's got a chance to be really good at that position.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Baldy. You bring up all these teams. Arizona 5-4. They're cooking something up in the desert. They're playing hard. What a dominant victory over the Chicago Bears. I wasn't surprised that they won, but not that dominant against the Bears team that was rolling. The Lions, you bring up their running game with Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, and they look like world beaters out there. Saquon Barkley's having a resurgence. We know the Lions right now are the cream of the crop in the NFC. It feels like the NFC is going to have to run through them. But what is the team in the NFC that we're not talking about? Is it the Rams? Is it the Eagles? Is it the Packers? Who are we not talking about in the NFC that will have something to say when it's all said and done?
Well, I think you have to talk about Washington, because of the way that they're so efficient on offense. You can't get the quarterback to make a mistake. Honestly, he doesn't turn the ball over. I think he still has 2 interceptions on the season right now. And then his decision-making is elite. And they're very good on third down. They're a very good running football team. Defensively, they're not great. But if they're playing with the lead and you let Dan Quinn and Joe Witt Jr., the defense coordinator, dial up some of the blitzes that they have, they can affect the quarterback. So I think Minnesota and Washington are 2 teams that people probably aren't talking enough about right now.
This NFC is shaping out to be a dandy here. Detroit, the Packers, the Vikings you just mentioned, the Commanders. Chaska and I were arguing about the Commanders yesterday, and I do think they're real. I can't wait to see them in Philly or play Philadelphia in a couple weeks here. But the NFC is shaking out to be a juggernaut here. We see that the Niners can roll. Baldy, though, does it mean something before we let you go? The last 2 years, the Niners are 14-1 in the months of November and December. They're 16-2 after their bye week. Can they take that, saying, hey, look, we've been really good in these last 2 months here. What does it take to be really good in November and December?
Well, I mean, the last 2 years they had McCaffrey in the lineup. So, we had put him in the lineup at full speed. That does change things. It changes play calling and matchups. And, when you got to make plays, you got a guy right now that you can absolutely depend on. So maybe if he becomes a part of this thing, they can continue that stretch. But if not, I mean, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Everybody wants to see the 49ers fall off a cliff. People want to see Kyle Shanahan fail. That's just the world we live in. So it's the 53 guys in that room right now. But I still believe that they can come out of this thing and still win this division. They're going to get a real strong test. Even Arizona already made a move. They never make moves. But that move that they just made yesterday to get a pass rusher out of Denver, it tells everybody in that locker room in Arizona, we're not just the same old Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
We're here to upgrade our roster. We need a pass rusher. We got one right now. Now let's go continue the way we're playing. And then, look, the Rams were a great second-half team last year. They're very well coached. They got a rookie center, rookie left guard. It doesn't matter to them. They lose Puka, they lose Cooper. It doesn't matter. But they're coming back to full strength, and they're just so well coached. And those 4 young defensive linemen they drafted the last 2 years are getting really good.
Oh, Fisk verse out of Florida. Oh, my gosh, yeah. I'm getting nightmares about the Rams and the Cardinals here. No doubt the NFC West could come down to the last week of the season. Baldy, always good to talk to you, man. The Niners are back on the field, and this thing is ramping up, baby. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay. See you, Joe. See you, Bonte.
See you, buddy.
All right, Baldy. Take care, brother. Take care. Brian Baldinger, man. This NFC is stacking up. Are you surprised he said the Commanders? The one team we're not talking about?
No, he went to the game, and he was impressed with them.
Yeah, Jalen Daniels. Jalen Daniels is playing well, man.
I also don't think it's an absurd, position to hold to say, hey, look, they've never played this roster and this team and this player. They haven't played a December game that's mattered in ever, for a lot of these guys. So, let's just wait and see where they're at. There's no doubt they've been impressive. I mean, look at what they've done.
No doubt.
But a rookie quarterback, first go around, I just want to see it.
He was sitting courtside yesterday at the Capital One Arena.
Is that where he was?
Yeah, he was at the Warriors game. Him and Steph exchanged jerseys. He's sitting there courtside.
How did I miss that?
Yeah, they showed him a few times.
I missed that.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels. I think you can see him right there. He's got the red jacket. There he is. You see him sitting up there on the Toyota side? Right scoreboard. Boom. There he is, sitting up.
Huh.
Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels.
Oh, I thought you meant Baldy.
Oh,
I was like, I don't know why I thought you were talking about Baldy. I was like, Baldy was there? I saw Jaden Daniels.
My guy's ears are injured, man.
Well, Baldy's everywhere.
Are you serious?
Ow!
All right, the window is open for Christian McCaffrey, but I have no idea how I should feel about it. I don't know whether to be excited, worried, skeptical. I have no idea what to expect from Christian McCaffrey once he hits the field again, but he's been on IR since week 2 with bilateral Achilles tendonitis. With the window now open, the Niners have a 21-day practice window to activate him, though he is expected to be activated this Saturday before the Niners take on the Bucs. We'll talk to Cam Inman at 8:30. We'll take your phone calls up until then, 888-957-9570. What is the realistic expectation for Christian McCaffrey moving forward? Do you have any expectations, Niner fans? 888-957-9570 is the number. That is the injury report brought to you by our great friends at Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Expectations for McCaffrey. Plus, we'll give out some grades here before we get to Cam Inman at 8:30. The number is 888-957-9570. We'll read your text on the Comcast Business text line, and we'll take your calls on the other side. I see you waiting there, BPA. We'll get him in, see how he's feeling about the 49ers. I'm sure he's very optimistic.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
Oh, baby! What is happening on a Tuesday morning? A big day in this country, a big day in this community. Make sure you get out and vote. Make sure you get out and vote. I'm not telling you who to vote for. Just get out and vote. Make a difference. Try to make a difference here as we have a big day in America. I'm sure it's going to be a nice show tonight. But good morning to everybody out there. Get out their graveyard shift if you're at work. What is happening? All the cops, all the firefighters. Is it a big day for the overnight dancers on Election Day?
Maybe for some of the local candidates that lose.
What if you win?
Bonte, one thing I've learned on this medium, not just from you, but just in general, if you pick a side when it comes to these things,
politics?
It's just never ending.
No, you don't want to do that.
That's why today I'm rooting for America.
Yes.
As I'm wearing the USA soccer
jersey. Yeah, look
jersey.
at you. You don't even like soccer. You're wearing a soccer jersey.
Possible.
You're wearing a soccer jersey. You don't even like soccer. That is something else.
If I wore my red SF City hat, or a Niner hat, people would interpret it that one way. If I'm not wearing red, though, it's just we've lost our
I don't
minds.
even know. I don't know about the color schemes or whatnot. What if you just wear green? Green for money, because that's all we want is more money.
That's
more
a sackaroonie, baby.
I represent Wall Street, baby.
Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. I don't know why Spinoni would do that. Don't know why you would do that. Just go to BPA.
Number one selling uniform in NFL right
That's what
now.
really happens.
Not Ron Mexico.
Yeah. Kaepernick one year had to.
Ron Mexico's one of the greatest stories of all time, by the way.
Just shows how
Dude, you're 0 for 2, man.
Yeah, no, I threw that one with the right hand.
You need to work on shooting with Draymond.
Yeah, no, with the right hand right there.
That's all right.
Right hand,
how about Mahomes throwing a left-handed pass last night?
Out of bounds? Just to throw it away?
I felt like he did that one just to do it.
It's Mahomes.
God, I hate him. He's so good.
Do you hate BPA?
Brandon Palo Alto? Hey, I respect the hustle. What's up, BPA?
Hey, what's going on?
I mean,
chilling.
When you say, hold on. When you say respect the hustle, what hustle does BPA have?
Look,
what
he
hustle?
cares. This is my setting
What
in
hustle?
life. My setting in life is, do you care? As long as you have passion, like we could disagree on this detail or that detail or whatever, but like I respect your point of view because I believe that if you care and you're passionate, that means you've thought about it for quite some time.
So TC, Robinson, Bruno, Tony, all our callers, don't they all have passion?
Tony,
she has passion. She does it for psychedelics.
I'm right. Yeah, I'm right. I'm right most of the time. I think it's a difference, right? But
you're not right. BPA, we know you're right. BPA.
Yeah, I'm right. I'm right a lot. I'm right a lot.
No, you're not.
Always right, and when I'm not right,
no, you're not.
When I'm not right, I own it, as you know, right? Like you guys and Trey Lance and all that, right? So, yeah, I would say the Niners, sort of the bye-week nap that John and Kyle are on is indicative, as everyone else in the NFC is trying to get better, and in the AFC, John and Kyle are, sitting on their hands, which tells me they're not all in with this game, because this team, I don't care if McCaffrey is back at 100% or 90% or 80%, they're not good enough to, Detroit will gut them. Detroit will run. They may not even throw the ball once. They'll just gut the Niners right up the middle. They have no one on the roster inside on the defensive line that can hold. And I'm right. I'm right, Bonte. You can laugh, but I'm right.
I'm just laughing. I'm just laughing. No, I can't get over the sitting on their hands and sleeping through the bye week. Like they're not. Like they're not.
Do you know what BPA does with his hands?
What does he do?
Pats himself on the back when he's right.
Yeah, I know. That's why he's going in. Are you going to the doctor right now? I heard you're getting hand surgery.
So I guess I'll point a question back, right? So you'd say you're liking the trade deadline sort of vibe.
It's not over yet.
You feel like they're geared up. Okay, yeah.
The trade deadline's at 1 o'clock. What is Lynch done in the past at your trade deadline? Oh, he just got you Christian McCaffrey. Oh, he tried to trade for Chase Young. He did trade for Chase Young. He brought in Randy Gregory.
Yes.
I mean, the track record is there, BPA. They've made moves. They always make moves.
Well, I guess the bigger question is, does this team deserve for the front office to go all in on this year? I guess is the question. He kind of alluded to it. Is that where you're going, BPA?
Yeah, I would say it actually might be the right decision to not go all in, right?
What you complaining about then? Why are you complaining about them being asleep during the bye week? I mean, come on.
I'm good. I'm doing great.
Not all in.
8 games in, and they've not really. Yeah, I know. So if they're not all in with this roster, you know, this may be the end of this run with this group, right? Again, I'm right about that too. So.
The end of whose run?
The sort of, you know, Kittle, Debo, that group.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Just want to clarify.
That's my take. Yeah.
Why does he get under your skin so much?
He doesn't get under my skin. He says anything, and you love the guy. He says absolutely nothing.
When he said, "I'm right," and you know it multiple times.
No, he's wrong all the time. He's wrong all the time. Do you know how many tweets he sent me? Bonte, you're right. I was wrong. I freaked out.
When he's wrong.
No, he's wrong all the time. That's the point.
This is what smart individuals in life do.
He's wrong. He's literally wrong 80% of the time.
I'm
BPA.
Right.
Well, and
all he does is just rip people. I'm not here for that.
So he's not takes.
No, his takes are terrible. That's the point. You love the guy. You gas him up. He's talking about Lynch and Shanahan sleeping through the bye week. No, they're reassessing their team. Well, how can anybody come on these airwaves and rip Shanahan and Lynch for not making moves when all they've done is make moves in the past? I mean, these spoiled-ass fans, BPA spoiled. To say something like that, come on, man. That's not like this. If you want to go to the kiddie table, talk to the kids. Let's go to the kiddie table, talk to the kids. I'm going to go and leave the door, leave the studio, and wait for the grown folks to chime in. Because that's just idiotic. It's just dumb.
Let me ask you this question.
Sorry.
But let me ask you.
You let that fly. It's not cool. It was a terrible call. It was terrible.
Let's have
hustling for bad takes is what BPA's doing. I'm not trying to rip the guy, but damn.
Well, you did.
The guy's talking about he's right all the time and he's hustling for bad takes. That was a bad take. A bad take. Should have flushed his ass.
Do you want this team to make a big move?
Yes, they're going to make some moves.
Okay.
And if they don't make a move, there was probably no move out there. But they should make a move for a D lineman. Absolutely.
I kind of go back and forth on knowing what their money situation is like going forward and knowing that you're going to need these draft picks. I think they can make moves around the perimeter. I don't know if a big move is like available for them.
What's a big move?
I don't let's hypothetically like a multiple 1 or 2 round pick over 2 years traded for an impact player. Like I don't see that.
What if that player's Myles Garrett?
Okay, so for him, I would make an exception.
Okay, all right.
Right? For him, I would make an exception. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if there's a quick fix, I guess is where I'm going at with this. And so if they don't make a move, I know there'll be a lot of fans that will be pissed. I don't know if I will be because, like, man, I don't, like, their finances are kind of rough moving forward. And, like, I just think the move that they make needs to be a shrewd one. It needs to be book smart and it needs to be thoughtful, and you can't necessarily give up draft capital because if you're gonna pay Purdy something, okay, I don't want to get into the Purdy, but if you know that, you do need cheap assets on the outside. You need other people that are making very little. And then I want to keep Demeanor Lenore on this team because I'm looking beyond this year. Yes, I want to win it all this year. Okay, as unlikely as that may feel right now at 4-4 coming off the bye. But like I want to pay Demeanor Lenore. I want to be able to, give Purdy something. I want to be able to shore up my defensive line via free agency or whatever. Like, I do think that they're in a tough spot right now.
Well, if they make a move, I'm okay with it. If they want to go get a Clowney, I'm okay with it. If they want to get another tight end, I'm okay with it. If they want to get another offensive lineman, I'm okay with it because in my mindset, it's a year-to-year league. And the offseason will play out the way it plays out. They'll make a decision on Debo. They'll make a decision on Dre Greenlaw. They'll make decisions on Hargrave. They'll make decisions on the rest of this roster. And if they want Brock to stay here, they'll keep Brock here. Now, I don't think it's going to cost the 49ers all that money to go get Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy, my gut tells me he's going to probably take a team-friendly deal because his value, like $60 million a year quarterback, not that. But I'm not saying he's a bad quarterback. He's a really good quarterback. And they're going to keep him because he's a solid quarterback. But I do anticipate the Niners doing something because the NFC is right there for the taking.
I agree.
It's right there for the taking. All right, to your point about the Commanders not having experience, the Cowboys are done.
I don't know what to make of Philly. I still fear them, but I understand people dismissing them, but I still fear them.
Philly's tough.
I
Cooper
fear them.
DeJean is getting very, very, he's solid.
They're young defense.
And they've basically won games without A.J. Brown.
And they've got what I believe to be a CMC level player in Saquon, who is just, he's changed that team.
Yeah.
And Devontae, as the A.J. Brown injury is something to monitor, Devontae's really good.
Yep.
Jalen's playing okay.
Yep. I'm with you there. 888-957-9570 is the number. Do you want to see the Niners make a move tomorrow? Brian Baldinger said they should go call Dan Morgan, the GM of the Carolina Panthers, and go get Jadeveon Clowney. Is that a name that moves a needle for you?
So is he going to play outside linebacker or DN?
DN. And you just bring in Leonard Floyd. You know what? You could have a third down. Your third down package.
The NASCAR package.
You go Bosa, Leonard Floyd, and Clowney. Move Clowney inside on third down.
I've always liked Clowney more than the production. I know that he doesn't have sack numbers. I thought he was really good for Baltimore last year.
Very good.
But Baltimore's also, McDonald was excellent. And I think their front, they're just awesome. 99 is a stud. But I think he'd be an upgrade. I do. I think he'd be an upgrade. Leonard Floyd is just, I was expecting more.
Yeah, I was too. It's been a little bit disappointing. And I kind of think, is the scheme, does he fit the scheme?
He's just old. Let's go through some of these midseason grades because I wrote down some grades here. And I'll just start right there at defensive line. We'll start on the defense. What do you think about the defensive line? If you were to grade it out this year.
C minus.
Care to elaborate on that?
Yes, I'll elaborate. Bosa's been really, really good. Okwanu's been solid, showing flashes here and there, but
undrafted rookie.
Not consistent. I haven't heard Malik Collins' name in quite some time. Hargrave's hurt. Floyd's been underwhelming. I'm being kind here. I'm giving the D-line a C minus. And they're also giving up yards on the ground. We talk about stopping the run. Minnesota ran the ball down their throats. The Rams in the second half ran the ball down their throats. Arizona had their way running the football. James Conner, fourth quarter, 5 yards here, 5 yards there. D-line is disappointed, and I'm giving them a C minus. I want to give them a D, but Bosa's been that good that I'll give them a C minus.
Yeah, I have them at a D plus, and the reason I have them at a D plus is because Bosa has been good. He's been the saving grace. Leonard Floyd, underwhelming. Hargrave is one of the top paid guys on defense. He's making more than Fred Warner this year. Just say that out loud. He's making more than Fred Warner this year. He wasn't good when he played, and now he's hurt. I got them at a D plus. I look at linebacker. Missing Dre Greenlaw has been huge. Fred's playing elite level. Fred is the salvaging force. But D. Winter's hurt. Little underwhelming. Young. Obviously, Devondre Campbell. What would you give linebackers?
Fred Warner's been excellent. And he'll carry them to a C plus grade. It's been Fred. Fred gets an A plus.
That's what I'm saying.
But the other guy, Devondre Campbell, Tampa Bay's going to pick on him with Otten and Sterling Shepard. And they're going to look for number 59 saying, let's attack him. Is D. Winters back from the concussion?
I don't know about that. We can ask Cam in a little bit here.
I'm giving him a C plus.
Okay. I'm kind of with you, and I think Fred completely keeps this from being a D or an F. Cornerbacks.
B. Deommodore Lenoir has been excellent. He's been an all-pro, all-NFL player. Charvarius Ward has struggled through injuries. There's no doubt now he has a tragedy to deal with. Shout out to him and his wife, Monique. I'm praying for them. If they could get through this, it's going to be tough. Ronaldo Green has popped. He's flashed, and he's been a welcoming sight at cornerback for the 49ers. So I'm giving the corners a B.
So I gave him an A minus, and it's because of Deommodore Lenoir's play. It's just some huge interceptions from him, Ronaldo Green. I know Yadam earlier this year was getting picked on, but I feel like they've made some moves. I'm giving them an A minus. To me, that's the best unit on the defense right now. And then I go to safeties. What do you make of the safeties? It's been all over the map.
Safeties. I'll go C plus. But this is a grade that I'm willing to. Hufanga was not good. Hufanga was not good.
George Odom?
George Odom, not good. I mean, 97, 98-yard touchdown, Justin Jefferson, press, but I can't get over that. I give him a C+ because I do think Malik Mustafa and Tig Brown are starting to get better. They're starting to work very well together. I want to go B-, but I'm going to give him a C+. This is a big game for him on Sunday against Tampa Bay. Big game against him. The rest of the way, the safeties, they got to be balls out. They got to be lights out here in the run game, in the pass game. So I'm going to give him a C+.
Yeah, I got the same exact grade. And I just look at the defense as a whole. I put C-.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to do anything higher than that. The defense has, and I feel bad because I feel like the defense has carried this team for so long. This is the first time in a long time where I don't feel confident in the defense in its totality at all. And I think the absence of Dre Greenlaw, I knew he was important. I knew he was really good. I didn't realize he mattered this much. And I'm sorry, Dre. My bad.
Yeah, Dre, well, he needs to be back. And even when he comes back, my expectation for him is not high because it's going to take a while to get back to form, to shut off the rust. Usually when you come back from these injuries, whether it's an ACL or Achilles, it takes you another season to get right. So he's going to have to go through another all season and through training camp to get right. And he may never be right again. It's the God's honest truth. We saw Navarro Bowman, how his career ended. He just was never the same. You could not play him on third down when he was a Raider. Hell, when he came back with the Niners, you could not play him on third down.
So right.
I mean, he was a run. We loved him, but he was just, hey, plug the hole in the run game, leave the field on third down because teams will attack you. So I don't know what, like, we talk about the expectations of Christian McCaffrey. Well, what's the expectation for Drake Greenlaw? I don't know what to expect.
I'm honestly not expecting much, quite frankly. I'm looking at the offense. All right, let's go offensive line. Where do you got the offensive line?
I'm going to give the offensive line a B. I'll give him a B.
We're in unison there. Dominic Pooney's been awesome. McKivitz ain't great. Brendel ain't great. But I feel like they haven't cost you massive games.
No, and Trent's been better than the way we talk about it. We want him to be perfect, but he's been really running into form. This offensive line hasn't been bad at all. B.
Wide receivers.
Oh. My gosh.
Juwan has had a monster year, but he's hurt. And obviously Debo up and down. Pearsall had a nice game. Yeah, Ayuk, I don't think went well.
I'm going to take the easy road out. I'm going to give them an incomplete.
I like that.
I'm going to give them an incomplete.
I had a C-, so
I'm going to give them an incomplete because Juwan Jennings, he's played the 6 games. But really, you look at his game log here over the last couple. He hasn't played, obviously, in a while. That's against Seattle. He had 3 catches, 27 yards. He had the 1 catch for 13 yards against Arizona. Really has tapered off since that game against New England. Ricky Pearsall, we haven't seen him yet. We haven't really seen him.
This is one of the most expensive position groups in football.
We know what happened to Brandon Ayuk after what happened in training camp with Brandon Ayuk, and now he's gone for the season, and he's got a torn ACL, MCL, and meniscus damage, or it's sore, so he's out. Debo's been out. I'm going to give them an incomplete.
Okay.
Can Cowie get Ricky Pearsall pop? I heard Evan Givings, what was it, Saturday or yesterday, said that by the end of the year, Ricky Pearsall may be their best wide receiver on the team. He may be wide receiver number 1, so let's see it. So I'll give them an incomplete.
I got to give him a couple of weeks before I'm ready to say it, but
I'm not saying that either.
I love that from the youngster, Evan Giddings. Running backs, I got an A-. Considering CMC's out, you had Jordan Mason with like 600 yards, and Isaac Guerrero had a monster game. I feel like you've done pretty good considering you're missing the best player on the team.
Yeah, I'll give him an A.
Okay.
That's all I need to say. Guerendo's been better and better and better. Mason's running hard. I give him an A.
All right, I'm going to
that includes Juszczyk, too. I think Juszczyk has had as much as we want to cloud Juszczyk has been really good for the fullback position. So the running back room gets an A.
I got tight end at an A-.
All right. George Kittle.
It's pretty straightforward for me. Saubert is whatever, know, but it's Kittle. And then I get to quarterback. How you rating Brock Purdy?
A-.
That high?
Yep. I'm giving him an A-. And I've thought about this long and hard because, as we mentioned with the wide receivers, no training camp for Ayuk. We try to find a rhythm with him in the regular season. He connects with Juwan Jennings. You look at his yardage. He's thrown for over 2,000 yards. Now, I get the touchdown passes are down, but without Christian McCaffrey, missing Debo multiple games, and having Debo leave a game early, having George Kittle miss a game, I think Brock Purdy's been really, really good. I've been very impressed with his command of the offense, been impressed with the way he's been a leader on his football team. And look at him. Despite not having these weapons, he's 8th in the league in passing yards. All right? And a lot of these quarterbacks that are ahead of him have played 9 games. Brock has only played in 8. The touchdown passes are down. There's no doubt. 10 touchdown passes, not good enough to throw 31 touchdown passes. The interceptions, what did he throw, 11 last year? A little up this year. There's no doubt. There's no doubt Brock Purdy's thrown some picks. He's thrown 7 picks so far, but I think Brock Purdy with his scrambling ability, learning the command of the offense, making throws when he needs to make throws, I'm going to give Brock an A-.
I wrestled with this a lot. I wonder how many people agree with you on the A-. I really do. I wonder that.
Probably not a lot.
No. I think it's a fair assessment. I gave a B. And the reason I gave a B is because there were a couple of games where I just thought that he didn't see the field like he is accustomed to. And then there was the multiple turnover game that just did them in, the red zone interception. And I'm judging on his own excellence from last year. Like if this was just standard quarterback play, I think I would rate it higher, but I'm rating him on his own Brock curve. Like he has set his own bar. And so to me, like, that factors into it. And I look at like what Baker Mayfield did with no weapons last night, even though they lost that game. Like there's a way that it's got to look. I got Brock at like a B+ in that area. But I just look around B, and I'm looking around the whole league, and I would love to throw this to the audience. We're going to have Cam Inman on in a minute. The Raiders, New England, the Jets, Cleveland, Tennessee, New York Giants, Saints, Carolina, Dallas even. If you struggle at quarterback, or you struggle at head coach, or both, you're doomed.
Yeah.
And I look at the Niners this year, and like Brock's been all right, and yet they're still kind of mediocre, right? They're struggling to stay afloat. Brock has to play excellent, and Kyle's got to coach proper. Like, I know these are obvious things, but like for them to be considered legitimate, like all these other teams in the league that we consider to be, the legitimate contenders, it's quarterback and head coach. And we could talk all about O-line and defensive players, and yeah, they're going to all have to make plays. Quarterback's got to play lights out, and the head coach has got to be on it.
And I think Shanahan, if you ask me a grade for Shanahan.
Yeah, what is it?
I know they're 4-4. I'm giving Shanahan a B+ A-. I think Shanahan has been really good this year. I think so. It's up to the players to execute. All right?
But does special teams fall under his jurisdiction?
It does.
Because I got an F for special teams.
Well, special teams gets an F, but you look at what's happening on special teams. Malik Mustafa loses contain on the punt team. All right? You don't have the punt safe on. The Rams convert a 4th and 6 on a punt fake to get back into the football game. Arizona had a big kickoff return. Special teams, yeah, sure, he oversees it, but that's all Brian Snyder, too. Shanahan can't do anything. I'm looking offensively in the play calling. Play calling, I think, has been solid. The red zone walls has been a problem, but that, I think, has a lot to do with Christian McCaffrey. And there's some things we can nitpick about Kyle Shanahan. But you look at their record at 4-4, should be 6-2. Ronnie Bell, catch the damn ball. Jordan Mason, don't fumble. All right? Come on, let's go. Brock Purdy, don't throw 2 picks against Kansas City. I'll give Shanahan a B+ A-.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not going that high. I'm going to go, he's a straight C for me.
Yeah.
And the only thing that's salvaging him is all of the litany of injuries, considering how top-heavy this team has been. Because to me, the special teams has to fall on someone.
Well,
and I do believe that, like, yeah, hey, you've had 3 kickers, and you're actually not bad at kicking. Every other facet of special teams has been almost atrocious. It's cost you games.
But doesn't he get credit for having guys in and out of the lineup?
No doubt.
And try to navigate this offense? You don't have Christian McCaffrey. Debo's missed multiple games. You don't have Brandon Ayuk. You're out there in Kansas City playing the Kansas City Chiefs, and you got Jacob Cowie, you get Ricky Pearsall, and Ronnie Bell playing wide receiver. There's not even a Jawad Jennings out there alongside George Kittle. So I think Shanahan has done a great job of holding this together, and I get it. It's not a popular grade. It's not a popular grade at all because Shanahan's an easy whipping boy. But I'll give him a B+ for this year so far.
I think and it's interesting that that's how high you're going. And I get what you're saying. We do overly criticize Shanahan. I just think if Kyle was looking himself in the mirror, I think he'd even admit, like, I haven't been as on my P's and Q's in certain areas.
See, I think he has. I think the lack of execution is really doing the 49ers this year. We're afraid to give players heat and say players need to execute. But that, to me, is the problem. Execution has been, and yeah, you could say it falls on Shanahan, but you put in a game plan, you expect the play to get run correctly. What do the players get blamed for?
Let's talk about it on the other side, because I think you bake in his own personnel obsessions can play into that.
Cam Inman coming up here from the Bay Area News Group, and it is brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this digital deal for members and more.
Hey, it's Brian from San Ramon. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Shanahan, run the ball.
According to Baldy, they need to pass the ball a little more. They need to get the passing game rolling. 888-957-9570. I guess instead of doing grades, it seems like the most controversial grade is the Shanahan grade. I gave him a B+/A-. A lot of people are saying C, 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 C-. 669 is telling me to shut the hell up. You're wrong. You're being a homer. Hey, I'm just trying to be a realist. That's how I feel. It's my grade. I'm giving it out. I'm the teacher of this class. Let's go to Clark the Shark. Clark the Shark. What's going on, Clark the Shark? Clark the Shark, going once. One ready to roll. Sipping that soda water, man. Wasn't ready to roll. Call's not good. Contact Floyd Water, Plumbing and Drain at floydwater.net. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. Bobby. Good morning, Bobby.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I just want to say thank goodness I was waiting in the McDonald's drive-thru line when you gave your Shanahan grade, because otherwise I think I'd have gotten in a car accident. So I don't understand, Bonte. What is your baseline for giving that guy an A-? Did you come up with that grade after you watch Todd Bowles make the most stupidest coaching decision of the year?
B+.
Because that guy, okay, B+. Dude, his play calling is so vanilla. It's so vanilla. That guy is the definition of a C this year. I can't believe B+. That, like I said, just thank goodness I was waiting in line at McDonald's.
Well, hopefully you got some good hash browns and the sausage McMuffin. But by the way, Bobby, I wouldn't take you as a McDonald's guy. I thought you had to eat a little better for yourself.
Oh, my dude. Hey, dude, ain't nobody in the Bay Area has more McDonald's points than Bobby. All right. I'm here every day, brother. You know how many free McChickens I could redeem with my points?
They have a point system at McDonald's now?
See, you're so high class. You hanging out with Bully and Festive?
No. You know what happened to me, Bobby? In college, I read Fast Food Nation, and I watched the movie. The guy who ate McDonald's for 30 days straight. And it had an impact on my life. Had it supersized me, yep. It had an impact on my life.
Brother, I've been eating McDonald's like probably 12 years straight every day, and I'm okay. Well, at least outside. Inside, I'm probably dead. But can I just say one thing? So since we're kind of doing a review of the season, of the season thus far, can I just say one thing, please? I know a lot of you callers try to come hard, spitting some bars and whatnot, but I'd like to add a little class to the morning roast, and I'd like to say a quick haiku for my favorite must-watch play of the Niners thus far.
Please.
So here we go. Heat-seeking missile. Get down fast. 6 coming quick. Malik Mustafa. My boy is must-watch. I know he gets a couple memes, unfortunate memes, but he has been I can't take my eyes off him when he's on the field. He is incredible. I don't know how long he's going to last doing what he does with himself, with his body, but man, that brother's entertaining, and I just hope he stays healthy for the rest of the year.
All right, your haiku is in nomination for Poem of the Year. 888-957-9570. Anybody has a problem with my B+ grade? I'm sure some of you watch Shanahan fired anyway, so you'll probably spit out your coffee. B+ for Kyle Shanahan. Taking all the variables of what's happened this season. Trent's not
He's a high-level loser, bro.
Oh, boy. High-level loser.
Who do you think is the greatest 49er to ever wear number 6?
That's random.
Well, because that's Malik Mustafa's number.
Yeah, he might be, because that number is usually a punter.
Well, I mean, Joe Nedney is right currently probably the greatest to ever wear that number.
A kicker, yeah.
But Nedney was good.
Yeah, no, he was good.
But Malik Mustafa does have a chance here.
He does have a shot. He has a shot.
I'm with him. Malik Mustafa has been a revelation.
All right, let's get to Cam Inman. Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group. Been covering this team for a long, long time. I know, Spadoni. I know. You're getting like Sam Lubman here. Cam Inman joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 Game appear on the River Islands guest line. This is the time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. Cam Inman. Good morning, Cam. How are you?
Good morning, my friends. Do I hear you were doing number 6 jersey history?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know that there's a guy on this team that wore number 6 before Malik Mustafa did?
Danny Gray.
Well, but did he really play much? Mitch Wishnowsky won it wore it for a few years.
Yeah, Mitch has had a couple of uniforms.
You got Danny Gray. I got the sheet in front of me if you really want to go back to the Jose Cortez era. Matt Cavanaugh, the backup quarterback we all love.
Was Mike Kofor number 6 or number 9?
Mike Kofor was number 6 for 13 years.
Yeah. Wow. He lasted 13 years, Mike Kofor?
That's crazy.
That is insane. Super Bowl winning.
You know what his nickname was, right?
Yeah, I don't want to repeat it. I don't want to say that. I don't want to. Did he miss a field goal in Super Bowl 23 against the Bengals?
Let me ask you, Cam. Let me ask you. We've been just throwing out grades, okay? And like, we know it's a quarterback head coach league, and it's deeper than that. We understand there's all these different elements to it. If you were to give the head coach and the quarterback a grade, what would they be for the first 8 games?
C. I mean, it's the record is 4-4, so you're average, right? Some people want to flunk them. Some people want to say, wow, but they're doing really well with all these obstacles. I'd say it's a C. I mean, you could even go C- because you expect more out of a team that's the reigning NFC champions, and you got basically all your offensive players back intact. You still got a lot of stars on that side of the ball. But they're also producing. I mean, it's not like they're not putting up yards. They're just not getting in the end zone as much as they should. And they're just trying to compensate for a lot of defensive breakdowns and a lot of special teams issues.
Yeah, I gave Shanahan a B+ because of all the obstacles and the lack of execution by players. But we can spitball. You know, a lot of, like you said, a lot of people just want Shanahan fired. You see those tweets all the time. Oh, just get rid of this guy, which is asinine. Christian McCaffrey returned to the practice field yesterday. Were you able to see him cut? Was he able to do team drills, individual drills? What did you see from Christian yesterday?
Okay, so yesterday is it's called a bonus practice, which is like a Friday. So the Mondays and Friday practices when they have them, all the media is allowed to do is go out there, see that these guys are in uniform, see them stretch for about 2.5 minutes, maybe 3-4, and then we're out of there. Monday's especially brief. So basically, go out there, you see McCaffrey warm up, and he was running pretty well, and he looked like he was testing his cuts. He looked like the Christian McCaffrey of old, but when it comes to in practice stuff, we're not allowed to see after training camp. So it's hard to judge. But what I can say is he looked like he is ready to go, and it doesn't look like he showed any hesitation. Looks like he's been chomping at the bit for the last month to get going on this season, and today's a trade deadline, and the Niners are going to get the best player available, and that's going to be Christian McCaffrey.
How do you think he's being utilized? And it's week 1, obviously. Right. I mean, because this injury is just for Warrior fans. Like when someone says Achilles, right? Yep. You know what I mean? Like we instantly get triggered because we all remember KD doing the dance and looking amazing, and then all of a sudden just snapping his Achilles. And I even think of Dre Greenlaw, who's had the calf injury for so long, and so it's hard to feel good about him just returning and thinking that he will sustain. How does this play week 1?
You know, now that you say that, it makes me more, because we always think that, well, he's going to get eased in, right? You don't go full steam ahead with somebody. But if you're like kind of starting and stopping and starting and stopping, doesn't that put more stress on the muscle where it kind of, can calm down or something? I don't know. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know how it would be, but I mean, go back to when he came 2 years ago, and he just came in right like 2 days before the Niners played the Chiefs, and he split some time, right? He didn't get the full load. He became the starting running back the next week in LA. I could see them, like slowly going into this, like rotating him and Mason, but at the same time, Bobby Turner, the running backs coach, he goes with the hot hand. And if McCaffrey's grooving, you're not pulling him out. And it's just how it is. And if he gets the clearance to play, then he's playing. I just don't see them. And it's really going to be hard for them because obviously you don't want to overextend him these first couple of games. You're halfway through a season, and he's got to get on board here. But I guess he just got to feel it out. Christian knows his body so well, right? And it's unfortunate that like the calf flared up on him through training camp, and they did the right thing by shutting him down so that he could not run and overextend himself during rehab. So I mean, he looks good. But it's a great story to see how it's going to unfold on Sunday. Listen, I would assume he's playing in Tampa on Sunday. But It's all going to matter of how does he respond Wednesday and Thursday. Thursday is going to be the biggest workload. And then Friday, you're going to see, okay, did he have any pain flare up because of Thursday's extended workload? So I don't think anybody's going to be able to tell you a hard truth whether he's in or out until probably Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Wow. And then there's always the question, as you were alluding to, Cam, how do the carries get divvied up? What happens to Jordan Poole and Isaac Garendo? Speaking of which, what's the status of Jordan Mason? Because we know he had a shoulder injury.
You said Jordan Poole, Warriors
Jordan
guy.
Poole, excuse me. Jordan Mason. Did I say Jordan Poole? Oh, my God, I'm in basketball mode right here. I just watched Jordan Poole last night. Jordan Mason. JP Mason.
There you go. You're allowed to do because it is, yes, JP Mason. Jordan Mason.
Jordan does.
Well, here's the other thing. But Jordan Mason is, like 3 weeks removed from a shoulder sprain, right? So it's like the fact that McCaffrey's coming in right now, that's why it's like some things are aligning really well where, okay, you can kind of give Mason some rest as McCaffrey gets going here. Garendo's on the ascent, but at the same time, he's still really young. Missed that blitz pickup last game, so you got to worry about that. How is it going to be divvied up? I don't know, but I just don't. They're not a team that's going to like split 3 running backs.
Right.
It's usually going to be one guy. Maybe. I mean, the thing with McCaffrey is, he's such a great receiver and creates mismatches on defense. And to me, that's what they really miss on this team to make the offense whole. And, we were talking with Purdy yesterday at his locker, not officially, but just kind of shooting the bull with him. And when we were saying, what was it like having McCaffrey back? And he's just like, man, when I went to hand off, he was like a turbojet. Like, whoa, he's already going. And Brock had that smile on his face as if and I said it's a "you complete me" thing, like from Jerry Maguire, and he seems so like content and happy, and like it's a good space for them right now.
Is Debo okay?
Debo, we didn't see at the start, but Debo often comes in a little bit later once the stretching gets done. So, he had the wrist and he had pneumonia, so it was cause for concern, but he was in the locker room hamming it up, so he looks fine. So I don't think there's any issues with Debo.
Jawan Jennings, who's been out the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
What's up with him?
I talked to Jawan at his locker yesterday. He's a guy that he doesn't like doing a lot of media right now. So he comes in, gets dressed, and jets out. And he was going to go do some more physical therapy on it's a muscle inside like the lower torso, like hip area, that he's going to be working through. But he was running on that field yesterday, and it looks good. So I think he's going to be playing. I just don't know how much they want to overextend him. So I think that's really good that they got Ricky Pearsall to go with Debo and Kittle. It's not at full strength in that receiving core, but if you get Jawan Jennings back this week, I would think he's coming back this week. All signs point to it.
We started talking about Malik Mustafa, number 6, and all that. I just think he's a really fun player. I know he's going to miss some plays. He's going to over-pursue. But I'm looking at him and Jair Brown. I mean, I haven't felt this good about the tandem of safeties in a long time for the 49ers. Like, I think they've got something with these 2 young players. And even if Talanoa does return, I kind of want to see what I've got in Mustafa here. I think this is a big stretch while he's out. Talanoa Hufanga is out for Malik to kind of solidify himself.
Yeah, I'm guardedly optimistic because, like you said, it's a rookie. There's going to be growing pains. There's been growing pains with Jair Brown over the last year where it's like, okay, this guy gets it. He's a good hard hitter. He has a good knack to finding some interceptions when the balls are floated out there, but there's also some communication errors that you can't have at safety. The fact that John Lynch is your general manager and he's a Hall of Fame safety, I think John knows who to play back there. So I got a lot of trust in that. But Mustafa sure is fun to watch because he has that, I don't want to say reckless disregard for his body, but it's very much Dre Greenlaw-like, right? Where it's like you want a defensive guy that's going to hit somebody, do it within the rules, but also be able to make some plays. And Jair Brown's done that too, so I'm not knocking him, but Mustafa he's raised eyebrows ever since, was it the preseason opener in Tennessee, or it was either the first or second game, and we talked to him after, we see him in training camp, but then he had the first game action, and he was like, who is this guy? We go talk to him, and really pleasant young man who's a lot of fun. He's going to have a good career, and it's kind of weird that, Deommodore Lenoir is having a tremendous season at cornerback, but the Niners' best defensive back might be a 5'9" rookie safety.
Huh. Interesting. Ken, before we let you go, was Bosa in the locker room yesterday? He's played really good football on the field, but also he made a lot of news for a hat he was wearing after the Cowboys win in the post-game interview with Purdy, Kittle, and Garendo. Anything to that? Has that kind of lost its steam, that whole situation with Nick Bosa?
We did not see Nick yesterday in the locker room. He was on the practice field. He was wearing a regular helmet, and he did have the Guardian cap over it. I just get the sense that Nick, obviously everybody knows his political beliefs. That's not news. And the fact that today's election day, it was a hot topic. It could have been a much hotter topic if he wanted to elaborate post-game on it. And I think for Nick, him showing off the hat was more playful, and rather than doing a contentious, you need to vote for my guy kind of thing. And I think he understands that politics and sports, it's not really the place for it at a certain time. Some people can disagree, and that's great. That's why we get to go vote today. It's a beautiful country. And will it blow over? That's, the NFL is the NFL could reignite this real fast by saying, hey, we're going to suspend, or they're not going to suspend him for the hat. Could they fine him? Yeah, I think it's just in the rule book that they fine him. But, those fines came out Saturday and they didn't do it. So the fact that you're delaying it till after the election, it just kind of leaves a bad taste in my mouth of, well, what are you doing? Are you going to enforce this right away or not? And if they don't fine him, okay, freedom of speech, but there's also rules that's written in the rule book. Did they have to, remind everybody beforehand? Maybe. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can fight it. So I don't see Nick Bosa continuing on a political grandstanding tour for the rest of the season. I lived that in 2016 with some other stuff. I think Nick Bosa is more focused on sacking the quarterback, and it's Baker Mayfield on Sunday, one of his favorites.
Yeah, no doubt about that. No doubt about that. Go out and get the book, The Franchise, written by Cam Inman. Niner, it's available right now. A curated history of the faithful. The book is out right now, wherever you go to. All bookstores, right, Cam? All
Amazon?
bookstores or Amazon?
Hit up Amazon or hit up Cam, or go to caminman.com or just DM me on Instagram. We'll get you a personalized copy. And there's no chapter on Jose Cortez or Mike Cofer, but there's stuff.
I'm looking at it right now. All right, I'm going to order it right now on Amazon.
There it is.
All right,
there
thanks,
it
boys.
is.
Have
All
a
right,
good one,
Cam.
buddy.
Okay, you too.
Cam Inman, River Islands guest line. Of course, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Doing grades for Shanahan, We got Mike Florio coming up next hour. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, to talk about the latest he's heard when it comes to trades. Who's available, who's not available, who's in the mix. Detroit, they shot their shot. They got Zadarius Smith over for the Cleveland Browns.
That's what I said.
The help, we've come a long way since then. What's that, about 4 years old now? 4 years old.
And then when we met him at the Super Bowl, Bonte couldn't wait to run me over with the Mack truck.
No, actually, that was the other way around.
What are you talking about? You came running up. You're like, no, it was him.
Love it. Come on. Love it. Be the voice of reason here.
Let me try to remember. I mean, all I remember is that when I shook his hand, he smiled and was happy to meet me, and that's what I took away from that.
I remember is he was happy to meet me.
And ain't nothing you can do about it.
See, I told him, Mike, hi, I'm Sam. I'm the guy who's texting you to come on this show. And he said, oh, it's very nice to meet you. And it was a very pleasant exchange. And then, I don't know, maybe you guys ruined it or something.
No, he looked at me, shook my head, and goes, oh, yeah, I recognize the voice. Yeah, that's you. I didn't have to do anything. I don't have to run anybody over.
He asked us, who was the guy who said I talk too much? Then you immediately took it
that's what
right into Shasky.
Yeah,
that guy right there.
I did throw you under the bus with that one. I had to. I had to call 311 on you. I wasn't going to wear that one. It was him. He's okay.
It makes me very uncomfortable. I felt like I was in the middle of a clue game.
I was uncomfortable
because Mr. Shasky in the studio with the microphone. No, because he's the one who did it.
No, Mike Shasky trying to be all nice and hey Mike, love what you do, man. Thanks so much for joining us, man. Our audience really loves you. Blah blah blah. He starts smooching, and Florio kind of. Who's the guy who told me I talk too much?
Oh, did I get fooled on that?
And Florio was really quick to ask that question, too. Like, as soon as he saw us, he had that question ready to go.
But like a stand-up dude, I acknowledged it, I wore it, I smiled, and we shook hands, and we were good.
You made an impression, whether it was good or bad.
Exactly.
You made an impression on Mike Florio.
Absolutely.
Set a badge of honor.
Mike's a great guy. Amazing journalist.
Is he a journalist or a reporter?
He's both.
I just want you guys to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio.
And he's a narrator of great books and an author of great books.
He's got a lot of books.
Yeah.
It's got a third one coming out now.
I was thinking I should write a book. I don't even know about what, but everybody writes books.
Oh, I'm writing a book.
About what?
Oh, my career, my life.
The Bonte Hill King's Tale?
Yeah, that book's coming out in about 20 years.
Yeah?
There's going to be a lot of people getting thrown under the bus in this book.
A lot of Mack trucks.
How expensive is that book going to be?
Oh, it's $19.99. We'll
That's
make it
a lot
affordable.
for a book.
We'll make it affordable.
Wow.
$20 a pop.
Wow.
That's what you mean.
Wow.
For my story? My story's worth $1 million.
He's going to be at the Bay Street in Emeryville, the Barnes & Noble there, doing signed copies.
And knowing Bonte's going to be like, hey, does Sigwidit Records have a book department? And I'd like to have it, be under the E40 label.
It'd be at Neiman Marcus. I'll be there signing books. I go big.
With a Gucci cover.
I go big.
You went $20, but I also go big.
Exactly.
So which one is it?
Well, he said it was expensive. Mr. Three Houses over here. Look, the $20 book is going to be phenomenal. It's going to be worth $1 million.
He's going to have like the audio book. We'll have Chris Mullen narrating it.
Nah, maybe not.
It certainly won't be me.
Forward by Kyle Draper.
Forward by Kyle Draper.
By the way, I saw Draper yesterday. Draper's feeling, oh my gosh, he is feeling himself. No, I'm going to have, not only that, we're going to do a spinoff too and do a little documentary on top of the book. So you get the book and you get the documentary.
Who narrates the documentary?
I better be interviewed in this documentary.
I'm thinking big business.
Who's gonna be the narrator for that documentary?
Probably Steph.
Haven't got there yet.
Are you kidding me? The mosaic of Bonte's life, it's gonna be Uncle Marty.
No, it won't be Marty. Might be Draymond Green.
Oh, come on. You couldn't pay him enough.
Fez, you talking to me?
There's no way Draymond's doing that.
Fezzi Festus Ezeli could be a good narrator for this.
I'm just picturing a Last Dance type where you got Bonte sitting down on the chair, wearing the camo shorts like Jordan with the brandy in his cup.
And I took that personally.
You hand him the iPad and it shows him the first week of episodes from the Morning Roast. When it was three of us and he was like, come on, give me a and it like flings the iPad. Butcher. I mean, come on.
The flex moment of the show. I had no problem with the flex moment of the
show. Oh, that's good stuff. This is even better. 650 Comcast Business Text Line. Mark Willard can't write a book called Talking While Others Are Talking, and his sequel, How to Talk for 3 hours Straight. Poor Div's not getting touches, man. I went up there to Thrive City last week. I was like, Div's are talking a lot right now. My daughter never tells me to change the station because Mark Willard's always talking. Then she hears this, she's like, all right, Papa, that's enough. Play Frozen.
That's enough? She's waving the white flag?
She's waving the white flag when Willard passes the mic.
That's not fair.
I was in need of Frozen.
By the way, did we find out what happened to the 49ers helmet in the studio?
Still MIA?
It is.
Is it gone?
I'm like legitimately disappointed in that because that came from my grandfather. That's from Kezar. Come on, man. Like that has sentimental value to me.
Oh my God.
When I bring things into the studio, this is why I'm hesitant to bring stuff into the studio and like let it be a part of the infrastructure here at 95.7 The Game. Because like it's
fingers, man.
It just went missing. Who takes stuff from the studio?
Missing.
Like it grew legs, walked away.
Just jumped out the window and just disappeared.
Someone literally like went on the elevator with a helmet that wasn't theirs.
I know.
Like,
walked out and then walking down the street here on Kearney with the helmet.
Do you think they like wore it out of the building just for fun?
I don't
know. What should the title of my book be? You got a book. What would the title of your book be?
Mine?
Yeah.
311.
3-1. That's funny. That's good. That's good.
That is really good. What would the book title be for the 49ers this season? The 2024 Niners. Oh, look, he loved it. You can hear him through the mic. Oh, that's a good one. He's like, damn, I don't have to do nothing
Bonte
today.
Did have a good question.
Love it. Does that do anything? Like my book title?
Running uphill.
That's actually not bad.
that is like really
like that.
good.
I actually like that a lot.
That's really good.
Oh, like baby, the tales of a well-rounded individual.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
That's incredible.
That is incredible.
That Daniel Day-Lewis wants to be in that one.
Forward by the overnight dancers.
Oh, forward by Precious. Diamond. Mercedes.
That's so good.
That's probably the dedication, right?
What was your title? What would the Niners title be for this season? Inconsistency? Red Zone woes?
Oh, no.
Shanahan with the exclamation point. Shanahan!
Probably just that.
I like Brock Purdy.
When special teams aren't special.
That's good. That's good.
Or you could just do special with quotation marks team. Special team.
It is funny, though, whenever a team has a run, a bunch of people that cover the team for a handful of years all start writing books.
Oh, it's great. You know how many people made money off the Warriors? Marcus Thompson wrote 2 books.
2?
Eat the Share with Shaws wrote a book.
Yeah.
Who else? My boy Danny LaRue wrote a book.
No.
Kawakami's got multiple podcasts. Plus minus. What? Slater doesn't have a book yet, but he's elevated. There's a couple people who, for some reason, the Warriors went on this run and they just kind of stayed where they're at. It's kind of fascinating to me. Didn't move up. Kind of moved down. Didn't move up. It's just like, how? Warriors won 4 championships. Hell, I even got a job on television working with the Warriors.
They're saying that the name of my book should be Pivot, Don't Panic.
510?
No, that didn't hit.
Not like that. Pivot, Not Panic.
Good one. Oh, that's
like an actually good one though. It's not a funny title. That's like a title you would actually
exactly.
Use. Yeah. Well, 510 says Joe Shasky's autobiography would be Flip Frisco.
All right. As the only individual in this studio that lives in the city, I will take that to the bank.
Oh man, I grew up in the hardest city. Stop playing. And I will never live in a city again. Not with these prices. Not with the way things are going. I like San Bruno. I like the Peninsula. I like, something new and fresh.
San Bruno Bonte.
Burlingame Bonte soon.
The king needs a castle. And,
Burlingame Bonte. Burlingame Bonte soon. By the way, it was at the Bruce Mahoney game Friday night at Kezar. Shout out to SI. Shout out to Sacred Heart.
Sacred Heart wearing the worst uniforms I've ever seen.
No, they were good uniforms.
You have gold pants that were classic, iconic ones in green. You should have stuck with them.
It's a new generation. But I ran into the quarterback who's a big roaster. A big roaster. Not only the coaching staff, but Michael Sargent, the quarterback at Sacred Heart, had himself a damn good game. You know my guy? I like him because he's a junior and he's cocky. He's got that arrogance that I need from a quarterback.
Okay.
You like quarterbacks with a flip fold. I want quarterbacks with 2 folds and gold chains. That's how I roll. My guy, Michael Sargent, looked, he goes, Bonte, thank you for supporting Brock Purdy. Enough with the slander. Then he goes, how'd I look today? And you know what he looked before I could even say anything? He goes, did I look like a young Brock Purdy? I said, you damn right you did. Keep up the good work. Michael Sargent. Eat for free over there at Cathedral Hill for today. Free lunch on Coach Evans. St. Ignatius. Hodge, Mr. Hodge. Or excuse me, not Mr. Hodge, Mr. Hogan. 6 touchdowns, WCAL record. Wow. 6 touchdowns in the Bruce Mahoney. Mr. Hogan, you ballin', boy. You ballin'.
When you assess the 49ers' first 8 games this year, are you baking into the preseason predictions and what this team was assembled to do? Are you judging it on a curve given the injuries and who's been out? Like, how are you assessing these grades when you're looking at where the team is today?
Everything that you just said. Injuries, guys who have been in and out.
So if I had said to you at the beginning of the year, before we knew anything about the CMC injury, hey, you're not going to have anything really from Ayuk all year. Mm-hmm. CMC won't play any games. You expected them to be better than 4-4 or right at 4-4?
5-3 maybe. 5-3. You blew some games that I didn't expect. The way you blew the games. The Cardinals game, I didn't see you're up 23-10. Cardinals run the ball down your third or fourth quarter. Didn't see that coming.
Has the defense, in terms of the new coordinator, better, worse? Like, does that factor into everything? Special teams being as bad as they've been?
They all factors, everything. All those variables I take into account. And I'm saying to myself, this could have gone awry. You could have lost that Dallas game and been 3-5. You know, the Jets was a closer game than we all anticipated. Now the Jets are not good. We get it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be serious here, but this book thing's got me. It does. I'm a little distracted before we go to the lines. I'm not going to lie. It is about that time of the day. Nah, I got it. Bonte's book, Oh Baby. Shasky's book, Did You Mention Me?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I already know I won't be in there.
What, my book?
I'm going to get snubbed. I already
my
know.
book? No, you're going to have.
It's going to be everybody.
There might be 5 chapters.
Everybody but me.
No. There's some snubs. You will not be a snub. Trust me. You will have it'd be a big part in it.
I don't know if you could tell the Bonte Hill story without the butcher. So, yeah, you're pretty safe there, Shasky.
I think you are safe. You don't have to worry about that.
If you tell the story about peanut butter, you have to include jelly.
Yeah, so right? I don't know why you're worried about it.
I mean, you'll be the Scottie Pippen version of this, though, so we'll see.
No, you won't be the Scottie Pippen. No. That might be Guru. Or there will be some snubs.
Steiny's Doug Collins.
There will be some snubs. There will be some snubs. Trust me.
Where does Nahegan fit into this book?
Oh, he's in the book. He's in it. Nahegan's got I'm saying a lot of good things about Nahegan. A lot of good things. It's kind of been like my angel. As Carlos Ramirez talks about the devil and the angel on one shoulder, Nahegan's been my angel on my shoulder.
More Phil Jackson than Jerry Krause.
Oh, big time. That's a good call. But you're on fire today.
Does Papa get mentioned a lot? Big chapter on him.
Oh, what?
Huge
Absolutely.
Chapter.
He's Doug Collins.
Who gets the bigger chapter? Uncle Marty or Papa?
Ooh, that's a great question.
I'm already picturing when we get to the end of the book and I'm being interviewed and I'm like, I could never fill the shoes of either Papa or Uncle Marty. I mean, he loved those guys. He didn't like me half as much.
I didn't like you at all, Shasky. It's work related.
And I let him talk.
We don't get to pick who we get to work with. Yes, I do talk a lot. I get to talk. Let's go to Clark the Shark.
We went to Vegas.
Great.
The Niners lost the Super Bowl, and Popeyes ran out of chicken.
And then I got Chinese food, and they didn't give me no utensils. And my hotel room, where were we at, the Luxor? My hotel room was literally all the way down that long-ass hallway. It would have took me 15 minutes to go back downstairs and get a fork.
I'm
and went on elevators.
The saddest thing. 1 in the morning,
Yeah.
Bonte opens it up. It's like chow mein with his hands on.
But you also
eating the feelings.
Yeah, the Excalibur.
You're in the Excalibur, and God bless the Excalibur. It might be a sponsor someday. But there's stains everywhere. There's just the bed looked like it was moving.
I do not think they will be a sponsor.
Dude.
I like the Excalibur.
I'm eating chow mein with hands, dog. The day we lose the Super Bowl, and I open up the curtains, and the Legion Stadium's right there staring me in front of the face. Perfect view of the stadium. I'm thinking, my team just lost the Super Bowl there. And I'm at the Excalibur, dog, on the Sunday night. What is going on here?
After they lost, I said, dude, I need some fried chicken. And Bonte's like, that sounds like a great idea. So we walked over there. We knew there was a Popeyes. We walked over. It was a super long line. We waited forever. We get up to the front. They're like, yeah, we're running out of chicken. We're like, you're running out of chicken? What?
Fried chicken is off the hook.
It is off the hook. I was so angry.
I was angry. I was irate. That Chinese food disappointed.
I might have been more angry at that than not going for it on 4th and 3.
And then we go to the studio out of nowhere, and this lady who was running the studio was a big politician. I'll just leave it at that. And she was saying some wild things. See why you have to. I just couldn't help yourself.
Time for the legal.
Just couldn't help yourself, could you? You're listening to 95.7 KGMZ FM in HG1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey. And we go to the most, this radio station, this studio that Matt Nahegan put us in. You want to talk about saving a buck. We were better off not doing a show there.
My closet has better airflow.
Not 1, but 2 shows there. So not only do you have to stay the day after, but another day on top of it.
It was unbelievable. What a disaster. Clark the Shark, good morning.
Clark!
Hey, good morning, Bonte, Belafonte, and Cup of Joes. God bless you guys, and God bless America. I'll tell you, it's pretty funny going on in there. It sounds like you guys are having a great time.
Absolutely. Not like you, though. Where are you at right now? Are you in the Philippines? You in South Carolina? Where the hell are you at?
I sold my house in Myrtle Beach, and I'm now living in a shack down by the beach, still in Myrtle Beach. And I wanted to say, by the way, on the chicken thing, Bojangles is the best chicken.
Yeah, I heard Bojangles
and you're
is
in the
good.
South.
I heard Bojangles
is good.
Yeah.
The Niners make the Super Bowl. I will let you know if that's good or not. Because it's New Orleans, right?
All right.
I don't know if they have one, Bojangles in New Orleans.
Okay, I don't know. I've never even heard of it.
They have a lot of Popeyes in New Orleans.
Okay.
And the Popeyes there, let me tell you, Clark the Shark, the Popeyes in New Orleans, It's next level Popeyes.
What's the one that everybody hypes up in Arizona?
Raising Cane's.
It's
they have one in Alameda.
It's okay.
Anyway, Clark the Strike on.
Okay, before I get to the, I just had a couple things on the Niners, but I just wanted to say on Bonte's book, I think it could be Bonte the Bloviator. Come on. And I know who will narrate the audiobook. Ralph Barbieri. Now, Bonte went to the Warriors. No, I'm just kidding, Bonte. Don't get mad at me.
I'm not mad at you. That's pretty good. I like it. I'm a self-deprecating guy at heart. Trust me, I like you a lot more than BPA. Trust me, Clark the Shark. You're high on my list. I don't call for BPA to call. I call for you to call. That should mean something.
Yeah. All right. Well, okay. The Warriors, by the way, really surprising, nice things. But on the Niners, couple things I got. I give Shanahan like a C plus at best because he should have fired that special teams coach last year, and he's not like Walsh. Walsh lets him go a little early rather than a little late, and he's got his special like guys that he's pet guys. It seems like, and I'll tell you, I wish they had traded Ayuk last year, but that's crying over spilt milk there. What do you think? What do you think on that?
C plus is fair. It's fair, Clark.
I think it was one of the funniest Ralph Barbieri, God rest his soul, impressions I've ever heard.
Pretty good. It is pretty good. Ponte the Bloviator. Butcher's Book. All the meat. Play the game with overnighters and a king.
It's not bad. Give me the meat. It's not bad.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Every time I see somebody creeping by these windows, it's like they're spying on me to see if I have YouTube up or something. I don't have YouTube up. There's no point of me really having YouTube up no more. The chat has been disabled, and I don't think it's coming back anytime soon. By the way, I was driving down the street. I saw Tyler Miller.
Oh, what's up, Tyler?
No, I was like, hey, Tyler, what's up, man? He's doing all these crowd hits.
I know. Was he driving? Was he walking?
No, he was walking. He was strolling.
Yeah?
He was strolling.
Nice. How's he feel about Brock Purdy?
Oh, I'm happy with Brock Purdy. Boy, we got a big game on Sunday. Big game tomorrow with the Warriors and Celtics. Big game on Sunday with Niners and Bucks. Oh, man, these are big games. You're great for Shanahan. 888-957-9570. We got Mike Florio coming up at 9:20. We'll ask Mike Florio to give a grade on Shanahan. I'm willing to bet my bottom dollar it would not be anything within the A and B range.
Hey, look, they were 5-3 last year. They won 6 in a row. Beat at the time a 6-2 Jacksonville, a 4-5 Tampa, a 6-4 Seattle, a 10-1 Philly, a 6-6 Seattle, and then a 3-10 Arizona. It can be done.
Yeah, well,
it can be done.
Well, when you factor in that they were 14-1 in November and December the last 2 seasons, yes, it can be done. Or how about being 16-2 after the bye week the last 2 seasons? Yes, you damn right it can be done.
And
they've done it.
And last year, Philly was 10-1. They lost to the Niners. They lost 6 of 7 to end the year. Jacksonville, at one point last year, was 8-3. And they lost 5 of 6 to end the year and have never been right. So I know today, and look, I think Detroit's in a separate class, but today there are certain teams that have just looked better and have played better football than the Niners. But it's a long season. And if any fan base knows, it's ours.
Look at you.
You got to finish it out.
Look at you. I'm so proud of you.
I know.
I'm so proud of you. Wow. I'm blown away by this. I'm so proud of you.
The guy that's always liked Shanahan's rooting for Shanahan. I know. It's incredible.
Even though you will take Bill Belichick in Texas second. By the way, some news in the NFL.
Loser, bro.
I hate that.
No, there's high-level haters, too. The Commanders have emerged as a real contender for Saints quarterback Marshawn Lattimore. Ooh. Chiefs have had interest in a former Pro Bowl corner as well.
Wow.
Still 4 hours ago before the deadline.
So Lattimore is being linked to which teams?
The Commanders and the Chiefs.
The Chiefs would be disgusting.
I mean, DeAndre Hopkins last night looked amazing. Yeah. And he literally walked onto the field from Tennessee. Like, he looked amazing.
Is anyone shocked? Like, I'm not. It's the least surprising thing. Travis Kelce always stinks. It's Taylor Swift plays. He just balled out in back-to-back weeks. He's fine.
Xavier Worthy is just going to run nothing but freaking 9 routes all year, and he might not get a look for the rest of the season because DeAndre is going to be open all day.
You know, they gave up a 5th-round pick for DeAndre Hopkins. What a steal. And by the way, Taylor Swift music is growing on me. You know who else is growing on me? Guy's up on the screen here right now.
Who?
Pat McAfee.
Why?
I don't know, man. I think he's doing a hell of a job. College Game Day, next to Saban.
You know why?
His show next to Darius Butler, their breakdowns are really, really good.
Because
they're
he
in sync
loves
on that show.
Sports.
Yes.
And he doesn't sit there and hate on people.
Yeah, he's growing on me, man. He really is. I'm starting to dig this guy a lot more.
He had an incredible backpedal yesterday on his Anthony Richardson take. It was all time. Because he was all in on Flacco, and that's 2 days of change.
And Flacco missed some open receivers in that game.
Don't forget, BSC did clutch a playoff spot last Saturday. They're taking on the Washington Spirit in the playoffs, the most successful expansion team in NWSL history. Almost said playoff history, but NWSL history.
Butcher and man, you guys helped me get through my mornings.
All right, Mike Florio coming up. It'll be brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of Life Source Water. With a Life Source whole house system, we help your water reach its full potential. Clean, tasty, and ready to pamper you from head to toe. For factory direct pricing, call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSource.
I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
All right, let's bring it back. We got our main man, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Oh, man, he does a great job. He's got the book, Father of Mine and Son of Mine, available right now on Amazon. I hear a third book is coming in. Mike Florio's just writing books left and right. How do you find the time, Mike? How do you find the time as we bring him in here on the River Islands guest line? Of course, the River Islands guest line. We love Lathrop. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands? I may discover them soon. River Islands in Lathrop. Mike, how do you find the time to write all these books? You're the busiest man in America.
Don't tell anyone, but I use AI. Are we on? Are we on? Is this live?
This is live.
We're doing it live.
Sorry. Strike that from the tape, as Shaq would say.
Yeah. Dump.
Here's kind of what happened. And, you know, the whole Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hour thing from Outliers. There's a certain minimum amount of grinding that you have to do in order to become as good as you're ever going to be at something. I've been for 23 years now creating written content at a breakneck rate because I've had no option but to finish a story, move on to the next one, finish that one, move on to the next one. And I've probably written 25 million words at PFT over the last 23 years when you look at every day, 500 words here, 700 words there, 300 words here. You know, different posts are different lengths. But when you add it all up, I try to do the math, and it is in the millions, over 20 million easily. You get to the point where you can just write really fast. So when I can take an hour or two in the evening, and my son's grown now, there's nothing I need to do at night. My wife doesn't want to have anything to do with me. We've been married 30 years, so it's not like I'm taking away time that we would otherwise be courting. The courting is long over. I take a couple of hours, and I get to work. And because I can write fast, I can crank out 1,000 to 1,500 words an hour. And, if you enjoy it, which I do, and it's a nice balance to the stuff I do at PFT, 4 years later, I got 10 manuscripts done. And hopefully 4 years from now, I'll have 10 more. My original goal was to do 20. But now that I'm at 10, I'm going to go ahead and try to push it to 30. And eventually it's just, hey, this is what I'm going to do until I can't type anymore, or I can't see anymore, or until, I'm not able to do anything anymore.
Mike, we were having a little fun with this regarding the grades for the 49ers. They're 4-4. They had their bye week. What would your grade be for Shanahan and Brock Purdy this year?
Well, we did some grades on Sunday night in a podcast that we do during the third quarter of the game. And if you grade in relation to what the expectations were before the season, it's going to be a little more harsh when you had high expectations. I mean, there was talk that this is the year they're finally going to bust through and win the Super Bowl for the first time in 30 years. They've been getting close, yada, yada. So to be where they are through 8 weeks and 7 games, and you can say, well, injuries are an issue, but still, it's all a total package. I put them both at a C right now, and I think that's being charitable in relation to what the preseason expectations were. But again, there's a lot of injuries, and everybody has injuries, but some teams have more than others. And this reminds me a lot of 2020, the year after the Super Bowl loss to the Chiefs the first time. You get a cluster of injuries. You don't have Christian McCaffrey. Receivers start getting hurt. Other guys start getting hurt. The defense is down to basically Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. It's hard to perform at the level that they were expected to perform at. So C, but hey, it's only midterm. They still got a chance to rally before the finals.
What are you hearing about the 49ers when it comes to the upcoming trade deadline, 4 p.m. East Coast time, Eastern Standard Time, 1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time? Are the Niners in on anything? What are you hearing? What's the latest when it comes to the Niners or trade deadline, Mike?
If they're pursuing anyone, they're keeping it very quiet. Obviously, they're not going to be sellers. They could be buyers. Anybody could be buyers at this point. And when you look at the standings through 9 weeks, the Browns proposed back in March that the trade deadline be pushed back from the Tuesday after Week 8 to the Tuesday after Week 9 because there's now that extra week in the regular season thanks to the 17th game. When you look at the standings, 25% of the league has 2 wins. So we're in a unique position where the cream has separated from the crap. And, the 49ers are kind of stuck in the middle right now. But if they could, and I think the smart thing to do is don't be desperate. Don't overpay. Don't mortgage your future in order to add a short-term player now. But if you could swipe someone that addresses an area of need, then you do it. But then there's the other question, too, of how easy or not easy it is to take a player who isn't part of your team and plug him in and get something out of him meaningful. And, there are different positions that are harder than others to come in and make a difference. But I think it makes sense to explore. And, you see the breathless reporting in the run-up to the trade deadline about, teams are talking about this guy, and teams are talking about – they talk about everybody. That's what the general managers do. They call all their colleagues. They talk in hypothetical terms or more concrete terms about who's available and who's not. I presume the 49ers are part of those calls. And if they can do a deal that they feel good about, then, they can do it because they clearly could use some help, especially on the defensive side of the ball.
Is there anything they can do to maybe catch the Lions, who look like they're by far and away the best team in the NFC? Philadelphia may have an argument. The Commanders may have an argument about that. The latest report says the Commanders are in on Marshawn Lattimore from the New Orleans Saints, a corner. That would help their secondary, no doubt about that. But is there anything the Niners can do? Because there does feel like there's a gap between the Lions and Niners, despite what happened in the NFC Championship game a season ago, Mike.
Well, here's the bottom line. If the 49ers are going to come across the Lions in the postseason again, it's most likely going to happen at Ford Field. They do play late in the regular season, but if there's a postseason rematch, it's not going to be outdoors. It's going to be in Detroit. It's going to be inside, and you're going to have to hope that, let's say the Lions get the bye and you face them in the divisional round. Sometimes that team that had the week off, you catch them flat-footed, and maybe you get lucky and you knock them out because you've been playing. You won the prior weekend in the playoffs. They were sitting at home. They lost a little of their edge. That's a possibility. The biggest threat to the Lions, I believe, we were talking about this on PFT Live today. The biggest threat, and I've said this before about other teams in other divisions in both conferences, a team from your own division rolling into your building in the playoffs. They're not intimidated by you. They come play in that building every single year. They know you better than other teams do, and they would love nothing more than to be the team that kills your special season. So if I'm the Lions, I'm rooting heavily against Packers-Vikings whenever and wherever I can. I don't want them in the playoff field because I don't want them coming to Ford Field in January. Now, the Lions would say, we don't care, we'll play anybody, and that's part of what makes them special. But still, at the deepest level of their fears, the things that keep them awake at night, it's having the Packers, the Vikings show up in the playoffs.
Do you think it's as simple as CMC comes back and all is well for the Niners, or is it deeper than that?
I think it's deeper than that, but when Christian McCaffrey comes back, it obviously opens up the offense, changes things because of what he can do in the passing game. It will help the passing game overall. It will make the running game a little more dynamic. I think the question is going to be, how much do you use him? Is he going to be on a pitch count? Are they going to be careful with it? This Achilles thing is a concern. And the fact that he's missed half the season underscores how significant it is. So once he starts getting some wear and tear, how's he doing? How's he feeling? Is he willing to admit that, maybe I should go a little easier? Maybe it's causing me discomfort again, and I'm not just going to put my head down and power through it. He's always been that kind of guy. Put your head down and power through it. And that works until it doesn't. And if they want to get the most out of him, and really, I think get him, win games along the way, but get him ready to be at his peak in the postseason. Think of the edge that gives the 49ers. He's going to be a lot fresher when January rolls around than the other players that are going to be out there on the field trying to tackle him. And that could be an edge, an unintended secret weapon for the 49ers, a fresher, relatively speaking, Christian McCaffrey when the playoffs roll around.
You've probably been on the more skeptical side of the 49er quarterbacks over the years, Jimmy and Purdy right now, just in general. Not that you haven't given them their just due. I just think that you've acknowledged some of their shortcomings. How do you view Brock Purdy right now? He's had an up and a little bit down kind of a season right now. He's played now without Brandon Ayuk, without CMC for almost the entire season. How do you assess Brock Purdy?
Well, and look, there's a small handful of truly great quarterbacks in the NFL, and the thing that distinguishes them from me, do you make a big throw in a big spot? And we saw Jimmy Garoppolo miss Emmanuel Sanders when there was still a chance to beat the Chiefs in Super Bowl 54. I think back to Jared Goff pre-Lions. He had Brandon Cooks open. The second time they ran the same play in the game, they ran it in the first half, and he didn't see Brandon Cooks. They ran it in the second half. He saw him late. He threw it behind him. Excuse me, it got broken up. Are you going to make what I call a championship throw? And my concern about Purdy coming into the season, he had said to Mike Silver how he wants to be dominant, and I feel like he was trying to do some hero ball stuff, and we still see flashes of that. Playing within the Shanahan offense, and that's what Kyle Shanahan has always wanted. I remember when the lockout ended in 2011, Rex Grossman, who was with Washington at the time, playing for Shanahan, he was confident he was going to win the starting job. And they're like, why are you so confident? Because I'm going to do exactly what Kyle wants. I'm going to do exactly what he expects. I'm going to run the offense exactly the way he wants it to be run. And I think the more that Brock Purdy does that, it's not going to be spectacular. It's not going to have those moments that make us say, holy crap. But if he just runs the offense the way it's supposed to be run, the theory is it'll work, and it'll carry you to victory, and it'll presumably carry you all the way to a Super Bowl. But at some point, it's going to be 3rd and 9. You're going to be down 3 points. The season's going to be on the line, and there's going to be a big play. And the question is, do you make that throw in that spot, extend the drive, and ultimately win the game?
What do you think, like, in terms of money? Where do you think he's at financially over these last 9 weeks?
Well, this one is fascinating because he wasn't a first-round pick. And because he's got a low fourth-year salary, it's going to be easier for the 49ers to give him a deal that has a much larger new money average than what the total average will be when the contract is signed. And that's important because we're just talking about total dollars that he's going to eventually get. So I could see him being around 50, even though in new money, even though the contract would be worth a lot less than that. You know, the question is he the guy long-term? And it sure seems like that's what Kyle Shanahan believes. So you make the commitment, you pay the money, you look at the details of the deal to see what the true nature and extent of the commitment is. Most of these deals now are 3 years. Some are 2 years. But I suspect he'll do a deal that ties him to the 49ers for 3 more years from their perspective. Obviously, he'll be tied to them longer than that. And then we just see where it goes from here. But this is one of the things of having a quarterback that's doing well. At some point, you got to pay him. And you play it out. If you don't pay him, it goes the Kirk Cousins route, where he finishes his rookie contract, you franchise tag him 1 year, you franchise tag him a second year, and then he walks away into free agency. So that's what they're trying to avoid. And I assume they'll get it all worked out. But we've seen some tough negotiations in the past between the 49ers and some of their players. I have a feeling that won't happen with Brock Purdy, but I could see something coming around 50. And remember this too: the cap keeps going up. The market keeps going up. 50 is not going to look all that ridiculous sooner rather than later.
Mike, before we let you go, I know you're all over the league stuff and what's happening in the inner workings of the league. Nick Bosa's played phenomenal football over the last month. There's no doubt about that, living up to his contract. But the hat he wore on Sunday Night Football made a lot of rounds, made a lot of news. A lot of people wrote articles about it. What was the reaction from the league? What did you hear about the reaction from the league when it came to Nick Bosa and wearing the hat? He didn't address the statements in the postgame. He said, hey, look, it's a big time in our lives. Whatever he said, I'm paraphrasing here. But was there any reaction from the league circle, league offices about Nick Bosa wearing the hat that he wore on Sunday Night Football?
Oh, they kept their mouths shut. I emailed them multiple times. And the way that it goes, and this is how they handle me, and I'm sure it's how they handle others. If they don't want to deal with it, they just ignore you. And they force you to remember, on top of everything else you're doing, to ask them again. And, I tried twice with them on this one and then forgot about it, and others had tried as well. They said nothing. And then they selectively leaked to friendly reporters on Friday, late afternoon, East Coast time, that they're reviewing the Nick Bosa hat, and there won't be any decision for, the next several days or whatever. They're trying to kick the can until after the election, because if they had fined him last week, that would have been jammed into the final push, anything and everything, throw out the kitchen sink, anything you can use to try to spark fake outrage, get people motivated to go out and vote. And it would have been, oh, look at this. The NFL wants to censor free speech of players. But, that's not what it's about. It's about following the rules, and the rules make it clear, regardless of what was on that hat. when any political party, any political candidate, any political statement, there are people who actually argue with a straight face that Make America Great Again is not something that supports any particular candidate. People will actually argue that. But I think anybody with a functioning brain knows what that means and who that's for. And whoever would have been supported by any hat that anyone wore breaks the rules and is subject to a fine. Any product, any message, anything, you're breaking the rules and you're subject to a fine. But the NFL wisely waiting until after the election so it doesn't become yet another basis for people to thump their chest and gnash their teeth and clutch their pearls and say, I can't believe they're trying to stifle someone who's just trying to exercise his free speech rights.
Was there any difference in the way this was covered going back to Colin Kaepernick when he did what he did, protesting the national anthem, although he was fighting for social, just police brutality and social justice? Did you see any difference in the way Bosa was covered compared to Colin Kaepernick?
I didn't really notice it, but I didn't pay attention to how others covered it. I mean, I think it was an interesting story because of what the rules say. Now, some people might have been concerned about wading into the morass that you would have if it's perceived that you're anti-MAGA because you dared to cover the story and you dared to point out that wearing that hat violates the rules. And I got a lot of whataboutism directed at me. Well, what about Colin Kaepernick? What about him? He didn't get fined. Well, folks, the rules allowed players who are required to be on the sideline, and the rules still allow players who are required to be on the sideline. They're allowed to not stand for the anthem. They're allowed to take a knee. They're allowed to sit down if they want to. The rules allow it. They tried to change it. They never reached an agreement. The rules still allow it. And Colin Kaepernick did get punished because he ultimately got shunned from the league because he's the one that helped the players recognize, hey, you know what? We've got the power here to protest during the national anthem. He's the one that caused them to realize it, and he paid for it with his career. And look, there's a lot of issues and arguments that goes into who's really at fault here, but clearly he became viewed as an undesirable figure in the NFL by multiple teams, if not all teams, after he did what he did. So there was a price to pay, even though what he did was fully within the rules.
Mike, how does this shake down for the 49ers to end the year here? Do you believe in them to make a deep run and get, let's just say, to an NFC championship game, or are you out on that?
No, I think they can still make it to the playoffs because they're in a division where the team that's currently in first place is 5-4. So, yes, they can turn it around. They have to stop blowing games that they have in the bag. They need to humble themselves a little bit. They need to view each game as a game that has significant postseason ramifications. And then once you get into the playoffs, all that goes away. All that matters at that point is what's your spot on the playoff tree? And even then, who cares? We're in. You know what our mandate is? Win. Win or go home. And if they can get to the postseason, all the stuff, all the struggles, I mean, I've been doing this long enough that I can palpably sense it. When you turn the page on the end of the regular season, it just feels different. Everything feels different. And you forget about week 1 through week 18. And it all comes down to what are you going to do in the 60 minutes that you have available to you? You're going to have a good day. You're going to have a bad day. You're going to show up. Are you going to fight through adversity? Are you going to make the plays when the plays are necessary? And are you going to advance to the next round? And if they get in, they have enough playoff experience that they could be a team that gets hot and gets dangerous, especially if they're healthy.
No doubt about that. Mike, you're always good to us, man. Father of Mine and Son of Mine, available right now on Amazon. I hear you got a third book coming out. Keep up the great work at PFT, man. We always love talking to you, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Anytime. Mike Florio here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands Gas Line. A lot there with the 49ers, man, as they make the second half push after the bye week. And the games are set up. This month of November is going to tell us a lot, Shasky. I think we're going to know a lot about the Niners when they play Tampa Bay. And I know Tampa Bay's shorthanded, but they're going to be tough at home. And they're going to be pissed off from losing that game last night at Arrowhead Stadium. Then you got Seattle at home. We all know division games are different. And then you go to Green Bay and Buffalo. This is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. This is huge, man. This is my type of season right here. This is where the cream separates itself from the crop, Shasky.
So we asked him about Purdy, and he said most of these contracts for these guys, the quarterback position, are essentially like 3-year deals, right? So I'm just asking you as a Niner fan, like a 5-year starter, uninterrupted at quarterback, you think it happens more than than it does.
No, it doesn't.
It's really hard. Like, I'm just looking back at Jimmy G's time, and we'll go back in a second, but like Steve Young had a 5-year uninterrupted run, right? Jeff Garcia didn't.
Nope.
Right? And Alex Smith was up and down. Right? Up and down. He lost his job. He missed an entire season because of the shoulder injury. I mean, at one point, Sean Hill took his job.
Yep.
JT O'Sullivan had his job.
Troy Smith took his job.
Exactly. And then he won it back, right?
Yep.
And that was all in a 5-year period. Colin Kaepernick had the job, and then he got benched in favor of Blaine Gabbert by year 5, right? I look at Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'm just looking at it like, okay, traded halfway through the year, hurts himself. I don't think he lost the job per se. 2019 was amazing. 2020, it did feel like he kind of lost the job a little toward the end because of all the murmurs about the high ankle sprain and where he was.
Right.
But he had kind of like an up and down. If Brock Purdy plays 5 straight years as the uninterrupted starter, now obviously there's injuries that it would be an accomplishment. I know it sounds crazy on the surface.
No, when you look around the league, think about how rare it is. Now, Josh Allen's going to do his 5 in Buffalo. Probably, what is it, year 5 already?
I think he got drafted in 2017,
yeah,
so he might
he's
already
been there. Mahomes is there.
Yeah.
Herbert's going to be there with
Lamar's
the Chargers.
there now.
Lamar's there now with Baltimore. But you look at Pittsburgh now. Look at our quarterback situation. Is Russ going to be there for 5 years? Probably not.
No.
You know?
No. Burrow?
Burrow's a good one.
Yeah.
Burrow's a good one. He's going to be there for a while.
Tua's been there a minute, but I think, was he 2020 or 2021?
He's same class with Herbert.
So they're
same class with Herbert. Yeah. But we don't know about Tua after the season, right?
Well, he is locked in.
He's locked in, but we thought Russell Wilson was locked in. There's teams more than willing to eat the dead cap if they want to move on to another quarterback. Now, Jalen Hurts looks like he may have a 5-year runway in Philadelphia, although it's hairy.
Yeah, I think he's got a lot to gain or lose.
Right.
Not that he's gone, but
this is a big year for Hurts.
I completely agree.
Dak Prescott has been in Dallas forever.
It feels like forever.
The Commanders look like they got themselves one.
No doubt.
Jay Daniels. Now, things change, but Daniel Jones has been there, and some may say Daniel Jones has been there for way too long in New York City.
Oh, I would be one of those people.
But I bet it's a little rare, like, you try to find a quarterback and try to give the 5 to 6 year world, because that's what it takes, right, to find out if you really got the guy. And under Shanahan, it's yet to be seen with Brock Purdy. Now, would it shock me if Brock Purdy wasn't here as a starting quarterback for 5 years? No, it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me, especially with this head coach.
I think I'd be more shocked if he played 5 years interrupted at starting quarterback, just given how the league is.
Uninterrupted?
Yeah, uninterrupted. Given how the league is and how this team is and just how volatile the NFL is right now and like stuff happens. And it's not, I'm not even knocking him. I'm just saying like the league is kind of crazy. Right. You know, I thought Russell Wilson would only play for Seattle.
Yeah, and then now he's on the start. Yeah, exactly.
You know? I just think we kind of underrate like when we say they got a franchise quarterback in our head, it's like 10 years.
Yeah,
So few guys make it 5.
No, the stability at the quarterback position has never been more volatile.
Yeah.
Because it's such a win now league.
Yeah.
You know, guys want to win now. So
and the money they're making. I think the money they're making, it forces you to eat more. Like you're more willing to eat money now more than ever. And so like when he said like a 3-year deal, if they could get some sort of a 3-year deal in the $50 million range, that'd be great.
Well, go ahead.
Well, no, and the reason why I say that, like, I was looking at the Tua situation, and I was like, God, I hate paying Tua $55 million, right? And I still feel that way. But I just saw the drop-off without Tua.
Oh.
So whatever you think the drop-off is from Josh Allen to Tua, I think the drop-off is big. But from Tua to his backup is bigger than whatever the drop-off is between Allen and Tua, right? That's just my belief.
Tyreek Hill was irrelevant.
That's what I'm saying.
And all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait, Tyreek Hill's still a good player. Well, now he's got a quarterback back. But you bring up Brock Purdy, the contract. I want to squeeze this in before we leave today. But John Lynch joined Tim Kawakami on the Tim Kawakami podcast. And Lynch he discussed planning ahead for Brock's contract. Here's what John Lynch had to say about it.
We are always doing planning. You have to. If you're doing your job, it's 3 years out. You're constantly planning. And then things happen, like the quarterback numbers explode, this offseason. And so you're constantly monitoring. We can't even touch Brock until the end of this season. Brock's still a young player. We're just focused on this season. Now, me in the front office, we're always planning on those things. And at the appropriate time, we'll address that. But right now, we're focused on Tampa. We're focused on the second half this season and being the best we can be because we think that's pretty good. And we think it's a team that can compete for the whole thing. And that's why we're doing this.
Well, does paying a quarterback change how you build a roster? Here's what John Lynch said about that.
I think you do. When I was broadcasting, I watched this happen with the Seahawks. And when Russell got paid, they were a team much like us, similar roots to their scheme that ran 8 or 9 deep. And I remember sometimes it was a guy Red Bryant, who was an important run stopper of their team. Well, he won there the next year and attrition starts you can't pay everybody. That's the challenge. Is sometimes it's the depth. It's not the star players. It's the depth, the quality depth.
The quality of depth that gets challenged when you do pay big money for one position. And that's what we're staring at with Brock Purdy after the season.
So, I was making the point about Josh Allen and the drop-off to Tua. It's a big drop-off, right? So whatever you think the drop-off is from Mahomes to Purdy, I acknowledge that. Mahomes is the best in the game. Whatever anyone thinks. If you think Purdy's mid, fine, so be it. Now what's the drop-off from Purdy to his backup? I think it's dramatic, right? And so where I'm going at is that I want to pay Purdy. I want him on as best of a deal as possible, knowing on the front end, all of these price points, I have sticker shock. So I think we've learned our lesson the last 2 off seasons.
But is there anything that could change that over the next 9 games?
Well, of course. I'll feel more comfortable or less comfortable, right? But B, I'm kind of the reason I'm resigned to it because the Raiders have no quarterback, and they're horrible. New England thinks they have a young player who's promising. They're horrible. Miami, I saw when their quarterback got hurt, their starter, who I don't even like that much, Tua, it's a big difference between Tua and the backup. You're unplayable with the backup quarterback. Jets, quarterback situation is a big part of it. Cleveland, Tennessee, Giants, Saints, Carolina, Dallas. These are all places where when you look at the quarterback, it is why they suck. It is.
It's a big part of it, but it's also infrastructure, coaching, defense.
Absolutely.
But you need to have the stability at the quarterback position, no doubt about it. But when I look at these other teams, they're horrible in so many different areas that I'm thinking to myself, well, if you did have a quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, best quarterback in the league, you can make the argument Lamar's playing better than him right now. But if you put Lamar on the Carolina Panthers, how much better are they?
Maybe a game or two.
If you put Patrick Mahomes on the Carolina Panthers, how much better are they?
I'm saying,
you know what I'm saying?
Maybe a game
There's
or two.
Nothing there. It is quarterback depth, so you need to build an infrastructure to where your quarterback could thrive in. And that's why Brock Purdy, or whoever's been quarterback for the 49ers, Brock Purdy with this roster has been able to thrive. Now it takes a special quarterback to take him to the next level, which Brock Purdy deserves credit for. But if you're in the wrong situation, and you're in a situation to where you don't have a good defense, you don't have good wide receivers, you don't have good running backs, you don't have good coaching, you're going to struggle anyway.
Well, of course. But I think where I've come down on this is that at the first opportunity in whenever February window opens up, just give Brock whatever the money that you can negotiate and come to an agreement on. That's not top of the market. Just come to an agreement, 3 years, 50-something million, lock it in, because by August, that number might be 71 million.
Now, what if Brock
And that's
Purdy,
what I don't want to do.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
Because we don't know how the next 9 games are going to play out. I'll just throw this out there. And I'm not saying that I want this guy, because I'm with you. I want to see Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy's been excellent with the 49ers.
I just don't want to see them wait till August.
But what if they get to February and they decide, you know what, we don't know if we want to pay Brock Purdy. And Sam Darnold becomes available.
Well, man, I mean,
how big is the drop off? You get what I'm saying?
No, I know.
These next 9 games are going to determine
they had him in the building. So that, I guess my question to them would be, you had him in the building, and I know
rumor has it, a lot of people in that building love Darnold. A lot of people in that building thought Darnold would push Purdy for the job, but Purdy played so well that I think he kind of left that point mute. But who knows, man? Who knows what's going to happen here? Who knows?
I hadn't even
Injuries could happen.
No, I hadn't considered Darnold.
Injuries could happen. Fallouts could happen. Now, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't. I think Brock Purdy will be here. But we have to be careful because we know this head coach. He will fall out of love with you in a heartbeat here. So we'll see how these next 9 games play out Sunday. Sunday's big.
I just think there's something to be said for stability at that position.
No,
and
you
then
have
there's
to
some
have
clarity. And then I look at it like, if they can have a draft, this year's draft seems like an excellent one. You don't even have to be this good every year. But this is how you reset your roster, is you get a bunch of draft picks making very little bit of money, and you have a 2 or 3 year kind of build back up. Not saying that you're not competitive, but look at what Buffalo's doing.
Well,
look
you
what
need
Kansas
a
City's
quarterback.
done.
I mean, I think we all know you need a quarterback. There's no doubt. You need a quarterback.
No doubt. But they also have to draft well, to your point.
You have to draft well.
But
you have to draft well. You have to build around the quarterback because it's just one position.
But this is where, and like I look at the Ayuk injury, it's like we're not even really talking about it now because we're in the season and they're playing games. But it's really going to suck next year because he is making a lot of money next year. And you were hoping to build the offense around what he does because he's so good. And I don't know what he's going to be.
We don't know what he's going to be, but this is why it's big for Jacob Cowling and Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
What if they ball out? All right, fast five me.
I'm right a lot.
My final thought is this 45-second clip of Draymond Green discussing his trash talking against the Washington Wizards.
I just told him, keep going and stay on that same type of energy with everybody. You know, every one of these guys you run up against that's supposed to be the who's, stay on that type of time. Because that's how you get respect. You don't get respect for running the other way. You get respect for running up to them guys, and this is who I am. I don't really care. Keyshawn said something. He's like, you can't shoot. I said, you've been watching people say that. When you were in elementary school, you was watching me win a championship, and people was thinking that same thing. He's like, yeah, I don't care. I like that. I like that. Like, you make the next one. And when we was going back and forth, I told him, I said, don't help. And then he was like, yeah, all right, I'm going to keep helping. I said, I can't help off you right now. You can't help off me right now. But it was good banter. I really enjoyed it. It was fun.
Draymond's all the way back. He's had a hell of a start to the season.
On a day where today's an election day, I'm not going to tell people how to vote or what to think or anything like that. But I would say this, is that I'm out and about a lot like you are, Bonte. And I think the majority of people that I run into are good people who aren't in the internet screaming and yelling at each other, ripping on others. Like, I have a little boy, you have a little girl, Joey's got kids. We all kind of want the same thing. We want a safe community that we can respect and love each other. So go by the golden rule today. Whatever happens, whether you're happy or sad for any part of the legislation and the candidates that are available, treat people how you want to be treated. The golden rule in life. It's very simple to me. All right. I'm not saying it's a catch-all for everything. I understand there's some important stuff out there, but treat people well. And it'll come back to you. I believe in those things. I believe in karma. So let's be good to each other today, in the words of Ryan Covey.
Well said.
Yeah, and just to echo off that, be sure to go vote today if you have not. And then I said this last night, I'll say it now. After you vote, go home and turn your TV off or watch something on Netflix. Just don't
watch
pay
the
yourself.
Sharks.
Watch the Sharks.
Return to the Mac.
Mac will Celebrini back.
Baby.
Are we going to have 6 seconds Celebrini tomorrow?
Yes, Blue Jackets. Ha-ha, Sharks are hot. They've won 3 or 4.
Can you name a Blue Jacket?
I cannot name a Blue Jacket.
Doesn't matter.
Shout out Levi's, Blue Jackets. Come on, that's where you pivot and don't panic right there.
That is phenomenal.
What's the name? If this whole show, other than the morning roast, like what's the book of
Organized Chaos?
Is that it is? 95.7 The Game. If we had a book of the start of this.
Oh my God.
Guys, we got a
break.
The
station.
Oh
clock.
I want to meet with you after the show.
Oh man, I don't
pop in here.
Gosh,
pop in here when you have a sec.
I don't know. That's a great question. It's going to take me 24 hours to think about that one.
So and so's out today.
That might be well. That's a station one. I think that might be an open segment tomorrow. Give us the autobiography of the morning roast,
or my chapter about the middays, the midday mail-in. How we melted in for 4 hours in the afternoon during lunchtime.
I'm out. Hey man, those are beautiful shows that we did that week.
It would be something like this. Oh baby, I'm excited, but don't put words in my mouth.
Oh my God, I'm actually excited about the Giants. That's a 5. That's pretty good. We'll try to do better tomorrow. Celtics, Warriors on the Warriors Wednesday. Woo! Can't wait to get dive into that. That's all. And I'm sure Stidey's out. Evan Giddings is in the building. Alongside Darren Akura Johnson. Now it's Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a good day, everybody.
Inside, I'm probably dead.
Is your water heater on the fritz?
I feel like we're going to have a good day today.
Ice Cube.
Shout out Ice Cube. That's an early 3 on a Tuesday, especially because, look, I know around this time of the week, you're into Monday, you're getting into the week. It's not quite to the halfway point. And so we're trying to kind of juggle a lot of different things, right? Obviously, a big day in our country.
For real.
A lot is going to happen. We're going to try and keep it as much as we can in sports, right? We're going to have some fun with it. We're going to have our own little sports election later on in the show.
I was like, I want Evan to vote on some things that's going to make him uncomfortable.
Well, at least I won't have a sticker to show everybody that I voted.
When did that? Why are you guys coming down Ken's Road? Board Op Ken came in today with the sticker. Bonte ripped. You don't like people saying I voted the sticker?
No, I just think it's unnecessary. It's like patting yourself on the back for being a good father. Like that shouldn't be something that you're bragging
about. Sending the message I participated to try to get us up out this crap hole we're in as a country.
I encourage everybody, first and foremost, if you haven't,
vote.
Go vote if you haven't already. But bragging about exercising a constitutional right, that just seems like...
You guys shock me every day. Damn.
Well, it just...
What makes you happy?
Maybe it's the chair. I don't know.
A guy or gal can't say I went to vote, did my due diligence as a citizen.
Well, you can. You should. You absolutely should.
Wow, man.
But
this sucker
telling everybody that you're better than thou for wearing a sticker.
Okay,
where's your sticker then, Goo?
I mailed my ballot in.
Good for you.
I got to say this.
As did I.
What about if you're just proud that as a citizen you voted? That's what I think they're proud that they participated. Let's put the right on the table. Everybody doesn't vote.
Well, that's true.
I've been telling all my family and friends, get off your ass.
Well, yeah, you send a text message, but posting a picture.
Hung Lu? That's my guy.
Did Hung Lu vote?
Yeah, it's Han now.
Oh, Han now.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he came in the money. He's big time. It's Han Lu.
Oh.
He dropped the Hung. I don't know.
Every time you start making more money, you just drop a letter?
No, seriously, it's Han Lu now.
Oh, okay.
I go, dude.
Shout out to him. Well, I hope he voted. Oh, my gosh.
He's in New York.
No, I realize it's not to brag. It's to make people who don't feel, don't vote. Look, we encourage everybody to go vote. We're going to have some fun today. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He's out all week. Daryl the Guru Johnson here holding it down with you as always.
Rumors that he might be calling in to check in on us. Rumors that the great Steinmetz might come call in.
You buying that?
I think the chances increase after 12 p.m. Yes. So we'll see.
He's 3 hours ahead, so it's already 1 o'clock.
It's 5 somewhere.
It's always 5 somewhere. I think the chances of Steiny, we'll see. I think the chances of Steiny calling into this show are as good as the Niners making a trade before the deadline at 1 o'clock.
Interesting. I'll
leave that up to you as far as what you take away from that.
I don't know. Every time I say stuff, a lot of stuff profound that comes out of my mouth, I don't get credit for it. But yesterday I gave John Lynch love because he's been active at these deadlines. And we've seen it the last few years. So, Evan, I'll say this. If there is no activity for the Niners come this trading deadline, there really is activity, and that is what we heard Trent Williams talk about in regard to watching his teammate Greenlaw run sprints with the helmet on, and then all reports, I think Mike Silver even is out there saying that McCaffrey's looking fresh or spry on the football field. So those two guys alone, not saying when or if they come back, but if you get them back, Evan, it's almost like those were the transaction guys.
Well, they are, but I think everybody's waiting for whether it's a McCaffrey trade or a Chase Young trade or even going back to 2021, a Charles Omenihu trade, something to bolster this team and add to the depth, right? There's a conversation that John Lynch had with Tim Kawakami on his podcast that we're going to get into. We're also going to get into some of the Brian Baldinger sound for the morning roast that I thought was really interesting surrounding the trade deadline, which is again at 1 o'clock. We will discuss, the Warriors who won last night in Washington, some of the game within the game stuff as they prepare for Boston tomorrow. But I do want to start with the Niners because this is a big day for them. It's a big day for everybody.
Yeah.
But it's a big day for the Niners in regards to, is this going to be the team moving forward, or are you going to choose to add to it? Because we saw Monday night the Chiefs got a massive addition. DeAndre Hopkins in his first game.
I thought he was
done, Evan. No.
Man, that's incredible.
Well, you're done when you got Mason Rudolph throwing you the football.
There's no doubt about it, man.
You're done when you got apparently Will Levis throwing you the football.
I got to be honest. I thought Mahomes was lost for the year. He went on that little scamper and then pulled up lame, and it looked like it was a non-contact late in the third, early fourth. Evan, I was like, oh, my God, he can't be out. But he was right back out there the next series, man.
Of course he is.
He's a G.
Well, that's like, the pseudo ankle sprain in the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
No, that was real. High ankle sprain.
Dude, he outran a defensive lineman.
He's incredible, man.
I don't buy it.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, so the Chiefs, look, they made a move. They got their wide receiver one. Zadarius Smith is on the move to Detroit. They lost Aiden Hutchinson. They got to get an edge rusher.
That's a hell of an option or opportunity to replace what you lost with Hutchinson. It may not work, right, Evan? But the hope that it will, and your management sending the message to the players and everybody like, we're the Lions. We got action.
Well, does inactivity so far by the Niners indicate to you that they're not going to make a trade? They're waiting to make the right trade because a lot of the best players are off the board. Thank you. Yeah, 650. Marshawn Lattimore from the Saints, one of their star corners, just got traded moments ago.
To who?
To the Washington Commanders.
Oh, my God.
So teams that are considered contenders, and while Washington might be a bit of a surprise team, they got reason to believe they have action. Adam Peters, a former member of the Niners, is wheeling and dealing on the East Coast. So if the Niners don't make a move by the deadline, what does that say to you? Or the fact that they haven't made a move already, does that say something?
I'm going to say this to that. I think they've earned Lynch and company the benefit of the doubt. I don't think they're doing the Jerry. Well, he made a trade. Holding on to their Benjamins.
What'd you say, Jonathan Mango?
Oh, my God. Mango. Anyway, Evan, I'll say this. They've earned the benefit of the doubt. So if they don't make a move, what if I told you they just are sending the message that there wasn't a guy or guys out there that they thought could help the team? Like, they've earned that. And I'm not even a diehard Niner fan, blinder. You know what I mean? I'm not being a homer. They've earned that. So if there is inactivity, I feel like that's because, Evan, they went to the football Walmart and what they needed was not there.
Well, it's not there because they waited too long, if we're being honest. Like the Niners can make a trade before the deadline.
They can.
I'm not sure it's going to be for a big boy. I don't think it's going to be a massive trade. It might be like an Amenahue trade where they don't necessarily reap the benefits until later in the season or next year, just to add to the depth. Yeah, I don't think the Niners. I don't think there's a big move for them out there. I give John Lynch the benefit of the doubt. He's made some deals in the past that have significantly helped the 49ers, but they waited too long. If the Niners were going to make a move at the deadline to vastly, significantly improve this team, it should have been done already. So what I'm waiting for at 1 o'clock is more so to see if they can add around the margins. And I think they've put all their chips into number 23.
Oh, no doubt. I was just going there. I'm with you. I'm feeling you. But there are, like you said, at 1 o'clock, we got a few hours to see if they can do something around the edges. But that's what he's kind of perfected. And I know last year with Chase Young and Randy Gregory, when it was announced they were coming to put on a Niner uniform, I'm sitting here like, hold on. You got Hargrave, you got Bosa, you got Armstead. This is a position of strength. But now we're kind of finding out, Evan, it's not. And I'll tell you what this second half has in store. We saw the Bucs, who they didn't do themselves a disservice on the national stage last night battling Kansas City. They lost, but they are the Niners' next opponent. I'll say this. The second half of this season is going to be the most difficult under Kyle Shanahan since he's been here. And I say that just because of the injuries, the lack of stellar play from some units and players. And Evan, it's got to change because like we talked about yesterday, I feel like the mulligans are over. Time's running out.
In regards to the deadline?
No, for the season and wins.
Oh.
You can't slip up and have Arizona again or the losses to the Rams.
Well, that was going to be the case no matter what. Yeah, the Niners have put themselves in a little bit of a hole, but I think they believe internally that things are looking up. And not just because you're getting McCaffrey back, but because typically this is when the Niners turn it on. Kyle Shanahan, I think, has lost one game the last 3 years in November. So they generally get their season back on track. And, the other teams didn't really have to give up much for a lot of these players. But the Niners might feel like some of these guys out there aren't going to necessarily change our season. They also might have to look down the line. A big part of the Zadarius Smith trade is the fact that he's also going to be making $11 million next year. So maybe the Niners don't want that on their books, and maybe the Lions are able to kind of stomach that a bit. So I think the Niners are right now in a position where they're waiting for the trade to come to them, and that's honestly how they've approached all of their deadlines in recent memory.
Let me ask you this. What position of need do you think is glaring for the Niners? If it were up to you, Evan Lynch, and you had to add to your team, what unit would you go to first?
How about I tell you on the other side?
Do that.
I'll tell you on the other side. And this is from the 510. You're right. We don't know what conversations they've been having about potential trades, but I have an idea of why they might not make a move, because Lynch actually talked about it with Tim Kawakami. I also want to play that on the other side. This is what I'm taking from the conversation that Lynch had. I'll tell you about it on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Is there a position of need you feel like the Niners should address? Is there a particular player out there that you'd like to see them go get? Is that player attainable? Or do you feel like the Niners are going to stand pat and essentially lean into the injuries that are now returning to the fold as they prepare to take on the Buccaneers this upcoming weekend, coming off the bye week? All right, that segment was brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Joe the Guru Johnson. We're back after this.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of LifeSource Water. With a LifeSource whole
I got a big ass.
Donut butt.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
I don't know where you guys come up with this stuff.
But he said it.
Well, he's not. That he didn't come up with.
Yeah. He was at the game last night, Wizards Warriors.
Naturally endowed. What?
Steiner was at the game last night. Yeah.
The DMV?
Yeah.
Why?
I thought
he's a Wizards fan?
Well, you know somebody that works for him.
Yeah. If Div's listening.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, and that's why actually he texted us last night. We'll see if he, comes through. I dare him to call in.
Well, he's got to 12. If you don't call by 12, you're out.
Well, he might be out somewhere. But I dare him to call in because he was talking a lot of mess on the thread last night about this and that and how the Wizards are looking like a nice young team. He's basically talking about them like Draymond Green did. He was very complimentary of the Washington Wizards.
Yeah, Draymond turning into just, who am I looking for? Not Idi Amin. Who is the other? Just a great philosopher. I mean, I love this Draymond.
It's like, I was telling Ken this before the show, it's like the transformation that Pedro Serrano made between Major League One and Major League Two.
That's a one.
Where he becomes a Buddhist.
Look at you.
And he just decides that everyone is going to be his best friend and he's a brand new man. And, eventually Serrano came back to his old style, which the Cleveland Indians at the time needed. But we'll see if Draymond is able to keep that.
18 points last night, dude. 3 or 4 from deep.
And what's that stat that Bonte keeps posting every time he makes multiple threes? The Warriors are basically a lock.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
They never lose when he makes multiple
crazy.
threes. Yeah. So the Warriors, they won last night 125-112. But of course, in less than 3 hours, it is basically put up or shut up time for the Niners, considering whether or not they make a trade. Are they going to? Are they not? Will they stand pat? Another trade has just been made moments ago per Adam Schefter of ESPN. Pittsburgh is trading a 5th-round pick to the Jets for wide receiver Mike Williams. So another wide receiver is off the board. Are there any good ones even left?
Man.
I mean, Mingo got moved.
Dude. By the way, you guys gave for Mike Williams.
Dallas Cowboys gave up a 4th-round pick for a guy who basically is buried on maybe the worst team in football.
Killed right now. It's sad.
Does Jerry pull that move?
I mean, the Hopkins was cheaper.
Yeah, I know.
That's just wow. Think about that.
Maybe it just comes down to money.
Take Jerry around back, man. Well, I don't know.
Easy, buddy.
I got slowed down. It's phone today. My bad.
Yeah,
my God.
It's election day.
Jerry. I love you, man.
Calm the seas.
Yeah. You got to answer the question. I put you on the spot. I said if you were
oh boy.
If you were Evan Lynch, what area of this Niner team would you try to improve first?
It would probably be the defensive line.
That's it, Evan?
Yeah, it would either be on the interior or an extra edge rusher because the Niners' defensive line is, in past seasons, that's been their strength. No doubt. This season, and even towards the end of last season, it really hasn't been. And I see the 510 chiming in from the Comcast Business text line, basically, F the picks, try and go get a run stopper, somebody in the middle, someone to help shore up this defense, which has been kind of middle of the pack this season.
And I'm not used to it. I don't think we're used to it, E.
Well, we got used to it in the playoffs, but I think it was overshadowed by the fact that the offense was performing at such a high level, which is what you hope they can now be with McCaffrey coming back. He was activated yesterday, practice windows open.
I'm ready to see him.
Ramping up towards Sunday with the Buccaneers, who lost last night on Monday Night Football. So, I think that, look, the Niners are in kind of an interesting spot, right? Like, they believe that they have action, and I think it has to do more with the people that are coming back from injury than a potential trade that is out there.
Okay, I'm not mad at that. I understand that. But, man, you just kind of hit me in the cardiac muscle when you talked about last year and that playoff run where we saw Green Bay and Aaron Jones come in here and have some success on the ground, and then Detroit just to take it to the next level. You won. But, honestly, I got to put some respect on the Niners' defense. Evan, the Super Bowl, they were great. I thought they were great. And they don't have some of those players, obviously, with Greenlaw being hurt. But I'm not Buddy Ryan, but when you talk about defense, it starts with the D-line. You got to get active.
Well, and other teams, even ones that aren't necessarily in contention category, have made moves to address particular holes. Again, Zadarius Smith might be the biggest one. Detroit goes out and gets an edge rusher to replace Hutchinson. Right. You look at Marshawn Lattimore, who goes to the Washington Commanders. That helps that defense. And, I mean, even you could say Mike Williams helps the Steelers with an extra wide receiver. Cam Robinson was traded earlier this week from Jacksonville to Minnesota. Yeah. He played in that game on Sunday night. They needed a left tackle after Darisaw got hurt for the season. So, the Niners have dealt with injuries also, but so far they haven't opted to make a move. And what I was talking about earlier was the fact that John Lynch discussed this very subject with Tim Kawakami. Came out yesterday, but here's what he had to say about, sort of getting guys back and then in conjunction with how they're going to make moves at the deadline. Right. This is what he had to say.
I think that's not the reason you make moves. Sometimes that's a byproduct of making moves. It excites the clubhouse. But I do believe that our team, our locker room, our leadership believes we've got everything we need. And they think a lot like me when we start getting the Christian McCaffrey. He's a game changer. Dre Greenlaw, he's a game changer. Hufunga, when we can start getting these guys back, I think there's a lot right there. I do watch other sports though. You think like the Dodgers who just won it all, like Tommy Edman, that was a really good move under the radar. And sometimes those under the radar, we've made really good moves, big splash moves like McCaffrey, Trent Williams in an offseason that not at the deadline. But then sometimes you think some of the better moves we've made is a guy like Charles Omenihu, who we got some value at for the year we traded for him, but then his deal went on to the next year, and Charles played some good football, turned into a comp pick for us. So there's a lot of different variables you look at, you always want to try to make your team better. There's things that have to fit, and we do have to be mindful that there's some tough cap realities coming in the future, and so that plays a part in this as well.
And I think that last part is why you don't see someone like Zadarius Smith on the Niners' radar, because he has money on the books next season.
Was it $11 million?
And for the first time in a long time, the Niners, even at the trade deadline, just like they were trying to maybe penny pinch Ayuk this offseason or get their books in order during the summer, they have to think about the impending contract of Brock Purdy with every single decision they make. And so could they make a move at the deadline? Yes. Is it going to be a big boy? I don't think so. But you get a big boy back in McCaffrey. You get a big boy back in Greenlaw. He's even talking about Hufanga. Someone lesser like Yetur Gross-Matos can return as well. So the Niners have reinforcements coming. I just don't think it's going to be externally.
Yeah, and then the other part of that, Evan, and I agree with you, is the win part. Like, are they going to all come back simultaneously? Who's coming first? Is it going to be C-Mac this Sunday in Tampa Bay? But you're right, that last phrase from Lynch said to me personally, I don't think they're making a move. And we talk about how different this season is as other years. And you can tell they're probably thinking about the future, and rightfully so. And especially, Evan, if that guy that you get or you bring in is going to have that Christian McCaffrey impact. That's what I'm taking for John. I understand it. But this looks like a season, Evan, even if they win the division, that may be the only route for the Niners to get to the playoffs. Because right now, the 7th seed in the NFC is the Green Bay Packers at 6-3. So just think about that, 6-3. So their only route to the playoffs may be winning the division, and it might just be we don't have that 1 seed. We didn't add it to deadline. We got some reinforcements coming back. Hopefully they're healthy and healed up, and here we go.
Yeah, I think that the Niners right now are in a decent spot, but again, it's Lynch. Like, do you think that fans think that the Niners, they just expect them to make a trade because they've made trades each of the past 3 deadlines?
No doubt.
Well, and even like he mentioned the Trent Williams in 2020 during the offseason. I do wonder if there's an expectation just to add. Like, you're always going to add, right?
Emmanuel Sanders, remember that 19?
Yeah, that's true. They've always made a deal. And one thing that was also in the conversation, it wasn't in the cut, but Lynch basically said that's not the case. Like, just because we've made moves in the past doesn't mean that we will do so again. And I also think, again, if they do make a move, it's not going to be a splashy play. It's going to be something that adds to what these big contracts really impact, which is the depth of the team. I think one of the reasons the Niners have looked mediocre at times, both on offense and defense,
good point, man,
is because they're a very top-heavy roster. And so when you lose even an Ayuk, who wasn't playing that well, but you lose a Hargrave, you lose particular players, it exposes you to how much depth you actually have. And that's right now what I think the biggest weakness on this Niner team is compared to past teams.
Yeah, and I think they underestimated that depth, Evan, when it comes to Armstead. I wonder if they could have looked in the crystal ball and saw how porous or weakened their run D would be without Mr. Armstead, who I was trying to run out of town. And now I'm looking like, man, maybe he shouldn't have been a casualty, but they chose not to give him his bread and have him take a pay cut. He didn't want to do it. And this is going to be crazy because I can hear the cut now. You just want to talk basketball. But Lynch bringing up Edmonds, and I'm looking at the Denver Nuggets and guys like KCP, Bruce Brown, and Jeff Green. You're going to laugh, Evan, but I think guys like that who left the Nuggets after winning a chip are why they look vulnerable now. So you're right. If they can make a move, it's not going to be Joe Montana-esque, but something that could help around the edges. I mean, at this point, the Niners could use it.
If something presents itself, I do think that's where the Niners pounce. That's where they always pounce. I mean, if you look at let's go back. Emmanuel Sanders, 2019, offseason Trent Williams, 2021, I think was Amenahue. You look at McCaffrey, obviously, in 22. Last season, it was Chase Young. I don't think that there's a move that they've made in which they have lost the deal. A deal may not have worked out, but there's never been a position where they feel like that they have given up too much in order to get a player that can help them. Even the McCaffrey deal, a big part of that involved in just the second, I think multiple thirds, or maybe it was even 1/3, was the fact that they knew they had compensatory picks coming back. So there was a chance to replenish their coffers, which they also have this upcoming season, and that's why they might be able to use one of those picks to go out and get a guy. I'm just not sure that player's there. But 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to chat about this and much more with, of course, our NFL Odyssey insider, Ross Tucker, in just about a half hour. Coming up at 11 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. We love Ross, and I know he's going to be missing Steiny, but we'll talk to him.
We'll be all right. We'll see.
Let's get to Mark in Oakland, though. Let's get to Mark in Oakland. Wants to talk about the Niners potentially making a move today. By 1 o'clock. What's up, Mark? How we doing?
Well, hey fellas, how you doing?
Hey.
I want to say one thing. What's up, dude? If they're still in win now mode, Hassan Reddick is still out there. He doesn't want to sign with the Jets. They can sway the trade for him, and that would help on the edge, as well as help as far as somebody at the linebacker spot too.
Gotcha, Mark. Hold on. Yeah, no, I mean,
Reddick re-upped and he's back on the field, taken care of, and got his chicken.
Well, he reworked his deal, but it's the final year of it. Oh. So I think they reworked a deal. I'm looking at it right now. They came to essentially an agreement on what he's going to be paid this year.
And they added incentives and stuff that he can make up all the money that he missed because he missed all those games.
Yeah. But then again, the Jets just traded
him now. The Jets look at that, they think they're still in it. They got a soft schedule. I believe they think they're still in it, and that's what made them come to that agreement.
Potentially, but they also just traded one of their wide receivers.
Yeah.
Now, Mike Williams wasn't being used, and you went out and got Devontae Adams to pair with Garrett Wilson. So maybe he just became an ancillary part of that offense. But I don't know. I mean, I also think that, again, if the Niners are willing to overpay, I do think that there are players out there that they could get. Hassan Reddick might be one of them. I know that Brian Baldinger on the Morning Roast this morning was talking about Jadeveon Clowney. That might not be a player you have to overpay for because Carolina's in sell mode. But
that would be the Chase Young, Randy Gregory type to me.
I think that'd be more Randy Gregory at this point in his career than Chase Young. Yeah. But he's still a good player. He helped the Baltimore Ravens a lot last season, I believe. So, yeah, Clowney's a good piece, but is he a game-changing piece? Yeah. To me, there's only one game-changing piece that is coming back at the trade deadline for the Niners,
23.
And that's Christian McCaffrey.
Or Greenlaw, too, on the other side if he were to get back.
I think he is going to come back, but his
talk to me.
Well, I don't know. His timeline is a little more murky because we've heard he's back on the field. Trent Williams said yesterday he's excited, saw him back there doing sprints, but there's been no return to play date, at least from what I've heard about Dre Greenlaw. So, again, the Niners are trying to figure out where they can add to this roster, but I think that they have the best path to get better through internal additions. Let's talk to Austin in the city. Austin wants to talk about the Niners and a potential need for them. What's up, Austin?
Hey, what's up with you guys? How y'all doing, man?
Hey.
Good.
Hey, this is what I think we're doing, man. Hey, not necessarily on the defense. I think they go get that right. I think we should go after a receiver, man, just to help out third down Jennings, man. I think they should go, talk to the Panthers, holla Adam Thielen, He can help that receiving core out there running routes and stuff, I mean, we got Debo and Kittle, they take so many hits and stuff, when the next game they go be out.
You don't like what you see from Pearsall?
I mean, I like what I see so far, but I need a veteran right there to show him actually, how to really run a route. He ain't really breaking off the routes like that. So, what y'all think about that? Adam Thielen, he can help he can help out Brock Purdy more than anything.
Well, I wouldn't want him, Evan. I think he's done, but I'm just thinking of Jawan Jennings, man, when he's healthy, showing Pearsall, if he hadn't already, the ropes. You got Debo and Austin's right. You got Kittle. I think that's the area that you don't need to add to.
Well, I think you could always use another receiver. I mean, let's say Jawan Jennings gets hurt again, or God forbid Ricky Pearsall gets hurt. This is another part of it too, is that it's not like the Niners, I don't know, if they have perfect health from here on out, that's great. I do think you have to account for the fact that someone else is probably going to get hurt.
Oh,
you just don't know where it's going to come from.
Yeah.
So, again, what do the Niners not have in compared to years past? I think it's depth. And Adam Thielen in particular, I don't identify as someone for the Niners because he's 34.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has a lot of great football left. He's also coming off the IR, so you don't know how good he's going to be. And then secondly, it's what John Lynch mentioned at the end of the cut that we played earlier. Adam Thielen's on the books for another couple seasons. So I think the Niners are trying to add someone that can help them this year, but is essentially an expiring contract. And there's not a lot of guys that meet the criteria that are as impactful enough for you to be willing to give up draft picks, because I think the Niners are also beginning to learn that those draft picks are valuable.
No doubt about it.
You've seen 5 or 6 dudes from this class alone that have played this year, some because of injury, some because they've earned it, and for others because of somewhere in between. But those draft picks will become increasingly more valuable for a Niners team that is going to have to get younger when you're going to be basically stuck with all these albatross contracts like the one they gave to Brandon Ayuk this summer.
And Evan, that's why I think it may be quiet on the set for the 49ers. But if you're going to use, and you can, or any fan out there, apply the injury situation to each unit or phase of your team, then, I have nothing for you because you're right. But Evan, right now, if McCaffrey is due back, that's going to help. We've talked about it, everything, and your passing game. So I think the Niners are on point, barring injury, by getting Jennings back. We saw flashes from Pearsall, Debo, and Kittle. And if you get your guy back, that's going to help Brock and the passing game and the run. It's going to help everything. So that's your receiver, Austin.
Yeah, and I think that the receiving core, again, it all surrounds the quarterback, right? And so this was another part of the conversation where John Lynch mentioned, all right, we got to think about our future books. That's been a constant theme throughout the summer. Here's what he had to say about Brock Purdy and planning ahead for his contract.
We are always doing planning. You have to. If you're doing your job, it's 3 years out. You're constantly planning. And then things happen, like the quarterback numbers explode, this offseason. And so you're constantly monitoring. We can't even touch Brock until the end of this season. Brock's still a young player. We're just focused on this season. Now, me in the front office, we're always planning on those things. And at the appropriate time, we'll address that. But right now, we're focused on Tampa. We're focused on the second half this season and being the best we can be, because we think that's pretty good. And we think it's a team that can compete for the whole thing. And that's why we're doing this.
I think that John Lynch believes that this team, if they reach their potential, can challenge. But again, we've seen the Lions make a move. Relatively significant moves, right? The Lions, the Commanders, the Chiefs. I think all 3 of those teams also believe that they could win a Super Bowl this season. Washington might be ahead of schedule. Are the Niners in win now mode? And if not, should they be? Because I think that's another thing that we're trying to figure out in regards to the deadline is if they are in win now mode, usually win now teams make a move.
Right, but it's got to make sense, right? And
Or dollars.
To me, shout out DJ Quick, but there's no way they're not in win now mode. I feel like we're nearing the end of an era. However you want to describe that era, it's since 2019 they've been chasing the carrot and they've had it in their hand and they fumbled it. So Evan, I do take John at his word to where he's thinking about the future books and the imminent contract from Brock Purdy that's going to bring the house down. But with that said, they've gotten so close that they owe it to themselves and everybody that's on the field now, the players, to try to bring it home. And if there's something out there, they're going to do their due diligence to add, but not just do something, because I don't think we've ever seen this from Lynch, like Jerry Jones, do something to appease the masses and quote unquote pull the cover over your eyes and make you think that we're all in. That's what I like from John is he's like, Evan, you're right. But if there's nothing out there, I'm not going to pull the trigger.
Yeah, but that doesn't sound to me like you're all in. And I don't think the Niners have ever necessarily been all in. Again, all the moves that we talked about the last 4 deadlines or off seasons have been moves that have been advantageous for the Niners. That hasn't cost them the prettiest penny. It's been a move that's been right for them, and they've struck appropriately. But I don't think the Niners, I don't know, maybe there's this idea that because they make moves that they are all in. I don't think the Niners have ever been all in. And maybe there's a distinction between win now, but also saving some money to win later. But
if you're going to risk McCaffrey's health, that to me signals that trumps everything. That is telling me you're all in, because that can go a few ways, Evan, and a few of them are dangerous to where you could be without them if something goes bad.
Well, that is a good point, because
to me that's where I'm like, Evan, they're risking the biscuit.
Well, John Lynch had to say this about Christian McCaffrey in regards to. Sorry, I thought that we had that, but all right. The quote from McCaffrey was basically, if he can make an impact and handle the volume, they're not going to hesitate to play him.
Wow. So it's all systems go if he tells us.
Well, they're all in as far as McCaffrey being the guy for them.
Yeah.
But adding externally, again, I just think the Niners are stuck a bit between what Brock Purdy is going to cost them and how much they can give up to maximize this season. I don't think the Niners are a player away from returning to the level that they were last year. Unless that player is Christian McCaffrey. The player that is going to get them to potentially a Super Bowl and a 6th Lombardi is the guy that's coming back from Achilles tendonitis.
Yeah.
And that's a big risk. But also, I don't think that they can handicap themselves any more financially until they know what this team is going to be. And right now, the timing just hasn't worked out. We haven't been able to accurately assess this team.
Yeah.
I don't know who they are. Because McCaffrey hasn't played.
Well, I'll say this to that. I know where they've come from. And I know last postseason, they represented the NFC in the Super Bowl. So, Evan, tell me if I'm wrong, injuries or not. Everybody's got a story. Nobody's, playing the violin for you, crying and handing you tissue. At the end of the day, the Niners, to me, it was Super Bowl or bust or NFC Championship game. I haven't changed that. I do look at you now and tell Niner fans I'm less confident of that happening, but let me throw this to you. If the Niners hit Landis as a Darius Smith or even Lattimore, would you be throwing confetti if you were a Niner fan? That's it. That's the move. Now, tell Evan, I think we could compare to last year's defense or even those two guys alone, you still would be, nice try, nice addition, but I don't think it puts us over the top.
They would help you a bunch, but I think the gap right now between the Niners and the Lions, for example, which is who you're measuring yourself against, they're the class of the NFC, that gap's pretty wide. And I think that gap is closed much more by McCaffrey returning to what he was last year than adding someone like Zadarius Smith.
I agree.
That's just my opinion. But we can continue the conversation on the other side. I see you, Jose in L.A., Kaiser Soze in L.A. We'll talk to you on the other side. Also, Ross Tucker coming up in about 20 minutes, 11 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game, our NFL Odyssey Insider. We talk to him every other week, every other Tuesday at 11 a.m. And reminder that Valvoline Instant Oil Changes are 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. Evan and Steiny, Goo with you as always. We're back after this 95-7 game.
Terms and conditions apply. For full details.
have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I cannot believe the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did not go for 2.
Yeah, I thought of you.
If you have a chance to put the six-pack underneath the six-pack away, you got to do it.
We'll see.
And I've been one of Mr. Old School, kick it and go OT, but that moment was like, ride the momentum, go for 2.
In the rain, everything is screaming at you, Tampa Bay, on Monday Night Football in front of the nation. Put your foot down. Yeah. Todd Bowles, grow a pair and go for it.
We wanted to get us to overtime with the wet conditions on the field. We felt like we had to go into overtime instead of go for 2. So we had our shots. We lost the game.
Todd No Bowles.
Yeah, the black coach delegation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Todd No Bowles.
That's a 4. I'll say this to that, though. Baker's found a home, huh? It's crazy. I thought he was done, Evan. He seems like he's found a home, man.
Yeah, I believe it's weird. I believe more in Baker Mayfield than I do in Sam Darnold.
No, I totally get that.
There's a lot of sort of resurfacing quarterbacks. I don't know. A lot of people believe Baker was done, and even without some of those weapons, they're dropping like flies in Tampa Bay. Niners will see some of them on Sunday, but probably not Mike Evans and Chris Godwin.
Early start.
God. Actually, I'm not going to lie. As a West Coast viewer, I do enjoy the 10 a.m. games.
Oh, man.
Get them out of the way. Got the rest of my day to go do stuff.
And we'll have I don't know if you're up this early because you guys party, little youngsters. 6:30, we got a game. I believe it's Giants and Panthers in London or overseas somewhere. Yeah. Across the pond.
Yeah. Playing a bit of the footy.
Hey, I got a random question since it's
you just lose
day.
faster going for 2. That's from the 5-3-0.
Or you can take the lead
you
faster.
win the game.
No doubt. You got more confidence, this is random, in Philly, who's got a better record than the Niners?
Don't make me answer
or
this.
Or the Niners? You got to vote. Yes, Fedoni. You can't do Steiny. Guru, I don't know.
Well, how can you not believe more in Philadelphia?
They got stuff to me going on behind the scenes, or if you think they figured that out and that's why they're winning games, but they almost choked one. You're going to laugh. I'm taking the Niners because I feel like the guys that they're going to get back, they're going to show up, and this team's going to do what it always does, be a factor late in December and January. Like, I can't take that from the Niners yet.
Well, a factor, like, who do I believe is going to go further in the postseason?
Right. And now A.J. Brown's got something with the knee issue, and, he's day-to-day, but there's something about this Niner run that we've seen at 3-4, at 3-5, Evan, that I'm not writing them off, man. And I know you're not. I'm not saying
I'm not writing off the Niners, but, okay, So the Niners, I think, are extremely dependent on what Christian McCaffrey is going to be, right?
No doubt about it.
I think Saquon Barkley is for the Philadelphia Eagles what Christian McCaffrey was for the San Francisco 49ers.
Wow.
Like, he has completely transformed that offense.
I didn't even mention him. Wow.
And I know they got a couple of great wide receivers and, pretty good tight end and whatnot, but the biggest hang-up with Philly is the head coach. I just find it funny that everyone always seems to have an issue with Kyle Shanahan, but Nick Sirianni might be the thing that holds the Eagles back.
No doubt about it.
That's the reason why I wouldn't believe in them, but they've shown me so far that they can overcome some, inadequate full game performance. Like they haven't choked away games the way the Niners have.
No doubt. And the one constant,
except for Atlanta.
The one constant for this season for the Niners is they just have not been able to put teams away, Evan. And I honestly don't have the answer as to why. But if you want to tell me what I saw from being in the facility, you two, along with great Lorenzo Neal, I mean, they dominated Dallas, and yet Dak and the Cowboys had the ball with a chance to win the game. You're up 20 on Seattle. Tell me if I'm being negative, Nancy. You're up 20 on Seattle on a Thursday night, and I'm thinking, okay, here you go. This is easy work. And Geno Smith had the ball with the chance to take the lead. Didn't happen. But, Evan, there's something bigger at play in those scenarios that cause concern for me with the Niners. And, again, it's Missouri, the show-me state. They're going to have to show us that they've either got the necessary reinforcements back, and then also if we're beating the crap out of Spadoni and Evan, that's how the game's going to end. We're not going to give them another chance.
Wait, what?
I just saw your knuckles. I just thought about how you put some Neosporin on it. I've been looking at you.
Some Vaseline. Dude, someone yesterday called me Bushwhack Bill.
Bushwhack Spinal.
Oh my God, I hate it because
dude,
I had to go listen to the song again. I didn't realize he was talking about punching the concrete.
Women like scars, though. I'm just saying, you're a youngster.
I hope so. Yeah. All right, let's go to Kaiser Soze in LA. He's been hanging on patiently. What's up, Kaiser? How's that limp doing?
Oh, taking out the entire Hungarian mob is a chore, but I eventually got that done. How are you guys doing?
Hang it in.
Fantastic.
Okay, good. I just want to make a couple quick points, guys. First of all, Lynch, did he wait a little bit too long to make a trade or two? Yeah, probably. And now the very same teams that he's knocking on the door are probably holding his feet to the fire for a higher pick because they know the clock is ticking. Now, what would I have liked to have seen them acquire? Well, for my money, long life Niner fan, when they were truly dominant, the defensive line led the way, whether it was Montana, Young, what have you. The defensive line was always the anchor, irrespective of the stars we had on offense. Now, can they build a line like that, like like Eddie D did? Absolutely not. But I'd like them to see. I love the Clowney move. I'd like to see them pick up maybe a nice backup linebacker they've seen off somebody's roster that they like. And as far as receiver goes, no receiver. Pick up a tight end that's going to help you with the blocking and protection and can get open in open spaces because they just don't pass enough for me to warrant grabbing a big name receiver. And lastly, I trust Lynch to make the move more than I do Shanny's moves. Now, last thing I'd like to ask you, something I heard was that when the Niners were ready to trade Ayuk, Shanahan bolted up the stairs to the office and said, "Now I don't know if this is true, but he bolted up the stairs and said, no. Hold off on the trade. We can sign him. He'll stay."
Yep.
If I'm running up the stairs for somebody, I'm running up the stairs for Amon-Ra St. Brown or Justin Jefferson or CD. I'm not running up the stairs for a guy that you throw the ball to 6 times a game, irrespective of how many yards he gets. I mean, I like Brandon. I really do. But in my opinion, the Niners are run first and then pass, and I don't see the reason why it was such a desperate need to retain. I love the show, guys. Thank you so very much for taking my time.
I know. Thank you. And Evan, if I could jump in, I'll just say this. We do understand the brilliance that Kyle Shanahan brings to the table. That's obvious. But to his thing, and I feel like if I was driving around or Brandon's family's driving around, it's like we're talking about a guy that's gone.
I think he's from the 707. They might be listening.
No, we'll look at you. But, Evan, what do you think, just real quick, went in through, like, the biggest compliment to Ayuk, Steiny, or the people like Steiny, and that caller that feel Ayuk was never worthy of that money? Why would somebody so smart like John and Kyle stop the fax machine or run up the stairs? Like, I guess what I'm saying to you, partner, is that's all I need to hear is, like, Kyle doesn't have to explain it. He felt his offense needed Ayuk in the way that they throw him the ball, how much they throw him the ball. It was good enough, Evan.
Well, and we're going to talk to Ross Tucker about this in just a couple of minutes, along with the NFL trade deadline, which is at 1 o'clock Pacific Standard. The thing about Ayuk is, and again, it brings me back to my overarching thought, which is the Niners are not as in win-now mode as you think.
Explain that, though.
They're in win-now and win-later mode. They're not all in on any of these seasons. So when you pay Ayuk, you're paying a 26-year-old that is ideally emerging as a number one receiver for an extended period of time to make sure that you have a number one wideout for the better part of the next half decade. Like that's why you do it. And you're paying as much for that as you are to keep this team intact. Like Amon-Ra St. Brown, if the Detroit Lions didn't have a great offensive line,
everything,
and a serviceable quarterback and a great running back room.
Running backs, yeah, exactly.
If Amon-Ra St. Brown is the only option on that team, I'm not sure he's as good as his numbers are. But the Lions paid to keep that offense intact. Amon-Ra, he's a really good wide receiver.
No
don't get me wrong.
Him. Yeah,
but if you put him in Carolina, he's obviously not as good. So you're paying as much to keep the overall situation together in regards to Ayuk as you are also to have him for the future. So the Niners paid him for now and later. I like that. That's the way that I look at it.
And Evan, I feel like you're describing Brock Purdy. I think
they did pay him for Brock.
But also for the immediate of now. And the minefield that was this season where you don't know when and who's going to get hurt, Evan, is out of their control. But I guess I'm just perplexed a bit that you say that they're kind of not all in this season because of things and guys that got hurt that were out of their control. So now here we are at the deadline, and there is no Lawrence Taylor, like you said, walking through that door, Jerry Rice or Roger Craig. So I guess I'm asking you and Niner fans that feel that way, Evan, I'm not going to look at the inactivity if they end up not doing anything, signaling to me that the Niners aren't all in this season.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and H2 San Francisco, always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
If I'm understanding you correct.
No. I don't think the Niners are all in, but I don't think they've been all in on any of these seasons. In a way, that's how you're able to sustain such a great team, because you don't go all in on just 1 year. You make certain that you're able to compete this year, next year, the year after that. I think that's why the Niners are also being a bit cautious, not just around the deadline. Like the deadline is what it is, but I think they're being cautious as to, okay, well, how does this move impact that move? How does Brock Purdy and what we got to pay him impact who we can pay in the future? John Lynch is telling us that they have to think 3 years down the line every single year. That doesn't sound to me like someone that's going to say all of a sudden, F them picks, let's go in for a certain player because he's the missing piece.
Well, how do you get back or get your defense? And I'm speaking on the defensive side of the ball.
I don't think Christian McCaffrey was an all-in move. I think they robbed the Carolina Panthers at the right time. They didn't give up much beyond a second-round pick for him.
Right, but what the job then is, you got the ball at the 5, the 4, the 3, the 2. You've had it at the 1 yard line with McCaffrey. You want to get that thing in and get that championship that the Niners covet, right? And put a staple on an era under Kyle since 2019 and John to get it done. And I feel like they should have 2. My question is, what do you do to get this defense, Evan, back before the playoffs that you hopefully qualify for? Because it sounds like you're saying maybe behind closed doors, they're like, this is just it. This is what it is. Because I feel like the defense is eroding. And when I say eroding, it's becoming less dominant. And if it becomes less dominant and teams can run on you, like we saw in last year's playoffs, all except the Super Bowl, Evan, what do you do to fix that?
Well, we can ask Ross Tucker about it.
Gotcha.
Because we got him on the line right now. Again, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? On the line right now, Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day be delicious. Evan Giddings in for Steiny, along with Goo. Ross, welcome to the program. What's going on, man?
Oh, man, a lot's going on. It's absolutely gorgeous here in Pennsylvania for some unknown reason, which is amazing. I'm outside talking to you guys about football. It's great.
Ross, I got to interrupt, Evan. I work with the guy, Steiny's on vacation visiting his daughter in D.C.
He's near you.
And I work with the guy that frowns upon people that vote, that wear their stickers saying they voted. What's going on?
Evan frowns upon it, or Steiny does?
Evan does.
I'm radio mad about it, Ross.
Well, I got to know the logic, Evan. Explain.
Get him, Ross.
It's maybe the comparison is a poor one, but it's like patting yourself on the back for being a good dad.
Oh my goodness, the youth.
Got it. I can see that. I can see that, Evan. I mean, I guess I don't really care either way. I understand the sentiment. It's sort of like on some level a patriotic thing, right? It's hey, we fought in a lot of wars for the ability to vote and to have a democracy, and I'm doing my part. So
there you go.
I get it. I don't think it's. I understand where you're coming from. That it's like it should be expected. You know, it shouldn't be something that you have to broadcast to other people.
No, but I hear you, Ross. I feel like I've been digging my grave all day.
No, I messed up telling your business. Yeah, my bad, Evan.
No, but I do want to talk to you, Ross, of course, about everything that's been happening today. We got about 2 hours until the NFL trade deadline, trying to figure out here in San Francisco if the Niners are going to make the move, if they won't. First, I'll ask you this. Coming off the bye week at 4-4, do you feel like the Niners are primed to make a run? And if so, is it completely dependent on the health and availability of one Christian McCaffrey?
I do think they're primed to make a run. I don't know what the odds are, but I still would absolutely bet on them to win the NFC West, which is what matters the most, because then they would at least get one home playoff game, and maybe they would essentially take the same path as the Chiefs took last year. So not even without really diving deep into their schedule, I would pick them to win the NFC West. I do think McCaffrey's health matters a decent amount. Yeah, I think it's not just, what he actually does inside the white lines. I think it's on some level psychological for the 49ers. It's like, the best way I can describe it is like when I played with Drew Bledsoe. He was a good quarterback, and late in games, we thought we were going to win because we had Drew. I played with teams that we did not have very good quarterbacks, and late in the game, you're kind of like, man, I hope this guy can get it done. And then I played New England with Brady, and you're going to win. Like, you're going to win the game because you have the guy. And the only reason why I bring that up is because I think McCaffrey might be one of the rare non-quarterbacks. I don't think it rises to the level that I just described about sort of the mental subconscious of who your quarterback is. But I do think for that team, they know how good he is, and they know how much he adds, that I think it goes a little bit beyond just what he does carrying the football or catching it or whatever. I think it just gives the whole team an added level of confidence because they got their main guy back on the field, back in the huddle, and he's going to make a tremendous play to help them win the game.
Nah, good stuff, Ross. I'll tell you what, man, I love what we do. I don't get out of bed trying to criticize any and everybody. That's just not my thing. But when you talk about McCaffrey and what he means, I know you're not a doctor, Ross, but at the end of the day, Garendo is popped for the Niners. So is J.P. Mason, who I know is dealing with the AC joint issue. But in a crazy world, I feel like there's going to be pressure on Kyle, who's on record as saying, I don't do pitch counts. If you can go, you can go. And I bring that up, Ross, to when we do see McCaffrey, do you think Kyle's got a balance? Okay, this dude's coming back from bilateral tendonitis in both Achilles. Do I divvy up the carries, or do I just run them like I always do and whatever's going to happen, happens?
Yeah, I guess I would say I don't really believe Kyle when he says that. I mean, I understand his point. I understand his point, but, Chris McCaffrey is supposedly going to play in this game, right? Yeah. And coming back, I don't think for 1 second they're going to give him 25 to 30 touches like he's full throttle. That would absolutely shock me. I think that would be negligence. I think he'll be more like somewhere between 10 to 20 touches. And so it's not full throttle. It's not, and maybe he doesn't call it a pitch count, but I don't think for 1 second that in his first live action in a long time that they're going to just put the pedal all the way down to the floor and just try to let this guy, try to have this guy's Achilles snap. I don't believe that. I think they'll ease into it as the game goes, and maybe he's out there the whole fourth quarter if they need him to be. But I don't really, and maybe that's not, maybe Kyle doesn't consider that a pitch count, right? Because maybe it's not like he's going into the game well, I'm only going to give him 10 touches or 15 touches. Maybe he's going to feel it out. But all we're talking about right now is semantics. But I don't believe that Kyle is going to have him go full throttle right in his first game back and give him 25 to 30 touches. That would shock me. He's too smart to do that.
We're talking with Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Ross, a lot of what Christian McCaffrey does is also make the job of one Brock Purdy easier, and I don't think he's necessarily been the problem this season. He hasn't had a couple of good performances, but overall, I think he's been solid. What does Christian McCaffrey do for Brock Purdy? And do you feel like there's another level that Purdy can get to, or that he needs to get to, if the Niners want to consider themselves contenders like I believe they thought they were entering this season?
Yeah, well, first of all, I thought he had some really good games in particular earlier in the year. He does a lot, right? Number one, as good as they've been with Mason and Garendo at times, those guys still are not as good, even just carrying the ball, as McCaffrey. They're definitely not as good in pass protection and blitz pickup. And then the real clincher is as a receiver out of the backfield, right? Like, we talk so often about it being a matchup league and matchups being so important. Well, I think McCaffrey could start for a bunch of teams as a slot receiver. And so anytime he runs a route, you basically have a slot receiver being covered by a linebacker, which should never, ever happen. You think about that, right? Like, you would never see, like, a slot receiver out there and all of a sudden some inside backer is lined up over a man-to-man. But yet, because of the nature of McCaffrey lining up in the backfield and then running routes so often, and getting out of the backfield, he's being covered by these guys and have very little chance to cover him. It's just a huge, huge mismatch, and it gives Purdy some really easy completions and some easy mismatches that he can probably identify before the play. And so then coordinators, once they see that McCaffrey's all the way back, they kind of got to figure out how they're going to handle the McCaffrey problem, how they're going to treat him. And so then he helps also on some level dictate. There's only certain coverages you're going to run against the 49ers when McCaffrey's out there because of that issue. You're going to see more zone coverage because they're going to be so worried about any linebacker that would have to be forced into a man-to-man situation with him.
Ross, Evan and I have played, and myself have played fantasy football, but you actually played the game at the top level. You know what it's like to play in the NFL. My question to you with all that is, talk to us about the bye week. How big of a deal is it on these players' bodies and psyche?
Yeah, well, I think it's significant for both. I really do. And I had early bye weeks and later bye weeks or whatever. But on some level, you're going every day since mid to late July. And you're kind of always, whether you verbalize it or not, you're always kind of looking forward to that weekend or that week off or however much time you get off. And so it's like you can't wait for it. You're excited when you get there. And then you kind of feel refreshed and rejuvenated afterwards because it's first time in a while for 3 or 4 days you didn't hit anybody or hit anything, and then mentally you're able to get away from it. Now, I know you guys can look it up, and some teams have a history of faring better than others coming off of a bye week, but I think ultimately it's a major, major positive for all the reasons mentioned, physically, mentally, all those things. And it feels like kind of hit the Niners, at the perfect time.
Well, and a big part of that, too, is also Kyle Shanahan's record after the bye. He typically is pretty good in the month of November and down the stretch. But I also want to ask you, Ross, about what's coming up in about an hour 45, the deadline. And the Niners, to this point, haven't made a move. There's a lot of, I wouldn't say massive names today that have been moved, but Marshawn Lattimore is certainly one, Zadarius Smith. If you were to put your GM cap on and say, all right, this is how this is the player that I would look after, or the position group that you feel like the Niners need the most help in. How would you answer that? Do you feel like they need to add someone to the deadline, or is there path to the division title, like you mentioned, through internal improvement and getting guys back from injury?
Yeah, I mean, so I wouldn't say there's a position where they necessarily need to have somebody, especially to win that division. There's always going to be sort of your usual suspects of spots where they could, not have an Ayuk. I'm sure somebody mentions receiver, but I don't think they need a receiver. I mean, with Debo, Jennings, and having Pearsall come back, I don't really see that being the case. You can always add another rusher on the defensive side of the ball. And so I know people are always thinking about that, but that's like every team, right? And then we have to understand, you guys know I do a lot of stuff in Philly. Are you sure the guy you're getting is better than what you already have? Is it worth it? I think those are some of the positions, some of the things that you have to ask yourself. So I wouldn't be surprised if they kick the tires a little bit on D linemen in particular. It seems like they have a history of adding a D lineman mid-season to kind of try to give them a boost. I don't know if that means anything will happen or not, but I can certainly think that would be the position. Maybe a guy with some inside-out versatility, that can do both. I can certainly see them doing that.
Ross, I'm looking at the NFC standings right now, and the Niners are 10th. And I was telling Evan, Detroit's a monster. Almost had the Niners last year. But the Commanders, a great story. Atlanta, Arizona, Minnesota, Philly. They don't scare me, Ross. And it sounds like you answered Evan's question earlier, where you're still putting respect on the Niners and what they've done and who they are in regard to them making a run. Can you just kind of divvy up their chances you give the Niners still in the NFC with what's left of this season?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the Eagles, Lions, Commanders, Vikings, I think they're all good teams, but I don't think any of them scare the Niners.
Yeah.
I think that they remind me a lot, actually, of last year's Chiefs, in the sense that they weren't playing great. They had injuries. And then even when they got to the postseason, we were all saying, oh, man, the Chiefs they're not the same. And there's no way they're going to go to Buffalo and Baltimore and win. And then they did. And then they won the Super Bowl. I feel similarly about the Niners in the NFC, where, they're probably going to win the division, probably going to be a 3 or 4 seed or whatever, in my mind. And then you're going to look and say, wow, that'd be tough. They'd have to go to Philly and to Detroit and win. And I don't think that they would be intimidated by that at all, because they've beaten those teams. They've beaten those teams several times. And they probably think, and maybe rightfully so, deep down, that they're every bit, if not more than talented than those teams. And of course, they have the playoff pedigree. So if the Niners get back to the Super Bowl, it's really going to be a very similar to the Chiefs' path last year.
Well, I'm certainly with you on, Ross. I just want to kind of follow up on that, though. I mean, is it particularly the pedigree, or because I'm just curious, like what you've seen so far from the Niners, are you throwing that out? Because when you look at the rest of these teams, obviously their resumes are a bit more impressive. McCaffrey's a big part of the equation coming back. But if I was to ask you why you feel confident that the Niners could go through the NFC, probably having to win multiple road games to get to the Super Bowl, what would be the reason for that?
Just because I still think that their best is probably better than everybody else's best. Kind of like the Chiefs last year. Very, very similar. That I still think when they're, when they've got Bosa and the guys going, when they've got Fred Warner, when they've got on offense, they're healthy and they're, at that point, you would think that they'd be able to be full throttle with Debo and full throttle with McCaffrey and Kittle. I think that their best is still probably better than everybody else's best, or at least these other teams are going to have to prove that they can beat the Niners in a game that really matters in January. Now, that being said, do I think they'll do it? No, I don't. I think they would lose one of those games. But I thought the Chiefs were going to lose both those games. They won both of them. So, that's kind of my point.
Hey, you brought up Kansas City, and Evan was hot on this morning. Last night they have a game where Tampa Bay has a chance to go for 2. I'm Mr. Old School, kick it and go overtime. But now, Ross, I'm like, why didn't Tampa try to pull it off when they had momentum? Your thoughts on the Bucs kicking the field goal to tie and then going to OT and not going for 2?
Yeah, well, it's interesting because I think it depends a lot on how much time is left. We talked about this quite a bit on today's Even Money betting podcast because my co-host, who's like the math analytics guru, he thinks that they should have gone for 2. But he also suggests if it's over 30 seconds or closer to 40, that you kick the extra point. Because what people forget, let's say they go for 2 and they get it. Well, first of all, if you go for 2, it's 50-50, right? So if you don't get it, you lose. Even if you do get it, then the Chiefs have 4 downs, right? Like they're losing the game by 1. So instead of them having 3 downs and then punting it away, they have 4 downs to try to get in the field goal range. And I don't know, I feel like we've seen that story a lot too. So I actually did not have a big problem with it. I think the less time on the clock, the more you should go for 2 if you're the underdog like the Bucs. The more time on the clock, the worse idea it is to go for the 2. Like, I didn't blame Mike McDaniel for the Dolphins for not going for 2 against the Bills because of exactly what I just said. Conversely, since the Patriots scored when the clock expired, I thought they should have gone for 2, and they didn't.
Gotcha, Ross.
Gotcha.
Well, no, we appreciate the time and enjoy the rest of that. What's it, sunlight going out in Pennsylvania? Someone was asking if you're on a hike or something.
Yeah, I'm just walking my driveway. It's
look at my man.
It's just so nice out. Like, this is, you guys gotta understand. I mean, you know a little bit, but like, I got about 4 months of not being outside at all coming. So, if we have a curveball thrown in early November, it's nice like this. I'm gonna enjoy it.
Hey, what game you got this weekend before we let you go, Ross?
Oh, that's funny. Next weekend, I got 2 NFL games. Thursday night, Commanders-Eagles on radio for Westwood 1, and then I'll be in the booth for CBS on Sunday. They didn't announce that one quite yet. This weekend is my last cable game of the year, college, UNLV at Hawaii.
Oh, wow, Hawaii.
Flying through LAX this time, not SFO, but my second trip to Hawaii this year. You know, everybody's like, oh, that's awesome. It's a lot more awesome if you're going for a week and can hang out. It's a lot less awesome if you have a million obligations every week during the football season and you're flying out Thursday night and back Saturday night.
Well, I hope you get to enjoy a little time in Waikiki, Ross.
There you go.
I'll do something maybe Friday afternoon or Saturday morning before the game. We'll see what I can get done.
Right on. Well, enjoy it. Appreciate your time as always, Ross. Have a good one.
All right. See you guys.
That was Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day be delicious. All guests, of course, join us on the River Islands guest line of 95.7 The Game.
And I guess he just feels like a lot of people, Evan, and I'm not saying you don't, like,
well,
the Niners are just a threat. You know, that like they have that moxie, and I know Detroit, they're on a different stage right now, but it doesn't matter where you're at now. It does, but it doesn't in regard to, I'm assuming the Niners are going to win the NFC West, and then they'll get health, wealth, and you know, again, the Packers, all those other teams right now just don't scare me if it came down to 4 quarters of Kyle getting his team ready and, you know, them playing anybody but Detroit. I'm like, I like the Niner chances until I see something different.
Well, I thought Ross had a few interesting thoughts, and I want to throw this question out sort of off of it. You know, how much does the pedigree or the recent postseason success that the Niners have had, I realize it hasn't culminated in a Super Bowl. And maybe that's where Ross and I differ a little bit, because he compared the Niners' potential run to what the Chiefs did last year.
Now, man, I had of it.
Well, I think he's spot on. Like, I didn't expect the Chiefs to run the table. I think they lost 3 of 4 going into the playoffs. They did not
Raiders
look good.
beat him at home.
And they had to go to Buffalo, which they barely won. They had to go to Baltimore, in which they barely won. And then they had to beat the Niners in overtime. Like, the Chiefs, while they feel inevitable, their postseason run last year was highly improbable.
Oh, my gosh.
So while they did that, I think a lot of people are willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, but do they apply the same thing to the Niners like Ross just did? Because I'm not sure if he's assuming that has to be the path or whether he believes they can actually do it. And I'm curious if fans feel the same way at 888-957-9570.
Well, I'll tell you what, to answer your question, because I love it, can Brock be Mahomes or his best version of himself? And can Bosa be Chris Jones, not in the game, but in crunching money downs? I could go make you a video right now, and I'm not mad at Bosa, but I am, of him crashing down on 8 quarters or 9 quarters of Super Bowl play against the Chiefs at the most 4th and 1, 4th and 2, 3rd and 1. Like, I can also go give you video evidence of Chris Jones hitting Garoppolo on the side of the helmet on a big down, blocking or batting a ball down from Purdy. So, Evan, I think it boils down to those 2 guys, too.
Well, and it also boils down to how big the gap you believe is between the 49ers and the best team in the NFC. I don't know if people felt the gap was insurmountable for the Chiefs last year between them, and Baltimore was the best team in the AFC last year.
And I think we both thought Baltimore had them.
Well, I did too. And if Zay Flowers doesn't fumble at the goal line, they might win that football game. If Lamar Jackson doesn't turn the ball over multiple times.
Or if they run the ball.
If they ran the ball down the Chiefs' throat, they might win that football game. Just like if McCaffrey didn't fumble in the Super Bowl, if they didn't have a special teams gaffe on a punt, if they were able to basically keep the Chiefs in check like they did for most of the game, the Niners win that Super Bowl. But that's where the Chiefs, and again, it's unquantifiable, but they are in a separate category. And so I was surprised to hear Ross compare the Niners to Kansas City in that fashion. And I'm curious if fans also feel that way. Again, at 888-957-9570. The one thing that he did say, we're going to step aside, talk about it on the other side as well, I thought about McCaffrey was also eyebrow-raising. The psychological effect that Christian McCaffrey can have, he compared him to a quarterback. And while I believe that that's true, I wonder if people take that as, well, you already have a quarterback. You have a QB1. So I want to dig deeper into that as well as we move forward on the other side. Make sure to download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Also, Alice in Winterland is back, starring One Republic, Andy Grammer, and Haven Madison. Friday, December 13th at the Paramount Theater in Oakland. I was just there last weekend, actually. It's a fantastic venue. Limited tickets are available, but you better get them today at radioalice.com or Ticketmaster. I see you, Holloway in West Oakland. We'll get to your calls on the other side, 888-957-9570. Evan in for Steiny, Daryl the Guru Johnson, as always, back after this 95.7 The Game.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Guru with you here as always. We just talked to Ross Tucker, and I thought that he said a few things in regards to the Niners that I don't know. I guess this just caught me kind of feeling some type of way.
Uh-oh.
Like Ross talked about Christian McCaffrey and his return as being a psychological boost, right? And I completely agree because we heard this from Trey Williams yesterday.
Me, myself, I was energized. It was a very short practice, so, we only had one team period, but I was energized. Definitely super happy. Super happy for him that it turned the corner and he's able to go out and do what he loved again. Even had a glimpse of Greenlaw after sprinting around with a helmet on, so, they both of them, just seeing that got our juices going.
Yeah, that gets the juices going. Seeing your guys coming back who are impact players, who are one of the best at their position, that energizes the team. I understand that. That's a psychological boost. But what Ross also compared McCaffrey returning to is having a guy in the huddle that you believe doesn't allow you to lose.
Damn.
I'm sorry. Last I checked, you have a quarterback. You have.
Well, I see you working, Evan, but the gravity.
I don't think he meant it like that, but
McCaffrey supersedes where Brock's at.
Party!
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, no shade. I just feel like we're talking about the Steph Curry of your team in regard to McCaffrey. That just drowns out any vocal from Purdy and whatever. Not that Purdy doesn't give that to you or exude it. He's just talking about the gravity, Evan, that supersedes everything.
No, and McCaffrey's going to make Purdy's job easier, and that's understood, but that's what your quarterback is supposed to be. Your quarterback is supposed to be the hope that gives you a reason to believe that every game you're in, you have a chance to win. And the Niners, to their credit, have been in every game, and you could say, well, the defense blew this, or special teams didn't help them there. It's not all on Brock, but my point is, shouldn't that player already be in your huddle?
Again, we're talking about a young player, and I would answer that question, yes. And I guess, again, Ross played the game, Evan. I thought he was saying, in totality, the enormity that is Christian McCaffrey will supersede Brock Purdy or whoever you got in there right now. Like, it wouldn't be a shot at the QB. And I think also, and I want to speak for Ross, we've seen 8 games. They're 4-4. Their offense has kind of been pedestrian or have a problem in the red zone. And maybe he's using that, not blaming Brock, but, okay, Evan, you see Brock is kind of normal, or everybody comes down a notch or 2 or 2.5 when you don't have the standard that is number 23. That's all.
888-957-9570 is the number. Again, how big is McCaffrey being back in the huddle? Is it like you're getting a Drew Bledsoe or Tom Brady back? That's what Ross Tucker, is a bit hyperbole, but that's what he compared it to. He played in a huddle with those two quarterbacks. He was on a Patriots team with Drew Bledsoe. He felt like when Bledsoe was back there, they were not going to lose the football game. Is that what returning to the huddle means for the Niners with McCaffrey? 23 back. You feel like you're not going to lose these games because of your running back being back. And again, I understand it's he doesn't mean it as a shot at Brock, but I can't help but think that guy should already be in your huddle if you're going to consider yourself a Super Bowl contender, which the Niners are hoping themselves to be. Maybe I'm a bit wrong, but Holloway in West Oakland wants to get in on the Niners run. 888-957-9570 again is the number. Also Comcast Business Text line. What's up, Holloway? What's going on?
Holloway.
Hey, go. Ev, what's up with you, man?
Talk to us.
Hey, look. Hey, Ev, boy, I be telling Goo, you be making too much sense sometimes for these people, man. Okay, so listen.
Oh, wow.
I didn't agree with nothing that Ross Tucker said. And Ev, you asked him a question. You asked him a simple question. What makes you think that the 49ers can run through the NFC? And he went around the question. He didn't even answer the question. And people saying, I'm not scared of none of these 49ers shouldn't be scared of none of these teams. How can you not be afraid of Green Bay and Detroit when they should have beat y'all last year? Even they should have, would have, could have, but they should have beat y'all last year and they didn't. Everybody in the NFC is getting a little bit better. The 49ers, If they're not getting worse, they staying the same. So I'm going to ask y'all a question because I'm at work, Goose. I'm going to ask y'all a question, and I want y'all to answer this question for me. Why do people think the 49ers can breeze through the NFC? Is it because of Brock Purdy or is it because of Kyle Shanahan? I'm going to take that off the air.
Love the question.
That's a great question, Holloway.
And appreciate the call. But, Evan, that's our guy. I don't think it's great because I think it's a both. I think it's like it would be unfair to kind of answer that question with a solo answer.
I think the solo answer is what Ross told us. Now, he might have dodged the last question, Holloway.
Yeah.
I don't think he's just kind of talking through it. It's McCaffrey. That, to me, is the reason why adding McCaffrey back to what Purdy's done so far,
that's everything.
What Kyle Shanahan apparently is going to be able to do now that 23 is back in the fold, McCaffrey is the key. So that's the reason why I think people believe that I don't know about breeze through the NFC, but win the NFC.
They didn't breeze through it last year.
Well, you're not breezing past Detroit. No. I don't believe. I don't even think you're breezing past Green Bay. I don't think you've already lost to Minnesota. You're going to have to go play in Minnesota in all probability. So if you see him down the line.
But Evan, I got to bring something up. So I feel like with that question from Holloway, it's kind of the same principles, and you're not calling out Brock with what Ross alluded to about, I thought you had that guy in the huddle. It's so, to me, not even a contest when you talk about the gravity. The greater player at this juncture is McCaffrey to Brock Purdy where he is now in his young career. So in the huddle, there's no shade at all that guy coming back that you have not had, Evan, is grander or bigger than anything Purdy can do at this juncture, as far as when I look at that person, he gives me confidence.
No, I agree. But
you know what
okay,
I mean?
so
like that's not a fair fight, McCaffrey to Purdy right now, I don't believe.
If you took, I know they got two of them, but if you took Jahmyr Gibbs or David Montgomery away from the Lions, you think they'd be fine?
I do. It would be more difficult, but I feel like they still would be fine.
What gives you confidence about the Lions?
Goff. I feel like he's been to a Super Bowl with his experience and the system, the coaching, their receivers. So I feel like they would be like they wouldn't skip a beat, but they would be like the season's not over.
See but that's my point though. It should start with the quarterback. Your reason for confidence in a team in 2024. To me, is the quarterback. And the fact that, I'm not trying to misconstrue his words. I know he's not trying to take a shot at Purdy. But when Ross Tucker compares getting McCaffrey back to having Drew Bledsoe in the huddle, like that, Christian McCaffrey's a quarterback. Like he is the reason for hope this year.
Can't we make, oh gosh, I'm not caping up for anybody, Evan, but can't you understand that in this instance, because it's McCaffrey, that it's kind of okay that he went there and compared the running back as the quarterback because of the greatness of McCaffrey and the youthfulness of Purdy?
No, I understand that. Like McCaffrey is everything,
right.
But he's everything to the Niners. Jared Goff would be everything to the Lions. Like, I don't know. I just maybe I'm off my rocker. I heard something there that kind of caught my ear because. When you talk about psychological boost, I think it also has to do with the fact that Christian McCaffrey looks to be like 2023 Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, man.
That was a report yesterday from Mike Silver, wrote about, according to numerous witnesses.
I don't want to hate. You know me, Evan, I don't hate, but wake me up Sunday in the first or second quarter. What's that? What are we talking? Are people following on it and tackling them and grabbing onto those Achilles? You know what I mean? Come on, we got to slow down. And I love Mike, but come on. Did he play a game we missed?
Well, let's ask Cam Inman. He was on with the morning show.
Go out there, you see McCaffrey warm up, and he was running pretty well. He looked like he was testing his cuts. Looked like he looked like the Christian McCaffrey of old. But when it comes to in practice stuff, we're not allowed to see after training camp, so it's hard to judge. But what I can say is he looked like he is ready to go, and it doesn't look like he showed any hesitation. Looks like he's been chomping at the bit for the last month to get going on this season. And Really, I mean, today's a trade deadline, and the Niners are going to get the best player available, and that's going to be Christian McCaffrey.
He looks like Christian McCaffrey of old, Goo.
Yeah, and I'll say this to everybody here in the Yay area. Evan, everybody's waiting or they're ready for McCaffrey to come back. I think we are tired of watching this Niner offense, and it's a compliment to C-Mac, without McCaffrey, just touchdown machine. So again, no shade there, but I do want to just bring up the fact that there has been something that I've not a demerit taken away from Kyle, is watching this offense function and have the problems in the red zone and not be able to add and close out teams has now allowed me to see and say, okay, Kyle, it's not just you, Evan. You tell me what you think. It's not just you. If that makes any sense. We've seen this offense without McCaffrey. We've seen you guys struggle in certain areas, and I'm a bit shocked.
That's true. And we can discuss on the other side where those areas are impacted, because according to Ross Tucker, it sounds like everything. And that's what's coming up on the game presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Valvoline Instant Oil Changes are 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. Evan and Versteini, Goo, back after this.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Hey, it's Bonte Hill.
nationality? He's a brother.
Black.
Yep. Black Mets.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah,
Spadoni's black.
Yeah, Spadoni. Yeah. He's also Italian. Tarico. Tell him to call in. Tell Steiny to call in, please.
I'm not. He does
He won't
on his
listen
own
to me.
time. I don't like it.
He doesn't listen to me when I tell him to read something. He won't listen to me on the text thread.
I got a bone to pick with you.
Oh.
You said Friday you were at the last Friday at the Paramount? I know nothing of that.
Oh, Saturday night.
What was there?
Kevin Hart.
Come on, Evan. You didn't go see K Hart.
Yes, I did. And the Plastic Cup Boys.
He's so underrated. People hate on Kevin Hart. It's like Drake. He got so big, then you start hating on him. Did you laugh?
Of course, yeah.
He was good.
Well, I love
Real
Kevin Hart's stand-up. Oh, that was the first season was all time. No, I love his stand-up. I don't watch all the movies he's in. It feels like he puts out a movie every month, but he's got so many things, dude. Like he's got an athletic line. He's got, I think he's got like a business app that he's involved in. He's building this comedic ecosystem that I can't really get on board with, but I wanted to go see him, especially because now he only plays in like arenas, right?
Yeah.
So that was one of the few theaters, and he talked about it, when he was coming up, he came to Oakland, came to the Paramount, people showed him love.
Now that's tight. Was it packed or?
Oh, yeah. We're
get out there and
pretty
live.
good seats. Well, you can get to Alice in Winterland at the Paramount.
There you go.
December 13th, according to our boss. You can get limited tickets. They're available. You better get them today, though. RadioAlice.com.
There you go.
Yeah. No, Kevin Hart's one of my... some people don't like him. I think his stand-up's pretty funny.
I think his mannerisms. Yeah, have you heard of people just being natural funny? Like you just look at him and laugh. Like, damn, dude. But then some,
Well, some people, some people are more naturally funny than others. And the specials he does to me are the recent ones haven't been all that great. But that's again why I wanted to see him in more of an intimate environment to see the stand-up. I don't know, like I thought he was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Neither here nor there. But what we were talking about before, sort of stemming off our conversation with Ross Tucker, and you can go check that out on the Odyssey app. But it was the mental effect of getting Christian McCaffrey back. So let's listen to Ross's entire explanation of this.
I do think McCaffrey's health matters a decent amount. Yeah, I mean, I think it's not just what he actually does inside the white lines. I think it's on some level psychological for the 49ers. The best way I can describe it, when I played with Drew Bledsoe, he was a good quarterback, and late in games, we thought we were going to win because we had Drew. I played with teams that we did not have very good quarterbacks, and late in the game, you're kind of like, man, I hope this guy can get it done. And then I played New England with Brady, and you're going to win. Like, you're going to win the game because you have the guy. And the only reason why I bring that up is because I think McCaffrey might be one of the rare non-quarterbacks. I don't think it rises to the level that I just described about sort of the mental subconscious of who your quarterback is. But I do think for that team, they know how good he is, and they know how much he adds, that I think it goes a little bit beyond just what he does carrying the football or catching or whatever. I think it just gives the whole team like an added level of confidence because they got their main guy back on the field, back in the huddle, and he's going to make a tremendous play to help them win the game.
I agree with everything he's saying.
We both do.
My point is simply this. Your main guy should already be on the field. Like McCaffrey takes you to a different level offensively. He makes everybody's job easier. But your quarterback is still healthy. Your quarterback is still under center. The one that helped lead you on a game-winning drive against Green Bay.
But you're 4-4 with them, Evan, and his greatness or where you think priority's at. I see where you're going. I just don't think it's a fair fight. I feel like you're a bit perplexed on why Ross didn't say that Purdy symbolizes that greatness that is, or that confidence. The guy that instills confidence. It's like Purdy can't win that fight yet because he's not grander than McCaffrey.
But I think Ross, he's using that to talk. It's complimentary to McCaffrey, right?
Yeah.
Like his impact is as great as, say, a quarterback.
No doubt.
And someone on the Comcast Business text line, I want to get this right here. I think it was, the 650 compared it to, like, if you took Saquon off the Eagles. I feel like the Eagles would still be a pretty good football team. Now, they wouldn't be playing at the level they are offensively.
Well, they went to a Super Bowl a couple years ago without him.
Yeah, with basically just a running back room. Yeah, Gainwell, Boston, Swift, a lot of different guys. Now, that was a different defense for the Eagles, and they're different now that they've paid Hurts. But again, it's like, I think that's kind of the reason why some people don't have confidence in the Eagles is because of their quarterback. Or maybe it's the head coach. I don't know.
Yeah.
But Ross went on to say that he thinks the Niners can still, like, they're not afraid of any team.
I believe that.
He also compared their playoff path and possible path back to the Super Bowl to the Chiefs. So I understand why he has confidence, or why people do in Kansas City. We saw it last night.
Just, man.
Even when they're about to lose, it feels like they're just going to find a way to win this football game. That's not the same with the Niners.
Then, Evan, I'd be like, you know what? Try these glasses on because we've seen this movie before. So just listening to Ross talk, and I've kind of echoed this, but I mean this to the core. The 2024 Niners are going as far as McCaffrey's body will allow them to. And I'm not mad at Kyle, but this version of yourself and your offense, I figured out now who the boy genius is. It's McCaffrey. I don't know what we need to see out. You know what I mean? So that's why, to me, I'm assuming good health. The sky's the limit when he comes back because you were 4-4 without him. And I thought Kyle would still maybe not have a red zone issue with no McCaffrey because he's so brilliant and one step ahead. But again, I'm not mad at Kyle. But Evan, it's pretty clear who the star of the show is now. And at one juncture, I thought the maestro or the conductor was Kyle. Nah, he's part of it, but it's 23.
Well, so is the impact for McCaffrey more on Kyle or on Brock?
Both. I think he can call more stuff more freely, be more confident in it, and Brock having the outlet of I can drop back to pass, and 9 out of 10 times I can just throw it in the flat as my safety valve and get a good gain. That's like, I feel like now McCaffrey is responsible, and this might be a bit too much. You tell me what you think. 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 guys doing their job better. And that might be too low.
And the 925, I think, is with you. It's always been CMC. He's always been the key. And maybe that's why people feel so good about the rest of the season. It's because it's like he's your most important player.
But if you're telling me, Evan, his touches are going to be affected or impacted by whatever's going on, and they're trying to avoid disaster, then he's not going to dominate. He's not going to have the opportunities to do that. If you catch my drift.
No, I know.
Like, I can't wait to see how they're going to use them.
So McCaffrey's just the missing piece. Like, that's going to all of a sudden.
That's how I'm comprehending this Niner offense and the woes in the red zone, or just through 8 games. They have earned, and Kyle has, give me my best player back, Goo, and you'll shut up. That's all I think it is.
Well, but then, I don't know. It makes me wonder why you'd pay Ayuk then, or why Deebo Samuel is so important to this offense.
I get that.
Or, I don't know, like, if McCaffrey's literally the only thing holding back this offense, then, well, gosh, he better stay healthy. Like, otherwise, this season is over.
No, and that's where I'm at offensively. When you talk about a juggernaut or what the Niners have been and all their options, and even with them, we're coming off a playoff run last year that, to me, I don't know what, and I said it to you, Steiny, and everybody that'll listen, that wasn't satisfactory for me. I didn't recognize that Niner offense, and that was with McCaffrey. So maybe, Evan, again, I'm not Bill Belichick. Maybe I got it wrong, and there's something bigger going on with this Niner offense, bigger than McCaffrey himself.
I mean, look, I'm trying to figure this out as much as I think everyone is. And again, if McCaffrey's back to 2023 level of play, the Niners will undoubtedly be better. Right. They do have action, and that's for sure. I guess I'm just trying to figure out whether or not it is all about this one player, and if fans really feel that way. At 888-957-9570, I think this is the fair point from the 530. When they lost 3 in a row last year, we said Debo and Trent were the drivers of the offense. It's an ensemble. So, I mean, you've removed Ayuk, obviously, because of injury, and maybe McCaffrey's the guy that comes in and, I don't know, just corrects everything and straightens the ship. You know, maybe he is that dude, and I'm just not giving him enough credit the way that Ross is giving him credit, comparing him to a quarterback that he played with.
Yeah, that's heavy, man.
Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Our guy
wants to talk about leadership. What's up, Leroy? How you doing?
What's going on, Evan? What's going on, Goo? Man, it's a pleasure to be on with you guys. I just wanted to say, like, we have a unique situation with Purdy because he's so young. And I'm glad, like, we have a lot of really solid leaders on the 49ers to teach him how to be a leader. And I think he'll get to that point. I think he'll eventually become the leader of this team. But McCaffrey is just a leader, and he's had experience at being a leader. They used to talk about his leadership in Carolina. And so one of the things they talked about is he wanted to fellowship with guys. He wanted to fellowship with guys early. He wanted to call them. He wanted to get to know them. And what happens with that is you got a bunch of guys that really love a guy like that, and they actually want to play for him. They actually don't want to let him down out there. And I think all these turnovers that we have and all these penalties and things like that, when he's out there, his leadership, and he looks you in the eye, you know, you're trying to be on point. You ain't trying to get those penalties. You're trying to, because you really want to play for a guy like that, because you're seeing his work ethic and you're seeing, you know, how he approaches the game and how he approaches practice. And heck, he's the MVP. So I think just his leadership coming back is going to be critical. And then he'll teach Purdy. He'll teach Purdy how to be a leader. And then eventually Purdy will, I think, Evan, become the leader of this team and the guy that you go to and look to like we're looking to McCaffrey. But I think the only reason we're not doing that with Purdy is just because he's so young, Evan.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. I mean, he's been in a lot of big spots, and I've been impressed with how Brock has responded to really his first season where he's been dealt not a perfect hand, right?
I'm with you.
I mean, he pretty much had pocket aces for the first year and a half that he's been quarterback.
Or maybe we could remember the elbow reconstruction. How many guys let their thoughts get in their way and are afraid back there? He handled that and passed it with flying colors.
That's a good point. Yeah, no, that's a very good point.
So with Leroy saying what he said and me trying to park the car in the driveway of Evan, you didn't mean it as a slight, and you know Ross didn't. Do you now, after thinking about it, kind of understand, you know what, if I got a quarterback this young as Brock Purdy and having the guy with the gravity of McCaffrey, I kind of understand it, Goo, that McCaffrey would be the guy in that huddle. Or he's still kind of like, that's not how I would draw it up.
Maybe that's just not how I like my team.
Right.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Well, in that case, I know I threw the word savior out yesterday. We'll leave religion out of this.
Yeah.
You're telling me that Christian McCaffrey, as I give you three, you're telling me Christian McCaffrey he's Lisan Al-Gaib. Like, he's the prophet. He's the guy that's going to come in, and everybody is just going to fall in line and believe that he can take you to the promised land. Get on the back of 23, and we're going to ride him to however far this season goes.
I believe we've seen it, Evan, and if it wasn't as blatant as you put it that way, now it is. He's been gone, and we see where the offense and team is. All I'm saying is I think now I figured out that he is the antidote that makes everything go.
But I feel like we've had that conversation about so many people over the last year. Is it Trent? Is it Debo? Is it Kittle? Is it McCaffrey? McCaffrey might be at the top of the hierarchy, but I think we're putting all our hope and all of our eggs in this singular basket. And my point is, usually that basket is your quarterback. I understand Brock is really young and Brock is still improving. I'm not saying he can't get there. Yeah. But when you're comparing a player re-entering the huddle to someone that literally touches the ball every single play, being the quarterback, that to me is telling me that the Niners have been missing their leader for the entire season. And maybe I didn't give McCaffrey enough credit for that, but they have been missing their dude, the number one, the straw that stirs the drink, for half the year. And that's the reason why they're going to pick it up. Not because they're going to defend better, not because all of a sudden they're not going to be 30th on special teams, not because Brock Purdy is going to be more accurate, but because Christian McCaffrey is back. Everything is just going to be roses and basically a yellow brick road back to the Super Bowl.
Wow. When you put it that way, no, because it's not going to be that easy. But also, you hit on all key points, I thought, Evan. We hear all day and every day, 54, he's the emotional leader. We don't hear much from Bosa. He just wear hats. But you know what I mean?
Maybe it's election day.
Yeah, maybe McCaffrey is their Fred Warner on the offensive side of the ball or in that huddle. And Evan, I'm looking at you. My friend's blowing me up right now saying, Goo, you're tripping. He ain't going to change all that. But it's
he might. I don't want to rob him of that.
But my thing is, it's exciting as all outdoors to have that egg in your basket of, hey, we're 4-4, we're getting our best offensive player back. Like, I think that's better than, like, Dallas, they don't have that. All these other cities outside of Detroit, they made a trade, so they're feeling good. But you know what I mean? Like, what else would you want, though, Evan? Because if you were 4-4 with McCaffrey, I can sit here and tell you, man, it really doesn't look like you guys got action. But now, Ross, Goo, I'm going third person. When you tell me down the home stretch, now I'm like, McCaffrey can do nothing but bolster your team.
Well, yeah, see, that I agree with. And it also is because it doesn't look like the Niners are going to be getting many, if any, reinforcements. We literally have 54 minutes and 30 seconds left until the trade deadline culminates, and the Niners so far have not made a move. Today we've seen Zadarius Smith be traded to the Lions. We've seen Jonathan Mingo be traded to I'm just kidding.
Not Mingo.
We've seen Marshawn Lattimore, who's impact corner, be traded to Washington. We've seen in recent weeks DeAndre Hopkins get traded to the Chiefs, who, oh, by the way, had 2 touchdowns and 8 catches in his first performance with Kansas City. Even Minnesota added a left tackle after their guy that they paid, Darisaw, went down. They got reinforcements. The Niners have not added, but are apparently looking at McCaffrey as the reinforcement.
Yeah, so. And I know you said murky. I love that word. I mean, Evan, if we don't know until we know, how far is Greenlaw behind maybe coming back and helping this team? Even if it's a week or two out, it would be on the heels of adding McCaffrey and then whatever version you get, which I don't think is going to make your defense worse, even if he's not 100%, but he's going to be out there, Evan, for what, his nastiness, his know-how, and to go with Fred Warner, I got to feel like you would take that over not having him.
Oh, absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is from the 408. You can't just say CMC is all we need. Injury has hurt every major position. How many games have we had with everyone available to play minus Christian? Well, Christian McCaffrey has been one of those injuries. This is from the 925. Got to let the leadership happen organically. I think that's in reference to Brock and also something I agree with. But we want to open up the phone lines again, 888-957-9570. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Let's go to, what's up? Grandpa Daddy's out in Hayward.
All right.
What's up? What's up, Grandpa?
Hey, Guru, what's happening, my boy?
What's up?
Evan, that's my boy, man. Evan, I love you too, man. But, I made a little bond with Goo, man, at the last summit when we was out there in the veranda, man.
I won't come between you, Grandpa Daddy.
But listen, I just want to say this. Coming from a man that's been on this earth 63 years, just had my birthday on Friday.
Right.
Happy birthday, man. Wow.
Yeah. I love people, man. And I want to say this. There's no I in team. So it's a we thing. When McCaffrey dropped out, they also they were short on defense, and it was just like a cascading effect. Everybody started getting injured. You can't blame that, and you can't say that Brock Purdy is the savior and compare him to Drew Bledsoe or Tom Brady, because without them two quarterbacks, without your supporting cast, you're nothing. If you don't have nobody good to throw the ball to, you're not going to win. If you don't have anybody good to run the ball, you're not going to win. One man can't do it. So he's not the savior, but he's a good motivator. And he's been in this game for a while, and they feed off his energy. That dude got energy that they feed off of. So when they know that one of their best guys is back, they feed off that, and then the we comes together, and it solidifies, and just it's like hope. It's like hope. That's what he is. He's more hope, and that's what they need. They need that more hope because they've been injured so much, man. Everybody's been dropping like flies. Now they're coming back. Greenlaw comes back. That's more hope. They need that because, and look at this. Brock Purdy, he can't do it all. His offensive line was crumbling. Thank God that we got 4 wins. But he's a youngster. And people just saying, like you can't compare him to the great people, to the great quarterbacks. He's not great yet. He's green. You know what I'm saying? He's wet behind the ears. He just got off the mother's tit. I mean, I'm just saying.
Well,
he's green. So, but he will get there. And I bet you in the locker room, he sits down with CMC like that one caller said. CMC, he communes with the guys. He's an OG, even though he's a youngster. But in pro football terms and athletic terms, he's an OG. And you draw off those OGs, man. They come to you. They draw off of me. I get that from my guys in construction. They call me OG, and they like having that OG there to give them that knowledge. And that's what McCaffrey does. He's back, and they draw off of that, man. It's the energy, man. Energy.
Wow.
The glass is half full. The glass is half full. Let's go. Bang, bang. Niner gang, baby.
Happy birthday, baby.
Yeah, happy belated birthday, Grandpa Daddy. Thanks for calling in.
Dude looks great.
It was all yours.
Yeah. Hey, wow. That's my guy.
I feel like that's what Steiny would say. He's still got an hour to call in. Coward. I'm just kidding. But the thing... Yeah, I know. That was bad. But the thing about it is, like, I understand that. I don't know. I guess I just hate putting all my eggs in one basket. Like, I think whatever the Niners season is going to be, McCaffrey should help. Greenlaw should help supremely. But
that's the basket, Evan. What other basket is there? Time's running out.
Well, that's my point, though. Is like, I'm not pressing the panic button, but to me, there's already a lot of games that have told you how far the Niners can get with McCaffrey. And on the other side, I do want to use Mike Florio because he talked about the gap between the Niners and the Lions. Something Willard was talking about yesterday is, we should be looking at Detroit, right? We should be looking at how far the Niners are from the 1 seed, from the best team in the NFC, because that's where they're trying to get to. Should we be thinking about that?
Well, we'll talk about it.
We should. Make sure to download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. A sea of Verducci and El Dorado Hills. We'll take your call on the other side. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. We're back after this.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads,
When are you going to get a heart?
There is a part of me that will never die.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that I do believe. If there's one thing that you, Daryl the Guru Johnson, as well as Matt Steinmetz, have taught me, it's how to live.
Well,
I'm serious. No, I'm not being facetious at all. Like,
I appreciate that.
One day at a time, got to go get it.
Well, speaking of which, I went to Steiny's IG page.
Well,
I love old photos. What do you think about 20, 30 years ago? My man.
I hope so.
The hair looked the same.
The hair looks the same.
He looks like a bodybuilder or something. He looked thick. I hope he don't get
with 2 C's or just.
Did it smell too thick?
Thick or thick?
Yeah, the good one, Evan. How about that?
All right.
With his little daughter, Miss Steiny. He said he liked the photo.
Yeah, he's back east for I think an engagement party for his daughter.
Supposed to call in, but.
I was going to call him Stuffy. Steiny.
I mean, just like most times whenever you text him, he's leaving us hanging. I do want to, but before we switch the conversation to the Golden State Warriors, I do want to clean up the CMC combo. Again, the Niners they got about 40 minutes left until the trade deadline. Zadarius Smith has been moved today. We also got Marshawn Lattimore is being moved. There's been a couple impact players.
Preston Smith going to
That's right.
The Steelers.
Preston Smith got traded from the Packers to the Steelers. Mike Williams also got traded from the Jets to the Steelers. So the Steelers are adding, kind of bolstering their depth. The Niners have not made a move as of yet, but we will continue to update you if and when they do. Let's go to Verducci. In El Dorado Hills. Not Tom, I don't think.
EDH.
But wants to talk about CMC. What's up, Verducci?
What's going on, my paisans? Hopefully all is well. And I know it's funny that you said, Tom, that he is actually related to me. So I always love seeing him on TV. But I wanted to talk a little bit about CMC. And, yeah, I mean, he gives us hope. I mean, that's a big thing. You know, he will open things up. I think the big thing I want to see is Kyle Shanahan. How is he going to manage him? He can't run him into the ground like he's done in years past, even though he had a great season last year. We got to be able to balance it out. We have 2 other backs behind him. So I think, where he'll help too is on the wide receiver side of things when we split him out. He does everything kind of in the middle of that field that will open things up. And I'm comfortable with our wide receivers right now. I think you got to be able to give Pearsall and Cowing some opportunities. I was there at the Chiefs game, and Cowing had a great game. He's got that speed to kind of open things up downfield. The other bag that you haven't talked about is we're getting Feliciano back, and I think he's going to be able to improve our offensive line either at the center or tackle position, because I feel like those have been the 2 areas of weaknesses this season. And then on the back end, on the defensive side, we're going to get Greenlaw back. That will help the second layer of our defense. And I think you just got to constantly look at our rookies that are shining at this moment, right? Depth is taking a hit, but our rookies have really stepped up on the defensive side of things. And I'm really excited. I think it really comes down to Kyle Shanahan. When it comes back to having all the tools, right? Everything always has to be perfect for Kyle to operate. Is he going to go ahead and improve in those areas when it comes down to it, calling the right plays and also the clock management and not folding when things get a little tense or a little out of whack? So those are the things I really want to look forward to. But, Niner faithful, it's time, baby. It's the second half. It's time to get cranking. It's time to make our Super Bowl run. And, Guru, I'm sending you a hug for those Cowboys.
Hey,
I am so
Verducci,
sorry.
I appreciate the hug. Before you go, real quick, what makes you so confident about Greenlaw? I'm not saying you're wrong. What makes you confident that he's coming back?
You know what? I mean, I think if we can get him back within the last 3 weeks, I don't know what version you're going to get, right? Maybe he's not going to be the same version. Maybe he's only 80 or 90%. But let me tell you, that 80 or 90% is better than what I've seen from Campbell, because that guy shouldn't be on the field at all. He is constantly getting broken down there and just doesn't have that jolt that Greenlaw does have. And even if we're getting 80 or 90% of Greenlaw, that's still going to be an upgrade to what we currently have. And I think it's his energy, baby. It's what CMC brings you on the offensive side. That's what he brings on the defensive side with Warner. And now all of a sudden when people are looking to attack the second level, now people are going to be scared, because that's what Warner and Greenlaw bring. Is you're going to come to that second level, get ready to get hit and to feel the presence. So I'm excited for that. Let's keep it, keep it positive here, Niner faithful. We got this.
Verducci.
And, I love you all. Thank you so much.
Than's, Verducci. Appreciate the call. I wonder if he dresses like Robert Duvall in The Natural, like his cousin, Tom.
Oh, man. Hey, but he's right, Evan. That second level, that's when you get hit and slapped around and taken around back. It used to be with the Niners with Fred and and our guy. So now I'm Greenlaw. So, I mean, they want that back ASAP. Duh. And also, I'm sitting here and I can't prove to you because we got basketball and I'm excited. Boston tomorrow, Pistons last night, just everything with the Warriors going good. Evan, I can't explain to you how excited I am to see, this is going to be crazy, random, how Kyle's going. Is he going all guns blazing? Oh, you're ready to go, Christian? Okay, here's 25. Or is he going to do what some would say smart people do, break them in slowly? Like, I'm curious.
I mean, Shanahan doesn't exactly have a track record of easing guys back in. Whenever they're available, they tend to play, and they play 100%. But I wonder if because this is the savior, apparently, of the season, that he will act differently and accordingly.
That's the word.
With using McCaffrey. By the way, we do have another trade that just came in per Tom Pelissero of NFL Network, not Niners. The Los Angeles Rams have traded Tre'Davious White as a cornerback to the Baltimore Ravens. Now, White hasn't played, I think, since the end of September. So they're kind of just, I don't know what the compensation is right now. But Ravens get another cornerback.
Yeah.
And Tre'Davious White's on a new team. Niners have still yet to make a move.
Niners looking up at the Rams or the Lambs.
Yes, they are because of the tiebreaker.
No doubt.
Because of the tiebreaker.
Dude,
they're going to see them later down the line.
Yeah.
Speaking of managing running backs, Nick in Berkeley wants to talk about Shanahan. What's up, Nick?
Nicky.
Welcome to the show. How we doing?
Hey, man, when his dad used to run Terrell Davis and Anderson, man, them two cats, man, it was like thunder and lightning, bro. And we need some thunder and lightning down by the goal line. Forget these field goals, man. I'm super hyped, man. The Warriors doing great so far. And then look, all these teams, they're about to fizzle out. They started out hot, but they're about to come down out of orbit and face reality when we get Greenlaw back and McCaffrey. Because guess what? When you lose two of the best players in the NFL in the top 100 on your team, two big factors, man, Greenlaw is a madman possessed out there, man. He's him and Warner, man. Warner's having a great season, and when we get Greenlaw back, man, it's gonna be on and cracking, man. You know what I mean? And like we got four backs now with McCaffrey coming back. We should be running two tandems of two backs at a time, man. And just powerhouse these other teams, man. I'm tired of these field goals. I'm tired of settling for punts on 4th and 1. We got to start playing. We got to start preparing. But we got to play them cats that won last night that they never call holding calls on because we just got to play a perfect game to beat them, and we gonna smack them down, bro. And in fact, I hope they don't lose a game and they're undefeated until they get to the Super Bowl so we can break their little hearts, bro. Because that's about to happen. All these other teams, we're gonna mop them in the playoffs. We are not afraid of nobody. Let's go, Niners. I'm super jacked, man. Let's get it done.
Wow,
man,
listen to him.
Yeah, hey, if fans have the confidence that Nick has, more power to you. But this is the thing, like, honestly, until I see how healthy McCaffrey is, and Cam Inman said he looks like old McCaffrey. Trent Williams said yesterday that he's sprinting, he's out there. Greenlaw's out there as well. Until I see Christian McCaffrey and how healthy he is, I'm sorry, I cannot talk about the 49ers with the Chiefs, and I can't even talk about them with the Lions. They have not proven to me yet that they deserve to be in that conversation.
Oh, young fella.
I want them to be.
I feel like Shaq.
Oh, boy.
But no, Evan, I'm with you, but I feel like that's too much a recency bias. But if you would allow me to...
It's been 2 months.
The last 2 years, 2 seasons when McCaffrey was upright and healthy, can you understand people looking at it through that prism? You're right. We're all going to find out. But, Evan, they're not going to let the Ferrari come out if they think the spark plugs or the battery is bad. So I got to assume when he touches down, and hopefully it's this Sunday because they need him against Tampa, he'll be that thoroughbred he's always been. Because if you're right, Evan, and he's not, then they got, then there's nothing else in the basket but let's put some Gorilla Glue and duct tape on this thing and hope we get hot. Because a lot of teams would love to have this egg of, okay, Evan's coming back. Hopefully Evan's at the top of his game. Now we're ready. It's like storybook.
No, I agree, but someone earlier on the Comcast Business text line, this is from the 650, CMC to the Niners is what Curry is to the Warriors. Just being on the field/court impacts how the defense plays. That's from Rots. Appreciate the text. Number one, I'm kind of with you. I don't think that McCaffrey, again, this season, in the macro Yes, McCaffrey is, I don't know, maybe as important as Curry. He's been compared to him, the gravity, all the rest.
Easy.
This season, the Warriors, though they're playing the Boston Celtics tomorrow, they get the Cleveland Cavaliers, who haven't lost a game yet, on Friday, and the OKC Thunder,
Monday,
who are supposed to be a top team in the West, on Sunday. They'll play all those teams and figure out where they're at. But so far, the Warriors have shown that their depth is good enough to get off to a 6-1 start. So far, the depth of the Niners has shown that they are a 500 football team. And I realize there's a couple plays away from being 6-2. That does not matter at this point. And so Christian McCaffrey coming back to the Niners, to me, is different than Curry with the Warriors. Curry elevates the Warriors to a different plane. They've already proven that they're good enough to win games without him. The Niners have not shown this year so far that they're good enough to be better than 500 without McCaffrey. So that indicates to me that McCaffrey is all you have left, not gravy on top of all what's been going on.
No, I'm not mad at you, young fella, but I'll say this to that, Evan. I don't disagree, because I agree with like 90% of that. I just think we're getting to the same place, but we're taking different routes. But for your Warrior exhibit or example, isn't it a little like Steph's great? We know he's everything. But are you saying 6 games that the others have shown you who they truly are? Or would you proceed with caution before you make that statement of, we know Steph's going to elevate you, but what is he actually elevating? And I only bring that up because I love what I'm seeing from everybody else not named Steph and Dre, but is it too soon to say they're a fixture? This is what they're going to be for 82 games.
No, well, I mean, I'm proceeding with caution for both. But I think, I don't know, from what I'm hearing from a lot of people is that they just assume the Niners are going to turn it on.
See, that's how I feel. But Evan, haven't they deserved that? Don't they deserve them? Like, you could be totally right, or anybody out there that's like, hey, but haven't they earned the right for you to say, all right, show me?
What have they won?
The NFC, the last 4 years. I mean, they got into the NFC Championship 4 straight games, 2 Super Bowls since 19.
I'm with you.
So, and just last year they were minutes away from winning the Super Bowl. So that's what I would say they won.
But Ross Tucker compared them to the Chiefs. I can't do that.
But Evan, don't you think he was a majority of that? And I can't speak for him. Was they're winning, not being the best version of themselves, but it's still good enough.
Well,
the Niners have not done that. They're 4 up, 4 down, but the hope is that, okay, even if you're right and some problems still rear their head when McCaffrey comes back, he's so prolific offensively, maybe he's the difference and you're scoring 37 instead of 27. So maybe you give up 24 points, but you win that game now because you got a game changer on the offensive side of the ball that you haven't had in 8 weeks.
I hear people hoping for that. And I hope that's the case
that's
too.
That's all I'm doing.
But that's all I think what they have left. Like that's my point, is that if this doesn't work,
I think you're right.
Then you are done. And I don't know. I'm always hesitant about teams that have a one fixed solution. Like a one, I don't think that exists in sports. Putting just one player in, to me, does not all of a sudden reverse the course of a season. Like in 2022, they got McCaffrey. That's true. They also had Brock Purdy emerge as your quarterback of the future. I think there are differences on previous teams that that don't apply to this season. I guess I'm just looking at these seasons as separate.
Okay, what if I do this to you real quick? Just with the Warrior take. Isn't the Warrior season basically, in a nutshell, without a move, boils down to Andrew Wiggins, if he's locked and loaded, if he's ready to go? So doesn't it really technically boil down to if what Wiggins the Warriors get for them to even be a threat?
But I don't think we're talking about the Warriors in terms of championship. I don't know. Maybe people are already putting them in that category. I mean, if they beat Boston, Boston, Cleveland, and OKC, maybe we get to that point. But I still think they have stuff to prove. The Niners, to me, also have to prove that they're similar to the previous teams that we're just assuming they're going to transform into.
Evan, I guess with everything that's gone on, I don't feel like it's too much of a stretch to assume that when he comes back. That's like, I understand there's going to still be problems. You know what I mean? Nothing's perfect. But to think that Kyle, Brock, everybody else involved, the offensive line is not going to benefit from his presence. I think that would be a bad bet to think that it's not going to help. That's all.
Well, I think
they've been in every game like you talked about already without him. You got to just...
Yeah, but being in every game doesn't mean you're going to win. I don't know. All right. The Niners have closed out one opponent. I guess two.
The Patriots.
The Patriots and the Jets.
Okay, all right. Got to. 6 field goals against the Jets. That's when it started. Everybody, you worried about the field goals. Now it's who you are through 8 games.
Yeah, and look, you beat the Cowboys and you got to win that game.
But that game came down to the end. Crazy.
They haven't been above 500 since they were 1-0.
Man, wow.
It's week 10. I mean, I don't know. What I'm not trying to say the Niners are done. I still believe that they can win the division. What I'm trying to do is pump the brakes on McCaffrey automatically catapults them back into Super Bowl contention. I don't think it's as simple as that. And I don't think McCaffrey all of a sudden makes what has been a 500 team with a leaky defense, with poor special teams, and with an inconsistent offense, he automatically just trebuchets you into the category of where we're going to get back to where we were last year. I don't know. Maybe my glass is half empty. I'm willing to admit that. I'm not so sure that he does it for me like he does it for everybody else.
No, I love it. I love you expressing yourself, and I'll say this to that. Maybe that's why, since he's coming back, coincides with the Niners and the trade deadline on vote day, maybe that's why they're not going to do anything if it ends up being that way. Because just what you said a couple hours ago, Evan, there's no move being made in any other city in the NFL, the other 31 cities, that will have the magnitude or the gravity to change the fortune of that team like McCaffrey coming back to the Niners. You give me what is that? Anything there for you on that one?
No, I'm with you, but I don't know. It does signal something to me if the Niners don't make a move in the next 25 minutes. Like when they've been contenders, when we've felt like, all right, they're going to make something happen. They typically make a trade, and they typically have traded for players that are impact players. Now maybe they don't make a move because there's nobody out there left, but again, like you've had a couple weeks to do something. If they felt like this was a ship that needed to be righted and there was a player out there that they could go get, I'm looking around. It's like Ravens have traded for Deontay Johnson and Tre'Davious White. Are those players game changers? No, but they probably help their depth.
No.
Zadarius Smith is not going to be Aiden Hutchinson, but he's been a 3-time Pro Bowl in the last 5 years.
Definitely.
Marshawn Lattimore hasn't helped a Saints team all that much because he's been a bit banged up, but he can certainly help Washington.
Yes, he can.
The Niners need help. I don't know. I just think that like the Niners, when they are in a spot like this, I don't see a team that's 500, that's 4-4, that hasn't shown that they can beat a good team yet. I don't know why they would necessarily spend a bunch of draft capital to make a move.
Oh, man,
the fact that they wouldn't do anything at the deadline would actually make more sense to me than anything else.
Yeah, and I got to slow my roll here, Evan, because you got me. I mean, everything's working now to where I'm thinking about the future. And when I say the future, just next season, how regardless of what culminates and what happens this season, let's just say the Niners don't win. Now we're another year removed from this window and what you make of it. And the fact that now they're not penny pinching, Evan. They're not. But you got to watch your funds or allocate funds for this payday that's imminent from Brock Purdy. And once you give them the bread and the ducats, what that can prevent you or keep you from doing. I mean, you're going to be in the euphoria of locking down your quarterback and identifying the guy that's going to lead you for the next decade. But the bottom line is, Evan, it can't, to me, come in another year to where they came close, or let's just say they go out first round. Then what are we really talking about? And I know Halloween just passed, but that's the scary stuff for me when I look at the Niner future about these missed opportunities.
Yeah, and unfortunately you can't do anything about them, and you're giving them the benefit of the doubt. And I think that's fair. Like that's just how I'm built, I guess, as a sports fan. I would like to see teams prove it before I grant them that benefit, because each year is its own entity, in my opinion. But Mike Florio was on the morning show with Bonte and Shasky, as all guests do on the River Islands guest line. He was talking about the gap right now between the 49ers and the Lions. I thought this was interesting.
if the 49ers are going to come across the Lions in the postseason again, it's most likely going to happen at Ford Field. They do play late in the regular season, but if there's a postseason rematch, it's not going to be outdoors. It's going to be in Detroit. It's going to be inside, and you're going to have to hope that, let's say the Lions get the bye and you face them in the divisional round. Sometimes that team that had the week off, you catch them flat-footed, and maybe you get lucky and you knock them out because you've been playing. You won the prior weekend in the playoff. They were sitting at home. They lost a little of their edge. That's a possibility.
So if you get lucky and you catch them on a bad day, you knock them off in the divisional. I don't even want to talk about that right now.
No, I feel that.
Because we're assuming that this team is going to, number one, get to the postseason because McCaffrey's back and he's going to take them to the division. Number two, they're going to win that first playoff game and then go into Detroit. That's so far down the line to me.
Right.
You got to beat Tampa Bay on Sunday.
No doubt. And like I said, it's kind of funny. We're assuming the division, and right now they're 1-2 in the division. You lost to Arizona, you lost to the Rams. That matters. You beat Seattle, and now you got 3 more games that are coming down the chute. The margin of error is gone. And you're right, Evan, regardless if McCaffrey's playing or not, you are not right now, to me, going to make a wild card unless somebody just falls on their face. It could happen. Right now, it's got to be division or bust.
I think so. And, I think the part that Ross also mentioned earlier in our chat with him about the Niners' best being better than everyone else's best, I think that's the part that is dependent on both McCaffrey, Greenlaw, and then if you want to throw Feliciano in there as well as Gross Matos.
I had mentioned him, yep.
Yeah, they are getting, some reinforcements, but that level of best, again, I hope that they can summon it, but that level of best is also based on last season when Ayuk was a second-team All-Pro receiver. He's off the field now. Right. The Niners are more reliant on young players than they probably have been maybe since before they made the Super Bowl run, 5 years ago. So how are these young players going to continue to play? We assume that they'll get better, but they might make a rookie mistake. They might make, they might not be able to play up to the level that we're accustomed to seeing. So I don't know. I think this is just a very different Niners team. And so the deadline, we got 20 minutes.
About 20.
I'm not viewing it as a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
But I do wonder what it's going to indicate to fans because as of now, I don't see a move happening.
And then you got me thinking, Evan, again, why I talked about the future is last year was a year before the year that you got to pay Brock. I wonder if they're thinking about the capital that it would take and would it be worth it and how much gas they really think is in their vessel this year. I think they think there's enough, but at the end of the day, I'm not coming down and I'm not saying you're doing it or any Niner fan. We've watched this team utilize the deadline almost more so than a lot of other teams. So again, Evan, I don't know if I'm turning into my dad, but that just means to me, we've seen him, Lynch, put their money where their mouth is. And if they choose to not do it this year and we find out the list of the guys that were available, not who can I, B-listers, C-listers, I don't know if it's that big of a missed opportunity if behind closed doors they said there was nothing there that we thought would make us better.
No, that's true. And again, we got 20 minutes to monitor it. If you feel like a move happens, does that signal that the Niners, believe that this season can become something? I'm not sure either way if it impacts how I'm looking at the Niners, because I do think then this is where Goo and I are on the same page. Like Christian McCaffrey is the eggs in the basket.
Man.
And I also want to take a little bit of time to get on the other side to dig a little bit into the Warriors. I thought there was
big win.
I don't know about big win.
Hurry! Evan, they're 6-1. Boston.
Tomorrow would be a big win.
Dude, they got OKC, Boston, and Cleveland. Not in that order.
That they do. And that's what's coming up on the game presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Valvoline Instant Oil Changes are 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly, expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BarriaOilChange.com.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore.
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
John the Guru. I like the Guru.
The Guru. John Spider Sally. That's a great nickname, by the way.
Spider, he was long.
Good defender.
Yep.
Also hilarious.
And he was on You Weren't Even Born, the best damn sports show. It was him, Michael Irvin.
I wasn't born. What are you talking about? It was like the early 2000s.
Well, all right, good. I feel a little
Chris
better.
Rose?
I love, that was my Tom Arnold.
Tom Arnold, yep.
And Roseanne's ex. Good God. Evan, real quick before we get to the Warriors, since it's vote day, get out there and vote. I've come up with a couple things that I want to know from you, and I think the people do.
Okay.
So you're voting.
I haven't prepared for this at all, by the way.
No, not at all. So I'm going to give it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Taylor Swift or Beyonce? Music.
Beyonce.
Michael Jackson or Prince?
The king.
All right. Well,
Michael Jackson.
Okay, because some people got Prince. Last one.
I thought Prince was the prince.
You know what? Boys, let me stop. Last one, pizza or hamburgers?
Hamburgers.
Wow, pizza for me.
Well, I got to throw it. I got to throw it at you, though. All right. Jay-Z or Nas?
Oh, Jay-Z, and I love me Nas. It's Jay-Z.
Ooh.
Now, if you would have said Pac, I'd have been like,
Barbecue or Mexican?
Mexican. I don't know what. Some say I'm not black. I didn't get the chicken gene, man. I'm cool on chicken. I don't, and barbecues, I like the sauce. I don't know. But Mexican, the cheese.
Well, and then what, the last one you had?
They got cheese in the trunk.
That one is an all-timer. What was your second vote?
Beyonce or Taylor.
Beyonce or Taylor. Yeah. And then the one after that you had.
For you.
Yeah, for me.
Michael Jackson or Prince, and then hamburger.
Oh, cool. We can also stay in? All right. Yeah. Well, I know your answer to some of these. I'm wondering if there's rock or reggae.
Well, I'm taking reggae.
Okay.
No woman, no cry. Yeah, dude. But I didn't kill the deputy.
The whole point is go out and vote. We were voting on a couple categories. Yeah, vote. Good. It is election day. If you got time to still get to the polls,
go for it. I'm watching CNN all night. This is the one night of the year. I'm
not going to lie. I probably won't.
This is going to be crazy. And I'm laughing.
Easy, Ken.
Yeah, Kid with his sticker.
Yeah,
Captain American.
Ken voted. We all know it. In case you didn't, Ken voted.
Ross bailed you out. I can't understand it, Evan.
See, Ross and I are like-minded. Although I hope he doesn't think that I was trying to, misconstrue his words earlier with the whole quarterback thing and McCaffrey. But real quick, so again, we got 10 minutes until the NFL trade deadline passes. Niners at this point have not made a move. I kind of think it indicates they won't.
Yeah.
We've seen contenders like Detroit make moves, Baltimore make moves, Chiefs obviously have made moves. Niners have chosen to not do either. As far as trade anyone or get anybody in. McCaffrey's coming back this week, we hope. But we also had a game last night. So while we have 10 minutes here, I do want to get your thoughts on the Warriors who went into the DMV. Our own Matt Steinmetz was there, though he won't call us and tell us how it went. They saw Jordan Poole, and they won 125-112. They're off to a 6-1 start this year.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Evan, I loved Curry. I don't know if you caught his comments after the game talking about his former Splash brother, Jordan Poole, who's maturing, off to a good start. But bump that. The Warriors are off to a good start. Draymond Green continues to just amaze me, Evan. 18 points and just being a leader. 8 rebounds. And I don't want to say it was a wonky game because any time you score 125, but it kind of was like that was their primer for Boston. You know what I mean? And it was 10 or 11 pretty much throughout the whole game. But the right on the table was Steph Curry coming back, able to play 24 minutes, 7 of 15, 4 of 9 from 3, didn't skip a beat. And Evan, that's what I'm talking about. This is why I get excited about this team because I don't want to go see the Jacksons if Mike's not there. You know what I mean? I don't want to go to see the Beatles if John's not there. And that's who Steph Curry is to this Warrior team.
Well, John had been there for a while.
Yeah, well, we catch that. But this is why I love Kerr. Who saw GP2 starting? And Evan, I wonder how many starts. And again, I'm hearing Bonte and all my other friends in my ear. Goo, it's not who starts, it's who finishes. I get that, But just coming to the game or to the court and sitting down to watch this year's edition of the Warriors, you never know who's going to. And I saw GP2 and Kerr said he wanted to put him on Poole. I loved all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact the Warriors are off to a 6-1 start. It makes me look very much forward to tomorrow. Again, you can catch right here on 95.7 The Game. 4:30 tip in Boston. Warriors live at 3:30. But the thing about it is, honestly, the coolest thing I saw last night was right after the game. And it was Jordan Poole.
I love it.
Getting embraced by Steve Kerr, by Steph Curry.
That was dope, man.
And even kind of during the game when he hit that deep three over Draymond and pointed at him. Like the game within the game.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, the Washington Wizards, a win over them doesn't do much for me. They're not a team that is right now all that serious. They might be building something, who knows. But it makes me feel good to know that Jordan Poole and what I thought was his big brother when he was here in Golden State, Steph Curry, that they still got love for each other.
Yeah, no doubt. And Evan, I'm being real. Like this is our favorite team. You do the pre and post, and we work on the flagship. But it's not just that. It's not a mandate. The bottom line is the Warriors are an acquired taste. And they've always been about what I thought is unity, family. And that's why when you see them play the Kings, a lot of times you see the Barbosas of the world, different guys from the coaching staff that have gone on. But there's always that the Warriors pay homage. And I just love that they, went up and chopped it up with Poole. But I will say this about the game, and you tell me if I'm being sometimey because I do it. But Andrew Wiggins, 1 of 9, 0 of 6 from 3. I told you, Houston, he looked like Ewing because he was sweating so much as that game was nearing the end. And I know he's missed a couple games. A nothing burger with Wig. Like, just be on your P's and Q's tomorrow against Boston. If they could somehow, not that the Warriors needed to validate their start, but Evan, if you're telling me they're going to go to Beantown, beat, quote unquote, the current champs, and be 7-1, not that the Warriors are trying to get this, but there's going to be some stuff to be like, you could take them. And I'm not saying it's not there now, but you get this win tomorrow in Boston. I'm sorry, Evan. I just feel like the Warriors are the story of the young season.
Well, it's going to be a party on Thursday if they beat Boston.
Okay.
I have reservations for 2.
All right.
You and I.
That's a 4.
But I also think that game is one that it's a win that you have to get, but it's also a game that the Warriors obviously are overlooking Washington because it's in the middle of an emotional overtime win in Houston, which probably took a lot out of you. And then you have 3, not just Boston, but 3 consecutive much bigger games against bigger opponents afterwards. So that game is typically the letdown game, which is why maybe, I don't know, Wiggins didn't play well. Curry's coming back. He looked like he was getting his bearings together in the first half, and then he popped off for 16 in the second half. But the Warriors, I don't think they cared about that game, and they still won by double digits. So that's a team you should defeat, and you should take care of in Washington. But I guess, it is a good thing that also that's typically the spot where you might have a letdown performance.
Yeah, no doubt. And the Warriors, they haven't even been shy about it. 12 of 37 from deep, 32%. You like a little more than that. But Evan also, too, Kuminga, 15 points. But I'm looking at the rebounds, 6 rebounds. But there was something that's strange. I don't know. Ken, you might be able to help me, and you too, Evan. What happened with Pods? He left the game. They threw up the... What's my guy that's in a little trouble?
The Deuces?
No, the guy that's in Indy. He has to come out, the quarterback.
Oh, the Anthony Richardson. Right. Well, so that is what I'm going to reserve judgment.
No doubt, we know you
until I know exactly what happened with Pods. But as a guy who sat up in that mic in the 2-chair last week, and kind of went in on Anthony Richardson and Steiny for defending him.
Yeah,
I need to know more, but that did seem a little fishy. Like he asked out of the game. So I hope it is not anything serious.
Right.
But at the same time,
Evan, he didn't come back at all.
But at the same time, I also kind of hope it's something serious because I don't know why he would have exited the game.
If you got the bug, then I think I lead the there's a few of us.
But he played. It wasn't like it wasn't a Debo situation where he got in for the first 3 possessions or 3 plays and then asked out because he had pneumonia.
Yeah, but he gives you everything he has, so that just tells me whatever it was strong enough for him to be like, I can't, I got to get out of here. So yeah. I hope he's available.
I'm just trying to be fair. I know because sometimes we give our own more benefit of the doubt than others. And if I'm going to rip Anthony Richardson, then I'll wait to hear what exactly happened with Podziemski before passing a damning judgment.
Did you see, and tell me if I'm barking up the wrong tree, because I didn't make the statements, but 2 years ago, the Warriors beat the Celtics. We saw what happened in Vegas this year, if you believe it's anything, with Tatum getting DNPs and Coach Kerr not playing him. I don't think it was anything personal at all, but I'll tell you this, young fella, I think young fella. I just
like that one.
got bad. I got to tell you this, but I believe it's fueled Jason Tatum. Not that he's going to be MVP, but I believe he's really looking at this game. And the reason I bring him up, I'm coming in this morning. He says tomorrow's game against the Warriors on Sirius Radio, he says it's just another game. To you, is that, them being the champs?
I think it's another game for the Celtics.
Yeah, and that, so
I don't think it's another game for the Warriors.
Okay.
Or most of the Warriors. For Curry and Draymond, it might be.
But if he has some shade at Kerr for being embarrassed or however he felt slighted on the Olympic team, Tatum, then this is the time to, and I get you.
I mean, they also beat the Warriors by like 50 the last time they were in Beantown. So let's just hope
they were up 60 at one point.
Let's just hope that doesn't happen again.
I can't wait.
Before we get to the top of the hour and the end of the NFL trade deadline, let's sneak in Shaka in Berkeley. Wants to put on the rat on the table for the Warriors. What's up, Shaka?
What's up, man? How y'all doing, my brothers, man?
Talk to us.
Awesome.
All right, man. I want to talk about, man, the unsung hero of the Warriors, man. Nobody's giving him his props, man. Let's put the rat on the table. Mike Dunleavy, man, is killing his job.
Yeah.
The rookies last year and the free agents he added to Buddy Hield. Oh, man, he's killing it, man. Ain't nobody really giving him his props, man. He's making all the right moves, man.
I'm cutting you off, Shaka. My bad. That's a great call, man. And if Stoddy were here, I could see him smiling at you, Evan, because he is right. It's early, but Mike has this team, saddled up with 10 or 11 or 13 dudes that can play ball.
He has. He's also positioned the team to maybe make a big deal and kind of package some of these guys to go get a big boy, but that would be in a few months. Thanks for the call, Shaka. Reminder, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HU1 San Francisco, always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First North Cal Credit Union. The trade deadline, Goo, has come and it's gone.
Now there might be a fax machine. There we go.
That's a little bit late on the draw, but I do not think that the San Francisco 49ers are one of those teams, because from whenever this negotiating period, whenever the phone calls were being taken, whenever the phones were lit up and they were opened by John Lynch, now after 1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, the Niners trade deadline sounds like this.
Wow, man. Me on prom night. Yep. I don't know where that came
That's
from.
That's a five.
Evan, can I say something to you about the deadline?
Huh?
Like the Raiders are in a mess, right?
Yes.
They're a mess right now.
They are.
If you could get Crosby for 3 number ones, and I know that's heavy and it's crazy. I guess where I'm going is, if I'm the Niners and I got the investment in Bosa, and I know I got the contract of Purdy coming up, but I really want to go all I'm going Jerry Jones all in, Evan. Why wouldn't you call Vegas or try to add a guy like Crosby to Bosa? Then you become something else. Like, would there be a price too steep for you to add? Or do you look at Crosby like, okay, he ain't 18, Goo. He's on I don't know where you deem him at in his career, but my point is, that's the type of move that would make this Niner, they would be the purple people eaters up front again if you added that to Bosa.
Oh, actually, I take that back. The Niners did make a deal. I think they actually made a trade going out. One sec. I think it's from
Is it Crosby?
Yeah, Deanna Rossini.
Uh-oh. I like her.
Real quick, if I bring this up here. Squeezed in before the trade. Oh, the Niners, pardon me, are getting defensive tackle Khalil Davis in exchange for a 2026 7th-round pick.
Okay, where's he from?
The Texans.
Okay, wow.
So the Texans are a playoff team, sent one of their secondary pieces to the Niners. Does that do something for you?
I mean, he's a body, and I do wonder why the Texans feel like they didn't need him. What'd they give up for me?
7th round pick.
Yeah. I mean, but again, give Sorensen or our guy didn't.
No, but okay, so
they
you
made a move, but
yeah, all right, you're right. They did make a move. I apologize. They didn't. They weren't exactly crickets, but in my opinion, that's basically crickets. The Niners, and I'm glad you asked the question about Crosby because
I'm serious, man.
No, I would not give up multiple first-round picks for Max Crosby to pair him with Bosa because the Niners are not one move away from being a team that I think can win the Super Bowl.
Wow.
I think that's what they told us at the deadline. Right now, I don't think we have an accurate assessment of who this team is because McCaffrey's not back, Greenlaw's not back. Lynch also threw in Hufanga. You want to throw a Gross Matos,
So is there anything bigger in your assessment of that, of them not being what they were last year than the injuries?
Last year, they felt like they were a move away, and they went out and got Chase Young, who could help make an already good defensive line even better to create, in a perfect world, a supreme four-man front, right? No, it didn't end up working, although Chase Young played well in the Super Bowl.
That he did.
But they're not just one move away. They're many moves away. And so I'm not going to, if I'm putting my GM cap on, I'm not sacrificing future first-round picks, even for a player as quality as Max Crosby, if he was available. I don't think he was. But let's say you could get him for multiple first-round picks. I'm not doing that. The Niners haven't proven to me that they are worth giving up big draft capital to try and go in for this season. Last season, maybe. The season before that, maybe so. That's when they got McCaffrey. But I also think they got McCaffrey at a suppressed price. I think they got him at a price that was good for them. The Niners have never been willing to overpay. I think they've been smart for doing that. But unlike the Ravens, the Lions, the Commanders, and the Chiefs, the Niners, by not making a move at the deadline, told us they're not one player away. And if they are, that player is already in-house, and his name's Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah. But to be fair, and it's not like we weren't before, this constitutes, even though it's whatever you want to make of this trade and this player coming back.
Also, not Khalil Mack, Khalil Davis.
Okay, yeah. So it was a move.
I wish it was Khalil Mack.
Yeah, for 7th.
For not even this upcoming draft's 7th, for a year now and a 7th. So it's basically pennies.
Evan, I'm interested, and I'm not dumbfounded. I'm shocked a little bit that you think the Niners are, in totality, there's just more than McCaffrey being gone to you to fix this team to get them to be a problem in the postseason. Well, I'm just, and again, I'm not wearing Niner underwear. I just really feel like from what I've seen and what I've seen throughout the league right now, Philly and all the other good stories, the Chicago's, the Green Bay's, I just feel like if McCaffrey's right, they're going to be a problem again.
They very may well be. They very may well be. And McCaffrey could, if and when he gets healthy, run them to the division, run them through the playoffs, and run them right back to where they were last year, which was in the Super Bowl. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess I just, from what I've seen, I haven't wanted to put the cart before the horse in regards to playoff contention. I think if the Niners were going to make a move for an impact player, it was probably going to be before today. Now, reports are there was a Giants edge rusher that
I saw that
a lot of teams were trying to get in on. Niners are probably in on it, but it looked like they were asking too much.
No,
the Giants,
get it. Yeah.
So
overpay.
Yeah, the Niners they don't overpay, and I think they're smart for that. Also, and I don't think it's doom and gloom. Like if the Niners all right, actually, I'll say this. If the Niners had sent out multiple first-round picks or like a big package draft capital-wise for a player, I would be a little worried because I think the Niners are in a place where they understand that if this season goes the way they want it to, even best-case scenario, they go, I don't know if they win it all. I don't want to
go to the NFC Championship game.
Sure, they go to the NFC Championship game. That's not worth giving up the future for. Like your future right now, you've paid or will pay either with Brock Purdy.
Yes, it's coming.
Brandon Ayuk, you paid. Fred Warner, pardon me. Nick Bosa. Like those are your 4 pillars. You'd like to pay maybe Diamondor Lenore. There's a lot of players on your team you'd like to continue to have. I trust John Lynch to use those picks that he might have sent out for a big boy. I trust John Lynch and the 49ers to use those draft picks the way they have in this recent draft, which looks like they found a couple of gems.
But, and I love that, and it's a great story, but now that the reality is you're relying on a couple of those gems who are unseasoned and are off to great starts, is that necessarily a good thing when you're, quote unquote, operating through a championship window? You're chasing the carrot. And I'm just wondering, now that you got a lot of impact from rookies, is that the best thing?
Well, that's another part of this that's significant to me is, so the Niners in 2019 traded for Emmanuel Sanders. In 2020, that offseason, they traded for Trent Williams. In 2021, they got Charles Omenihu.
Yep.
They also added some other pieces, but 2022 is McCaffrey. Last year was Chase Young. This kind of stops the train of making midseason acquisitions, which means I don't think they're chasing the carrot like people want them to. And I think they're smart for doing that. I don't know right now how far you think the carrot is in front of you, but unless McCaffrey is who he was last year, I don't think you can get the carrot.
And I love that. And you may end up being right, but I got to believe if they're going to risk the biscuit, again, my new saying, Evan, and allow him to go out there on one down, because it could be over on one down, they got to feel like their intel has told them his body can handle this and he'll be okay.
No, I know, but I think if the Niners were to make moves, like it was going to have to be shoring up a lot of positions, right?
Yeah.
You know, maybe you're thinking that Hufanga can step back in and be the safety he was a couple of years ago. You're thinking Dre Greenlaw can come back and be the secondary linebacker that he was even last season. Man. You're thinking McCaffrey can come back in and be 2023 McCaffrey. You're thinking Feliciano can come in and provide depth to the offensive line. You're thinking Yetur Gross-Matos can help shore up a D-line that's been a bit leaky up front. All of those things you're hoping for and you're thinking can happen. So I think the Niners are more reliant on those things than bringing in someone else from the outside.
Yeah.
You know, if they had gotten DeAndre Hopkins, I would have been happy about it. They got Khalil Davis. That's not a sexy name. That adds depth. You know, and they have Khalil and Kalia Davis now. The Davis Bros, or they'll come up with some name for him. But like, you didn't go get DeAndre Hopkins. You didn't get Zadarius Smith. You didn't get Marshawn Lattimore.
They must feel like their reinforcements coming back and take them to the promised land or get them damn close.
Yeah, you didn't get Deontay Johnson. Yeah. You didn't get Mike Williams.
You didn't get Smith.
You didn't get even Preston Smith. Yeah, there were players out there that the Niners, based on the packages that were given up for those guys, I think the Niners could have, but they didn't deem it worthy enough. And I think that tells us a little bit as to how they view the rest of this season. And I think it's all based on internal improvement, whether it's health or productivity. They believe that what is going to get them to the mountaintop lies inside the building and not out of it.
Okay, I love that, but let's wrap it up with this. Do you still feel kind of what you alluded to earlier, the fact that they really didn't go all in at this deadline means that they're not all in for this year? Because I would fight back on that.
Well, let's get into that on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. The NFL trade deadline has come and gone. Khalil Davis for a 2026 7th-round pick, a defensive tackle from the Texans, is all that the 49ers did. That's all that they did. How are you feeling about it? Please give us a call. Comcast Business text line is open as well. 888-957-9570. Abby Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson, back after this, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Bonte Hill with all the...
I just busted in his office this morning. The door was closed. It was all bad.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we're trying to have some fun in this last hour. Well, it's sophomoric, but that's my kind of comedy. I mean, I'm a little younger than you guys, so
just a little.
Just a little bit. Stone's throw.
But you were around for my program. The one that I said, Evan, inside the Best Damn Sports Show. Yeah, that's what Norm calls his TV shows. Programs.
Yeah, I think that's what everyone above the age
to watch my programs.
A certain
82
now.
Age
calls them.
Lay off Norm.
No, I know.
Hey, Ken.
No, yeah, easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
Well, that's Pop.
Norm is the only person that's off limits on this show. Everyone else is fair.
When you call the garage his dojo, that just stuck. That's his office, dojo.
I'm always looking for someone. Like, people don't, I don't know, maybe I'm just weird, but the dojo is where you go to find that little piece of bliss. Like, what the Corona commercial is actually talking about in regards to finding your beach, that's your dojo. And so for Norm,
that's too good,
when you were saying, you kind of watch the games and we kick it in the garage, I'm like, oh, that's the dojo.
That's pretty good.
I'm just going to try and find my dojo later on today.
Yeah, and Khalil Davis, right? One sack, Evan, and
thank God,
6 solo tackles.
Mm-hmm.
So he's played in all 9 games.
Yeah,
we'll see. Hey, we'll see.
We'll see.
Yep.
He's going to add some defensive line depth. There's also something too about, like, the Houston Texans have a better record than the Niners, right? I think there's
something about
their point differential isn't very good.
Yeah.
They're a little suspect.
Indy had them a couple times.
Especially now that Diggs is out. Collins has been out, though he's returning. They're 2 wide receivers. And, I don't know if Tank Dell can carry an offense.
But their O-line was supposed to be stacked. They're letting your boy Stroud get hit.
Yeah, their offensive line wasn't very good last year either. But their run game is probably the best part of their offense right now. But my point is, I always think it's a little strange when a playoff team like the Texans are, assuming to be
the new darlings,
they trade someone to a team with a lesser record. Like the Rams.
I got it. I know what you mean. So why would he be available and they got action if he were doing this thing?
Yeah, like the Rams traded Tre'Davious White, who once was a really good cover corner. But he's been hurt. He hasn't played for them.
They've replaced him.
Yeah, and you're able to pick up a cheap pick on the back end of the draft. You don't have to pay him for the rest of the season. And he's going to be a free agent anyway, so you might as well just get something for him. And if you're the Ravens, that's a great buy, because if he does come back and he's effective, well, then he's a third corner for you. It's just cheap cost. So, but again, those are the kinds of moves that contenders make, or teams that are playoff caliber make. The Ravens made multiple moves. The Lions made a big move in Smith. The Steelers, even though I wouldn't consider them contenders, they made multiple moves. The Chiefs, obviously, you saw their big move on Monday night last night, had 2 touchdowns. So I'm just wondering what people are feeling about the 49ers after effectively not doing much of anything outside of trading for a backup defensive lineman and giving up a future 7th.
Yeah, I'll say this, Evan, and I've been saying it consistently all day. When it comes to Lynch and the deadline, they've got the benefit of the doubt, and it's just not about making moves. It's about the ones that you think put you over the top. And I really, honestly, do believe nobody's being cheap here. Nobody's holding on to the black card. It's just, Evan, they felt like, and again, some will be like, what the hell are you talking about, Goo? They made a move, but something more flashy or a bigger splash than Khalil Davis.
And who knows? Khalil Davis in a playoff game might have a big moment. That's possible. But
you got to get there first, Ian.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
This is from the 510, the Comcast Business Text line. Come on, Evan. The Niners have made it deep in the playoffs every year. Of course they are owed to get someone if it's available. If Miles, I'm assuming Garrett is who he or she is talking about, or Max Crosby are available, trading 2 firsts easily, to hell with them picks. What I'm saying...
Also, he agrees with me. Yeah.
No, he does. But what I'm saying is the Niners have never said to hell with them picks. Even the McCaffrey deal.
Well, how about Trey Lance?
And how'd that work out?
No, it was a disaster.
Yeah, but that was for what you believe to be the future. That was a multi-year move. They didn't go all in on one season when you trade 3 firsts for Trey Lance. You're expecting to get a quarterback in return that can lead you for a decade.
I'm feeling that.
So to me, that's in a different category. Even someone like Trent Williams, they didn't have to give up a ton for Trent. They pounced at the right time. He's a Hall of Fame left tackle. but he was unhappy with the situation, and they bought low on a great player and then gave him a big contract. Even Jimmy Garoppolo, I think it was a second-round pick. If that is what you believe could be a future franchise quarterback, that's not that That's not that much to give up for him.
And they paid him.
I don't think the Niners have said to hell with them picks for any trade that they've made under John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
No, and, like you talked about and people that have called up today, the impact or the input or the production they're getting from the youngsters right now can't be ignored. But you are right, Evan, that the Trey Lance thing was different. That was a draft choice and something, a brand new toy that you're bringing to the team, the most important position on the football field. But just scouring the internet and looking at who moved. And again, I don't have a list of who possibly was available. But at the end of the day, Evan, I don't think the Niners, by making this slight move, have missed an opportunity or jeopardized them hoisting up the Lombardi trophy before I got out of bed this morning.
No, that's fair. Okay, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to talk about this in about 20 minutes with Woden Dibbs. I'm looking forward to that on the crossover. But let's go down to Irvine. Want to talk to Ryan. Ryan, what's up, man? How you feeling about the trade deadline?
Hey, guys. I actually feel pretty good about it. From a long-term standpoint, I think it was the right move. I don't think you should leverage the future by giving picks away, because I agree with you. I don't think they're a player away from actually being contenders. But if they're being honest with themselves, which I think they are, I look at it this way. McCaffrey is coming off of a really significant, injury. So is Greenlaw. It wasn't enough to beat the Chiefs last year, and that was with those guys healthy and with Ayuk. Now this year, they don't have Ayuk. They're going to not have him for a portion of next year either, and that's eating up $30 million, right? So if they're being honest with themselves, which I think they are, and I think they just told us with how this trade deadline went, they're preparing to pay Brock Purdy. They're going to have to really hit with some early round picks, their first round, second round picks. They're going to have to get offensive line help because Trent's getting older. I think it was smart to not just go all in on this season and kind of hope for the best with the team they have this year. But, really just set themselves up for sustainable success moving forward in the next year or so, too.
Well, it's interesting you say that. Thanks for the call, Evan. I'll just rebuttal to him. I'm getting worried now about the future because if you are right and I'm right, and I think the caller is right with us, McCaffrey is everything. What if something were to happen? Then what boat are we in? Then what are you looking at? Then how prolific is your offense with, we know Ayuk is not going to be there week 1 next year. I know this but that's where I'm at. That's how heavy this whole McCaffrey puzzle or thing is. Yeah, there's a lot of euphoria that can be had starting, this Sunday. But again, not to be negative, but I'll just bring it up, Evan. If something were to happen to him, then what do you have? Like, that's nightmare on Niner Street.
What the Niners are preparing to do and what they've been preparing to do for the better part of the last year is pay their quarterback. And how do you have to build your team when you have an expensive quarterback? Through what America is largely built on, cheap labor. Yeah. Like, you have to have low costs at tons of places. Now, they've got a few guys under lock and key because those are their cornerstones, right? Fred Warner, again, Nick Bosa, Brandon Ayuk. Yeah. Those are 20-somethings that they have under lock and key for a long period of time. They're preparing to pay Brock Purdy, and so I don't think at the deadline they deemed giving up any future capital, which they could use to build around Brock Purdy, was worth giving up for any of these guys that were on the table.
And I buy that, E.
But I do think that if they felt like they were a Super Bowl contender right now, that they would have done something. If they were a player away, like they were last year, like they even were the year before, they would have made a move. And so I think that the caller's spot on, right? Like, Ryan is basically indicating that he thinks that they can make a run. No, I don't want to rob them of that, but trying to improve this team vastly at the cost of your future, the draft I'm talking about, That wasn't in the cards for John Lynch.
No, and I get it. And Evan, hearing you put it that way, it makes sense, and that's why I'm giving the Niners a pass. But, let's just talk about what we're talking about, because you've been consistent with, last year's not this year. And you are so right. But a lot of me, Evan, I just can't I can't delete that footage of what is a standard. 4 straight visits to the NFC Championship game. The Niners have been here 3-5, 3-4, and they've gone to NFC Championship games. So I bring that up because if John Lynch just pulled up on us right now, Evan, I got to really believe, hey, he knows they're static and there's some sketchy stuff going on with his team. But if McCaffrey comes back, I got to believe he thinks they can go all the way.
I know, but that's another reason why I think it was a smart move for them not to do anything, because you also have to account for the possibility that McCaffrey comes back and gets hurt again.
Oh, man.
And at that point,
that's the
if
nightmare.
you spent, in a perfect world, multiple first-round picks for Crosby, it doesn't matter anyways. If Christian McCaffrey is the lifeline to your season and it doesn't work out, you cannot have given up anything down the line for that, because it doesn't matter. Like that's the other part about the quarterback thing is like, I think the Niners should have action if their quarterback is the dude, but it sounds like everyone believes that McCaffrey's the superstar, that he's the straw that stirs the drink, and that he's the key to this thing. So if McCaffrey is 100% to the 5-1-0, I do think the Niners are contenders.
Yep, I was like, what is he talking about? Both of us do.
If McCaffrey's back, if Greenlaw's back, if all these players that are hurt come back and play at their best level, the Niners can, I think, win a Super Bowl. But all of those things have to go right in order for that to happen. And so I don't think that the Niners were in a position where at this trade deadline, they could accurately assess how good they actually are. Because you don't know what McCaffrey with 2 tendinitis-laden Achilles is going to give you.
Man.
Maybe that's just me.
Yeah, no, I get it. But, I'm on the flip side, Evan. I'm being proactive, like he's going to be Billy Badass. And they'll take off.
I hope so. Let's talk to Mr. Jones in Atlanta. Wants to discuss the trade deadline. Mr. Jones.
In the ATL.
How we doing?
What's up, fellas? I was one of the guys that was on y'all about the Trey Lance trade back in the day, just to bring that back up. But, I don't know if I ain't going to say we tanking the season, but I don't see it's like how the Kansas City Chiefs, who are undefeated, still making moves. Both of them still, just like us, right? They hurt, right? We lost Ayuk for basically 2 years. So whatever they gave up for D-Hop, we couldn't do that. And I'm a guy that do say F them picks. Like, I don't know the whole dynamics of the Max Crosby thing, but if I can give up a first and something else for another dynamic pass rusher that's in his prime, why not? Man. I don't like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's right now. Like, everybody talking about the future, but the tomorrow ain't promised today.
Yeah.
Like, we only got certain windows. So, like, if we trying to win right now, we're looking cool without McCaffrey. Like you said, we got McCaffrey right. Even if he comes back, you as a player, you as a man, you as a fan, he ain't played all year. Am I going to bank my bank account on him leading us to the Super Bowl and he ain't been here? No. So what we need to do, this an arms race, right? This, I always look at it like this. We want the best players that money can buy. I don't care how much they ask. If I can get D-Hop, if I can add Amari Cooper, if I can add Max Crosby, we're trying to win right now. Not tomorrow, not next year, because you may not even be here. You can get fired. We already know these jobs come and go, right? Even though we like what we got going on, but you can get fired, right? So you be like, dang, I thought I was going to be here 2 years. No, Max Crosby, what were they asking for Max? Does anybody know?
Oh, I gotta believe.
Well, the Raiders weren't. The Raiders weren't trading Max Crosby, but
he wasn't even.
I think it's just a hypothetical Guru's throwing out 2 or 3 first-round picks.
Okay. Because I'm with the D-Hop thing, right? Like, we just lost Ayuk for 2 years. I know we're like, nah, he's gone for 2, because it takes a year to even get your feet back wet, right? Then it's going to take you another year to get your way all the way back to where you was. So we're not even going to worry about the future when we talking about what do they give up for D-Hop?
I think it was like a 5th.
So we can't afford to give up that for a Hall of Famer. I think he would fit our system. He's a possession guy. He's going to catch everything.
But don't you need defense?
Go to the enemy.
Yeah, but don't the Niners need defense? You got Pearsall, man.
We need a corner. We need a corner then.
No, I get that. I agree with that. But your boy D-Hop is not a corner. And, Evan, I'm sorry. How could this team go out and make another investment in an area that is already just, I'll use the word tragic in regard to the books with Ayuk and when he's coming back? That would be negligence to go add a receiver. I get that. But cornerback or something that was out there that they think would send them over the top, they didn't pull the trigger. And yet they technically did because they made a move. But sometimes what you go shopping for, Evan, is not there.
No, and DeAndre Hopkins is it's a good example. That's a guy who's coming off the books at the end of this year. The Chiefs were willing to pay a fifth for him, and the Niners, I don't know if they were. Maybe the Texans, or part of the Titans were, they didn't want to do business. But I have to imagine if someone wants to do business with the Chiefs, they'd be willing to do business with the Niners. In regards to the Crosby and Garrett thing, the other part of this too is again, the Niners have to think about next year. It's like they have a lot of cap space this season, but if you look at their books next year, they're just dragged down by all these massive contracts. And I think that they took themselves out of the running for acquiring a big salary player when you paid not just Ayuk this offseason, but you also gave Trent Williams guaranteed money for the next couple of seasons. You gave Christian McCaffrey guaranteed money for the next couple of seasons. Man. So, and that's why to the 415 who's asking about, I think this is Jim Mole, who's asking about Zadarius Smith. Yeah, 5th and 6th round pick for Zadarius Smith. Well, the Lions also acquired his $11.5 million for next season. The Niners already have a guy that's making that much money at that similar position whose name is Leonard Floyd. So there's things that they have to kind of weigh their checks and balances for. And I don't think, maybe they could have made things work in the books. But again, that's why my larger takeaway is that the Niners do not believe that at this juncture they are a Zadarius Smith or a DeAndre Hopkins or a combination of both away from getting back to where they were last year. They're more confident that a healthy Christian McCaffrey, a healthy Dre Greenlaw, and a couple of other healthy pieces that return, that can get them to where they need to go.
Yeah, and the proof is in the pudding. We shall see. So, again, all these new players going to new cities or whatnot, and the trade deadline is come and gone, Evan. You're going to get your player, and I don't think there's too many question marks about what you're going to get. How impactful leaves a question mark. But, man, the McCaffrey, what he's going to be, how he'll be used, what load is suffice is going to be everything to this Niner season. Everything.
We got a couple minutes left. Let's sneak Alamo and Richmond in here. Wants to talk about
the dynamics of it in terms of the money that's been spent. We really don't have cap space to go get anybody in terms of longevity. What the Niners are doing now, and I think they're just treading water. Let's see what comes about. We gave Ayuk all that bread, and he's, of course, injured, and we won't see him for a long period of time. But I think we got to reserve caution, guys. I think we got to fall back and see what happens in terms of maybe the next 4 months, the next 3 months, or until the season is over with. And then we'll make some moves in the offseason. I think maybe some trades. Who knows? There's a lot of possibilities that could happen. But if I were Lynch, I would have done the same thing. I wouldn't have pulled the trigger on a big-name guy or a big contract guy. I think we all have to be more cautious of that and more cognizant of that and to just stay put. Hey, let's see what happens.
I'm with you, Alamo. I think the Niners, you can't give them an A for the deadline. They didn't really do anything outside add some defensive line depth. But I can't give them an F. I would lean more towards a higher grade than a lower one because I think it falls in line with what they've been doing and have really told us what they're preparing to do, which is pay their quarterback. If there's an all-in move that the Niners are going to make in the near future, it's giving Brock Purdy a massive deal. That's the all-in move to me.
Yeah.
And they've been ready to do that for some time. It just so happens that this upcoming summer is the time that they have to do it.
No doubt. And it goes down. And again, who am I, Captain Obvious? You could have had to do that and take on that project with a ring on your finger already. And that's what I hate. But I got to say this to the last caller, and I love him. But damn, Evan, is that what we're doing? Is that the worst thing? That where your future or this season is headed comes down to the Achilles of Christian McCaffrey? I'm just saying that to say a lot of cities would take that all day, every day. Now, again, it may be something out of his control, Evan. If he's not healthy and he can't go, then you're really probably done for this year. But, man, to that caller's point about, I mean, this is how it was designed, right? This is what they chose it to be. We got great components to this offense, but our engine, that F450 engine is Christian McCaffrey, but the caller said it like it was a bad thing.
Well, it can be.
Well, or it can be what it was last year. Got you close as you can get.
Yeah, but that's another reason I don't think they had to make a move at the deadline is if your season is largely dependent on Christian McCaffrey, well, then that was going to be the case either way. You know, I think if there was a trade that the Niners could make that was for now and later, I think they would have done it.
All right.
But as we've discussed, making a move for later becomes increasingly more difficult when you're preparing to pay upwards of $50 or $60 million per year to your quarterback. So those moves were kind of off the table. And outside of Chase Young, I don't think the Niners have really made a trade in recent memory. Well, Sanders, I guess, but a move that didn't help them for the future.
But they were so loaded, too. I could make an argument, or one could, Evan, they didn't need much.
I could argue they didn't even need Chase Young.
Yeah. Or Randy Gregory.
I mean, he was good in the Super Bowl, but Chase Young didn't help you a ton against Green Bay or Detroit.
But the rat on the table about that is when I was like, man, they're being greedy. Even when the Gregory thing came down and they got him from Denver and Chase Young, I'm like, hold on. I see, football dummy. I thought that was an area of strength, and maybe, Evan, the Niners saw then last year before the playoffs, that we were going to have problems. And Green Bay and Aaron Jones were going to be able to have their way with us a little bit in a playoff game at home. And Detroit come and run up, make us look like junior varsity. So I don't want to say the chickens have come home to roost, but maybe Lynch and that maybe they saw this coming.
Well, perhaps, but I think you also hit on something that I totally agree with. Last year, they did get greedy. This year's a different year. Last year was the year to be greedy. This year's the year to be frugal. Man. And that might not sound like a great thing for a lot of 49ers fans that expect the team to compete for a Super Bowl. But
is that all because of Brock, too?
It's because of the way the season's played out. Nah. You're 4-4. You've blown 2 games. You haven't beat a good team. That's not a team that I'm going all in on. Like, I'm sorry. Especially when I got to hand a fat contract to Brock this offseason.
I ain't mad at that.
Maybe. I don't know. Call me crazy. Well, actually, we can ask a couple guys on the other side. I know they like to
Willie and Dibby
provide titles to people. Mark Willard along with Dan Dibley going to join us for the crossover on the other side when we return on 95.7 The Game. Again, we're going to break this down like the trade deadline comes and goes. Niners, they send a 2026 7th-round pick for a defensive tackle in Khalil Davis. They make a trade with the Texans, and they get some defensive line depth. So they do make a move, but probably not the move that either people were expecting or hoping for. And we'll talk to the boys on the other side about that. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz for Joe the Guru Johnson. One final segment here, the crossover. And that segment was brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine.
We all agree on one thing. The whoopee.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Speaking of kicking out, my God. Go. What? Okay, first and foremost, you gotta finish before we come back.
Dude, you can't call him out.
Call him out.
He's on camera.
Call him out.
It's okay. That's what hurts so much.
He's on camera. That's like
he's on camera.
half of a percent of our audience, but that's okay.
Thanks
Exactly.
for the donut. Willard brings it. Hey, late donuts.
I went
donut butt.
I went and purchased some at Bob's Donuts today, I figured that today, for whatever reason each of you have, would be a good anxiety comfort food day.
Every day.
No, the trade deadline is stressful.
Oh, yeah.
It is stressful.
Right.
We can't.
The Niners didn't get Mike Williams. I'm angry.
Nothing to watch tonight. No sports.
Are you sure there was a deadline?
Stressful.
Wrong.
We got the action.
Thank you. Doubleheader.
Doesn't count.
Is Simon Breen even playing?
-11, Miami, Ohio.
Oh, yeah, and lay that, by the way, lay that all day and twice on Sunday because Ball State, you stink.
Oh, boy.
So that's the official Maction lock of the day.
CNN
You been
all
hot
night. The only night of the year I watch CNN all night.
I told you. I'm drinking the juice that you bought me.
I lost last
I
night.
saved it for tonight. I'm
watching tonight, CNN.
The ice maker's all filled up. And I'm ready for an all-nighter. Let's go. Because I want to break down those trades.
Dude, wow.
I'm going to be breaking down those trades till at least 3 in the morning.
It's funny you say that because earlier this morning, and I dropped my baby girl off, my 2-year-old off at grandma's house, and I got back home, and I put on CNN, and I put on Fox, and then I put on CNN, and then I put on Fox. And it was like a tennis match of emotions.
You know what?
It was like, win, lose, lose, win, win, lose. It's a good rally.
But I tried it last night, and I tried it again this morning, and I'm like, y'all have nothing left. You don't have anything yet. I want the guy with the little pointer finger that starts
do you call him?
zeroing in on some random county.
A fraud.
Let's go to Pennsylvania where we boop, and now we're going to boop, and we're going to zoom in, boop, and all the way into this guy named Bob.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what he voted for, and I'll tell you, it means a lot. It's an indicator. It's an indication sensation, Dennis.
Not until about 6 o'clock tonight. But
I know.
No, and I love it. And what you're doing, I'm like in 2020, this happened in 2024, and trends and emotions and all the rest of it. So I went back and forth, and my wife got home from work for lunch, and she's like, "What are you watching?
Wow.
You're normally watching like Golf Channel,
no doubt.
women's college golf.
Listen,
I
found
Sharks play tonight.
I can't believe it.
I've never seen this before. Did you see this last night? If you were watching, I'm going to say circa 10 p.m., maybe 9:30.
Okay.
Did you see about this little town in New Hampshire that always starts? They start the vote.
Punxsutawneyville.
Exactly.
I feel like I have a crystal ball into what parenthood is like right now. You guys are just tossing around these random
What are you doing tonight? Oh my God.
You have no idea.
What are you guys doing?
I have no idea. When the kids go to bed, I can watch anything. Anything. And I'm just like, I'm so happy right now. It's quiet. But anyway.
So we're going to Manchester, New Hampshire.
No, there is this tiny
No, we went to
town.
below deck sailing yacht.
Listen, population 6.
Oh, my.
6. And they've got this whole, process. They're all in a room together. And they just write it down on a piece of paper, and they put it in a little box in the middle of the room, and there's a guy standing up there. He looks exactly like you'd picture he looks. And it's just like, okay, it's everybody's voted. And then they pull them out, and they announce to the room who everyone voted for. If you're curious, at the end of the 6 votes.
Don't say who.
I'm glad to know that Quakers are still around in 2024.
I didn't know that. 3-3. 3-3.
Well, then we got trouble.
Yeah. We got nothing figured out. I was like, I thought we were gonna get out of here with a leader.
No love for RFK Jr.?
He
couldn't scrape one out of the 6.
He got skunked.
Thank you. I thought it was funny too.
Four registered Republicans. 3 votes.
Yeah. They're actually paying for more residents. Whoever becomes the 7th resident becomes the most powerful person in the town.
No doubt. Yeah.
Anyway.
How great of a mood is your guest going to be at 3 o'clock? Going to be in?
Well, we're going to have to get back to you. Yeah.
Whatever. I mean, depends on the exit polls.
Exactly. He's going to be in a good mood based on his team But I do believe that he is more locked in on his country than his team.
Our country.
But well, I mean, of course, our country. Yeah. Shout out our country. Although, don't get me started on our country because living where we live, it really isn't our country.
California.
California it's a different place than quote unquote our country. But yes, he will be excited because man, that thing is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome. Steph comes back and you're in a letdown spot and you don't have a letdown. And the chef comes in and does what he does. And I'm going to ask Steve about like why he didn't start the second half. And I think I know why he didn't start because
he was terrible in the first half. That's why.
Yeah, he was awful. And
turning into Steiny on 2 days worth.
Dude, he's like Steiny. He's like Steiny 35 years ago, this guy.
Did you hear Steiny come on the pregame show with us yesterday?
Wait, what?
No joke.
Oh, hell no.
Steiny turned into Evan.
No, he texted us. He was supposed to call our show.
What?
It was his idea. We're looking for him.
Listen,
and now
he
what?
was at the game last night with his daughter.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Called us
Evan,
from outside.
I'm going to kill him.
Wait a minute.
Just wait.
Just wait. Before you kill him.
You have no idea.
Wow.
This human being morphed into the guy that we all want him to be most of the time. I've never heard this mood.
Never.
From
I got to
Steiny.
go back and listen.
He's standing outside of the arena eating pizza. He's just out. He's like, I'm eating pepperoni right
have an
now.
old ship out there?
Couldn't get him to stop talking. He was running material.
Evan.
I asked him, I go, hey, I know you've only been there for a minute, but do you have a sense for how the locals in D.C. feel about Jordan Poole? Are they welcoming of Jordan Poole? Do you want to know what this guy does?
He
goes, you know what? I'm not sure. Let me find out. Hey, you, Jordan Poole, what do you think? He starts cruising through the streets.
And he's like,
my man was feeling
he's
good.
like, this guy is, he was speaking Finnish, so I don't know if he counts. He's from Finland. Let me try again. And he goes to another couple fans, and they're like, oh, no.
Evan, I don't know what to say, bud.
I don't care about the stories. He's dead to me. He's absolutely dead to me.
What's funny, and you'll love this part of it.
Cheated on Steiny and Guru. His name's on the show.
Wow.
Well, afternoon drive greater than middays, and you know that from your
he was doing
days
he was doing the evening shift if it's on the East Coast.
It was also Warriors Countdown, not Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah. Warriors Live is actually
It was a shame they
presented by Xfinity.
It was a shame.
What you'll love is he did like 3 of these like live things, and then after he did the third one, and we're loving it, he's like, God, that's all, guys. I don't have any more. And he reverted back to his negative, closed self.
His daughter showed back up.
Yeah.
She had to go back on public transportation all the way back home because she brought a bag.
That's where he texted us.
She brought a bag to the game, and you're not allowed to bring the bag into the game.
It's a bag alert.
It was.
Back
Major
in the 70s,
bag alert. So even with his connects, he couldn't get the bag in?
Yeah.
Well,
he doesn't have that much juice then.
Why don't you go to the pizza place where you're eating the pizza and just like make friends and ask them if they could hold it behind the bar till after the game?
That's what look at Will.
Yeah.
My sense was that's
second level.
His daughter was only like 4 or 5 stops on the metro away, so it was an easy bop, back and forth. It felt like it was not a big
Well, if
ordeal.
you'd have read our text thread about it, it was a bigger deal than maybe he let on.
He promised and did not deliver.
He was upset
I don't like it.
The bag having to go back.
But you got to listen, Steiny, if you got tickets, and I know somebody gave them to you, but they've got stuff written on the back. There's called rules. If you read them.
If you can read them.
If you can.
It's in 3-point font.
Well, it's also on the internet. There's a World Wide Web.
Yes.
And I'm guaranteed that the Wizards let everybody know that your bag needs to be clear and it needs to fit into such and such a box and all of that. The ladies know. Yeah. This is every event anywhere right now.
So you guys watch small television networks about small towns in New Hampshire. You also have actual handheld tickets still? Are they still doing that?
Well, no, maybe not. But when you get them, there's stuff like to read, on the phone, even if you're doing a mobile
we got these now
in your wallet.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because when I had mobile tickets last year for the Warrior game and I went with my wife we got there and I had no cell service, so I could not access my mobile wallet.
You got to put them in your wallet.
I had put them in my wallet, Mark.
You don't need
no service though. You couldn't get to it.
My wallet was not able to be accessed at the time. Maybe it was a phone issue. Maybe it was a human error. But I prefer to have the in my hand. Here's my ticket. Take my ticket.
Wow.
Call me old if you want. But
you're old.
No, I'm actually pretty old school. But I just like it.
Nice.
I don't even know if it's an option anymore.
No, for some places it has to.
It is? Are you sure?
Not everywhere.
I'm 100% sure.
Chase Center you can walk in with a piece of paper and go to the game.
Correct.
Okay.
It has the barcode. It has the QR code, and they will scan it at the gate, and yes, it works.
Okay.
They also have Wi-Fi there, apparently. Well, not on every day. But I don't know. Maybe the Niners' Wi-Fi wasn't working. They didn't get a lot of calls today. I don't know if you guys were keeping up with the trade deadline.
Decent transition. I'm going to give you a 2 for that. He tried.
Johnny Stockton.
Well, they picked up Khalil Davis. That's big.
Yeah, now they got Khalil and Kalia.
Right.
Correct.
The Davis brothers. Yeah, exactly.
No relation. But, yeah, so they basically, and they give up a 2026 7th-round pick.
Well, Dibs, they're trying to get a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Why are
that
they
one's going to come back to bite them.
When they got aspirations, the Texans.
Because they don't need him?
Right, that's what we...
Because he's a body, and, you know, there's a relationship between Rand Carthon and John Lynch, and, you know, they probably talked, and John's like, can you just give me somebody you don't need? Because we need somebody you don't need. We just need a person. And they were like, okay, just give me a 7th next year.
He has a sack this season.
He's been good.
A sack?
Yeah. No, he's been good.
One sack.
He's been good.
You've watched the film?
No, I've read what the Texans reporters have all said. They said he's been good.
Okay.
In
all
fact,
22.
There have been.
Did they say that?
There have been some that have been suggesting he needs more. He needs more run in the rotation in Houston. And that's probably what it is. It's like what Dibs is saying. Like, they've got a surplus at that position. The Niners don't. So let's do that. But I've been listening today, Evan. I want to make sure I've got what you're saying. Are you suggesting?
I knew you were coming for it. I didn't warn him.
Are you suggesting that in some way, shape, or form, the Niners at this point, because they're 4-4, like, we're not sure if they're contenders or not? I want to know, in your words.
Oh, no.
Not because they're 4-4.
Okay.
But because I think they know that they're not one player away.
Well, they're getting a bunch of players this week.
But that's what I'm saying, though. They would rather rely on in-house additions returning from injury than spending future draft capital to go out and acquire an impact player.
And that's because they're getting in-house players, or because they're not convinced that they're good this year?
Well, they have I don't think they know which way this season's going to go.
Well, nobody knows anything on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, we could also be dead tomorrow, according to Kyle Shanahan. But my point is, like, if Christian McCaffrey isn't who we expect him to be when he returns, then adding an impact player wouldn't matter anyways. Like, my point is, their season is more dependent on McCaffrey's health, Greenlaw's health, and the rest of the players that are coming back than them going out and getting somebody at the deadline.
I wonder what the most impactful player was who was traded at the deadline, or even before the deadline.
Well, last night it was DeAndre Hopkins.
Okay. So DeAndre Hopkins.
Or Zadarius Smith, who I think is going to help.
Okay. Yeah. And could they have been in on him? I would hope they would have been in on him.
But I asked Evan the same thing. I don't think anybody that got moved would equate to what Evan is saying without saying it. And you tell me if you're wrong, Willard. It sounds like Evan saying the Niners didn't make a move because they don't know if.
Yeah,
I know. They got enough. I believe.
I completely agree with you. Like, the idea that the 49ers would go to the NFC title game pretty much every year for the last 5 years, and then show up this year, have a couple of losses that everybody in the room doesn't feel should have happened, have a bunch of star players out who are coming back, and sort of be questioning whether or not they're in it this year. Just my take, I do not believe that that's how the Niners view their team at all.
That said, I mean, Zadarius Smith got acquired for a 5th and a 6th. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, could you have parted with those 2 picks and been able to get somebody who was more impactful to your team than what you currently have? Yes.
I think that they were more interested in the interior than the exterior of the line. If you want to, and I don't know if the Niners look at it this way. I don't know if we should look at it this way, because this gets to be gibberish at some point. But if you want to go to the performance metrics so far this year, Zadarius Smith and Leonard Floyd have essentially been the same player. Same output. So, like, do you need to give up 2 draft picks to get Zadarius Smith to come in and do essentially what Leonard Floyd's already doing? I don't think that they thought that made sense. You know what I mean? This is a depth move, not necessarily a let's go get a starting player move.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and H21 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I just look at where they are, and you could say they should be 6-2, and you know there's a great argument, and I would lose that argument. But you're 4-4. And I look at why you're 4-4, and in large part, it's because your interior defensive line. So you bring in Khalil Davis to join with Kalia Davis, and is that the fix? Well, we're going to find out. I still think about a legitimate edge rusher like Zadarius Smith and somebody who can come in, and now you've got 3 guys, and you don't play everybody every snap, so you have a 3-man rotation with Bosa and Floyd and Smith, and now you can really have a threat every single down on passing downs, but instead you brought in somebody who is a depth piece and somebody in the interior line who can really help you, and we'll see how it works.
A lot cheaper. Yeah. I mean, I don't, and that's the other thing. Like, if you're looking to bolster a group, to me, that's you don't give up a lot for that. If you're just looking for depth, it's kind of like, I bet that they made some calls on depth type wide receivers, Kendrick Bourne or whatnot. But like, what are you going to give up for that? And so the wide receiver, the receivers were actually rather cheap, as it sounded like.
Super cheap.
And I still look at that. I'm like, you're a Debo, even though Jennings is coming back, you're a Debo injury, which seems to happen a lot away from just being Jennings and Pearsall, and then the bench guys, which I feel like is a little bit thin. But yeah, like the 49ers are also, I think we have to keep in mind that they're going into a year where they're going to try to extend Purdy, which makes draft picks more valuable than in other years. They need cheap labor.
Yeah. Evan, if you could bring up, who was our guest? Ross Tucker.
Yeah.
And Ross made, he was just talking, and he said, he was just talking about the gravity of having a guy like McCaffrey back in the huddle. And Evan took it, or some did, as, hold on, you're saying that McCaffrey's silhouette in the huddle will be different than when you got a guy like Brock Purdy? And we were having fun going back and forth. I said, that's no shade. And Evan said, he didn't say Ross was making this point, but I was making the point to Evan that it's become clear to me that the Niner offense, rightfully so, is centered around McCaffrey. And we've watched him not play one snap, and they're 4-4. And I feel like, as great as I think Brock Purdy is, there's no shade, guys, you tell me what you think, by looking in the huddle without McCaffrey and saying, hey, Brock, you're doing great, but this thing runs through number 23. He allows Kyle's job to be everybody's job. So if I bring that up, that's no shade at young Brock Purdy, because I told Evan, he's not Brady yet. He ain't been in the league.
Yeah, I don't think Ross was trying to say that. He was trying to be complimentary to McCaffrey because he compared it to when he played and they had Drew Bledsoe in the huddle. And when Bledsoe was there, they felt like they were always going to win, no matter what, because they believed in Bledsoe. And he was basically giving that kind of those flowers to McCaffrey. Like, McCaffrey comes back, we feel like we can win any game. I'm not saying that I don't think he was taking a shot at Brock.
Gotcha.
But my point was just, well, shouldn't that guy already be in the huddle?
But not if he's 3 years in.
Not from a scheme standpoint for me.
For me, there's too much of we get too deep into who's the straw that stirs the drink. There are multiple straws.
Who's done more but goes to McCaffrey, and that's okay.
But if McCaffrey's in the huddle and Purdy's not, they're hosed. They're absolutely beyond hosed. So, we can do this, and I just wish we wouldn't. They're both incredibly important. Christian changes the whole playbook.
You said if he was in there and Purdy's not.
How's that going? You'd be hoping to be 4-4, in my opinion.
So, astronaut.
Yeah, I look at it as McCaffrey is a big playbook changer. It makes it a lot harder for defensive coordinators. Plus, there's also something emotional about these guys. McCaffrey and Dre Greenlaw being on the practice field. And now it's the second half, and you're coming off a bye. I think the Niners should be juiced right now. And I hope we see that Sunday. And it'd be concerning if we don't, quite frankly.
For me, it's more about what this does for Kyle Shanahan than it does for Brock Purdy. Because Brock Purdy is going to do what Brock does no matter what. But when you have Jordan Mason, the defense knows when you break the huddle and you have Mason and Kittle and you've got Debo and let's just say Juwan and Juszczyk, you pretty much know what's going to happen. Either Mason's going to run it or Mason's going to do pretty much nothing. When you have McCaffrey in the huddle and they break the huddle and he all of a sudden now goes in the slot and you've got Debo as a running back or you've got McCaffrey as the running back and you got Debo in front of him, there are so many things schematically that you can do with McCaffrey that helps Kyle more than it helps Brock. Brock is going to Brock no matter what. Brock is going to run the play and he's not going to audible and he's going to usually check down correctly, and he's not going to make a lot of mistakes, and Brock is going to run what he runs. But when you have McCaffrey, now when you look at the huddle, and I'm thinking about that red zone play where Kittle scored that easy touchdown, and they had 22 personnel, and they ended up going empty, and they had Saubert way out wide, and they had Kittle in the slot, and it was like, whoa, this formation we've never seen. And Brock got the snap, and it was boop, Kittle, easy, touchdown. When you have McCaffrey, you have more of those huddle mismatches where when you huddle up as a defense and you look at Debo and McCaffrey and Juszczyk, you don't know what they're going to run.
Well, it sounds like you're describing last year's Niners.
Exactly.
They were
but I'm describing
incredible.
it from a Kyle standpoint, not Brock. So Brock, yes, it helps him a lot because you've got, an amazing red zone target. And you look at last year in the red zone, they were number 1. And this year they're number 27.
Man, yeah, not good.
Boy.
I think, and it's not all McCaffrey, but it's a lot of McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Because when you get first and goal at the 10, and you have McCaffrey and Kittle and Juszczyk and Debo, you could do all kinds of different things.
I believe it.
It's no knock on Jordan Mason, but he's not.
And that's why I'm not counting
he's not
the
to where
Niners
Christian
out
McCaffrey is yet.
Nobody. I know he is, maybe Saquon. And you look what he's doing to
but
the
he
Eagle
doesn't
offense.
catch the ball a ton like McCaffrey does.
He can.
So could Derrick Henry.
Dropped the big one that cost him a game.
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
he did. But
that seems like a light years ago.
I also just
be better
in terms of like if I'm a linebacker and knowing where to go. I think that those guys have a similar effect on you, which is like, you're up a creek, and the Niners when they have 2 of them on the field at the same time, like Debo. Good luck.
Well, then you got 4 of them if you add in Juszczyk and Kittle, because Juszczyk, even though he doesn't get a ton of red zone action, although he does have a red zone carry for a touchdown, at least gives them a little bit more of that, multiplicity.
Mismatch guy.
Right. In terms of like when they break the huddle as a defense, you can't just automatically say, oh, it's Jordan Mason. I know that he's not going to catch it. It's, McCaffrey. He might be in the slot. He might be out wide.
You don't know where.
Exactly.
Stress.
So we have to account for all that.
Go ahead.
No, I was good. Like, you can't overstate the importance of McCaffrey to the offense, which is why, again, think at the deadline, it's like, yes, you hope that that's back, and that's going to be the reason why you get things back on track. But you also have to account for the possibility that he's not the same player, either because he's a diminished version of himself or, God forbid, he gets hurt again because he has a tendonitis in both of his Achilles. So while those aren't the reports right now, that's a possibility. And if that happens, if he goes down, then I do think that you're in big trouble. And so
no doubt.
Giving away future draft picks, however meaningless you might feel like they are going to be increasingly more valuable when you have to pay a quarterback the amount of money that they're going to pay Brock Purdy. And I just don't feel like it was worth them giving up whatever at this trade deadline for a player, when, again, their season is more dependent on the guys coming back anyway.
Yeah, but a lot of what you said, Evan, the player, I believe, Dibbs and Willard, I don't think excited the Niners, and that had a lot to do with not making the move. Just my 2 cents.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what they were actually after. I mean, you do look at a lot of the other contenders, and it's not even just today. It's like, the Chiefs got to work like 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
And so you look at some of the contenders, and I think you can fairly argue that they were more aggressive and they got better in the last 2 weeks, more so than the 49ers did. But, it could be what you're saying, that they weren't that excited by what was available, a matter of need. But I also do think the Niners are going into a period of time where they do not want to give up draft picks. And this year's draft is a great example. They've done a great job of finding things in the 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds.
Yep.
So don't just kick those picks as if they're nothing when you're about to raise your quarterback salary 50 or 60
I get that, but you're getting a ton of picks still compensatory. You're getting a third for sure for D'Amico Ryans and Rand Carthon, and you're probably getting a 5th, 6th, and 7th for the free agency law. So you've got picks to burn. And I don't think that even if you make all, 12 of those picks, you're not going to keep all 12 guys, even if you hit like you did last year. So for me, you had picks to move, you had picks to burn, and they mostly sat on their hands.
They mostly did, but one place that we do not sit on our hands.
Before you go, this for all you 3 real quick.
Okay.
Baby
You don't have to play this role like that.
But look,
he's embraced it. He's embraced it.
You can sit down and hang out as long as you want.
Everything has to be app on your phone. They don't take the paper tickets. The Clipper New Arena.
That's how they'll all be at some point.
That's why some people are calling it the out on it dome.
Oh, right.
Not the in on it. Yeah. So that's a Lucas Alexander special.
Moss got benched for
like
USC.
No, it was a 2, but the fact that you recycled it makes it a 1.
Oh boy,
Not a lot of grace coming from Dibs today.
He's not the director of jokes.
No, but he's the director of sports.
Yeah.
And so you got to cite your sources.
Respect his name.
Big J journalism.
Nobody knows what that means, by the way.
Cite your sources.
The director.
I have no idea what that means.
I hope people cite their sources tonight.
Yeah.
All right, go vote. Go vote. That's all I'll say. Woden Dibs coming up. Steve Kerr at 3 o'clock, right?
That's correct.
Right? All
That's
right
correct.
here on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, let's go. Let's do this. It is a huge day. It is a huge day. No matter who you are, no matter where you live. It is a monstrous, monstrous day because Steve Kerr is coming on the show, and it doesn't matter where you live. You can listen to it. Dude, did you just knock your chair over that has a massive base of 4 legs on it?
More than 4 legs, 5 legs.
How did you do that? What just happened? Are you
I'm heavy-handed. No, actually, I need to go home.
It's a great question.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm day-to-day with a strained knee. I think I may have hurt my elbow on the fall.
That area of the room gets a lot of action.
No doubt.
Yeah, that's where the window fell a few months ago.
There's
Are
a
you
lot
all right?
going on. I'm fine. Mark.
Okay.
I'm fine.
What? I'm
Yeah,
just
gonna pull through.
checking on my person over there.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm going to pull through.
Good. I'm excited about that. All right, so they got a depth piece on the defensive line.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Let's get excited. A depth piece.
Well, hold on. I guess, and I don't want to fall prey to my ears only listening to like 3 people and then calling it a thing. But so can we dip our toe in the water and see if this is a thing?
Sure.
888-957-9570. Did some of you take today as some sort of a litmus test as whether or not the 49ers are contenders? Am I hearing that right? Like, are some of you questioning that because the Niners are 4-4 or because they've been a little disappointing in this spot or that spot or whatever? The wild card race doesn't look like it's fallen their way in the NFC. They sit there a half game out of first place in the NFC West. Analytics all firmly in their favor as the favorite to win that division. They're acquiring a bunch of NFL talent in the next few weeks. 2 actual real nice players this weekend in Christian McCaffrey and Jawan Jennings. Like, I heard a lot of people today watching what the Niners were doing, sort of like almost like they were playing poker, like they were going to declare, are you going high or are you going low? I'm like,
they folded. They folded. They
What do you
didn't
mean?
either. They neither went high nor went low.
Okay.
They added a depth piece at D-line. They didn't improve what you wanted, wide receiver room.
Yeah, I wanted them
and
to.
They didn't improve, really, for me, the D-line with a front end or an edge rusher who was out there who could be had for maybe not a song, but 2 songs. And so instead they spent a 7th-round pick on a guy who hasn't played for Houston much this year, and they brought in a backup.
Okay.
So, okay.
But are you translating that to mean that the Niners are not all in on this year or not contenders?
I translate that to mean that they think that they have enough to be contenders.
Okay.
And I don't know if I believe that.
Okay.
You've had a hard time stopping the run, so you brought in a guy that Houston was willing to cast off for a 7th-round pick next year, which is less than a song. It's like a bar, not even a full song. And so that's the move you made. You brought in a cast-off from another team that's contending. So a contending team had a guy in their team that they weren't using, and they said, yeah, you can have him. Give us a 7th next year. There you go. That's your upgrade. For me, that's not a real upgrade. That to me is pretty underwhelming.
Well, and that's
for a team
fine,
that has needs.
But put the move itself aside and let's examine the larger picture here. I guess I didn't realize, and maybe this is on me, I didn't realize that these unfortunate losses to the Rams and Cardinals, I didn't realize that in the minds of some, so it seems. Again, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but so it seems for some people that means that this just isn't the Niners' year. So, oh well. Like, is that?
No, that's not it, but
I'm hearing not from you, but like the whole idea of we're going to see the Niners, if they make a big move, it's because they believe in their team, and if they don't, it's because they don't. I don't.
That's not the way I see it.
I didn't even. Yeah, well, me neither.
The way I see it is you have needs, and you can go from being in a precarious spot, which is where you are. You're in a bit of a precarious spot because you lost 2 games you shouldn't have lost. You could have gotten a lot better today by adding somebody, by making a bold move like you have last year and the year before and 3 years before when you got McCaffrey. You didn't have to do something super, super bold, but you could have gotten better. You could have gotten a better defensive lineman. You could have gotten an edge rusher for a 5th-round pick, and you settled on basically a cast-off for a 7th-round pick from next year. You basically brought in a backup. You brought in a backup D-lineman, which, okay, you needed D-line help because you lost Javon Hargrave.
That's fine.
That's the move you made.
But I think your point to me sounds like it's more about who they didn't get as opposed to who they did. Like Khalil Davis, there's no issue with that, right? There's no problem.
You basically got a backup middle infielder.
A rotational piece.
Sure.
It's a rotational piece.
You got not a closer, not a starter. You got a middle reliever.
Yeah, but a rotational piece at a spot where you're thin.
Sure.
But again, I'm not offended by that.
I'm not offended either, but this did not feel to me like a move like Detroit. They made bold moves. Kansas City, those are bold moves.
But Detroit, and I would argue that both of those moves were because they lost people at those positions, and that became an absolute must-have need.
But the Niners lost someone at that position.
Which position?
At D lineman. They lost Javon Hargrave a long time ago. And since then, you've been getting crushed, but you brought in a backup.
And they've not been getting crushed.
In the run game,
no, they haven't. Look at the numbers.
Yes, James Conner gashed you. Kyron Williams crushed you. And Kareem Hunt owned you.
Kyron Williams.
Are these not games that actually happened?
Well, look at the yards per carry, and I think you're A, overstating it, and B, you're bringing up games when Javon was still playing. So that's irrelevant. Like, again, they lost a defensive tackle who, by the way, is not very good against the run to begin with. I'd argue his backups, including the guy they got today, by metrics are better against the run than he was. He's better against the pass, but that's not really what we're talking about. So you bring up the Lions, they got a pass rusher, right, Aiden Hutchinson. And the Chiefs, they went and got a receiver, right, Rashee Rice. I mean, that's one of the reasons I wanted the Niners to get a receiver, because Brandon Ayuk.
And receivers were out there cheap today, and they didn't get one.
Exactly. So that's a little head-scratcher to me, number one. I mentioned the Deontay Johnson thing last week was something I would have gotten in on. He was free. He was essentially free. Now, the name that I thought was actually kind of sexy to people, even though, look, come on, linemen in the NFL. It's not like most people cruising around know who these people are. But the cat from the Giants, Azeez Ojulari, he's a linebacker and can rush the passer. That's someone the Niners were rumored to be in on. But you know what we don't know? Maybe Dre, maybe they think he's going to be ready to roll in 2 weeks and looks good. I don't know. But again, I'm with you. I don't think today was a bold move. I'm not going to be demanding that you go get someone at a position where you think you've already got someone. I don't think there were enough snaps for Zadarius Smith, for example. That's a starter.
Right.
And the Niners have 2 edge rushing starters.
Yeah, but they don't play 95% of the snaps. They play about 70% each. You know, Bosa's usually about 70, 75, and so you have a deeper rotation, and you can work a guy in. And so I look at rushing the quarterback, which has been a problem, and we know that this defensive coordinator does not blitz a lot. They rush a lot of 4-man, and I have not seen a lot of Floyd pressures. He's done okay, and Bosa's been good, but you can't tell me that you wouldn't like to have more quarterback pressures when you go away from Floyd or away from Bosa when those guys get a rest. And I also thought you could have brought in a more impactful defensive tackle than Khalil Davis to join a D-tackle group that's been underwhelming.
I don't know who was available. Was there someone that you you had your eye on?
Many people were talking about Jadeveon Clowney as a guy who was gettable.
But I don't think he was. Rossini reported a couple of days ago that a lot of those names that get thrown out, 3 weeks ago, is like, let's get Max Crosby. Well, Max Crosby wasn't going anywhere.
Well, that's those Max teams, Crosby.
Yeah, those teams.
I was looking at reports this morning from 5 hours ago where the Dolphins and the Eagles were both eyeing Clowney as a possible target, and so I do think that he was available and out there. But it comes down to what you want to expend in draft capital. And, they lost Hargrave after the Ram game, and I don't think, even though he's more of a pass-rushing D-tackle, he still is better against the run than what they've had, because you look at the subsequent games in Arizona, James Conner, after you lost Hargrave, they were able to run all the way, down your throat. In Kansas City, same thing.
In
Third quarter, fourth quarter, exactly.
Not in the first half, though. And again, Cowboys have the worst run game in the league, but bottled them up. Again, I'm not saying it's great, but I don't agree that the Niner run defense has gotten worse since Hargrave went out. I actually think it's gotten a little bit better. And I'm not doing that by metrics. I'm just doing that by what I see with my eyes. You mentioned Kyron Williams. To me, for 4 quarters, if you wanted to talk about someone who was effective, gashing 7, 8, 9 yards, that's the guy. And Hargrave was still in for that game. So
he got hurt in that game, but
I know in the second half.
Yep. And then for me, it was the James Conner game and also the Kansas City game where it became just Kareem Hunt. Here you go, come have some, and it was just off tackle all day, right up the middle. And so, yes, Khalil Davis might be a good run stopper. I haven't watched enough tape on him. I just look at what he's done with Houston so far, and it's been really part-time play at best, and that's your solution?
Yeah,
that plays, to me is a little surprising.
That's fine. Yeah, I get that. He plays about a third of the snaps so far in Houston. That's been his role so far this year. I guess what I'm getting at, and I'm not trying to say, this move is a depth piece, whatever. And would I have loved to see the Niners have a bigger swing? Sure. But to me, it's about how we translate it. Let me read a text to you and see if you buy this, okay? Comcast Business Text Line, thank you for listening. Thank you for diving in here. 925. What it feels to me is the 49ers realize how far they are from a Super Bowl this year, so they've decided to regroup and go for it next year. This roster, as currently constructed, is nowhere near contention, in my opinion. Agree?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Niners feel that way at all.
If they were in the NFC North, then maybe. If they were 4-4 and they were 3 games back and they were in third place or they were in last place in the division, then maybe you could look at that and say, wow, to win that division, to get a wild card, that would be really, really tough. But you are in a division where you just need to beat your division opponents and win a couple more games, and you can still win this division. So I don't see it that way.
Steve Kerr in a half hour. We'd love to take some of your phone calls. Did you take today's action or non-action by the 49ers as some sort of a white flag? Even a small one, like one of the little ones that you put on your car or whatever? 888-957-9570. We can get into that. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. It's Willard and Dibs.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt...
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
You know what maybe is the question to ask? The question to ask is who'd you vote for? No, I'm kidding. The question to ask is, if you wanted the 49ers to make a move that they didn't make, what position? What position was it? I'm fascinated by all the answers, you know?
I gave you the answer before.
I know what
yes.
you wanted a pass rusher.
Right, or D lineman, and they addressed it, but, you know, exactly.
First of many.
You're going to say.
Night.
It's one of those days, yeah. I thought that they could have addressed it with a little bit more impact.
A little vigor.
I mean, Khalil Davis, not to be mistaken with Kalia Davis, he could be good. He could be a real steal for a 7th-round pick next year, but it feels to me like a Farhan move.
I've seen that comment get made a few times.
I have not seen it
since 1 o'clock,
and I haven't made it.
Yeah.
But this feels very Farhanian. Like we're gonna go ahead and find Blake Sable, Rule 5. This is Blake Sable.
Okay.
It's a Rule 5 catcher, and
This is Mark Canna.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Well, yeah, and those people can have an impact sometimes.
I mean, this is Matthew Boyd. The pitcher they brought in who never actually pitched.
No, Khalil Davis is going to play.
Who are you?
What do you think?
He hasn't yet.
They haven't had a game yet.
But my point is well taken.
They've had him for 90 minutes. No, I don't think your point was well taken.
My point is well served. It may not be well taken, but
well taken, Dibs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Nice
Steiny.
pick last night.
Yeah, I'm
Good
back.
job.
I'm him.
Yeah.
And actually, that pick,
the Bucks.
That pick got me second place in my confidence pool, which was a little bit of a cha-ching.
I was going to say, you said in the text thread I got second place, and I wanted to respond with an old Top Gun line. There's no points for second place.
In this pool, you get...
apparently there is.
You get 14 times your money back for first. You get 6 times back for second, and you get your money back for third. Every week.
Each week.
Yeah. So I got a 6X.
How much money did you put in for a week?
It's $10 a week.
So you made $60?
Yeah. Minor bag alert.
Minor.
And I already had a first for the week.
Oh.
In week 2 or 3, so I'm all whole now for the year.
Hey, Dibs. I like your picks.
Yeah, thank you.
You're still under 500 though.
It's funny that you say that because
is I feel like your 5th try to get back to 500.
I'm Mr. Thursday night.
But you're not.
I'm really not.
Bay Area, it's Steve Kerr.
Oh, no, don't do it,
Dibs,
Steve.
Your picks stink.
Coming up here in 30 minutes, I'm holding his feet to the fire.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
Steve, I thought you had my back.
Yeah.
Steve?
Nope. Anyway.
Yeah, he's getting hard questions today.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Steve, the Clipper game. How come you're not 7-0?
I don't care.
That's pretty good, Steve.
I mean, to what level? And we can get into this later.
Dude, Steve.
What? What about him?
I mean, why'd you choke away the Clipper game, Steve? What the hell happened, Steve?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
To what level are you waiting for these next 3 games to really kind of like assess the Warriors?
No level.
No level?
No, because my expectation is that they win 1 of 3.
Okay.
And if they go 0-3, then I'm not going to say, oh, that's okay, because I'm a Kerr stan. But if they go 0-3, I'll get it, because Boston has lost once. OKC is undefeated, right? And so is Cleveland. So you're playing the 3 best teams in basketball. So my expectation, honestly, is just win 1. And if they go 2-1, or God forbid 3-0, they're allowed to. My God, then it's like, let's get the parade route.
Championship.
Yes, let's set the parade route.
Right.
That's it.
Absolutely.
But I won't overreact the other way if they lose all 3. That's me.
Okay.
I do think that it's a tough spot in the schedule. Boston right now is amazing. And I told my buddy Sean yesterday, my pick of the day was Boston -11 at Atlanta, and they won by 30. They won by 30.
Yeah, they're good at basketball.
They are really good.
They're really good. And they're really good at home.
Well, and Cleveland has it humming. And then you've got OKC at the end of a 5-game road trip, which, as we've talked about, the end of a road trip is never easy no matter who you play.
Nothing
let
easy.
alone when you play a team like that. So I do think the next 3, it's going to be the toughest 3-game stretch of the year.
If the Warriors win any of them, it will be the first home loss for that team. None of them have lost a home game yet.
Well, only one of them has lost a game.
A game at all, right.
And that's the game tomorrow.
It was the Celtics,
right.
and it was on the road. So, yeah, nobody's lost. Like, the Celtics are 7-1. They've only played 2 games at home. They have 6 road games.
Jeez.
And they're 5-1 in those games. So, yeah. Anyway, we can push that conversation because I do think that that's kind of going to be what a lot of the rest of the week is about. But anyway, I just, again, and I think that at least to a certain degree, what we're seeing come through on the text line and the tweets and just the kind of the engagement that we're getting is, a lot of you are taking today as an indicator that the Niners are not very confident in their team. And I don't see it that way at all. I really think that the Niners all year long will be licking their wounds because of what happened against the Rams and the Cardinals. Like, you don't shake that stuff. There is going to be a penalty for that. Hopefully, the penalty will not be that you missed the playoffs. But it may well be seeding in the playoffs for sure. You know, you may end up being the 3 seed or the 4 seed or worse or no seed because of those losses. So I do think there will be a penalty. But to sort of translate that to thinking that the 49ers don't think that they have what it takes, how on earth, the idea that this team would be like, well, let's start jockeying for next year. Next year, I thought we were all under the premise that a bunch of the players that they have right now aren't even going to be on the team next year.
It's Super Bowl or bust. I'm not getting off that. I don't believe that you get off that after 8 games at 4-4 in a division where 9-8 might get it done. 10-7 will get it done. I mean, can you go 6-3? Can you beat your 3 divisional opponents? Yeah, you should be 3-0 in the division right now, but you're not. So can you beat Arizona at home? Yeah. Can you beat the Rams at home? Sure. Can you beat the Seattle Seahawks when they're off a bye week? Yeah, that's going to be tougher, I think, than it was the first time. But yeah, you can win all 3 of those, and then you take your other 6 games and you go 3-3. Boom, 10-7, you win the division.
I mean, isn't there any room for the people they have playing better? That's kind of my question. That's the other part of this conversation I'm off of. Christian McCaffrey is a big deal. It would be ridiculous to think otherwise. And I think that in terms of play calling and emotions, obviously McCaffrey is going to bring a massive jolt to everything. Any stadium in which he plays, the huddle, the play calling, everything, the sideline, massive jolt. But the idea that he is the key, and if he is himself, then the Niners are amazeballs again. And if he's not, then they're dust. I don't see it that way because even, for example, even if Christian is exactly what he was last year, whatever y'all have been watching on the defensive side of the ball stays exactly the same. And I would argue it needs to be better. But don't we leave any room for a brand new defensive coordinator, maybe finding some things a little bit?
Oh, yeah.
Do we leave room for Devondre Campbell, who had his best game in his last game? Do we leave room for him being a little bit better? Do we leave room for Dre Greenlaw getting back into the lineup? Do we leave room for these defensive linemen who, outside of Nick Bosa, are largely playing together for the first time, getting in concert a little bit more together? That's what I think the Niners need. They're going to need their guys they have to be better in the second half of the year.
Without a doubt. And that's why I think that this Tampa Bay game, while not a must-win, feels like maybe the biggest game of the year that we've had so far, because you're 4-4, and Tampa, you look at last night's game against Kansas City, and Tampa Bay is down their first, second, and third wide receiver. All 3 of their top 3 wide receivers were out, and yet they hung with Kansas City. And if their head coach had, cojones and went for 2 and tried to snuff out Patrick Mahomes, maybe they beat Kansas City and give them their first loss. So Tampa Bay is not going to be an easy game, I don't think, even though Tampa will be on a short week and they still won't have 3 wide receivers. Tampa Bay, even without all that, they hung with Kansas City, and they were every bit as good as Kansas City up until the end.
They're a solid football team. It's a road game, like the way the Niners have played. I don't assume anything's going to be easy. I do assume, or not assume, I believe they should win.
They should.
Their situation is better, and their roster is better. And if they play as well as they're capable of playing, they will win the football game.
Yes,
but they don't. They haven't been doing that all the time.
And
this
you
year.
look at last night, and Tampa Bay was 9.5-point underdog, and they had a chance
Took it to overtime.
They had a chance to win the game, but the head coach chose not to go for two. And this is one where you can look at analytics all you want, but I look at across the field, and if I'm Todd Bowles and I look across the field and I see number 15 licking his chops and getting ready to get the ball back, and he'd get the ball back anyway.
Right.
But he would have gotten the ball back with a 1-point deficit if you scored and got the two.
And I think, how many seconds were on the clock? Like
about
27?
30, about 30, yep.
Yeah. I think I'm with you. Plus,
and he called timeout when he shouldn't have.
Yes, he did, because that left all the time on the clock.
Right.
Yeah.
It just, that whole thing, when you're going up against Mahomes, you have to do everything you can to not give him a chance.
I just, to me, sometimes simplify it, right? There's the old adage that if you're in that situation and you are on the road, and especially as the underdog, and I know that teams don't think that way, like, oh, we're the underdog, but yeah, a little bit. Like, you're going up against the Chiefs. They have not lost a game since Christmas.
Yep.
And they have only lost in the playoffs in the Super Bowl one time in the last 4 years. So there's that. When all of those things are sitting there and you're on the road, yeah, dude, try to steal one. Liken it to an NBA game. So tomorrow night, if the Golden State Warriors get the ball and there's 10 seconds to go and they're down by 2, what kind of a shot would you like them shooting?
The chef.
I want a 3.
Yep.
Want to tie the game? Send it to overtime, maybe?
Yeah, that'd
Shoot
be nice.
a 3-ball.
Yep.
Shoot a 3-ball and do it at the buzzer and then run for the locker room and hope that it went in. John Lynch today on the TK show, our buddy Tim Kawakami, he was talking about the idea of a trade and a trade of some magnitude and whether or not that is needed to kind of ignite the locker room. Take a listen.
I think that that's not the reason you make moves. Sometimes that's a byproduct of making moves. It excites the clubhouse. But I do believe that our team, our locker room, our leadership believes we've got everything we need. And they think a lot like me when we start getting the Christian McCaffrey. He's a game changer. Dre Greenlaw, he's a game changer. Hufunga, when we can start getting these guys back, I think there's a lot right there. I do watch other sports though. You think like the Dodgers who just won it all, like Tommy Edman, that was a really good move under the radar. And sometimes those under the radar, we've made really good moves, big splash moves like McCaffrey, Trent Williams in an offseason that not at the deadline. But then sometimes you think some of the better moves we've made is a guy like Charles Omenihu, who we got some value at for the year we traded for him, but then his deal went on to the next year, and Charles played some good football, turned into a comp pick for us. So there's a lot of different variables you look at, you always want to try to make your team better. There's things that have to fit, and we do have to be mindful that there's some tough cap realities coming in the future, and so that plays a part in this as well.
This is a great soundbite. Because John Lynch sat there whenever they recorded this, likely within the last 48 hours or so.
Yep.
He told you exactly what they were going to do.
Right. He's trying to get Tommy Edman, NLCS MVP.
Or Charles Omenihu, who was really good. And if memory serves, from the exact same team, right? Omenihu came from Houston. So they made the similar phone call out to Houston where there's D'Amico Ryans and there's a lot of overlap. From the 49ers organization. They all know one another well. And they went out and got another defensive lineman from Houston, and he's literally telling you why. He's telling you why it's not a bigger swing. And you can be frustrated by it. I hoped for something that had a little bit more pizzazz too. But I also accept his answer, which is, if you're looking to add pizzazz to the locker room, we did, and we will. Their names are Christian McCaffrey and Dre Greenlaw. And when he mentions that cap reality thing at the end, he's specifically talking about Brock Purdy, and he's not wrong. In other words, we're not taking on any big contracts, number one. And number two, we're not willy-nilly with our draft picks. We're not sending them out because what we're going to need big time in the next 3 years of Niner football to still be good is cheap labor. And that's found in the draft.
No doubt. And they did that this year. And I do think that they've found a lot of cheap labor, and they also have undrafted players who are helping them out. And I look at what they actually did bring in, and I don't know if he's going to be a Tommy Edman. You brought in Khalil Davis. According to Pro Football Focus, this year on defense, he is a 53.5, which is slightly above Devondre Campbell and what he's been defensively. So you're basically getting the defensive line version of Devondre Campbell. He's 84th out of 124 among interior defensive linemen, a guy who only played 172 snaps, which is about a third. And when he played, he wasn't very good. So that's who you brought in, according to Pro Football Focus.
Yeah, depth.
Right.
Depth.
You brought in Devondre Campbell of the D-line.
Well, it's a different position. I don't know if you can. Yeah, that's. I don't know if it's that easy to do that.
Based on this one metric, he rates very similar to Devondre Campbell, almost identical in what his impact has been in, granted, a third of the snaps of Devondre Campbell, where Campbell's played more snaps than almost anybody on your defense.
What if I asked it to you this way? Who'd you want him to replace? Because that's largely what's happening. If you take big swings at the trade deadline, Washington just got Marshawn Lattimore. Now, there's a corner in Washington. I don't know the Washington corners, but someone's getting replaced. Someone's taking a seat. DeAndre Hopkins goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. Somebody sat down. Juju Smith-Schuster got hurt, and I don't know if he's getting back in the lineup now. So I guess maybe that's sort of the question that we should ask. Baseball teams do this at the trade deadline as well. You'll sit there and go, I want this guy. Okay, who's sitting? So who is it that you want to take fewer snaps for the 49ers who right now is getting them?
Either Malik Collins or Jordan Elliott. Or
Malik Collins, good.
He's been fine.
Yeah.
I mean, they've both been fine. Neither one of them has been that impactful. So I would look for somebody to come in and push them and make one of them the depth piece instead of bringing somebody in to come in behind them. Well, and that's what this is.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's a competition now to see who, if the cream rises to the top. Like I'll say this, and something I was kind of saving for a little bit after Steve Kerr, because the inspiration for it is Buddy Hield. But how many times in pro sports have we watched someone look like one player somewhere and then come somewhere else and look a lot better?
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? So, and I'm not saying, I don't know the damn thing about Khalil Davis. I have no idea what's going to happen here. But I'm certainly, whenever there's an acquisition, I'm going to jump in with an open mind to see how that player fits this system when also given a boost in opportunity. That's the other thing. When you start, it's like a pinch hitter in baseball. Your average is going to be like 202. And you can't ask that guy to go hit 270 because he's hitting the ball, like he's out there twice a week getting in that bat. So I don't know how the Niners are going to use him, but if he gets more snaps, maybe there's more production that comes along with it too.
Yeah, could be. It's a little different with a defensive tackle where you do get, rotational snaps and you get a chance to go out there and play at least some. And I don't know what percentage of the snaps he's actually played, but the Niners have not found any real mainstays in that spot. You mentioned Malik Collins, and he leads the team in snaps at that spot, and the rest of them, it's been piecemeal. Jordan Elliott, it was Hargrave while he was healthy. It's been a lot of, Givens and in and out, and they haven't had an answer.
We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, everybody, okay? Twitch.tv/957thegame, youtube.com/957thegame. You can watch us live. If anyone swears you get to hear it, you can see Dibbs' face when the Warriors tell him that his picks stink, or the opposite, when they tell him that his picks aren't that bad. You won't hear that from Steve Kerr, though. Steve will be on in just about 10 minutes. Subscribe to the channel for all of the 95.7 The Game content all week long, and it is powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I'm with you as we get ready for Steve Kerr here. I'm not going to overreact to these next three games the same way I don't feel like I'm going to overreact to the first handful of games. But one thing that I try not to do in sports, I don't get too far into the whole they haven't played anybody thing, because it's very rare to me that a team can just roll through bad teams and they can do that consistently. But then in actuality, they're not very good. That is the definition of good, is the team that can roll through consistently the bad teams. I'll give one example to the contrary. It was last year's Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys won the NFC East. They were a total paper tiger. They were a house of cards because they're really good at beating bad teams, and they never, ever, ever beat good teams. And so you go to the playoffs and you stink. I don't know if that will be these Warriors, but that's not the norm. Usually, if you're 6-1 and you're beating people by double digits on a night in and night out basis, home and road, there's a word for that, and it's good. It's a good team.
Yeah, but
I don't know if they're great, but they're good.
Last year was kind of that example, though, of what you're talking about, because when you look at the really good teams, and when you faced OKC, you were 1-3. And you faced the Clippers, you were 1-3, and I could run through Minnesota, you were 0-3, and all the rest of the really good teams in the West, you didn't beat. So I do think that there's something to that. Last year when they went 46-36, they were fat on the bad teams, and when they played the good teams, they weren't as good. So is this team different? Only time will tell. Well, I'm with you in that if they play these 3 games, they go 0-3, I'm not just going to automatically say, well, you beat the good teams and you can't beat the bad teams, and there you go.
Well, and how do they lose, too, if they lose?
True.
You know what I mean?
And last year was a little bit of an anomaly because when you talk about Oklahoma City and they went 1-3, 2 of those games were absolute, gack jobs.
They were gack jobs. And by the way, they beat Oklahoma City very early in the season.
Thriller, yeah,
in a thriller.
172 to 169.
And they went 5-1, but I'd argue, and we talked about this yesterday, did last year's 5-1 feel a lot like this year's 5-1, and I know now it's 6-1, but I'd argue no, it didn't.
I agree.
It didn't feel like that at all. It felt like a couple things, they had the Klay Thompson buzzer beater, you had the thriller in Oklahoma City, you had some things that could have gone either way, plus you were missing out on a vibe. The vibe still wasn't there. There was Klay, we didn't know, but Draymond, a handful of weeks later was going to be gone for an indefinite period of time. And who knows what's around the corner this year. But what I'm seeing right now is most quarters so far this year, the Warriors have been a dominant basketball team.
Other than the third quarter against Houston.
Yes. Again, most.
I'm with you.
Most.
I just want to point that out because that was one quarter where it was like, oh my God, weren't you just up 31?
Right.
And now this thing is a ball game again. But last year was the year where you look at what they did against Dallas 1-3, Denver 0-4, OKC 1-3. Like the good teams you didn't beat. But this year, I do think that you're more constructed to survive that. And a lot of last year, too, was the Draymond factor where he missed a fourth or more of the year based on, what he's done. And I can't wait to talk to Steve about that because it feels more and more like this Draymond 2.0 is a new Draymond.
I mean,
like what he was just saying on his own podcast about trash talk and how fun it was. And he got into the back and forth and how it was like.
And then he started complimenting Jordan Poole.
Exactly.
Like he's playing a lot better. I mean, and he is. He went 2 for 10 from 3-point range last night.
Doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. That happens to shooters.
Was it 2 for 10?
2 for 10.
He shot 10 threes.
He took 10 threes.
That's a month.
For who?
For Draymond.
Oh, for Draymond, yes. I'm talking about Jordan.
Oh.
Not Draymond.
Oh, my God. I was like, I don't remember that many threes.
Not Draymond. Jordan Poole was 2 for 10 from 3-point range last night.
Pay the over on Jordan's points.
What did he score? 20, 24?
Yeah,
something?
I had him at 22 on the Prize Picks.
Was it an over? I had him at under four threes.
Yeah, I should have had him at over shot attempts at 37. Because you knew he was going to be out there trying to light it up.
Hang on, let me get his line. For you. Jordan Poole, 8 of 20 from the field for 24 points.
There you go. Pay the over, Dibber.
But 2 of 10 from the 3-point line, 6 of 7 from the free throw line. He was able to amass 1 rebound.
It was an accident.
3 assists. Yep. That's when the ball bounced off of his foot. 3 steals, 4 blocks last night, and only 1 turnover. And he was a -9 for you plus-minus geeks.
And we need to ask Steve Kerr about what he's going to do about this free throw problem. They're last in the year in the league, Mark.
Well, they just need Steph Curry to come back.
They're last in the league.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing, coach? Are we running liners? What are we doing? Gassers?
Yeah, last night they shot
Push-ups?
73%, and that was with Steph going 6 for 6.
Yeah, that's not good enough.
No, it's not good. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Guess what, kids and campers? Steve Kerr joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
It's Bonta Hill. Life and hectic schedules can cause tension. Stretch Lab is here to help you recharge.
Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Curry will lob it into Draymond. Draymond back to Curry. Pump fake. Flyby. 3-ball. Got it at the buzzer. Classic Curry and Draymond to set that up. And the Warriors go to the locker room with a 9-point lead. It's 54-45 at the break.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
And you're about to be listening to Steve Kerr. Look, how fun is this start to the season?
Pretty fun,
How
Mark.
great is this?
I mean, not as great as it could be.
I mean, they could be 7-0, I guess.
Could be, should be. You decide.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda. You asked that one to Steve. Steve, what happened in that one? What the hell were you guys doing?
I mean, 73-9 still on the table. Am I right?
Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. It is time for Coach Kerr. We love our weekly visits with Steve Kerr. And it's presented by Great Clips in Sports. Success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's going to be great. Hey, Coach, how you doing?
Great. How are you guys doing?
We're great. And listen, I we want to jump right to this. There's 1,000 Warrior questions to ask. We'll get to this. But we certainly wanted to give you an opportunity, and I'm always fascinated by your answer. It's election night. What are you feeling? What are your emotions?
Well, I'm hopeful. I think I think we're in a weird position as a country where, the last 8 years there's been all this controversy with election legitimacy questions that aren't actually questions. They're just conspiracy theories. And I'm truly hopeful that this is the election to put that to bed and say, all right, look, this is elections have in my entire lifetime, guys, they were never questioned until Trump came along. So, the most important thing in our democracy is for everybody to understand these elections are fair, and it's the will of the people, and that's what democracy is built on. And that's my biggest hope. Obviously, I know who I want to win. You guys know who I want to win, but more than anything, I want our democracy to thrive, and I want to stop the nonsense with all the conspiracy talk that comes from Trump and his people.
Yeah, it's a great answer. And I mean, you and I and Mark, we all go far enough back to where you win some and you lose some. But when you lost them, it was like, okay, we'll get you next time when you win. It's like, okay, let's work together and make this work. And as you were giving that answer, I couldn't help but picture somebody twirling their finger in the air after the election, oh, we need to review it. We need to review the call. Yeah. And it's I'm only making it farcical because this is obviously far more serious, but just the idea of an NBA game where a call happens and then somebody twirls the finger and then you get to decide whether or not, you actually want to follow through with that review or not. So that's just where my amateur and childish mind went, Steve.
Yeah, and unlike plays that happen in the NBA, there's nothing subjective about a vote. You vote for one person or the other. It's not. This is not block charge. Good call. and the machines that we use, by the way, were proven. Have the Dominion voting systems that were questioned, and actually, I think Fox News lost almost $1 billion, if I'm not mistaken, because all of their commentators kept saying that the machines were tampered with, and none of it was true. And so, look, I mean, we have great election system. We have a democracy. We get to decide. We're so lucky in this country to have this power. And so to try to throw it all away by claiming conspiracy theory just in the name of, having your guy in power for the next 4 years is just nuts. And history of our country, as we go back and forth, one side to the other. My biggest hope, honestly, is that the Republicans can get their party back. If Trump loses, then let's get them their party back, and we get some sanity back in, because we do need a strong Republican Party and not a conspiracy filled one. And we get that, we have a much better chance to achieve some a lot of our goals and create a more unified country, I think.
Steve, I'll tell you this. I don't drink a lot, but I'm drinking tonight.
He's already half in the bag,
are
Steve.
you, what are you doing tonight? Are you up all night? What's the plan here?
Oh, I haven't turned my TV on all day. I've been watching Boston tape. I've been watching our tape from yesterday. I'm about to go get dinner with some friends, and I don't even know if I'll follow too much until tomorrow morning. I don't expect anything tonight, so I might just try to get to sleep and wake up and look at my phone and see what happened.
Well, the only thing scarier than an unsettled election is Boston tape. I mean, is that a horror film? What are you seeing, Steve? Because, my God, I mean, taking Atlanta behind the woodshed and what they're doing, I mean, can you even watch that without having the blanket half pulled out over your eyes?
Yeah, somebody asked me yesterday. They say, got two big things coming up with the election and the Boston game, and I said, yeah, one is a lot bigger than the other. I mean, you've seen how good Boston is, right? I mean, so yeah, this is a much bigger deal than anything. Now, these guys are awesome. They're obviously defending champs. I coached 3 of them over the summer with Jason and Drew and Derek White, and there's a reason they're the best team in the league. They're loaded with talent. Got a great formula. Well coached. So this is a great test for us. It's been such a good start. 6-1 is right where we want to be, but this is a major test, and it'll be good to see how we stack up.
Steve Kerr with us, as he is every week on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Steve, we might have touched on this last week, but I think it's worthwhile to dive in a little bit further. I'll just tell you the way I translated it. Draymond Green, after a game last week, after one of the wins, spoke publicly on how he really hated the way that last year went. Obviously, we knew that. But there's something about his demeanor that makes me believe we've got ourselves a brand new Draymond. What do you see?
I see a guy who is playing at a high level, who's having fun, who's doing a great job leading. And, to be honest, it's what I've seen for most of the past 10 years. I know who he is. I know what a winner and a champion Draymond is. I think he clearly got off kilter, last year and the year before several times, and it hurt us, and he knows that. And I think he's really committed to getting the best out of this team and to helping his teammates and being the best version of himself. And honestly, I'm not surprised because I believe in him so much. I know what a winner he is, but he's so emotional and so passionate that it can get the best of him sometimes. And it's our job to help him through that.
And it looks like you've done a good job of helping him through it, and he's helped himself through it, because I'm with Mark. It's a whole new Draymond. And actually, we're now seeing Draymond the scorer as well, 3 straight games in double figures. Is that a conscious effort by Draymond, or is the game just coming to him and he's making the most of opportunities?
I think the biggest thing is he's playing the 4 most of the time now. And as a 4, he has to be a scorer for us. He's going to be open on the perimeter. He has to shoot the 3. 3 for 4 last night, 39% last year. I don't think this is a fluke. I think, he's not going to be a high volume guy, but he's going to be in that corner with Trace or Loon at the top, and the offense running through a high screen and roll with the center that puts Draymond in the corner, and he's got to be willing to take and shoot that shot, and he has been. He's knocking him down, but again, it's just we're trying to forge the identity of this team, and the identity is a little different. The last couple of years, we've gone small more often than not with Draymond at the 5, and we've recommitted to playing big with Trace and Loon and Draymond, and that means Draymond's at the 4, so it's a different look.
Steve, how did Steph come through last night?
Great. Yeah, I saw him this morning. We didn't have practice, but he said he felt good and no problems, so he'll be ready to go tomorrow.
I also wanted to just throw this at you, and I know there's no moral victories at this level of sports, especially for an organization like yours, but I think a lot of people are looking at your start and they're going, okay, this is some pretty good stuff. Now let's see what you guys do the next 3 games. Like, what would you say to a fan that's like, let's assess after these 3?
I would say you're exactly right.
Yeah.
It's exactly right. I mean, in the course of 82 games, the schedule can go back and forth. Your health, lots of stuff can happen. And if you win 6 out of 7 in February, it doesn't get on the radar as easily as it does when you win 6 of your first 7 to start the season. So, I know everybody is singing our praises, but the schedule has been kind to us to this point, and we're about to play probably the 3 best teams in the league the rest of this week. So great test for us. No matter what happens, we've got a ton of work ahead of us. I'm excited because when I watch the tape, I see all kinds of growth ahead of us. But it's going to take a lot of work, and it's going to take some time.
You're playing 12 guys still, and that's with D'Anthony Melton still out, so maybe 13 is on the table. And I heard Buddy Hield earlier today on a national show talk about your simple and direct communication. Has that been something that you've been focused on not only this year but throughout your career as far as managing 12, if not 13 men in a rotation?
That's the only way I know how to coach is simple and direct communication. I mean, as a player for 15 years, all I ever wanted was the truth. And the only time you get frustrated as a player is if you don't know, the circumstances. And so I'm constantly talking to our guys and trying to give them the vision for what we're trying to be. And so our guys know, we're going to play a lot of people. We're going to be feisty. We're going to get after it defensively. We're going to sprint the floor. And we've got to stay on that path. It doesn't mean, we're not going to hit some bumps. We for sure are. But, that's when you hit those bumps in the road, that's when you have to stick together as a team, and that's the plan.
Steve, it sounds like everyone in the organization feels the same way, but my gosh, we are just finding Buddy Hield to be a total joy to watch. And I'm left scratching my head because everybody I know who follows the Sacramento Kings, they've been on this guy for years. What is it that you think has made him such a good fit here as opposed to maybe where he wasn't in other places earlier in his career?
Well, remember, he had some good years in Sacramento and signed a big contract and played at a really high level. There's a reason he's been a coveted player. But for most players in the league, fit is everything. And this is a great fit. Our system, our style, the movement. He's a really good movement shooter. He's a lot like Clay and Steph in that he's going to run circles around the defender in order to get an open shot. He's a lot like those guys in that he has no conscience. He's not worried about missing. He's going to keep firing away. And there's a lot of energy that comes with that mentality and that style of play. So he's perfect for what we needed, and it's great signing by Mike. And I think you hit it on it in the first part of your comments. He's bringing joy to the gym every single day. Everyone loves Buddy. He's having so much fun, and he's bringing a lot of fun to our group.
And a lot of joy to the fans who are really enjoying watching him go out there and play with the exuberance and the energy that he plays with. You mentioned fit, and many people thought with Steph back that Jonathan Kuminga would just be back in the starting lineup, but Mark and I were talking about the fit that he seems to have with the second unit. Is this something that you've seen as a positive, not only for JK, but the team, and maybe this could be longer lasting with him coming off the bench?
It's a huge factor for JK to give us what he's giving. And, again, everything is about the puzzle fitting. Everything is about putting together 5-man combinations. And we need JK's force and power. And frankly, we need it more off the bench than we do in the starting lineup. So I love what I'm seeing. He's handling it great. He obviously wants to start. Everybody wants to start. But that hasn't impacted his effort and his energy at all. In fact, I think he's looked even better since we've brought him off the bench. I think it suits him well with this team. And so until things change, we'll keep going with this. But I love what we're seeing from JK.
Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Steve, I don't know if you're aware of what Ron Adams said on our station a couple of days ago. I found it to be one of the more interesting things the organization has ever said publicly about Jonathan. He commented that the game against the Rockets last weekend he thought was the best game he has ever played as a Warrior. But then he also told a little bit of the story of where this has been, that when Jonathan started scoring points, he kind of, quote, forgot about defense. Can you shed some light on Jonathan's journey the last couple of years?
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think our fans already know it's been up and down, but it's been. I compare it to the stock market over a 10-year period. It's the trend is up, right? And from the day he walked into our building to now, JK is dramatically better. There's just a lot of growing pains that go into that, especially playing on a championship team his rookie year, playing on a contender the last couple of years where, he's not allowed to make some of the rookie mistakes and young guy mistakes that players on lottery teams are allowed to make. So that's not easy on him, but that's the only way that we can compete as a team and for him to grow into the player that we need to become a championship player. All those things are necessary, and it makes for some uncomfortable moments, where maybe I make a bad decision with a lineup choice. And maybe things don't go well if I do play him. Maybe things, there's always stuff that happens. But the important part of all this is sticking together, continuing to work, and collaborating. And that's what JK and I have done over the last couple of years. That's what we've done organizationally. And I'm really proud of him for just continuing to climb in an environment that, frankly, isn't that easy, playing on a team like this.
And Saturday was a unique challenge where Steph was out injured and Draymond fouled out and Pods fouled out, and yet you turned to overtime and he kind of became the guy. What was said before overtime, and what was your takeaway from just how he performed to kind of lift you guys from, what would have been a tough and embarrassing loss?
Well, it was such a great start to that game, and we were really flowing in the first half, and then second half their defense got into us, and they started switching everything, and those are the games where JK becomes really important because he has the power and the force to play through all that switching and to get to the rim, and I actually felt pretty good going into the overtime despite the collapse in the second half because I knew their guys were tired, and we just put our biggest front line out there with Loon and Kyle and JK and spread the floor and he got downhill a few times and that was it. And the defense took over. So he really dominated offensively and the guys did a great job defensively and very gratifying win because those games are hard, and they happen a few times a year in either direction where you're up 25 and you give up the lead, or maybe vice versa. Those games are crucial to pull out, and I thought that was a very important win for us.
Yeah, very important, Steve, and I should point out that only 10 teams have ever blown a 30-plus lead before in an NBA game. So we
did that in the playoffs against the Clippers in 19.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, man.
We had a 32-point lead in the second half, and we lost a playoff game with Kevin Durant, with Steph Curry, with Klay Thompson. It happens. It's crazy, but it can happen.
And you were forgiven later that season, as I recall.
I was what?
You were forgiven when you guys won the title anyway.
I think that was the year we lost to Toronto, but
never
yeah,
mind.
it was still that was a damn good team, obviously, but the NBA is crazy though. It's that once you lose momentum, and it's why it's why I bring clipboards. It's why I drive our guys hard. It's why I'm demanding of JK and our other young guys. Winning is hard, and the details matter, and you have to focus on those things because the minute you let up, that kind of swing can happen.
Forgiveness taken back. We're still mad at you then, Steve. I didn't realize that didn't go your way. Hey, how was your conversation? We saw it at the end with Jordan Poole last night.
Oh, it was great. It was great. I love Jordan. He's such a good young guy, and he looks really good. I watched a couple of their games leading up to our game, and I was just struck by how confident and strong he looks. He just looks more comfortable, and I'm so happy for him because he did so much for us. He's such a good young guy, and the last couple of years haven't been easy for Jordan for many reasons. But I think he's in a great place, and it was wonderful to see him last night. I thought he played great, and I'll tell you what, Washington has something going. I think they drafted well. They've kind of cleared the decks, and they're building something from scratch. And I was impressed last night, and I think Jordan is a huge part of that.
Well, it's a conversation with Steve Kerr, so if we didn't put you into a rotational math question, I don't know what we'd be doing. So what are you going to do when DeAnthony Melton comes back?
I'm going to play him. He's a hell of a player. And I know that begs the next question. Who doesn't play?
Right.
And as I've said a few times, I've learned in my coaching career, never answer a question until you absolutely have to.
Okay. So
by the time Melt comes back, and hopefully it'll be in Cleveland, maybe it's in OKC, but you never know what else happens at that point. So we'll figure it out when we get there. But Melt's going to be a huge part of our team this year. He's really good.
Okay, so it sounds like maybe some optimism that might be this week for him, huh?
We're hoping, but we don't know yet. He's progressing well, and but I'm hoping for some time at the end of this trip.
Have you ever coached CYO? Because it feels like you're about to, where everybody gets to play.
That's how this year has been, really. I was thrilled last night to be able to put Lindy out there because I love Lindy. He's such a good player, and he's done so well. He's helped us win, the last 4 games, and he didn't play in the first half. And I thought, what am I doing? I'm only playing an 11-man rotation, and so I that's not enough. I got to play more.
That's so unlike you.
Yeah, I was happy to get him out there.
Well, Steve, we thank you, and we know you're only watching Boston tape, but we can break this electoral news to you right now. It is 0-0.
Wow, that was really anticlimactic.
Yeah. But just, you haven't missed anything yet.
All cheese, no delivery.
Exactly.
It's so good.
All right, Steve. All right. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. See you guys. Thanks,
Steve. There he goes. That's Steve Kerr right here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And I know he won't, but if he was to run for office, he's already ready-made with his answers when it comes to politics. And, partisan, he had a little bit of partisanship in there, but his overarching thing was...
this is somebody that's already out there, so that's
correct,
not it.
But I do think that his first couple of thoughts were, right on time and pitch perfect about, can we all just, make this thing work no matter what?
Yeah,
anyway.
Can we get past the whole thing where at the end of the night we all have to call each other cheaters and all of this stuff? Sure. Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah. I liked what you said where you're like, remember back in the day where you're just like, dude, you win some, you lose some, and if you lose, you're like, all right, let's see what happens next. As opposed to either crying or taking to the streets or
going to the courts or whatever.
Yeah. All right.
Anyhow.
We're sponsored by Safeway, and coming up next, I would love to dive further into that conversation we were having about Buddy Hield. And especially, we did this once last week. I can't figure out what the hell's going on here. Why are there, especially you adorables, why are there fan bases out there that have something against Buddy Hield? He's literally one of the most enjoyable players off of the bench, at least I think I can remember seeing in recent memory. I know it's only been 7 games, but I've never watched this much Buddy Hield, and I'm trying to figure out what the hell's wrong with all the people who have been talking about him for the last 6 or 7 years. So can we have that conversation? And a few athletes, by the way, I'd like to compare him to in Bay Area history. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this digital deal for members.
Curry with the ball. Takes it. And a bounce pass to Draymond. He's trapped. Back to Curry. Curry for three. Got it. So Stephen Curry, immediate impact since coming back after missing a couple of games with a turned ankle.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
888. Oh, I'm going to turn the mic on. 888-957. Sorry, there's a lot of distractions today.
There's donuts.
There's donuts. It's the NFL trade deadline.
I'm going to eat it.
Me losing my paperwork.
And then my guy's finally here. I don't even know his name. He shows up on my TV once every 4 years, and he points to little squares and zeroes in on them on certain states and tells you what somebody named Joe did as opposed to what Joe did 4 years ago.
There's a lot of counties in this country. And my mom used to do a thing.
A lot of counting.
My mom used to quiz me on, I think there are 56 California counties. And there was a time when I knew all of them.
Oh, God, really?
Yeah, it was a thing.
That's wild.
It was a thing that she and I did. My mom, rest in peace, Sue Dibley, she would cook dinner, and my safe haven was to sit on the stool in the kitchen with the dictionary, and I would thumb through any page and pick the hardest word and try to pronounce it, and she would know the definition.
She would know the definition.
Every single time. And she'd be cooking for the six of us. And
wow, what's a hard, how old did you say you were? 8?
Probably 7 or 8.
Like, what's a hard word to an 8-year-old is not a hard word to an adult.
No, it is when you're a smart 8-year-old and you would find the hardest word and you would try to pronounce it, and she would know it, and then she would teach me how to pronounce it, and I would learn it. And meanwhile, Heckle and Jekyll and the other Jekyll would be either starting fires or breaking windows. And so my safe haven was with my mom. And so
that's great.
One of the things we would do is we would talk about all the counties in California, and I would try to learn them all. And there are 50-something. I want to say 56. I'm probably wrong.
I could name at least 6 of them, I bet.
You could probably name 20 of them easy. There's 9 in the Bay Area, the 9-county Bay Area.
Okay.
I would hope you could name all 9 of those.
Contra Costa
is one.
Yeah. San Francisco.
Sure.
San Mateo.
Yep. Where you live.
Marin.
Thank you.
Yep. And then, sure, there are others. We're really going to do this
Sonoma.
from memory. Yes.
Alameda.
Sonoma. Santa Clara.
That's 7.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark Randy.
How far does the Bay Area go? You know what I mean?
That becomes the question.
Yeah.
Napa would be one, and Solano would be the other. There's your 9.
Isn't Kern a county up north?
That's more in like San Bernardino. That's Bakersfield. Kern is,
it's south.
Yeah.
And east. I don't know. You know what I can do, though? You know what my stupid pet trick is?
Talk to me.
I know all the state capitals.
All of them?
All of them. I don't know if I still do. I think
all 48?
I do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I drew maps for some reason as a kid. Someone gave me a state book, and I'm like, I'm going to trace it. I just traced all of them, and then I learned all the state capitals.
Pretty awesome.
It was a memorization sensation.
That's a buck, yeah.
And then it sticks, and it's worth nothing to me now. Worth absolutely nothing. In
fact, as
as
a kid, that's the kind of thing that's kind of cool. You know?
Yeah, it was that and birds. I like birds.
Look at you.
Yeah, I'd go bird watching sometimes. Out there on the levee in Foster City, a lot of egrets and herons and stuff like that hanging out out there.
I had no idea.
Yeah, check them out.
Secret hip-hop knowledge and secret bird knowledge.
That's right.
I learn more about you each and every day.
Well, I am a closed book. Anyway, 888-957-9570. Can I get this takeoff, and then we'll go out to the phones. And Brett, you'll be first. Stay right where you are. If you don't love Buddy Hield, what the hell is going on with you? That's a you thing. And I'm mad at myself. How long has Buddy Hield been in the league? How long has Buddy been around?
Yeah, easy 10.
8?
Easy 10.
Okay, now I got to look it up.
Do your take and I'll find the actual number.
But Buddy Hield.
He started in 17.
Okay, so.
This is year 9.
I'm mad at myself for not realizing this sooner. And I guess not. Like, I've watched him play for years. Sure, league pass, the whole deal, Sacramento. Where else has he played? I know that Indiana more recently. There was the Philadelphia there at the end of last year. I've watched Buddy Hield, and I've always just been like, yeah, this is a nice player. He's a shooter. But for whatever reason, there's just that buzz that's in the sky. And the buzz from Sacramento, and I even had when he got acquired by the Warriors, some of my Kings people were like, oh, gosh, they hate him up here. They hate him. And I'm like, okay, gosh, I wonder why, but okay, there's got to be a reason. Does he not play defense? Is he a 2-cent head? Does he not know where to go with the ball? Does he got a bad attitude? I'm like wondering what is it that y'all, and they'd have their answer or whatever. And I'm like, all right. So sort of stepped into the Buddy Hield experience with one eyebrow up. Like, what are we all going to think about this guy? And you know what changed? Not my thoughts about Buddy Hield. What changed was my thoughts of Kings fans. What's the matter with all of you? Like, do you understand this is just an inferiority complex that you have? But then, by extension, let me also say this. Maybe Buddy's a little bit different here. And I immediately started thinking, and again, I know it's only 7 games in, but I started thinking of the likes of Andrew Wiggins and Jimmy Garoppolo, and maybe not as great of an example, but Pablo Sandoval. And where I'm going with this is players who were good here and then just not that great elsewhere. A perfect fit here that was not a perfect fit in other places. And I'm wondering if that's what Buddy Hield is, and if Buddy is now getting ready for a good little run here for the remainder of his career, still in his early 30s, but a good little run here with the Warriors because this fits like a glove.
It seems to fit like a glove, and it's in small sample size, but you heard Steve Kerr on with us just a little bit ago talking about the energy, the exuberance, the unconscious nature with which he shoots the ball. And so far, in a small sample, he's been amazing. He's averaging a career high, 21.9, small sample. He's shooting 50% from 3, small sample, but he's shooting 9 threes a game. So it's not like he's shooting 1 3 a game. The man is out there jacking it up from everywhere, and he is on the season right now, 33 of 66 from 3. That's pretty good, Mark.
That's 50%.
That's going to work. But I also look at Buddy Hield for his career, and he's drafted by New Orleans, and he doesn't even make it to the deadline, and he's traded to the Kings. And he goes to Sacramento, and he plays well. They give him an extension, and they get to the deadline again in 2022, and he gets traded with Tyrese Halliburton and one of the various Kardashians, Tristan Thompson, to Indiana for Justin Holiday, Jeremy Lamb, and Domantas Sabonis. I'm sure Sacramento loved that trade. They got Domas Sabonis as a result. And then 2 years later, at the deadline, he's again traded by Indiana to Philadelphia, and he lasts there for 5 months, and then he's traded again in July. So a guy who's been traded 4 times in 9 years, and he's now on his 5th team in 9 years, it makes you think a certain thing about a player. It makes you think about a journeyman or a guy who doesn't seem to fit in wherever he is. Whatever the reason for all of that being, for me, you put it aside based on what we've seen so far through 7 games. And if you want to talk about like the fan poll of Golden State Warriors right now, this year, 7 games in, he's either number 3 or number 2.
Might be number 2. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga, Steph is Steph, so I guess that's a set aside.
And Draymond is still beloved.
Yeah, and
and
Jonathan,
Pods is, people love Pods.
For sure. Kuminga gets the most discussion, the most intrigue, has the wow factor. I think people have such eyes on that to see how it's going to go in the contract year and all that. But yeah, something about, look, and I don't even know how sustainable this is, but he's their leading scorer. He's averaging almost 22 points a game. 50% from threes, that's not...
It's bananas.
I don't think that's sustainable. So maybe he's not going to average 22 a game, but I think 18 or 19 is on the table, and he's done that before in this league.
It's funny because I asked a good friend of mine, somebody who I've been friends with for a long time, and we were lucky enough to get jerseys gifted to us when we did those live shows last week. You got a Wiggins, I got a Kuminga. And I asked this really, really old good friend of mine as a quiz, who's your favorite Warrior? Thinking that this individual would say Jonathan Kuminga because I thought that, she profiled in that direction. But and it was a quiz because if she would have guessed Kuminga, I was going to give her the Kuminga. Her answer, Buddy Hield.
So and she ended up losing out on a free jersey by answering the wrong question?
I said, wow.
Oh, my God. That's kind of like the people down on the floor when they're like, get the answer right. And then everyone's yelling the answer, and you get the wrong answer, and you get some parting gift bag.
Exactly.
That's got some free hand wipes in it or something.
Pretty cool, huh? And I thought for sure that she would have said Kuminga because she profiles and she's always loved Kuminga. But 5 games in, it was Buddy Hield.
What's that mean, she profiles as a Kuminga fan?
She is somebody who has visited multiple African countries, and she's been a Kuminga fan since he became a Warrior 4 years ago.
So you knew that already.
I knew that she loved Kuminga.
I didn't know what the profile of a Kuminga fan was.
She likes Kuminga.
Okay.
She profiles as a Kuminga fan.
Someone who likes Kuminga.
But Buddy Hield has rocketed past Kuminga, and I said, great answer, wrong answer, you lose.
You lose.
Good day, ma'am.
Huh.
You get nothing, you lose.
Yeah, you didn't get a Hield jersey.
Had I would have kept it.
Yeah, well.
Because you know I'm a big-time Buddy fan.
Well, that's the thing. Like, and I'm getting texts about him. Everybody's really excited about this guy. They're really excited about Buddy Hield. So it's kind of a fun question. Like, what is it? And you know, okay, 22 points a game. He makes a lot of threes. There's got to be more to it, though, for him to have sort of captured the focus of the Warrior fan base this much 7 games in. This much. And as we get ready for a week from tonight, the biggest Tuesday in November by far.
What's happening, Mark?
Klay Thompson's coming back.
That Klay Thompson?
That Klay Thompson. And what I hear for a lot of people, they don't want to, nobody's going to say, oh gosh, you know, like, I don't even miss him. Nobody's going to say that because it's rude. But when you're watching Buddy Hield play right now, try to make the point that he's not doing so far exactly all of the things that you wanted Klay Thompson to be able to do. And he's doing them. The only difference is he's not doing it as a starter.
Well, and the thing about it, and I'm glad you said that, because I was just thinking about Buddy replacing Klay, and no one will ever replace Klay. But the things that Buddy's doing beyond the makes, the way he's acting is what we remember Klay. Like, that's what we remember from Klay. Like, that sort of, and it's not brain dead because both are very smart, intelligent basketball players, but they both play with a certain amount of unconsciousness of, I'm going to shoot it, and it's either going to go in or it's not. But Buddy has this certain, like, goofy joy almost. And I remember that from Klay, not last year, but
yes.
And that's, to me, like, Buddy is showing us what Klay used to be.
He might be someone who at some point this year uses the phrase holy cannoli.
Exactly.
That could happen. I'm not going to bet on it, but that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Holy cannoli.
Exactly.
It's crazy, yeah. Wow. And by the way, Buddy Hield was on the Jim Rome show earlier today, and his answers were just restaurant quality. Wait until you hear some of these. We're going to play them for you, but first, Brett, Walnut Creek. Hi, Brett. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Guys, really, really enjoying the show. And before I jump into my love of Buddy Hield, I'm just going to throw out 2 states for you. I want you to name the capitals for me, please.
Okay.
Pressure.
New Hampshire.
Oh,
New
crap.
Hampshire.
Okay. Can you go to the, hold on. What's your second one, Brett?
Vermont.
Vermont is Montpelier.
Oui.
Right? Okay, that's Vermont. Now back to the other one.
Well done.
New Hampshire?
New Hampshire.
No, it's not. You're giving me the capital of Delaware.
I'll even give you a hint. It's a city in the East Bay.
Dublin?
Wait a minute.
Concord.
Let me think. Well, no, I got Brett. Hold on.
Brett, hold on.
First of all,
that's on me.
I take the L.
I'm going to take the
That's
L.
my L. But
it's on me.
But it was kind of like throwing a pick where you hit the receiver in the hands and it bounced off their hands. This jamoke across from me is mouthing to me, Dover.
I'm pointing to my donut.
I'm like, dog, that's the capital of Delaware. I already know that. He didn't say.
Darn it.
I got very distracted, but Brett,
that's on me, Brett.
I know I want to take accountability. I was the one who said I can do them, and I didn't do it, so it's on me, Brett.
Thank you, Brett.
Hey, you know what, though? I still love you, man, but I'm going to give you my comparison of Buddy Hield. First of all, I absolutely love this guy when he came out of college. I mean, this guy was, I'm not going to quite say he was supposed to be Michael Jordan, but he was the man. I'm going to tell you who he reminds me of. And it's not a basketball player. It's a football player. It's Baker Mayfield.
Oh.
It's a guy that came out. It's like he was supposed to be all that. and he wasn't all that. He went to his team. He didn't kind of forge it. He kind of had an attitude. Him aligning with Steve Kerr, him aligning with Steph Curry, him aligning with the Golden State Warriors, and I'm going to tip my cap to Mr. Dunleavy, one of the greatest pickups the Warriors have made in their history. I love the pickup. I think he's just it's just the right fit. And again, it's kind of like Baker Mayfield. He found himself. He's a leader now. And now Buddy Hield, I mean, what a great sixth man. Love to hear you guys' comments.
Well, first, what's the capital of Montana, Brett?
Come on, Helen.
Okay. Well, no, not Helena. But anyway, Brett, close enough. You win.
And that's on me. It's like last night when...
No, it's on me. It's on me.
There was a foul that was committed, and Moses Moody and Steph were both there, and Moses immediately was like, I didn't foul. And the ref's like, oh, yeah, that's on Steph.
No, but it's kind of like the Intuit Dome where everybody, like I'm shooting a free throw, and everybody's waving thunder sticks at me, and then I'm going to blame that on the loss. No, it's on me.
I was pointing at the donut so that you would know.
I knew you were saying Dover, but I knew that Dover was the capital of Delaware.
That's unfortunate.
I knew that wasn't it, and so then I'm like,
those
wait,
damn
what
13 colonies get me every time. Totally.
All right. 888-957-957. You want to hear from Buddy? Talking about exactly what we're talking about. The fit with Golden State on the Jim Rome Show.
Fitting situation. And something I've been done for a long time, but also getting the recognition, but also playing to a team that wants to emphasize the three balls and complement my movement, and I watched these guys all my career. From in college, I go to the NBA games when they came in town in Oklahoma and watched them play. So it was just, I studied them. I always wanted to play in that type of system that they they apply to the game, and I always tell everybody, it wasn't with Steph Curry, I probably wouldn't have being drafted the 6th pick because of my shooting. But I'm just happy to be here, and I'm just glad to keep building.
I'm just happy to be here. And by the way, I think this is the one that really caught your attention. Listen to what he said with regard to the way Steve Kerr coaches him.
Steve does a great job managing the guys, though. That's just the great thing about it. There's no egos involved, and he delivers the message really simple and very direct, and there's no hard feelings, and all the guys respect it, and all the guys know what's at stake, and they all know anybody can come in and fill each and everybody's role. And the Steve just does a good job. It's just like coaching us and keeping us even keel, and just letting them know it's like, man, he's right a hot hand, and whoever group is rolling, he's going to stick with them, and no hard feelings because you all guys are deserving to play. So Steve is doing a great job with just getting this message across for the players, and everybody's comfortable. That's why we're gelling, and it makes a lot of sense right now.
He said no hard feelings twice.
Yeah.
And I don't know, even Steve sort of slipped this into his conversation in giving all kinds of compliments to Jonathan Kuminga. He did say, just literally 20 minutes ago, Jonathan wants to start. That's not gone. So I don't know if Jonathan is 100% no hard feelings, but it also doesn't matter because he is reacting well and producing.
Yeah, and that's why I asked Steve about that going forward, and he said, well, while it's working, we're going to stick with it. Yep. And so I would imagine that tomorrow at Boston, that Jonathan Kuminga will still come off the bench. And if the lineup is much like it was last night, which was a little bit of a surprise, you and I talked about who the fifth would be, and it turned out to be GP2, along with Steph and Draymond and Wiggins and TJD. And so maybe that is the lineup they go with again against Boston, because Boston's got a lot of really good wing players, and so GP2 kind of fits that profile of a good wing defender. Wiggins is the same. Draymond, a good defender. TJD, rim protector. So that might be something that you see again.
Or that fifth spot might rotate. Might be GP2 some nights. Might be Moody some nights. Might be DeAnthony Melton when he comes back. I don't know. I doubt that, but who knows? That could be kind of a rotating thing. A couple other Buddy Hield things that we want to play for you, including he was asked, does he feel pressure to replace Klay Thompson? We'll play those for you in just a sec, but first, Filmo Mike is on the line, and Filmo is the front of the line. Filmo, what's going on, man?
Oh, what's up with it, man? Mark Willard. I had a comparison to Steiny, but I forgot you guys are not Steiny.
We're not. But we do know him. We know him.
You guys love him and know him and all that. But nah. But my thing was free agent, pickup, acquisitions, great topic.
just little nuggy nug. Y'all like to say nuggy nug. When Klay Thompson was asked who's his favorite player coming out of the draft, I believe his name was Buddy Hield. It either was that or he said who mostly reminds you of him. I think it was Buddy Hield. With that being said, Buddy Hield, great free agent acquisition. My question is, who do you think goes down in some of the Warriors' history as great free agent pickup acquisitions? I got Mo Spates. I got Livingston. Was Iguodala free agent or was he a trade? I think he was a trade, right?
Iguodala was a sign and trade, so it was a free agent acquisition. But yes, there was a transaction there. I think somewhat similar to. I mean, Kevin Durant's the first name that comes to my mind, Philmo.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm not talking about that type of Barry Bonds landing. I'm just talking about little in between the cracks. He you know who else? We didn't have a good year, but he was a good free agent pickup for about 4 weeks. Danny Fortson. Real Warrior fans know what's up.
I loved Danny Fortson, man. I loved Danny. I was a big fan of Danny in college. What about Philmo? What about Livingston?
Yeah.
Oh, Livingston was awesome because you never knew what you were going to get. He had played a couple of good years in Brooklyn, and then I always love a lot of the players that the Warriors have been getting, sort of like even Bielitsa. Who was last year that didn't work out? Jermichael Green.
Oh no,
some
last
of the players
year
they don't work out. They were all
Dario
Saric. Saric is the one last year.
Saric.
Exactly.
By the way, about 5 games into the year, we were loving Dario Saric last year.
We were, but now Livingston panned out, and hopefully Buddy Hield don't pull a Saric. Hopefully he doesn't. It don't seem like he is, but hopefully he doesn't.
I don't think so. Philmo, thanks, man. We love it when you call. Appreciate it so much. Okay, Buddy Hield on Jim Rome was asked, does he put pressure on himself to replace Klay? We'll have that for you around the corner, along with Doc Pandia. Christian McCaffrey is back at practice. Dre Greenlaw is looming and is out at practice. We will get to those and much more. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank.
Good question.
That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, we pause this Buddy Hield love fest to talk about Christian McCaffrey's legs.
He's got legs, and he knows how to use them.
He might know how to use them. I knew where you were going.
Yeah, thank you.
If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Debs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, do it for the other two shows as well, Steiny and Goo, Bonte and Joe. Brian Baldinger, for example, was on with the roast this morning. Always really good. We may get to some of his comments along with John Lynch's from the TK show a little bit later on. If you missed any of Steve Kerr, you can also hear that on the Odyssey app or YouTube, or be with us a little bit after 5 o'clock, and we'll let you hear what that whole thing sounded like. But right now, we go out to the River Islands guest line. It is time for Clear to Play, where you take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Hey, Doc, what's up?
How are you guys doing?
Well, we're doing fine, and I think you know the number one question, which is based on everything that you have read and heard and watched, what do you think the danger level is of playing Christian McCaffrey on Sunday?
I think that as long as they're good about not overusing him, the danger level is pretty low. And I know in the past when Kyle Shanahan's players coming off injury, when they're 100% or, they're cleared, he says, I'm going to use them full go. And one of the issues with McCaffrey, which I think probably led to this, is kind of overuse. So I think that if they limit his carries, use them smartly, that risk is pretty minimal. And what you worry about is if he gets like a 25, 30 touch game, it's not necessarily what's going to happen during that game, but what ends up happening when you are week 2, week 3 of his return. And that's where you worry about new things creeping up. So if they're safe, not super worried about it.
What is the connectivity between Achilles tendonitis and a dramatic Achilles injury?
Yeah, so in general, that risk is about 10% for that, Achilles tendonitis leading to a rupture. And where you can manage that, prevent that, is that if a player, as they're playing, starts to get sore, starts to get fatigued, then you pull them out, then you're less worried about that being an issue. So a lot of this is going to be communication between McCaffrey, the coaching staff, the medical staff, and saying, hey, I'm feeling good. I keep pushing me. But if I start feeling soreness, that's where it happens. It's very rare to suddenly be feeling great and boom, next thing you know, that Achilles rupture. So there is a little bit of leeway with him as long as he's being honest about how he's feeling.
Yeah, and what would you sort of, I know you're not on the sideline, obviously, but yeah, the expectation in terms of, like, sometimes I guess I don't know the difference between, like, okay, you're healthy, go play, or let's kind of ease you into action and there's a ramp up that lasts 2 to 3 weeks. What's your thought there?
I think my thought, because this is really the first week he's been out at practice, I think this is really the ramp-up period. If he'd been practicing for 3 to 4 weeks, we're like, okay, when's he going to play? When's he going to play? And then suddenly it's week 14. And then you can say, look, just go all out, go full speed. But I think because this is really the first time we've seen him out there since his diagnosis on the field, I really do think that this is going to be a ramp-up where we're like, let's give you some touches, see how your body responds. Okay, let's increase it up next week, as opposed to 40 carries a game, sort of process.
Is the risk of an Achilles injury mostly non-contact as opposed to a bone or a ligament where contact can maybe cause the injury to be much more acute?
Yeah, the vast majority of Achilles ruptures occur from a non-contact situation because it's really that the muscles, the tendon, that area just gets overworked and eventually it just kind of just pops. And very rarely do you get the Achilles rupture where someone like kicks you in your Achilles or something sharp kind of hits it from a cleat. The vast majority of them have been building up over a period of time, and that tendon's getting overworked, micro tear. Next thing you know, it totally snaps. So that's why it happens non-contact. Very rarely is it that one step that you take that causes it. And you talk about Dre Greenlaw. It's necessarily probably him running off the sideline. That probably was like that last step that finally led to him tearing it. So most of these occur over a cumulative period of time. And it just so happens when you're out there running and no one hits you.
Doc, what do you make of Dre at least sort of being out there, and then also the organization? We've talked about this before. They would not put any kind of a timeline on it, but now they dip their toe in the water a little bit, like creating some optimism over the next 2, 3, 4 weeks. So what do you make of those comments right now?
I think that typically means they're at the point where he's kind of passed all the physical tests. You've got your strength back, you got your mobility back, you're able to do everything that you would need to do to return. But now we're really in that period of time, and this is hard for athletes coming off an Achilles, is how do you feel? Do you feel confident? Can you get out on that field and do things the way that made him such a great player? So that's where I think it's a little bit hard to predict. And could it be in a week? Could it be in 2 weeks? That's hard to say. That's a lot of how Drake Greenlaw feels. So I think they feel he's probably at that physical return point, but is that mental and confidence return point there? And that's where I think there's a little bit of uncertainty. But assuming that everything goes well and he's out there and doing more full speed stuff, I think that it's probably pretty soon, within the next couple of weeks.
That's exciting to think about anything before December. December would be basically 10 months. So we're at almost the 9-month point. So for him to come back in the next couple of weeks, for me, would be ahead of schedule. Jordan Mason has been hampered by the sprained AC joint. What have you seen from him, and how much can the 2 weeks off between games really help that thing heal?
I think that's really what's going to be key for him, especially with him being a very physical runner. With certain running backs who are kind of doing more things that kind of outside the tackles, you can avoid that contact over that joint, which can cause it to get re-aggravated. But for him, just less opportunities to have that AC joint hit, to run into the ground, to be hit by linemen, it's going to really allow those ligaments to calm down. And with these kind of injuries, very rarely do you have an AC joint injury that goes on to surgery where it's so severe. What ends up happening, you get a hit, it gets hurt, and then you're not willing to take contact, and it's just painful to play. So getting these 2 weeks to decrease the inflammation where there's not constant contact is really what I think is going to push him over the edge so that he's healthy for the last couple of weeks. Typically, these kind of minor AC sprains do take 2 to 3 weeks to get better, so this gives him that time frame to heal from this and be back with McCaffrey in the backfield.
Doc, how'd you think Steph Curry looked last night?
The first kind of, first quarter where he was kind of looking a little bit more tentative and kind of, in the tunnel, kind of warming up. Got a little bit worried there that maybe they came back a little bit quick, but then you see him in the second half and he looks like Steph Curry of old. So I think more than anything else, it was a matter of kind of getting this kind of peroneal muscle issue kind of warmed up. Maybe there was a little bit of stiffness. Maybe there's a little bit of confidence kind of testing it out, but he looks great, and I doubt that this will be another issue. It was interesting. There was a comment where they asked him, how did this happen? And he said, look, I sprained it the first time, and I probably should have taken time off, and then I kind of sprained it again. So I think it was just accumulation of inflammation in that area, and hopefully he's doing better now, and we'll have him nice and healthy for that Boston game tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a big one coming up tomorrow. D'Anthony Melton won't be back most likely. It hasn't been officially determined. Maybe it has with the back issue. What do you think is the prognosis of a guy who came in with back issues and now is kind of still fighting it?
Yeah, I think at least based on what was reported for him last season and what they're saying right now, there hasn't been any kind of major structural concern. It looks like there's inflammation in the bone. There wasn't reports of like a herniated disc or any kind of stress fracture. So I think more than anything else, they're just trying to manage pain because, number one, you don't want, if there is irritation in the bone or something else going on, to then lead to something large. Also, with these back issues, you just don't want him to get a secondary issue because his back is sore all the time. So I think anytime you have an NBA player with a back issue, it can become problematic very quickly. We've seen players like Ben Simmons or other players who've had these kind of issues. So team's doing well. There's not really a need for him to be into this point of the season. So I'd rather them be cautious, get this under control so it can be healthy as opposed to having, 2 weeks on and a week off and kind of have that cycle through the season.
Doc, great stuff as always. There's such an important time with McCaffrey coming back, so can't wait to talk to you again next week. Thank you as always.
No problem. Take care, guys.
All right, there he is, Doc Pandya, and the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. So just circling back to the lead on that, I do expect Christian McCaffrey to play. I don't think this is going to be 25 or 30 touches or whatnot, but I also, just looking at the history of Kyle Shanahan, sometimes it's a little black and white thinking. Are you in or are you out? If you're in, you're in. And again, it's not like this action this weekend is going to be the first for Christian. I know you can't simulate game speed, but this ramp up has been going on for a long time already.
It has, and that's why I wanted to ask him about the re-injury due to contact, because if this injury is not one that is usually a re-injury one due to contact, then if he's running full speed at practice, and it looks like he is, and if the Achilles are responding well, then go ahead and play him. And I'm not saying play him 25 or 30 snaps, or 25 or 30 touches rather, but if the Achilles are going to be vulnerable just by the very fact that he's running, well, then it doesn't really matter how much you're going to run him unless he starts to feel some discomfort or some slight pain. This is not a knee or even an AC joint with Jordan Mason where you get hit on the shoulder, ow, that really hurt, and now it's going to limit you. Your Achilles is either going to hold up or it's not.
We've been working our way through letting you hear a lot of what Buddy Hield had to say on the Jim Rome show today. Also, John Lynch was on the TK pod. We'll have more on that a little bit later, but we promised this, so let's do it. This one's really good. This is especially a week from today. Klay Thompson plays basketball at Chase Center. Buddy Hield was asked by Jim Rome today, does he put any pressure on himself to be Klay's replacement? Here's the answer.
I always wanted to play in this style of play, and all I know how to do is be Buddy, not trying to be Klay or trying to replace him. Just be Buddy and add my strengths to this team, which is my movement and my energy, my charisma, and just being me. And once you come in with the right intent and not trying to fill or replace anybody, like good things will happen, good things will follow.
I mean, it's another. Yeah. It's a really good answer.
It's a great answer.
It's a really good answer.
And maybe it's partly the accent that makes him so endearing, but it's also his straightforward answer. I'm just trying to be Buddy. I'm not trying to replace Klay. And the reason why it works is because of my movement. And by the way, the Warriors love movement.
Well, and did you hear the word that he used there? His charisma.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I know you might be like, what's the big deal? Who answers that way? I'm here to deliver my charisma. Like, outstanding.
Yeah.
Because that stuff matters. And for so many fans, I think a lot of you are feeling it too, but think about what the opposite is and how many players you've complained about. Think of like Brandon Belt's face. And I like Brandon Belt, but
no charisma.
People were bothered by that. You're bothered by body language when it's not good. Buddy's is the opposite. Yeah. It's fantastic.
It's just carefree and he's going to go out there and get
Buddy Hield.
He's going to go out there and get his 18 shots and do it with that charisma and that exuberance. And you see Steph on the sideline when Buddy hits a three. Steph is jumping up in street clothes and he's going bananas.
There's more to get to there. 888-957-9570 is the number, but also still ahead. How does Brock Purdy's looming contract affect what the 49ers did or didn't do today? Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. It's Willard and Dibbs.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from
Ball in the right corner. Buddy Hield. His jumper's up and good. 3-ball right corner pocket. And again, the lead up to 11. Golden State has led by as many as 15, and they have never trailed in this game. It's been a wire-to-wire job with no ties.
Bay Area, it's Buddy Hield. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibs? I like your picks.
That's why you like Buddy.
Buddy!
That's your buddy. That's my buddy.
That's my buddy.
And Buddy is such a great name when you're going to the holidays anyway because of Buddy the Elf. There's that too.
I don't know about Buddy the Elf.
You don't know about Buddy the Elf?
I know about Elf on the Shelf.
No, Elf, the movie.
Oh,
Will Ferrell,
okay. I
Elf.
didn't know that was Buddy.
Yeah, Buddy. That's his name. Buddy the Elf.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I might have missed that one.
That's it.
I'm familiar with the movie, but
you haven't seen it? You got to come over for some alcohol and Elf this year.
Blame it on the alcohol.
The best Christmas movie.
Yeah, like, come on, dude. That's a tradition.
I can't say it's not because I haven't seen it.
Tradition unlike any other.
I love Will Ferrell. I'm trying to think of, like, actors who, if you want to look at all their movies, like, if you throw out the high and the low, much like in figure skating.
Okay, that's fair.
Like,
sure.
You take their best and you take their worst, and then you take their 8 or 9 in the middle. And you might be able to put his catalog up against almost anybody, I think.
I mean, not bad, but especially because
pretty good.
Well, they're supposed to be stupid, so when they are, it's funny.
Well, unlike the Adam Sandler stupidity, where he plays I play the same character in every movie. I'm a golfer. Now I'm a water boy.
Yeah, but
now I'm a wedding singer.
But wait a minute, before you take shots at Adam,
I just did.
No, but somebody help me with the Netflix, the Adam Sandler. It's a basketball movie. What's it called? Did y'all watch that? It was on Netflix. Adam Sandler's in a basketball movie. It's a very, very different character.
Was it Hustle?
It might have been. It might have been. Look that up for me, Lucas. I think that's the name of it.
Yes, it was Hustle.
Yeah,
and
check
also,
that out about 6 months ago.
Uncut Gems,
Juancho
right?
Hernan Gomez and Anthony Edwards and Boban was in it.
Yeah, it's good.
All right.
It's worth. It's not great, but
I'll put it in the queue.
It's worth a watch.
Fair enough.
And it's a very different character than you've seen Adam play in the past.
That would be refreshing.
Yeah,
because
it's not 50 First Dates.
You could name 7 of his movies, and I normally play the same guy. I talk the same way, and I'm usually an uneducated, rough around the edges kind of character.
Not always.
That's why Uncut Gems was so different and amazing.
Exactly.
Kevin Garnett was in that one too. How about that?
Hey.
Oh, hey.
I'm going to give myself a solid 4 for my Sandler and The Waterboy.
It's a 3.
He was in The Waterboy, The Paperboy, The Neighbor Boy.
Stop it.
Honestly, anyway, Will Ferrell. Yes.
I still am stuck on the fact that you haven't seen Elf. Mila's 2, what do you guys think? By the time she's 7, that's an annual tradition in your house. And if it's not, you're doing it wrong.
Well, we don't really roll like that.
Oh, yes, you do. You're not
She's
there
a Jew.
yet. That doesn't matter.
He's an elf. Show me where the elf is in the Torah.
It's funny.
Verukatah.
My mom's maiden name is Schneiderman. We're still watching Elf.
You're a split household.
I am. You should see us now.
I'm Jew adjacent.
Anyway.
Back to Sandler, you can watch 8 Crazy Nights.
There you go. I've seen it. And I played the same character.
Oh, Jay Simpson. Not a Jew.
Right.
But guess who is? Hall of Famer Rod Carew. He converted.
That was a stand-up bit, which was very funny.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
22 years ago. Anyway.
Listen, I just want to tell our audience right now, there is a very, very high chance that today gets loopy. There just is. It's a big day. It's a very, very big day, and there's a lot going on. There are distractions like Dibs trying to tell me that the capital of New Hampshire is Dover.
My bad.
There's that. There's donuts outside. There's lots of them still. Plenty still available, by the way, for those of you who have not. Yes, Grady, take a look. I would argue that at least half that box of doughs is still there.
There's a good 10 left.
Don't you think?
I can count 11 and a half. Right
11
now.
and a half.
Someone took a
By
half.
the way, who are you, office person that takes half a dough?
Let me defend the half a donut.
Why?
Because at 4:23 in the afternoon, now if you're before noon, half a donut, unacceptable. But when you get after lunch, half a dough is acceptable.
It's not.
It is after lunch.
First of all, there's 2 things.
Look at the donut commandments.
No, but you, Grady, next break, will you please report on whether or not somebody used a knife? Or did somebody put their two paws on that thing?
It's a rip.
Split
it's
that
a rip
thing
and
in half.
run.
That is not appropriate.
Yep, can confirm.
It's a clear-cut rip.
Wildly inappropriate.
That I'll give you.
Okay.
But the half a donut after 3 o'clock is acceptable.
And I totally disagree with that because who do you think you're kidding and what do you think you're saving? Stop trying to fool yourself. Oh, it's all good. I just
Shout out
have
Sticks.
You're
fooling yourself.
I just have a half. Just stop. Nobody cares. You're fine. It's 2 more bites. Eat it. If you want a donut, have a donut. If you don't, then be amazing with your willpower and move on to yet another salad for the day. But don't put your grubby paws into the box, rip a donut in half, all because you think that those extra 150 calories are going to kill you. Get over yourself. Have a donut. For crying out loud, it's election night. There's a lot of anxiety out there.
You know who you sound like right now?
Who?
You sound like Kurt from the Hayward Hills. Get out of here.
Forget about it.
You're going to eat half a donut.
Whoever took that is a little runt.
Get out of here
You
with
ate half
that.
a
Are you
donut?
kidding me?
You're a little runt, is who you are. Nobody eats a half a donut. You're a little runt.
By the way, I'll also say this. In the times in my life where I've done that ridiculous move.
Yep.
I always end up going back and getting the other half anyway.
Hello?
So just eat the donut.
I'm going to eat it.
You eat a half now, and then you realize after an hour, let's go see if that other half is still there.
Are you kidding me?
888-957-9570 on the half donut person. Let's go live to Mark in San Jose.
Let's do it, Mark.
Hello, Mark. How are you? Mark? He's gone. You know why he's gone? Because you all spelled his name with a C. And I bet that that's not how he spelled his name. Did he say that to you, Lucas?
His take was that a half a donut after lunch is absolutely allowed.
Thank you, Mark.
And that's why he hung up, because he had a bad take and God turned his phone off.
Wow. We're going to bring God into it. It's, again, I was very clear about my half a donut take, which is not only mature, experienced, but nuanced, because when you get to this late date, and let's just...
It's narcissistic. It's fine.
Let's play this out.
2 more bites of donut.
Let's play this out.
All right.
We have 10 and a half donuts left, or 11 and a half donuts left. And in 34 minutes, this place will be empty. So how many of those donuts will be remaining for you to take back to your children?
Probably 5.5.
At least 8.
And you know what I'm going to do with the half?
You'd probably throw it in the garbage.
I'm going to throw it in the trash.
You're going to eat it on your walk to the elevator.
Damn right I am.
I know you better than that.
I do like this person. 510, thank you for texting in. Depending on the donut, I submit that one can pick up the donut and break off half of it without touching the other half. I'm mainly thinking about old-fashioned donuts, which I would submit my number 1 ranked donut.
Me too.
Chocolate old-fashioned.
Me too.
And you can.
Yep.
It's dense enough that you could go, whoop, you could just fold it, and half of it's going to come right off. But those are glazed raised out there, and you can't do that. Somebody grubby pawed that half a donut.
No doubt. And I don't see any sanitizer or napkins out there. So
nope, but I see COVID. It's all over that donut.
Well, in that case, I'll be out for the next 5 days.
We should probably.
Because I was all up in that.
All right. Hey, so I'm fascinated by what the Niners did today at the trade deadline, not because it was a fancy pickup, but because of sort of the messaging behind it. So they pick up Khalil Davis. Not Khalil Davis, who's already on the team, but Khalil Davis, 7th round pick in exchange for Khalil Davis, defensive tackle, Houston Texans. And they did it at the buzzer. And we had heard that they wanted a depth piece. And I'm also betting that based on the fact that it was at the last minute, I bet he was not the Niners' first choice. You know, that's the other thing. You wanted them to be more aggressive at the defensive line position. I bet they were trying to be. But what do we know about John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan? They're not going to get willy-nilly with draft picks at the trade deadline. They're not going to do that.
For Christian McCaffrey.
I don't think that that's willy-nilly. That's Christian McCaffrey, and they did not touch their first round.
3rd, 4th, 5th, and a 6th.
Right, but that's for a star.
But as you saw today, many players better than Khalil Davis, and I haven't seen a lot of tape on him. I'm just going by what I've read and stats and analysis and scouting reports, and a lot of better players could have been had for a 5th or a 6th round pick, and they parted with only a 7th, which, as we know from the Niners, that's a pretty big deal. They've done pretty damn well in the 7th round. So I don't take it lightly that they parted with a 7th.
I don't think they take any of them lightly. And sometimes I think we also forget that those draft picks don't necessarily turn into players. You can compile those draft picks and move up. Like, that's one of the most important things in the draft.
True.
In any round where you're sitting there going, there's our guy, there's our guy. And you're like, okay, it's the mid-6th. Well, we have a late 6th and we have an early 7th. Well, then stop messing around. If that's your guy, package those 2 picks, move up, and get your guy. So I think that sometimes we go, it's for a 7th. Well, that 7th could be part of turning it into a 6th or a 5th. Or you give up your 6th, and that could have been part of getting into the 5th or the 4th. Like, these matter. They are assets, and they treated him that way. But I do think there's a second message. And that is that the 49ers know that in the next few years, they need cheap labor. It looks like they did a great job in this year's draft of getting a bunch of cheap labor. And they're going to need more, and that is because of Brock Purdy's looming contract. John Lynch on the TK pod with regard to planning ahead and Brock Purdy.
We are always doing planning. You have to. If you're doing your job, it's 3 years out. You're constantly planning. And then things happen, like the quarterback numbers explode, this offseason. And so you're constantly monitoring. We can't even touch Brock until the end of this season. Brock's still a young player. We're just focused on this season. Now, me in the front office, we're always planning on those things. And at the appropriate time, we'll address that. But right now, we're focused on Tampa. We're focused on the second half this season and being the best we can be, because we think that's pretty good. And we think it's a team that can compete for the whole thing. And that's why we're doing this.
Let me throw this in, too. This is Lynch on the TK pod saying that if paying the quarterback changes philosophically the way you go about building a roster.
I think you do. When I was broadcasting, I watched this happen with the Seahawks, and when Russell got paid, they were a team much like us, similar roots to their scheme that ran 8 or 9 deep. And I remember sometimes it was a guy Red Bryant, who was an important run stopper of their team. Well, he won there the next year, and attrition starts to, you can't pay everybody. That's the challenge, is sometimes it's the depth. It's not the star players, it's the depth, the quality depth.
So I think that what you saw at the trade deadline today was a combination of the 49ers knowing that they do have some reinforcements coming from within the building, that they do value their draft picks, and valuing their draft picks also has something to do with the fact that they're going to pay their quarterback pretty soon.
Yes, and when you look at what they have on the books already and what they have the books and they want to keep going into next year, you've got Trent making a lot, you've got Debo making a lot, Brandon Ayuk is making a lot, and he won't play for probably half the year, and you've got Nick Bosa making a lot, and Fred Warner and George Kittle, and those are all players for at least next year that you want to have back. And I know Brock's deal doesn't kick in next year, but when it gets signed, it's going to be looming, and that big number is going to be out there. And so, yes, you need to have some affordable labor, some rookie contract labor. And this year, right now, if you were to grade the Niners draft from 2024, it would be either an A or an A+. And I don't do A+, but across the board, you're getting contributions from everybody, literally everybody, including Bethune, who's been a special teamer, but Pooney and Green and Mustafa and Garendo and Pearsall now is emerging and Cowing on special teams. And I may have left a guy or two out, but this draft class has been amazing for that. So you look at next year in the 2025 draft and you think, all right, if we can land another 4 to 6 legitimate contributors, well, then that's going to offset the burden the next year when you have to pay Brock Purdy.
Now, the other side to that is obviously the rest of this year, which matters to people. And we got into what I thought was an interesting conversation off the top of the show about whether or not you look at two things. A 4-4 record, which is disappointing. And B, the fact that the 49ers were not overly aggressive here at the trade deadline. Do you take that to mean that the 49ers sort of don't believe in themselves? Like, I've heard a lot of people today suggest, you're not going all in for this because they're just not as good as Detroit. So not going to win a ring this year. Might as well start getting ready for next year, kind of a vibe. And I don't really buy that. And here's something that Lynch said with regard to whether or not this team right here, this one, is good enough.
Well, I think I truly believe we're good enough to survive even those things. Now, those type of things, they're fairly devastating when you have it in your grasp and you feel like you gave it away. You have to give some credit to those teams. And as we're seeing, Arizona's pretty formidable. The Rams are making a little run here. So, but we had those games in control. I think there's so much belief in who we are as a team. What can we do? What we can do if we start doing the things we expect ourselves to do. And it is the fundamental things. It's scoring touchdowns as opposed to kicking field goals. It's continuing to take the football away. It's getting off the field on third down. And sometimes those things come down to just communication, better communication, not having the missed assignments. We played a lot of people, and sometimes those things come with that. But then hopefully you get better as the season.
Yeah, I look at the second half of this season now, and I know we're all focused on Christian McCaffrey, but to me, it goes so much deeper than that. This is what the 49ers need. If you want to still be optimistic about this season, it is Christian McCaffrey playing the remainder of the year. It is relative health for the majority of the receiving corps. Jawan Jennings coming back is not to be undersold. And Debo needs to stay in there, maybe miss one game or something like that the rest of the way. They need Dre Greenlaw to come back, and then the biggest key of them all, they need some of the guys who are already playing to play better. They need the defensive coordinator to step into his role. They need all of that to look like a concert, which is what it is. And through the first half of the year, there was not enough time where it looked like a concert. But I say that all of that to say that if anybody thinks the 49ers inside those hallways don't think that they are a Super Bowl contender this year, I firmly disagree. I think that, and I know that they think that.
Yeah, you're a contender, but are you going to be in the same spot as you were last year to be poised to be the one who emerges, the champion of the NFC? And last year, you put yourself in a spot where you had the best possible route to be the NFC champion, and you were. You had home field advantage throughout, which gave you the bye, which gave you 2 home games, and you had to struggle to win both of those, yet you did, and you went to the Super Bowl. This year, as it looks, are you a contender? Of course you are. Do you need to win the division to be in the playoffs? I think that's the most likely route, and you and I talked yesterday about a wild card team out of the NFC West, and it doesn't seem that likely unless some of these other teams fall off. So even if you win the division, you probably won't be the 1 seed, which means you won't have home field throughout, and you won't have a bye. So now you have to win 3 games, including at least 1, if not 2 on the road, and you don't have that week off, and so it becomes a much more difficult road. It doesn't mean you're not a contender. I believe you are a contender, but last year you were the favorite, and now you're not the favorite anymore.
Well, I also think sometimes we're looking at that word in the middle of the regular season, and that's not the time to look at it.
The word contender?
Yeah, well, Eli Manning has 2 Super Bowls. Did they ever look like contenders at any point the entire year? And then you get to the playoffs and you get hot.
Yeah, I'd have to look at those years, and they were always, close to the top of their division.
I mean, the New York Giants 1 year under Eli Manning did it, I believe, with a 9-7 record out of the wild card and never played a home game, if memory serves. And that may well have been the team that beat the Patriots, who hadn't lost a game all year. I might be mixing the 2 Giant Patriot games, but either way, you get my point. There was 1 year that Eli Manning won the Super Bowl out of the wild card, and they played the entire playoff run on the road.
Yeah, 2007 would be that year. They were 10-6. Okay. And they were 6-2 going into the bye, so they were good. And then they lost, win, win, loss, win, loss. They went 4-4 over the final 8, including that loss to the Patriots. They lost 38-35. I'll never forget, I was at Macy's with the ex-wife and the 2 kids at the Cheesecake Factory. And, the top floor of the Macy's here in Union Square, we were trying to grab a little meal, and the maitre d' said, it's going to be about 2 hours. And so it was one of those oh, my God, what do we do? The kids are melting down, and the wife is hungry, and she sees a couple at a table just outside the bar, and they're kind of wrapping up, and she went over there and, hey, I'm here with the kids and this and that. And she kind of hovered, and then swoop, we got the table, and we watched the second half of that game as the Patriots wrapped up an undefeated year at 16-0. Come to find out that in the Super Bowl, it was payback time.
Yep.
And the Giants won it, but they were 10-6 to your point that year. Not also Rams, but in the second half, they did go 4-4 to your point.
I mean, I would also look at it this way, and I wonder if we can sort of do a compare and contrast, because you said something earlier that I want to circle back to. The Chiefs are 8-0. You believe in them?
Well, yeah.
You think they're going to win the Super Bowl?
No.
Okay.
But I wouldn't bet against them.
Of course. But my point is that through 8 games, we are allowed to have what is sort of an anti-mathematical opinion. The Kansas City Chiefs have not lost a game since Christmas. And some of you, have you bought any Christmas or Hanukkah gifts yet? I have. We're getting that close.
You're an eager beaver.
Well, I've changed a lot through the years.
Well, and
I used to love waiting until December 20th to do all of it.
If I can give you 20 seconds on Hanukkah,
go.
That thing sneaks up on you.
Not this year, though. I think it's late.
No, I don't think.
It's not?
See, again, this is one of those things where you got to Google it.
I thought it was late this year.
The thing about Christmas, and we can take the Christ part of it out of it, because either you partake or you don't. That thing's in a fixed position.
Do you want to know Hanukkah? You want to know what Hanukkah's first night is this year?
I would love to know, Mark.
Ready?
Yeah.
December 25th.
I love it.
Perfect. We can all party together.
Well, and Kwanzaa is December 26th. Kwanzaa is in a fixed position.
And that is Hanukkah's first full day.
Christmas is in a fixed position. Hanukkah, that thing's a moving target.
Moves, yes.
That thing will sneak up on you.
It's like Chase McLaughlin hitting a field goal on a Monday night.
Dude.
Sometimes it's like,
you just never know.
Way the hell over there.
You just never know.
Seriously, you wake up on December 3rd. You're like, why are you lighting candles? Wait, what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it moves.
It does.
It moves more than any holiday all year long.
No doubt.
Okay.
You mentioned Kansas City at 8-0. If you just wanted to, and I love this as far as like looking at football, especially sports in general, but football. If you had no scoreboard and you just watch the game and you had to judge it like a boxing match, like you watch a football game and then you judge it and you go to the 3 judges and you determine the winner that way, they would not be 8-0.
No.
They would probably be 5-3, maybe 6-2. And if you look at the advanced analytics like DVOA, which is defense adjusted value over average, which many people think, like the brainiacs like Grandy, they look at this stat as maybe the best stat to indicate overall effectiveness. Kansas City is ranked number 3 in football.
I'd argue they should be maybe 6-2.
Fair.
Like they definitely got outplayed against the Bengals week 2, and they hit a 50-something yard field goal at the buzzer to win by 1. I thought they got outplayed the following week in Atlanta.
What about the opener against Baltimore?
Well, they were leading most of the way. I know that Isaiah likely had a toe on the line and it would have been tied and all that, but the Ravens were playing from behind.
Yep.
I thought the Chiefs won that football game.
KC is number 3 in DVOA behind Detroit, who's won, and then Baltimore.
Yeah, and most people think those are the 2 best teams.
Yep.
So if you can look at 8-0 and go, I don't think they're going to get there, why can't you look at 4-4 and say that I do? Or that you're at least open to it.
And the Niners, by the way, are ranked number 5 in that same metric.
That's pretty good.
At 4-4.
That's pretty good. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. All right, there's a lot more to get to with the Golden State Warriors. Their 6-1 start. The fact that they're in Boston tomorrow. Plus, if you missed our conversation with Steve Kerr, we loved it. We always do. That is a little bit less than a half hour away. So stay right where you are on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about energy bills being...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Mark, do you have to be a homer here on the radio?
Well,
Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yes. Yeah. I never take that as criticism. I was born here. I was raised here. These are my teams. Plus, there's also a secondary part of it. I don't like the, how should we say this? The rampant and immediate negativity that is thrown at a lot of athletes and coaches in an unfair way. That's all I'm saying.
Like me burying Khalil Davis before he even sets foot
no.
in Santa Clara?
I want to be careful.
I'm out on Khalil Davis.
You don't even know what the hell he looks like.
Thank you.
He's sitting next to us and you're like, hi, my name's Dan.
What's up, KD?
Yeah, like what I mean by that, it does not mean you're not allowed to criticize people or assess people or what have you. But sometimes I wonder about larger picture versus smaller picture. So in other words, let's take it to the conversation we were just having about the 49ers. We can apply it to the Warriors here in a second too. You're going to look at the 49ers, and I heard this a lot today, and you're like, look, you're 4-4. The Lions are amazeballs. Do you really think you're a contender? And then you don't do a whole lot at the deadline, and you're like, see, not smart for the Niners to do this because they're not truly a contender this year. So what you're doing is, if you feel that way, in my opinion, you're taking essentially, because the numbers that tell you are not a contender, forget Vikings game and Chiefs game, they were outplayed. But the other two games that kind of had wackadoodle finishes and the Niners lost, you're going to take those two games and let that decide what we have seen is the opposite of 5 years of evidence. It's 5 years now that the Niners have been right there. And at minimum, even if you want to be mad that they haven't gotten over the top, you have to use the word contender. You have to.
Well, I would not look at 5 years. I would just look at this year. Well, you can look at a track record.
Yes.
And see a track record, and that can help to inform your opinion. But when it comes to an opinion about this year's team, I just want to focus on this year's team. And you look at 4-4, and you see a team that very well could be, and you could use should be, but they certainly could be 6-2. And then I start to look at the things that actually are, and what is a reality about this team. Well, they're the only team in the division with a positive point differential. And I do think that matters after 8 games.
Yep.
And you look at Arizona, the Rams, and the Seahawks, they're all in the minus. And in fact, the Niners only trail 5 teams in the conference in point differential. And I do think that is a thing, because even when you lose close games, and you've had a couple of blowout wins. Then I look at other advanced metrics, like I mentioned DVOA, which is they look at every single play and they adjust it based on the defense and the situation and what actually happened in the play, offense, defense, and special teams. And when you look at that metric, you're number 5 in football, even though you're 4-4. And you're ahead of teams like Washington at 7-2.
Yeah.
Green Bay and Philly and Pittsburgh.
That's interesting.
All with 6 wins. Houston with 6 wins. Atlanta with 6 wins. You're ahead of them. So what this number is telling me is this number is saying you should be 6-2. And in fact, they even have an estimated wins column.
Yep. What do they got?
6.4. So they should be 6.4 and 1.6, which really means 6-2. And Detroit should be 8.4 and negative 0.4. So Detroit should be 8-0.
Wow, they should have a win that they haven't even played yet?
Correct.
That's incredible. They are good.
Kansas City should be 7-1.
Detroit is good.
And Minnesota should be 7-1. And Baltimore should be 6-3. But anyway, you look at this number compared to the actual record, and you see the Niners are 2 wins short of what the stats tell you they should be.
Well, and I think that is like, come on, let's be a little predictive here. Like, things tend to even out. And I guess this is the bottom line of what I'm sort of saying with this is I don't need everything to be perfect at the 8-game mark to be convinced that the Niners are good. And I think it's silly, the idea that the Niners as an organization would behave at the deadline and at the bye week and at the halfway point, if you will, that they would behave as if those 2 losses are supposed to determine now conceptually what you're doing going forward. Why would they do that? Like, I think it's absolutely bananas the idea to think that the 49ers are not at least likely, I can't guarantee it, it's life, it's sports, but like they've got to be operating under the idea that they're winning the NFC West and hosting round one.
Right.
Why would they not think that?
At the very least, they're thinking we can get to 10 wins and be a wild card. I don't think that in that building there's any thought of, geez, 4-4 with no Ayuk and a McCaffrey maybe and Greenlaw hopefully. Geez, maybe this just isn't our year, darn it. We've got 9 games left to go, including 3 divisionals. And if they just win those divisional games and then they split the other 6, you wind up at 10-7 with all tiebreakers, and I believe you win the division. So you're really looking at 3 games in the division that are super important. And then beyond that, you're looking at 3 games outside the division that are important. And then 3 other games that are not totally unimportant, but Miami and Buffalo, those are games that you'd like to win, but those to me are less important.
Yeah, agreed. And then take that conversation over to the Dubs. Now, Steve Kerr, you're going to hear in less than 15 minutes. Full conversation that we had with him earlier. And there's all kinds of good stuff in there. But hang out for his answer when we ask him about these next 3 games. And we sort of say, is it fair that a lot of people are like, yeah, that's fun. You're 6-1. Good for you. Show me over these next 3 games. At Boston, at Cleveland, at Oklahoma City. By record, the 3 best teams in the NBA. Between them, 1 loss. 1 loss. So his answer to that I thought was great. He's like, basically, it's completely fair. I'm not really assessing this team yet. Now, that said, let me throw this at you. Whenever we look at any team in sports and we go, that's great that they have a good record. They haven't played anybody. I remember when we did this to the Niners the first Super Bowl year. And what were they? Like 5-0,
yep,
6-0. And we're like, yeah, you haven't beaten anybody. And there was a game that year, Carolina was considered really good. And there was a game against Carolina here in Santa Clara. And I think the Niners were, I'm just guessing here, they were maybe 7-0. Panthers were like 5-2 or 6-1, something like that. And the Panthers even spoke publicly about it. They were like, yeah, they're 7-0. They ain't played us.
Yeah, 6-0 going take on Carolina at home.
Okay. The Niners won by 1,000 points in that football game.
Not quite, but close.
How many was it?
38.
Okay.
51-13.
My belief in sports is that if you are playing crappy competition, but you're winning consistently by double digits, you're good. That means you're good. So they might be 6-4 Sunday night. They might be. You're still not going to knock me off of the idea that they're good, because those are, quite frankly, possibly the 3 hardest assignments that the NBA has to offer this year. And so we'll see. We'll see how they do. But at 6-1, every time, home or road, I understand what happened in the second half Saturday night. Runs happen in the NBA. But for the majority of the quarters against this lesser competition this year, home or road, they have dominated. Definition, good.
Yeah.
Good team.
No matter who you're playing. And, you know, the other teams that you're playing, they have athletes who are also getting paid to play basketball. So this is not like watching a college football team go up against an FCS team and, you know, one of your top 5 powerhouses beats whatever A&M, Tech State 65-3. These are pros taking on other pros. So, yes, even though your schedule hasn't been that rough yet, you still have to go out there and win these games. And that's the same thing in football where, you know, you play whoever you're going to play. And that being said, the Niners do have a tough schedule in the second half.
Sure.
You've got, you know, Detroit and Buffalo and Green Bay, 3 of the better teams in football. You know, many people think Detroit is the best, and Buffalo is certainly top 6, and Green Bay is top 8. And Miami with an actual quarterback now, and they didn't trade Tyreek Hill, and that's a road game. That's tough. And Tampa Bay is playing for their playoff lives in many ways, having lost last night. They know that they are going to have to probably win 11 games to be a wild card, and they're sitting in a spot where Atlanta's starting to move away from them. I saw earlier today Atlanta's now minus 1,000 to win that division.
Yeah. What is this, 6-3, and Tampa's, what, 4-5?
Yeah, 4-5. And, Yeah, Tampa's.
So 2 full games.
Exactly. And I think the tiebreaker also in hand for Atlanta. So that becomes, I think Atlanta beat Tampa Bay already this
Obviously,
year.
they play again.
Yeah.
Obviously, they'll play again.
Right.
Yeah.
But, now Tampa's going to have to not only win that game, but a couple of others along the way. So Tampa's playing with a certain amount of desperation this Sunday on their own.
888-957-957. We'd love to take your Warrior calls. And now here's something Draymond Green said after the game about this, which I love. Even though maybe it's a little counterintuitive to the point that we're making right now, we get why he's saying it. Draymond Green is a leader of this team, and he is sending us very specific message before they play their 3 hardest games of the year. This is what he said about their 6-1 record.
I think we're establishing who it is that we want to be. We want to be a great defensive team. We want to get out and push the tempo, and we want to keep our turnovers down. Historically, we've been a team that has turned the ball over a lot, and that has fallen on the shoulders of me and Steph. And, coach has challenged us to change from a team that turned the ball over a lot, and the decisions that, we may make that's kind of tested, pushing the line a little bit, to not make those decisions, and be solid. And, that's the mindset that we're coming out with. And, so as far as an assessment, I'm not really assessing. Our 6-1 doesn't mean anything, just like their 2-4 doesn't mean anything. You're just trying to get better each and every day. Winning a championship or competing for a championship is a year-long process, and we're just trying to embrace that process and hopefully give ourselves a chance at the end.
He's right, but he's also wrong because, and he knows this, because the Western Conference is the way it is right now, and you've got to bank every win that you can get. Because these little, you trip up against Washington, no big deal. Actually, right now, big deal. Because you can get to the end of this thing, and I swear 2 losses could trip you up to go from the 4 seed to the 8 seed and in the play-in tournament. It might be that close with how much talent there is in the West.
What happened last year when
exactly.
Those early losses might have tripped you up? You wound up 1 game out of the 8 seed, and you were tied with Sacramento for the 9, and you were 3 games out of the 6. You could have, been up where Phoenix was, 49-33, and you were 4 games out of the 5 games out of the 4, and I could go on, but forget the top 3, which had a little bit of separation. It was a separation situation is what it was, but, you were only 5 wins away from being the 4 seed, and so those games you kicked away early, the games you blew, the games Draymond missed, et cetera, all those added up. And, how many people have told us that, if Draymond would have played a normal rec games, that's a 50-win team. Well, if you're a 50-win team, you don't have to worry about that annoying play-in, and you get an actual series. So your point is very well taken and well made.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And also, I want to thank a few people who texted in on the text line. I guess erroneous on my part, Tampa Bay and Atlanta have already played twice this year.
Oh, twice.
And Atlanta does have both of those wins. So you're right that Tampa they're going to be a desperate team this weekend.
Right. So they're literally 3 games back of Atlanta. And Atlanta looks kind of, I'm not going to say they look like a juggernaut, but they look like they were supposed to look last year, but they didn't have a quarterback.
Well, right. They were that classic team of turnkey, put quarterback in, should be fine, and they're probably right. Now, Atlanta has had, good Lord. Put it this way. The Philadelphia game alone was, for my money, the luckiest football win of the year by any football team.
Was that the Saquon drop game?
That was the Saquon drop game. And the analytics had Philadelphia literally at about a 99.5% chance of winning with just over 2 minutes to go in the football game. And lo and behold, somehow a series of events took place.
A Sirianni of events.
Thank you very much. That's a 4. And whatever you feel from the Niners in the Rams and Cardinals games, this was that on steroids.
Yep.
It was absurd. So, but those things, that's what happens when you win divisions, man. You get a couple things to bounce your way, and so Tampa's in a bad spot, and they will be. They will be very desperate coming up this weekend. Let's go to Steve Kerr in 5 minutes. Let's go to Nick in Martinez. Hi, Nick. Thank you for calling. You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Willard and Dibbs, what's going on, guys? How you guys doing today?
What's up?
I honestly, man, I would have felt a little bit better if we would have got another acquisition or something, just something. I was just been listening to you guys all day, man, as I always do. You guys are my favorite show. But I really felt on edge, man. Like, it really was sitting there like a poker game. I'm like, what are they going to do? Who are they going to get? And the fact that they didn't get anybody, and the way that this season has already started, we're halfway through, it was just like, man, like this is what it is. And it kind of has this, like, the team seems to not have the energy that they did last year. And they look tired. They're playing tired. It just has this stench. And then the whole Ayuk thing, just as a fan, I'm exhausted. I could only imagine how the players feel exhausted. And then you look at it and you go, well, why do we look so tired when KC, they played just as many games as we did, right? And they're hungry. They look hungry. They look like I went to that game. Man, it sucked going to that game, listening to those fans. But I don't know, man. I don't expect much difference this year. And the one thing I would say, you guys are saying, Willard, you're saying that, well, we are getting players back. We're getting Christian, and he's in house. We're not getting Christian. We're getting a broken Christian back.
Well, you don't know that, Nick. Nick, you don't know that. How do you feel you know that?
Well, because he is held out. The injury has been since last year, right? And these things don't just go away. It's not like you healed yourself. The injury is still there, right? And tendonitis, or it's in his Achilles. He's a running back. All I'm saying is that he's in a worse position than he was last year, right? And then not having Ayuk as well. I don't know, guys. I don't want to be doom and gloom, but today not getting anybody, not getting Bosa any help.
What position? Rough, what position did you want to see the 49ers address that they didn't?
Anybody to help Bosa. Anybody on that line. Bosa needs help. Leonard Floyd is not it. He is not it. He's just not doing anything. And was he better than Chase? That's what I was thinking. Was he better than Chase, or they're kind of like almost the same player?
Yeah, Chase Young. Nick, thank you very much for the call. Chase Young had great moments and then had really, really embarrassing moments. And so I feel like looking back on his acquisition last year is a little bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah.
And maybe that's how we feel about a lot of the other defenders not named Fred and Nick and Diamador and Mustafa so far this year. So I feel that. But again, and this just matters whether or not you're an eye test person, an analytics person, but Zadarius Smith, the big fancy acquisition of the day, who went to the Detroit Lions, and I know that sounds like something the Niners wanted to get into. You've been quoting a lot of PFF stuff today. Zadarius Smith so far this year and Leonard Floyd so far this year, pretty commensurate.
Really?
Pretty similar numbers as far as their effectiveness for the year. So you can say Leonard ain't it and then be like, but the Lions got Zadarius Smith. Well, same guy based on certain numbers and production.
Yeah, let me look at that PFF because they have Floyd at a 54.4 Pro Football Focus, which is, as you know, not very good. And Zadarius Smith, I'll have to find it here, 73.6. So they have him significantly higher.
I'm going to find the numbers that I was looking at.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Unless they're my numbers, and those are the ones that matter.
When I gave you my numbers, which counteract your numbers, so I'd like to hear your numbers. Okay. Because my numbers have him.
Well, I'm gonna have to go find my numbers.
Do
because
that deep dive.
I wrote it down, but I'm gonna find you my numbers.
I love it.
Yeah. And by the way, I think my brain goes, no, Zadarius Smith's better than Leonard Floyd.
Yeah.
But again, this is part of, I think, the difficulty of analytics in sports. You can probably go find something. It's almost like Happy Election Day. You want to go find a reason to prop up or hate one person? You can. Happy interneting.
Well, and we have two different channels going right now in here, two different screens. And if you look to your left, they've got a current scoreboard that is different than the scoreboard on the right.
I'll try not to look at the left.
I understand. I put up the left, which is my right, because I need fair and balanced. And I'm fascinated by how we're going to call a state over here because it's going our way. And we're going to call a state over here because it's going our way. It's just, for me, it's part of this whole thing it's a fascinating process from a media standpoint, what we're all doing.
It's why a lot of people don't trust it. Also because they've been told not to.
Right.
Yeah. So,
well, I mean, numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
That's right. And Steve Kerr is Steve Kerr, and Steve Kerr is Steve Kerr. We can prove it. He came on the show earlier today. We want you to hear the entire conversation because it was great. We brought him in and started by saying, hey, Steve, it's election night. What are you feeling? What are your emotions right now?
Well, I'm hopeful. I think I think we're in a weird position as a country where, the last 8 years there's been all this controversy with election legitimacy questions that aren't actually questions. They're just conspiracy theories. And I'm truly hopeful that this is the election to put that to bed and say, all right, look, this is elections have in my entire lifetime, guys, they were never questioned until Trump came along. So, the most important thing in our democracy is for everybody to understand these elections are fair and it's the will of the people. And that's what democracy is built on. And that's my biggest hope. Obviously, I know who I want to win. You guys know who I want to win, but more than anything, I want our democracy to thrive, and I want to stop the nonsense with all the conspiracy talk that comes from Trump and his people.
Yeah, that's a great answer. And you and I and Mark, we all go far enough back to where you win some and you lose some. But when you lost them, it was like, okay, we'll get you next time when you win. It's like, okay, let's work together and make this work. And as you were giving that answer, I couldn't help but picture somebody like twirling their finger in the air after the election, like, oh, we need to review it. We need to review the call. Yeah. And it's I'm only making it like farcical because this is obviously far more serious, but just the idea of like an NBA game where a call happens and then somebody twirls the finger and then you get to decide whether or not, you actually want to follow through with that review or not. So that's just where my amateur and childish mind went, Steve.
Yeah, and unlike plays that happen in the NBA, there's nothing subjective about a vote. You vote for one person or the other. It's not. This is not block charge. Good call. and the machines that we use, by the way, were proven. Have the Dominion voting systems that were questioned, and actually, I think Fox News lost almost $1 billion, if I'm not mistaken, because all of their commentators kept saying that the machines were tampered with, and none of it was true. And so, look, I mean, we have great election system. We have a democracy. We get to decide. We're so lucky in this country to have this power. And so to try to throw it all away by claiming conspiracy theory just in the name of, having your guy in power for the next 4 years is just nuts. And history of our country as we go back and forth, one side to the other. My biggest hope, honestly, is that the Republicans can get their party back. If Trump loses, then let's get them their party back, and we get some sanity back in, because we do need a strong Republican Party and not a conspiracy filled one. And we get that, we have a much better chance to achieve a lot of our goals and create a more unified country, I think.
Steve, I'll tell you this. I don't drink a lot, but I'm drinking tonight.
He's already half in the bag,
are
Steve.
You, what are you doing tonight? Are you up all night? What's the plan here?
Oh, I haven't turned my TV on all day. I've been watching Boston tape. I've been watching our tape from yesterday. I'm about to go get dinner with some friends, and I don't even know if I'll follow too much until tomorrow morning. I don't expect anything tonight, so I might just try to get to sleep and wake up and look at my phone and see what happened.
Well, the only thing scarier than an unsettled election is Boston tape. I mean, is that a horror film? What are you seeing, Steve? Because, my God, I mean, taking Atlanta behind the woodshed and what they're doing, I mean, can you even watch that without having the blanket half pulled out over your eyes?
Yeah, somebody asked me yesterday. They say, got two big things coming up with the election and the Boston game. And I said, yeah, one is a lot bigger than the other. I mean, you've seen how good Boston is. Right? I mean, so yeah, this is a much bigger than anything. Now, these guys are awesome. They're, obviously defending champs. I coached 3 of them over the summer with Jason and Drew and Derek White. And, there's a reason they're the best team in the league. They're loaded with talent, got a great formula. Well coached. So this is a great test for us. It's been such a good start. 6-1 is right where we want to be, but this is a major test, and it'll be good to see how we stack up.
Steve Kerr with us, as he is every week on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Steve, we might have touched on this last week, but I think it's worthwhile to dive in a little bit further. I'll just tell you the way I translated it. Draymond Green, after a game last week, after one of the wins, spoke publicly on how he really hated the way that last year went. Obviously, we knew that. But there's something about his demeanor that makes me believe we've got ourselves a brand new Draymond. What do you see?
I see a guy who is playing at a high level, who's having fun, who's doing a great job leading. And, to be honest, it's what I've seen for most of the past 10 years. I know who he is. I know what a winner and a champion Draymond is. I think he clearly got off kilter, last year and the year before several times, and it hurt us, and he knows that. And I think he's really committed to getting the best out of this team and to helping his teammates and being the best version of himself. And honestly, I'm not surprised because I believe in him so much. I know what a winner he is, but he's so emotional and so passionate that it can get the best of him sometimes. And it's our job to help him through that.
And it looks like you've done a good job of helping him through it, and he's helped himself through it, because I'm with Mark. It's a whole new Draymond. And actually, we're now seeing Draymond the scorer as well, 3 straight games in double figures. Is that a conscious effort by Draymond, or is the game just coming to him and he's making the most of opportunities?
I think the biggest thing is he's playing the 4 most of the time now. And as a 4, he has to be a scorer for us. He's going to be open on the perimeter. He has to shoot the 3. 3 for 4 last night, 39% last year. I don't think this is a fluke. I think, he's not going to be a high volume guy, but he's going to be in that corner with Trace or Loon at the top, and the offense running through a high screen and roll with the center that puts Draymond in the corner, and he's got to be willing to take and shoot that shot, and he has been. He's knocking him down, but again, it's just we're trying to forge the identity of this team, and the identity is a little different. The last couple of years, we've gone small more often than not with Draymond at the 5, and we've recommitted to playing big with Trace and Loon and Draymond, and that means Draymond's at the 4. So it's a different look.
Steve, how did Steph come through last night?
Great. Yeah, I saw him this morning. We didn't have practice, but he said he felt good and no problems, so he'll be ready to go tomorrow.
I also wanted to just throw this at you, and I know there's no moral victories at this level of sports, especially for an organization like yours. But I think a lot of people are looking at your start and they're going, okay, this is some pretty good stuff. Now let's see what you guys do the next 3 games. Like, what would you say to a fan that's like, let's assess after these 3?
I would say you're exactly right.
Yeah.
It's exactly right. I mean, in the course of 82 games, the schedule can go back and forth, your health, lots of stuff can happen. And, if you win 6 out of 7 in February, it doesn't get on the radar as easily as it does when you win 6 of your first 7 to start the season. So, I know everybody is singing our praises, but the schedule has been kind to us to this point, and we're about to play probably the 3 best teams in the league the rest of this week. So great test for us. No matter what happens, we've got a ton of work ahead of us. I'm excited because when I watch the tape, I see all kinds of growth ahead of us. But it's going to take a lot of work, and it's going to take some time.
You're playing 12 guys still, and that's with D'Anthony Melton still out, so maybe 13 is on the table. And I heard Buddy Hield earlier today on a national show talk about your simple and direct communication. Has that been something that you've been focused on not only this year but throughout your career as far as managing 12, if not 13 men in a rotation?
That's the only way I know how to coach is simple and direct communication. I mean, as a player for 15 years, all I ever wanted was the truth. And the only time you get frustrated as a player is if you don't know, the circumstances. And so I'm constantly talking to our guys and trying to give them the vision for what we're trying to be. And so our guys know, we're going to play a lot of people. We're going to be feisty. We're going to get after it defensively. We're going to sprint the floor. And we've got to stay on that path. It doesn't mean, we're not going to hit some bumps. We for sure are. But, that's when you hit those bumps in the road, that's when you have to stick together as a team. And that's the plan.
Steve, it sounds like everyone in the organization feels the same way, but my gosh, we are just finding Buddy Hield to be a total joy to watch. And I'm left scratching my head because everybody I know who follows the Sacramento Kings, they've been on this guy for years. What is it that you think has made him such a good fit here as opposed to maybe where he wasn't in other places earlier in his career?
Well, remember, he had some good years in Sacramento and signed a big contract and played at a really high level. There's a reason he's been a coveted player. But for most players in the league, fit is everything. And this is a great fit. Our system, our style, the movement. He's a really good movement shooter. He's a lot like Clay and Steph in that he's going to run circles around the defender in order to get an open shot. He's a lot like those guys in that he has no conscience. He's not worried about missing. He's going to keep firing away. And there's a lot of energy that comes with that mentality and that style of play. So he's perfect for what we needed, and great signing by Mike. And I think you hit it on it in the first part of your comments. He's bringing joy to the gym every single day. Everyone loves Buddy. He's having so much fun, and he's bringing a lot of fun to our group.
And a lot of joy to the fans who are really enjoying watching him go out there and play with the exuberance and the energy that he plays with. You mentioned fit, and many people thought with Steph back that Jonathan Kuminga would just be back in the starting lineup, but Mark and I were talking about the fit that he seems to have with the second unit. Is this something that you've seen as a positive, not only for JK, but the team, and maybe this could be longer lasting with him coming off the bench?
It's a huge factor for JK to give us what he's giving. And again, everything is about the puzzle fitting. Everything is about putting together 5 men combinations, and we need JK's force and power. And frankly, we need it more off the bench than we do in the starting lineup. So I love what I'm seeing. He's handling it great. He obviously wants to start. Everybody wants to start, but that hasn't impacted his effort and his energy at all. In fact, I think he's looked even better since we've brought him off the bench. I think it suits him well with this team. And so until things change, we'll keep going with this. But I love what we're seeing from JK.
Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Steve, I don't know if you're aware of what Ron Adams said on our station a couple of days ago. I found it to be one of the more interesting things the organization has ever said publicly about Jonathan. He commented that the game against the Rockets last weekend he thought was the best game he has ever played as a Warrior. But then he also told a little bit of the story of where this has been, that when Jonathan started scoring points, he kind of, quote, forgot about defense. Can you shed some light on Jonathan's journey the last couple of years?
Yeah, I mean, it's I think our fans already know it's been up and down. But it's been, I compare it to the stock market over a 10-year period. It's the trend is up, right? And from the day he walked into our building to now, JK is dramatically better. There's just a lot of growing pains that go into that, especially playing on a championship team his rookie year, playing on a contender the last couple of years where, he's not allowed to make some of the rookie mistakes and young guy mistakes that players on lottery teams are allowed to make. So that's not easy on him, but that's the only way that we can compete as a team and for him to grow into the player that we need to become a championship player. All those things are necessary, and it makes for some uncomfortable moments, where maybe I make a bad decision with a lineup choice. And maybe things don't go well if I do play him. Maybe things, there's always stuff that happens. But the important part of all this is sticking together, continuing to work, and collaborating. And that's what JK and I have done over the last couple of years. That's what we've done organizationally. And I'm really proud of him for just continuing to climb in an environment that, frankly, isn't that easy, playing on a team like this.
And Saturday was a unique challenge where Steph was out injured and Draymond fouled out and Pods fouled out, and yet you turned to overtime and he kind of became the guy. What was said before overtime, and what was your takeaway from just how he performed to kind of lift you guys from, what would have been a tough and embarrassing loss?
Well, it was such a great start to that game, and we were really flowing in the first half. And then second half, their defense got into us, and they started switching everything. And those are the games where JK becomes really important because he has the power and the force to play through all that switching and to get to the rim. And I actually felt pretty good going into the overtime, despite the collapse in the second half, because I knew their guys were tired, and we just put our biggest front line out there with Loon and Kyle and JK and spread the floor, and he got downhill a few times, and that was it. And the defense took over. So he really dominated offensively, and the guys did a great job defensively, and very gratifying win because those games are hard, and they happen a few times a year in either direction where you're up 25 and you give up the lead, or maybe vice versa. Those games are crucial to pull out, and I thought that was a very important win for us.
Yeah, very important, Steve, and I should point out that only 10 teams have ever blown a 30-plus lead before in an NBA game. So
we did that in the playoffs against the Clippers in 19.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, man.
32-point lead in the second half, and we lost a playoff game with Kevin Durant, with Steph Curry, with Klay Thompson. It happens. It's crazy, but it can happen.
And you were forgiven later that season, as I recall.
I was what?
You were forgiven when you guys won the title anyway.
I think that was the year we lost to Toronto, but
never
yeah,
mind.
it was still that was a damn good team, obviously, but the NBA is crazy though. It's that once you lose momentum, and it's why I bring clipboards. It's why I drive our guys hard. It's why I'm demanding of JK and our other young guys. Winning is hard, and the details matter, and you have to focus on those things, because the minute you let up, that kind of swing can happen.
Forgiveness taken back. We're still mad at you then, Steve. I didn't realize that didn't go your way. Hey, how was your conversation? We saw it at the end with Jordan Poole last night.
Oh, it was great. It was great. I love Jordan. He's such a good young guy, and he looks really good. I watched a couple of their games leading up to our game, and I was just struck by how confident and strong he looks. He just looks more comfortable, and I'm so happy for him because he did so much for us. He's such a good young guy, and the last couple of years haven't been easy for Jordan for many reasons. But I think he's in a great place, and it was wonderful to see him last night. I thought he played great, and I'll tell you what, Washington has something going. I think they drafted well. They've kind of cleared the decks, and they're building something from scratch, and I was impressed last night, and I think Jordan is a huge part of that.
Well, it's a conversation with Steve Kerr, so if we didn't put you into a rotational math question, I don't know what we'd be doing. So what are you going to do when DeAnthony Melton comes back?
I'm going to play him. He's a hell of a player, and I know that begs the next question: who doesn't play?
Right.
And as I've said a few times, I've learned in my coaching career, never answer a question until you absolutely have to.
Okay. So
by the time Melt comes back, and hopefully it'll be in Cleveland, maybe it's in OKC, but you never know what else happens at that point. So we'll figure it out when we get there. But Melt's going to be a huge part of our team this year. He's really good.
Okay, so it sounds like maybe some optimism that might be this week for him, huh?
We're hoping, but we don't know yet. He's progressing well, and but I'm hoping for some time at the end of this trip.
Have you ever coached CYO? Because it feels like you're about to, where everybody gets to play.
That's how this year has been, really. I was thrilled last night to be able to put Lindy out there because I love Lindy. He's such a good player, and he's done so well. He's helped us win, the last 4 games, and he didn't play in the first half. And I thought, what am I doing? I'm only playing an 11-man rotation, and so I that's not enough. I got to play more.
That's so unlike you.
Yeah, I was happy to get him out there.
All right, Steve. All right. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, see you guys. Thanks,
Steve. There he goes. That's Steve Kerr right here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. There he is.
Steve Kerr.
That's
right.
Comes on the show every week.
Love it.
And I tell you what, just listening to that and obviously participating in it a little bit too really got us thinking because – I loved his answer with regard to these 3 games on the road. He's like, it's totally fair if you want to say we can't assess the Warriors in full until we see those 3. And you brought up, it's not just those 3. Remember what happens as soon as they get home. There's this guy. His name's Clay.
Yep.
He gonna be here a week from tonight. 2 things on that. Number 1, the Warriors have already told us that they think they've got the coolest tribute to a returning player in the history of the sport. We don't know what it is.
No idea.
But they told us that's what they think. They think it's so cool. So, A, there's that. But B, put Dallas right next to OKC, Cleveland, and Boston. These are the, quote, best teams in the NBA. We are going to know so much more about this country and team a week from tonight.
Yeah.
We're going to know so much more. And but I wonder, what if they are 6-5?
Well, after that 4-game stretch, then we think a little bit different about this team. Now, I'm not saying at 6-1 you're thinking we gonna be championship. You are pleasantly surprised. Although, as I told you a couple of weeks ago, looking at the schedule, they very well could start out with this kind of a start because you had Portland, you had a couple of New Orleans at home, you had a Utah. And you had a Houston, which was a tough game, and the Clippers the same thing, but then you had the Jordan Pools in Washington. The first 7 games were not against really very good teams. Washington is 2-4, Houston 4-3, Portland and Utah are at the bottom of the Western Conference, as is New Orleans. So your schedule has been pretty easy, but you still have to go out there and win those games. And then I look at the next 3. Those teams are a combined 22-1, Mark, your next 3 opponents. 22-1. That's Cleveland, Boston, and OKC. Yep. So you're talking about only Boston who's lost a game, and then after that you have Dallas who sits at 4-3. So your next 4 opponents are a combined 26-4. That sounds pretty good. So would you take a split right now?
Yeah.
You're damn right you would.
Oh, for sure. Mainly because 3 of them are on the road.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would.
Even if I gave you 1-3. And you finished that stretch at 7-4, you would probably think, okay, 7-4.
Yeah, provided that Steph Curry is of full health and they seem very comfortable. And oh, by the way, I thought that was developing, I won't call it breaking, but developing news out of that conversation with Steve Kerr is that DeAnthony Melton is expected back on this trip. Likely, at least. He's likely back at some point on this trip. It won't be tomorrow night. But if you're at full strength next Tuesday, the Warriors are favored. Don't you think?
Next Tuesday,
against Dallas.
Yes, even if they lose all 3 on the road.
And then, very likely, they are underdogs in these next 3 games. And I don't want to make it all about Vegas, but you offered me 2-2, and if you're an underdog in 3 out of the 4, I'm going to take that. If the Warriors just win one of these next 3, that's a 3-2 road trip, and you stole one on the road, and I think you have to feel pretty good about that. And then come back against Dallas and try to get that victory there. And if you walk out of this thing 8-3, come on. Game on.
You'd be thrilled.
You'd be thrilled.
Do you know what the number is for tomorrow night?
I don't.
Grandy, if you would, please game show music from my partner, Mark Willard, as we turn the tables here. And I play the host. I play the game show host. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I am Dan Dibley. It's time to play our favorite game. Guess that spread.
Okay.
Hey, I'll give you plus or minus 1 point in either direction.
Plus or minus 1 point.
The Celtics are hosting the Warriors tomorrow in an NBA Finals rematch from a couple of years ago. Mark Willard, thanks for joining us. What is the point spread? It's time for you to name that spread.
You're changing the name of the bit, but anyway,
I thought that's what it was.
Yeah, no, it's guess, not name. But
whatever.
anyway, whatever. The Warriors and Celtics are numbers 2 and 3 in point differential in the NBA. Again, though, you're looking at strength of schedule. Let me take a quick gander at who Boston has beaten.
Now we're taking ganders.
And they're 7-1. They beat the Knicks on the road at Washington, Detroit, Milwaukee, cupcake. They lost on the road in overtime at Indiana, and then they beat Charlotte twice and Atlanta. You know, they really haven't played or beaten a great team either. They beat the Knicks on opening night, but that's opening night. I'll say that Boston is favored by 6.
Grandy?
What are we giving him? Plus or minus?
He gets it right. Plus or minus 1. The answer is 7.
Wow. Okay. I was going to
by
say
7. Yeah.
I actually was.
I gave him plus or minus 1, which is generous.
I shaved a half point too. I was like 6.5 is what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
And then I was like, ooh, what if it's 5?
Yeah.
All right, let's go 6.
I had 6.5, and then Grandy went to FanDuel, which is the official book of of Willard and Dibbs, and he told me it was 7, so we went with 7, and so 6 works. And yeah, I wasn't too surprised, but when you see a team that's 6-1 and you get the chef back and they're still getting 7 points on the road, that tells you just how good Boston is.
It feels like value, but yeah, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Boston at home is a big deal. The Warriors they've now been away from home for 5 days or whatever. This is a hell of an assignment tomorrow night. And I struggle in moments like these because professional sports fans hate the concept of the moral victory. What I want to see from the Warriors in these next 3 road basketball games, if I really look at them as one entity, I want at least 1 win and I want no blowout losses. You know what I mean? If you lose in Boston tomorrow night by 8 points and then you win in Cleveland and then you go to Oklahoma City and you lose by 7 or 8 points there, I'm like very, very little on the freak out meter. And in fact, there's a piece of me that would almost feel even better because what they need to do in these next 3 games is prove that they're simply on that level. That's all they need to do. I think with what they've already done against the bad teams, I think that's all most people really want to see. You just want to feel like they're on that level. They don't need to win this one on Wednesday night, but they need to look like they're not overwhelmed by the talent and the energy and all of the home court stuff that's going to flow at them starting tomorrow night.
And I will add in the additional piece of just for Draymond 2.0, I'm hopeful that he can remain Draymond 2.0, the new Draymond.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If things get a little dicey, you mentioned Boston at home. Last year, 37-4 on the parquet.
Good Lord.
If it still is parquet.
Yep.
And they won almost every game. Then I'm just looking at their log. They lost to Denver, the Clippers, and then the Lakers, and then New York got them late, but they were unbelievable at home. Warriors beat them here. Warriors lost to them there. I'm just hoping that if things turn a little bit sour for Golden State tomorrow, that Draymond is able to be this new Draymond that I'm really enjoying.
Draymond was asked about that very factor tomorrow night against Boston and how he would handle the crowd.
We beat them in NBA Finals a few years ago, and then they just won one. So they want to dish everything back to us about them just winning one. And, it's always a hostile environment. So don't expect anything different. It'll be a tough environment against a very good team, great team. tough team to play against, but it's a hostile environment just like any other hostile environment.
I mean, it's easy to sound that way 48 hours before you get there, but I gotta say, like, can you name one moment so far this year? I don't care what you're thinking. In the game, press conference, whatever. One moment where Draymond Green, to you, did not sound and look under control.
I really can't think of it. And I'm thinking about his one technical, though, was basically what you and I are doing right now. He was looking at another grown adult, having a conversation, and whatever he said, or however much of it he said, enough was enough, and he got a simple T. It wasn't one of these demonstrative, histrionic, stomping, screaming, flailing, waving, distracting from the game. It was just too much conversation, and he got a skutut. But to your point, I cannot think of a moment.
Day looks and sounds like a Mai Tai right now. He really does. He sounds relaxed. He looks relaxed. He looks happy. He like, I look at the way he's interacting with other players. Did you all see that he and Jordan Poole conducted trash talk with one another last night? But it was okay. Like, it was okay. It didn't turn into a thing. You know, Poole hit a three-pointer on him and pointed at him like that was on him. They go down to the other end of the floor, and Draymond posts him up and then finds an open Steph who drills a three right back in Jordan Poole's face. Draymond points right back at him, and then everybody heads to the locker room. And they talk after the game, and Draymond does a podcast about how Jordan Poole looks better.
Yeah.
Like, calm.
Yeah, and he also talked about trash talk with another one of the Wizards players and how he's like, you know, you can't leave me alone. And he's like, I can't leave you alone either. We got to, you know, we can't help off each other now. And it was like, who is this man?
I know.
And I'm all in on it. I told you.
I don't want to fall for it. But
I told you a couple weeks ago that it's a clean slate year for me, and so far so good. I'm happy that I'm back on board with this new Draymond.
Okay, if you missed exactly what Steve Kerr said about these next 3 games on the road, we'll pick that back up and talk it out a little bit. 888-957-9570. If they're 6-4 Sunday night, how will you feel then? You can certainly weigh in on that. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts today and we'll install them.
Curry bent over at the waist. Screened by Draymond. Curry back to Draymond. Pick and roll. Lob. Kuminga with a slam. Oh, my goodness. Draymond soft and high to the rim with the pass. And Kuminga with a hard finish.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibs? I like your picks.
You know what, JK? I like your game. It's a love affair up in here.
It's a little like maybe you guys need some privacy, the way that sounded. That was a little alluring.
You know what, Dibs?
Yeah.
They want to fade you. I'm not in favor of that. I like your picks. I'll give myself a 2 for my Kuminga.
I like the way that I'll give you a 1. Anyway.
That hurts.
I like the way that he's playing too. I really do. And I liked your pick last night. That was a W.
Winner, winner, dibber had dinner.
Alice in Winterland is back, starring One Republic, Andy Grammer, and Haven Madison. Friday, December 13th, Paramount Theater in Oakland. There are still tickets available, but you better get them today.
One Republic.
You're not allowed to buy them after today.
Alice in Winterland.
It's like voting.
Yeah.
You better do it today.
Exactly.
So, anyway. That's
beautiful venue and a great show.
It is. Love that spot.
And a chance to set eyes on Sarah and Vinny, a couple of my favorites.
They'll be there.
No doubt.
They'll be there.
On stage.
888-957-9570 if you want to rock on some of this. The Steve Kerr conversation was great, and I thought this was a very, very fair and honest response from Steve when asked about the next 3 games and what he would say to a fan that's like, yeah, your 6-1 start, that's cute. Now do it this week.
In the course of 82 games, the schedule can go back and forth. Your health, lots of stuff can happen. You know, if you win 6 out of 7 in February, it doesn't get on the radar as easily as it does when you win 6 of your first 7 to start the season. So, I know everybody is singing our praises, but the schedule has been kind to us to this point, and we're about to play probably the 3 best teams in the league the rest of this week. So great test for us. No matter what happens, we've got a ton of work ahead of us. I'm excited because when I watch the tape, I see all kinds of growth ahead of us. But it's going to take a lot of work and it's going to take some time.
I tell you what, this is what the 6-1 start does for me. I think it allows you to relax into these next 3 games. And as opposed to just kind of like having angst about it, I'm really interested to see what they're able to do. Because it's one thing to go, okay, you're 6-1. I think that this is better than what we thought it might be. That's cool. These next few games, I think sort of, they signify how far do we go with that opinion? In other words, like, is this a nice story or do we got something here?
Yeah, do we have action?
We got action.
Well, these 7 games that they've played, if you look at it from an honest standpoint at what they should be 5-2 for sure. Like a split against New Orleans, you could see it because when you play a team back-to-back nights in the same gym, I think the human nature is for one team to win one and one team to win the other. But you got that sweep. Portland and Utah are going to be wins. Houston on the road, and I was going to say this to Steve, but I'm going to petition the league that goes down as a win and a loss. Actually, they should get 2 wins and 1 loss for that game against Houston. Because you won it, then you lost it, and then you won it. So you actually went 2-1 that night. So by all measurements, you should be 7-2, not 6-1, but I don't get to make the rules. But if you looked at those 7 games, honestly, there were 5 wins in there for sure. So, yeah, 6-1 is great, but you kind of should have been 5-2 at the very least. So if this was golf through 7 holes, you'd be 1 under. We had solid birdie.
Are you suggesting an electoral college of NBA record keeping? Is that what you're suggesting?
Absolutely.
2 wins and 1 loss for what they did in Houston in only 1 game?
Yeah, but they would get the win because of the 3 electors. They carried the state, so they would get all the electoral votes in Houston. Which
I've heard crazier ideas.
My idea is actually genius, but I won't get into it tonight.
Quit calling him a genius. Stop calling him oh, wait, no, that's Kyle Shanahan. I was thinking it was you.
I like Dib's idea and stuff. I think he's onto something and stuff.
Let's go to Brian in Oakland and stuff. Hi, Brian. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
So I was just listening earlier about
how Kerr is going to deal with the minute distribution when, the roster comes back all healthy. And it's one of those things with his career coaching. He's been in some tough situations and some good problems to have, and this is probably going to be considered one of them. It's kind of like the constant that we've had is you may or may not like what Steve Kerr does at times, but somehow he does make the best of most situations. And that's one thing that I think gets overlooked sometimes. He gets a lot of flack, but at the end of the day, he does as good as anybody would have done. And I think that when it comes to the minutes distribution, he said it right. When it unfolds like that, we'll deal with it when we get to it, because that's how you distribute minutes. Who's hot, who's not, And this is the perfect team where I think everybody understands what they're capable of and what each other is capable of. So when a guy is hot, like Buddy's been for this first few games, everybody's loving it. And to end, I think he is infectious in a good way. Buddy Hield is. And to end, like I said, Steve Kerr is maybe, going to get a call from some of these guys' pops. Steph's dad, GP2's dad, Trace Jackson. There's, hey, how come you ain't playing my son more minutes? Kerr, what's going on? And I think that'll be hilarious because, we all know we've dealt with that one way or another. Our parents always want to see us play more minutes, so you got to talk to the coach. Thanks, guys.
Brian, thanks. Not just who's hot, who's not, who's healthy. That's why you don't start talking about what you're going to do in a rotation 3-4 games from now. But I do think he brings up an interesting point that we should probably start shouting out a little bit, because there was so much negativity around, quote, Steve Kerr's rotations last year. How about this year, where I'd argue he's already been through something that's a little bit more complex. 12-man rotation, even 13 to a certain degree with Lindy Waters getting in there, and the moving of Jonathan Kuminga to a role off of the bench, which was at least, I don't know if controversial is the right word, but a little uncomfortable in moments for him. He admitted that to us today.
Yep.
And look at how he's navigated this. Look at how the Warriors as a group have navigated this so far. It's only 7 games, but they get an A for the way they've handled this so far.
No doubt. And there's been no real fissures. There's been no overt frustration. And you look at the game against Washington, and he played 12 guys between 13 and 29 minutes. And that's not easy to do. Pods played 13, which was the least among the 12. Draymond played 29. The chef only played 24 coming back from the ankle. And I also thought that it was interesting, Mark, that Steph did not start the third quarter. So he sat out about half the third, came in and did his stint, sat out half the fourth and came in and finished. And I think that was to try to control his minutes and keep it at about 24. But you see a lot of 18s and 16s across the board on playing time. And that's why I asked him about if he's ever been a CYO coach, because he kind of is now, right? Where everybody gets their 5 minutes in an orange slice.
Yep.
He thought that was funny.
It'd be amazing if they actually did that. I'd love to see the Warriors split orange slices after the game.
Yeah.
That'd be incredible. But
he deserved it.
Yeah, that is going back to the Steph Curry comment from about a week and a half ago about the locker room and exactly what he sees in it and the way everyone's been able to handle it. And as much as we all focus on Jonathan Kuminga, because it's literally the only spot where it seems like there might be any discomfort at all, in the end of that conversation, you have to circle back to, even if Jonathan is bummed about this, he's crushing it. He's crushing it. I hate to tell Jonathan this. You're staying coming off of the bench because you're doing it really well.
Yeah.
So why would anybody change anything right now?
Yeah, especially when you're playing great and we're winning, and he scored 71 points in the 4 games that he's come off the bench, and the team is 4-0. So he's averaging, what's that, about 17 and a half a game, almost 18 a game, coming off the bench. Minutes are up, points are up, wins are up.
It's great for his career, by the way, isn't it?
Yes, and if Jonathan was really upset and he wanted to complain about it, that to me would say something about the athlete, where you're playing great, you're playing more, you're scoring more, and your team's 4-0. What's to be unhappy about? that you don't get your name called by the public address announcer in D.C.?
Well, I tell you what, there's actually nothing but happy coming up because you want to know what's coming up tonight? You want to know what's about to happen on this radio station?
Rain dance!
You're damn right. You're damn right. It's Warriors Roundtable, everybody. So
Gucci.
They're going to dive even deeper to everything going on with the Dubs on this off night, getting ready for Boston tomorrow. And
Cash me out one time.
We will be all over that, and Dibs and I will bring you right up to the start of that game right here.
Kuminga!
That might have been my favorite
It's one of the underrated Danas.
By the way, that is Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean, and they are standing by to take you the rest of the way into the evening. It is all brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
A shorty, but yes.
Yeah, we'll do a shorty. Might be all the energy we have left because I'm going to be up all night, brother.
Just don't show up hammered. Either way. You know what?
Let's go
Don't show up hammered.
Yeah,
It won't be me this time.
No promises.
Okay.
No promises. All right. Did I already do the Fremont Bank thing? I did. So for Dibs.
No promises or compromises.
None of those things.
Thank
right.
you.
So for Dibs and for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got. Great. Let's drink.
How's your home handling hot and chilly weather these days? For a comfortable home, you should consider proper weatherproofing. If you're working with a professional to upgrade or build a new home, be sure to talk with them about Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, who can help you lower your energy costs.